In the sky domain of the vast Eight Extremes world, outside the gates of Broad Creed Mountain, a revered holy land of martial arts crowds had gathered. Yin Zhaoge, dressed in white with a blue robe trimmed in black, stood out amongst them, marking him as one of the core disciples of Broad Creed Mountain. Across from him, a young man in yellow was fuming, his face flushed with anger. He yelled at Yin Zhaoge, you're nothing but a privileged brat with a powerful dad." Without any change in expression, Yin Zhaoge calmly asked, "What did you just say? Go ahead, say it again if you've got the guts." "Say it again? Fine, I'll say it. You are just a privileged brat with a powerful dad." The youth in yellow repeated, even louder and more arrogant this time. Yin Zhaoge stared at him for a moment, then suddenly chuckled. "Great. That's exactly the kind of thing I love hearing the most." The young man froze in place, utterly dumbfounded. It took him a long moment to snap out of it. Embarrassed and enraged, he lost all composure and lunged directly at Yin Zhaoge. Yin Zhaoge, still nonchalant, casually remarked, "Go easy. Don't beat him to death." The young man in yellow faltered mid-step, his body stiffening as he felt a cold shiver run down his spine. The world spun, and before he realized what was happening, someone had silently grabbed him by the waist and lifted him clean off the ground. A towering man appeared out of nowhere in front of Yin Zhaoge, holding the youth in yellow like he was nothing more than a child. With a cheerful grin, the big man said, "Young master, please proceed." Yin Zhaoge gave a small nod, clasped his hands behind his back, and strolled away unhurriedly. The burly man chuckled as he carried the sputtering, squirming youth in yellow off into the distance, leaving the latter to let out muffled noises of protest. Entering the gates of Broad Creed Mountain, Yin Zhaoge walked along the familiar paths. The playful grin he'd worn earlier had vanished, replaced by a calm and focused expression. On the surface, he looked every bit the picture of composure. But in reality, he was utterly baffled. "This script is all wrong," Yin Zhaoge muttered to himself. As a time traveler, he couldn't shake the feeling that his introduction to this world was completely off track. This wasn't his first time crossing into another world. The first time, he'd landed in a martial arts-obsessed realm and stumbled upon the grand archives of a divine palace filled with countless classics and treasures. But then, a world-ending catastrophe struck, and that divine palace was obliterated. Before he knew it, he'd experienced a second time travel, his soul returning to the same world but eons later. Now, in this era, remnants of the past catastrophe were being unearthed, and martial arts civilization was in a period of rebirth, a new dawn of growth and discovery. Armed with the knowledge of the Divine Palace's secrets, Yin Zhaoge found himself in a world that felt like switching from nightmare difficulty to easy mode. And let us be real, he was loving every second of it. Life was good. Too good. The only downside: this body as previous owner had left behind a mess of unresolved issues. "Young master, the items you requested have been prepared." The burly man from earlier came jogging up to report. "We've also got leads on the whereabouts of the blazing flame, True Fire." Yin Zhaoge paused mid-step and asked, "Oh, have you pinpointed its exact location?" "It's in the northeastern region of Zhenlong Abyss. The search area is narrowing, and our people should have more precise intel soon." The big man replied with a hearty grin. Yin Zhaoge nodded in satisfaction. "Good. Very good." Those who addressed him as young master rather than senior brother were naturally part of the Yin family. His father wasn't just a high-ranking elder in the sect, he was also the head of the Yin clan, a powerful and influential noble family renowned across the continent. If Yin Zhaoge wanted something, all he had to do was make a list, and the people under him would take care of it. In short, his current life seemed perfect: esteemed family, powerful father, unmatched talent. Everything was smooth sailing, and yet something about it all felt off. "Young master, there's one more thing." The burly man hesitated, as if uncertain whether to speak. Just then, a middle-aged man with a commanding presence appeared ahead, his every step so powerful it seemed to subtly ripple the air around him. As he approached, Yin Zhaoge greeted him respectfully. The man smiled warmly and said, "It's only been a few days, but I see your cultivation has improved again, nephew Yin." Yin Zhaoge returned the smile. "Diligence leads to progress, while idleness leads to decline. I wouldn't dare slack off." The man continued. There has been some unusual activity near Jinlong Abyss recently. The sect plans to send a team to investigate. Since the internal competition just ended, we'll also take along the top 8 new disciples as a training opportunity. He paused, then added, word has it that your old rival has been spotted near Jinlong Abyss as well. If you're free, nephew Yin, how about leading this expedition? His gaze rested on Yin Zhaoge, filled with encouragement and approval. This young man was a prodigy in martial arts, a true standout among his peers. As the face of Broad Creed Mountain's younger generation, he was more than capable of taking on the role of leader. The only people who could even be mentioned in the same breath as him were the most exceptional talents of his generation, those rare geniuses and anomalies from other great sects across the 8 Extremes world. The young master of Guangqing, Yin Zhaoge, is one of the 4 renowned young masters of the era. Though still young, his fame has already spread far and wide across the 8 Extremities world. It's widely acknowledged that as long as he doesn't meet an untimely end, he is destined to create a legendary story in the future. Jinlong Abyss? Yin Zhaoge thought for a moment, then nodded in agreement. If there is nothing urgent, I'll make a trip. My junior brothers and sisters can handle things on their own. He understood the implication. Other sects' young elites were also active around Jinlong Abyss. If they encountered each other and his sect's young disciples were overshadowed, it would be a blow to their sect's reputation. If senior elders or uncles led the group, they wouldn't get bullied, but the younger generation would lack the imposing presence. With Yin Zhaoge leading the team, all these problems would be solved. For him personally, Yin Zhaoge was quite eager to go out and explore more, to witness this unfamiliar world firsthand and compare it with the impressions stored in his memory. The thing he was searching for happened to be located in Jinlong Abyss. Some of his plans also required the unique terrain and opportunities there. He had to go eventually, so he might as well make it a convenient trip. Seeing Yin Zhaoge nod, the middle-aged man looked even more pleased. With you leading this journey, nephew Yin, you'll set a great example for the junior disciples. I'm sure they'll learn a lot from you. After parting ways with the middle-aged man, Yin Zhaoge was about to set off when a burly man at his side caught up and said, Young master, I was just about to tell you Miss Lin seems to be extending her seclusion. She probably won't be able to exit on schedule. The burly man thought Yin Zhaoge might feel a bit disappointed or annoyed at this news. But in reality, Yin Zhaoge was rolling his eyes internally. This was exactly one of the messes left behind by the original owner of this body. The body's previous owner had encountered a girl during his travels in the past. That girl originally had a childhood sweetheart, but after meeting this high-status, wealthy, and handsome young master, she became infatuated. She left her former lover to try and climb the social ladder. To be fair, it wasn't outright stealing someone's girl, but the previous owner never turned down beauties. Naturally, the girl's humble ex-boyfriend was furious. The gap between them was too big, and the previous owner couldn't even be bothered to deal with him. He simply dismissed the hostility with indifference and disdain. The girl herself had decent talent in martial arts. Previously overlooked in a small place, her cultivation soared rapidly after following the previous owner back to Guangqing Mountain and joining the sect. After being in the sect for a while, the girl went into seclusion. Then Yin Zhaoge experienced his second crossing and arrived in this world. Truth be told, the girl was undoubtedly a stunning beauty. A graceful lady is indeed a delight to behold, but to the current Yin Zhaoge, she was no more than a pleasant sight. He had no other thoughts about her. The first time he crossed worlds, he had witnessed the great catastrophe that befell the heavens and earth, personally seeing the collapse of the Divine Palace. That scene was forever etched into his mind. Even such a powerful Divine Palace couldn't withstand it. Who could guarantee that the world would remain peaceful forever? After witnessing that, some people might despair, choosing to live recklessly and indulge in the moment. But Yin Zhaoge chose a different path. He decided to fight desperately to grow stronger. Even though his father seemed to be quite formidable, and despite having a solid starting point, great background, and many followers, Yin Zhaoge still cherished every resource with a hunger, deliberately strengthening himself and wasting nothing. Every moment, every second, he pushed himself to the limit. This had become second nature to him over time. As time went on, In this sect's recent competition, he totally stood out among the new disciples and snagged first place. The burly man chuckled awkwardly. But compared to you, young master, he's miles behind. Yin Zhaoge just smirked, thinking to himself, seriously? How am I anything like him? It was hopeless. No matter how he looked at this guy, he screamed, main character from a wuxia novel. So, the big question was, on this Yi family protagonist's road to fame, what role was I supposed to play? Let's see, he mused, a fellow genius from the younger generation. The rich young master with some decent skills, a strong backing to bail him out of trouble, and a not-so-simple background. Oh, and apparently, I snatched his girl. Okay, I gotta admit, this face does have a bit of flair. If someone smacked me down or stepped on me, it'd probably be super satisfying for the crowd. And then my dad would step in to save face, making me his stepping stone. I'd get beaten to a pulp, and my whole family would end up paying the price for his rise to the top. Yin Zhaoge rolled his eyes at the burly man. This plotline, totally messed up. As Yin Zhaoge strolled down the path, snippets of conversation floated into his ears. Greetings, Senior Brother Yin. Good day, Senior Brother Yin. Just the usual polite greetings from fellow disciples in the sect. Senior Nephew Yan's cultivation has improved yet again. Excellent, excellent. Truly the leading talent of this generation in our sect. A genius among geniuses. Elder Yin really has a worthy successor. Like father, like son. These were the words of praise from the elder generation in the sect. Senior Brother Yan's aura is getting stronger and stronger. He looks so approachable, though. Wait, I'm not the only one who feels this way. But the more I look at him, the more complicated I feel inside. Yeah, same here. Hee hee. What's with this, you shameless little girls? Senior sister, you're just like me, aren't you? All right, these were just a bunch of love-struck junior sisters. Gotta stay composed, gotta stay composed, Yin Zhaoge reminded himself. Meanwhile, he flashed them a dazzling smile and nodded in acknowledgement. The burly man beside him chuckled again. Young master, knowing the guy's personality all too well, Yin Zhaoge shot him a sideways glance. What now? This burly man was his loyal personal attendant, reliable and trustworthy to the core. Logically speaking, to avoid suspicion about his situation, Yin Zhaoge figured he should steer clear of people close to the original owner of this body. But then again, it cut both ways. Having someone like this around actually helped him blend into this world more naturally. Thankfully, aside from inheriting this body, Yin Zhaoge also got the original owner's memories. Otherwise, just the language barrier alone would have been a nightmare. Young master, I looked into that Yi Jing guy. Sure, he's been making some progress recently, but he's still not worth mentioning. Though, it seems like he holds a grudge against you. Should we? The attendant trailed off. Outwardly, Yin Zhaoge remained calm, but inside, he was rolling his eyes hard. Yep, classic setup right here. The lackey goes in to provoke him, gets his legs broken first. The arrogant young master feels humiliated, steps in himself, gets beaten beyond recognition. Then, daddy shows up, the whole family gets involved, and boom, total annihilation. Classic script, right? Perfect my ass. If he had to get dragged into this as some expendable villain, that'd be one hell of a shitty deal. The Great Cataclysm created a break between the two eras, and while they're connected, the martial arts systems of the past and present differ quite a bit. Plus, the conditions of the two bodies are entirely different. Because of that, Yin Zhaoge had to adapt and rework the martial arts manuals stored in his mind. Without this adjustment, there was no way he could make rapid progress in his cultivation. After arriving in this world, aside from cautiously adapting to his new environment and identity, Yin Zhaoge poured most of his energy into merging the knowledge in his memory with the reality he now faced. And now, the results were finally starting to show. His rise was just around the corner. Considering that Yin Zhaoge's cultivation in both his past life and this life was still relatively limited, most of his improvements were tailored for his current level and the stages immediately above it. After all, you've got to eat a meal one bite at a time, and every journey begins with a single step. But as his cultivation advanced, blending theory with practice, a much broader horizon began unfolding before him. At the same time, beyond martial arts, his knowledge of artifact forging and alchemy could also stir things up in this era. For instance, the The seed of the leaf flame true fire that he had sent someone to track down, that was directly related to one of his experiments. And if the experiment succeeded, it was bound to bring Yin Zhaoge some major returns. Yin Zhaoge smirked and said, "Dragon versus dragon, king versus king. Might as well see who's the real deal. Maybe this Yi Jing isn't some destined protagonist after all. Perhaps I'm overthinking it, just imagining things. Let us keep an eye on him for now." What did give Yin Zhaoge a headache, though, was figuring out how to deal with the girl that the original owner of his body had, well, consumed. At the end of the day, his priority both in status and power was to elevate himself. As for beauties, he didn't have the time or energy to actively chase them right now. But if someone came knocking, he wouldn't exactly turn them away either. Still, the mess left behind by the original owner of this body? Yeah, that was definitely a pain in the ass. Grumbling on the surface, but not actually caring much, Yin Zhaoge shook his head with a grin. He finished up what he was working on, then returned to his residence to rest and meditate. The next morning, he headed to the sect's Hall of Affairs. The disciples preparing to head to Dragon Suppression Abyss had already gathered in one of the side halls. When Yin Zhaoge walked in, everyone's eyes lit up, and their gazes converged on him. He remained calm, scanning the room, when his eyes landed on a stunning young girl walking toward him. She looked no older than 15 or 16, but her beauty was unparalleled, far surpassing that of the Lin girl from before. She seemed like a manifestation of heaven and earth's purest energy, untouched by the mortal world. Her rare icy blue eyes only added to her cool and aloof presence. Her name was Sikong Qing, one of the rising stars of the younger generation in Broad Creed Mountain. Despite her youth, her talent had already earned her widespread recognition, and she was highly regarded by the elders of their sect. When Yin Zhaoge saw her, he couldn't help but roll his eyes internally. From what he knew, after Yi Jing had been dumped by the Lin girl, he decrossed paths with Sikong Qing. Before joining Broad Creed Mountain, the two had formed a decent friendship. Right now, their relationship was still strictly platonic. But following the usual tropes, deep family background, jaw-dropping talent, dazzling beauty, cold and distant to everyone else, but showing special attention to an ordinary guy, it wasn't hard to see her becoming the main love interest in the protagonist's story. This Sikong Qing, is this what they mean by eyes burning with unyielding fire? Yin Zhaoge couldn't help but laugh bitterly as he turned his gaze toward the side hall's entrance. "Greetings, Elder Chui." An elderly man with white hair appeared in the doorway. Upon seeing him, Yi Jing and the others quickly bowed in unison, saying, "Elder." Much like the middle-aged man from yesterday who assigned their tasks, this white-haired elder was also a steward elder of the Hall of Affairs. To Yi Jing and the others, both his cultivation and status made him an individual of great significance. The elder smiled warmly at Yin Zhaoge. "Ah, nephew Yin, you've arrived? Good, good," Yin Zhaoge replied. "About the situation at Dragon Confinement Abyss, I await your instructions, Elder Chui." Elder Chui glanced at Yin Zhaoge, then at Yi Jing, Sikong Qing, and the others, smiling faintly. There have been unusual surges at Dragon Confinement Abyss recently, but preliminary measures have been taken. Your mission this time is to bring the sect's specialized detectors and conduct further investigation. He paused briefly, looking directly at Yin Zhaoge. In principle, your task is simply to gather information and report back. However, if you encounter any situations requiring immediate action, nephew Yin, you have the authority to make decisions. I trust you'll handle it well. Yin Zhaoge smiled. "You're too kind, Elder Chui." Elder Chui chuckled, then shifted his gaze to Yi Jing and the other three. "How's your progress with the weapons you were awarded after the recent competition?" The three straightened up and answered in unison. "We've been diligently training and nurturing the weapons since receiving them. We can now wield them proficiently." In this world, common weapons and armor were referred to as mundane weapons. Above them were battle weapons, treasure weapons, spirit weapons, and sacred weapons, each capable of significantly enhancing a martial artist's power. High-tier weapons and armor contained extraordinary power within them, while mundane weapons could be crafted by ordinary blacksmiths. Creating anything above battle weapons required martial artists with the corresponding cultivation to forge them personally. Due to the rarity of materials and the complexity of forging techniques, such items were far from common. Hence, weapons above battle grade were often scarcer than martial artists of the same level. A sacred ground like Broad Creed Mountain, with its vast resources, could afford to reward its disciples with superior weapons. In this recent competition, Yi Jing and the others had secured the top 3 positions, each earning a treasure weapon as a prize and achievement that left others envious. Elder Chui nodded. Treasure weapons have a spirit of their own. You must nurture them carefully and never slack off, only then will they unleash their full potential in battle. The trio nodded earnestly. Although the weapons they received were merely lower-grade treasure weapons, to them, they were already transformative. Given their current cultivation, they could barely manage battle weapons, let alone treasure weapons. Good weapons were rare to begin with. If not for being part of Broad Creed Mountain, even encountering a battle weapon would have been a stroke of luck. Many martial artists of their caliber still had to make do with mundane weapons. Elder Chui's gaze shifted to Sikong Qin and the other 8 new disciples. You 8 are all fresh recruits. While you've had some experience, you're still lacking. Take care of one another as you go forward. Sikong Qin replied calmly. Understood, Elder. The other 7 quickly echoed her sentiment. Elder Chui looked at the 16 young disciples before him, stroking his beard thoughtfully. His eyes then suddenly landed on Yi Jing, a hint of surprise flashing across his face. Your cultivation. You've already opened your Dantian Qi Si? During the competition, you hadn't reached this level yet. How did you advance so quickly in such a short time? Yi Jing responded with composure, a slight smile on his face. After joining the sect, the techniques and resources here far surpass what I had access to at home. Elder Chui nodded approvingly. How long have you been in the sect? This must largely be due to your own natural talent. The other young disciples who joined at the same time began to glance at Yi Jing with a mix of envy and awe. He was already ranked first in the competition, and now he's improved so much in such a short time. We thought we'd close the gap, but it's only grown wider. Even though his family background doesn't compare to senior brother Yan's, this guy, he's definitely a genius. As if suddenly remembering something, Elder Chui asked, if I recall correctly from your records, you've only been practicing martial arts for about 3 years, right? Yi Jing replied, yes, Elder. I started training my body for strength and health as a child, but I only formally began learning martial techniques and cultivation at the age of 13. Elder Chui's smile grew warmer. Excellent, excellent. Standing aside, Yin Zhaoge watched the scene. His lips twitched slightly, his expression tinged with an odd amusement. He glanced at Elder Chui with a half-smile. I knew it wouldn't be that simple. So this is where you were all waiting for me. Among the younger disciples, someone's expression subtly shifted, sneaking a glance at Yin Zhaoge. Elder Chui looked at Yin Zhaoge and Yi Jing, a trace of admiration in his voice as he sighed. If I remember correctly, Nephew Yin opened his Dantian and cultivated his Qi Si in just 3 years back then. Guangqing Mountain has truly birthed yet another prodigy among prodigies. The crowd's expressions grew complicated as their gazes shifted back and forth between Yin Zhaoge and Yi Jing. Wait, I didn't realize Yi Jing has only been formally training for 3 years, and he can actually hold his own against senior brother Yin? His talent is insane. Hold on a second. Senior brother Yin grew up on Guangqing Mountain, personally taught by Elder Yin. In terms of environment, resources, techniques, and mentorship, he has got every advantage over Yi Jing by far. So, does that mean Yi Jing might actually be even more gifted than senior brother Yin? No way. Yi Jing took a deep breath, raising his eyes calmly to meet Yin Zhaoge's gaze. His posture straightened, like a spear aimed at piercing the heavens. But Yin Zhaoge didn't look at him. Instead, his attention was drawn to Elder Chui, who was still all smiles, as if what he just said hadn't stirred up a storm in everyone's hearts. Unlike the others, Yin Zhaoge knew exactly who this old man was and who had his back. This white-haired elder was supported by none other than Yin Zhaoge's own second martial uncle, the one most qualified to challenge Yin Zhaoge's father for the sect leader position. Yin Zhaoge squinted slightly, a faint smirk curling at his lips. Elder Chui, with his kind and gentle demeanor, continued to chuckle while looking at Yi Jing, completely unfazed by the uproar his words had caused. Yin Zhaoge shifted his gaze between Elder Chui and Yi Jing, suddenly finding the whole situation ridiculously amusing. The chosen hero facing an enemy he can't yet defeat often needs time and space to grow. During that period, someone always steps up willingly or not to shield him, helping him level up and break free from the novice village. And the enemy's enemy? Often they end up as unlikely allies. These people usually belong to the opposing faction of the villains. Once the hero has grown, these allies just need to sit back and watch him crush everything in his path. Their reward comes naturally after the dust settles. Most of the time, these folks are labeled the righteous faction, right? Man, what a performance. They're really sticking to the script, Yin Zhaoge thought, looking at Elder Chui and Yi Jing with unfiltered disdain. Elder Chui noticed, but wasn't he the least bit angry. In fact, he seemed secretly pleased. Seems the rumors are true arrogant, brash, and loves picking fights, the white-bearded elder murmured with a smile, his expression unchanged. Losing face publicly like this, sure, there are only 16 people here, but word spreads quickly. Once that thorn is planted, that kid 1T let it slide. He'll either blow up on the spot or make his move later in Jinlong Abyss. Either way, it's perfect. Yin Zhaoge glanced back and forth between Elder Chui and Yi Jing, a cold laugh echoing in his mind. So, I play the arrogant jerk. Yi Jing plays the defiant underdog. Then he talks back to me, making me lose face, and I send someone, whether it's a servant or a junior brother, to teach him a lesson. But surprise, surprise, Yi Jing beats them to a pulp. In a setting like this, any fight has to look above board. Unless the other side starts trouble, you can't just crush someone with a higher cultivation level at D. Look bad. And let us not forget, the chosen hero always comes with that plot armor, defeating stronger enemies, being unbeatable among his peers. Sending small fry after him is useless. They'll just end up as XP boosters, helping Yi Jing grow even faster. Who knows? Maybe mid-fight, he levels up right on the spot. That wouldn't even be surprising. And after my lackeys get trashed, I get pissed, throw fairness out the window, and personally step in to teach Yi Jing a lesson. Sure, I'm stronger than him now, but he still managed to hold his ground for a few moves, showing off his potential. Maybe he even used some kind of cheat ability to make me stumble a bit. Just when I'm about to crush him, Elder Chui or someone else conveniently steps in, forcing me to back off with a line like, "You're lucky this time, kid." And that's the end of it. Even if I win, I look like a bully, and everyone would sympathize with Yi Jing instead. Yin Zhaoge sneered. If that's the script, do I look like an idiot to you? Elder Chui still watched Yin Zhaoge with a warm smile, while Yi Jing and Sikong Qing stayed on guard, their eyes fixed on him. The rest of the crowd looked tense, yet there was a hint of anticipation in their expressions. Jinlong Abyss. A few here may have been there, but even those who haven't must be heard of its deadly reputation. Under everyone's expectant gaze, Yin Zhaoge finally spoke. With your current cultivation levels, even if you don't go deep, just approaching the edge is extremely dangerous. I'll go with you, but this trip isn't for sightseeing, it's for training. I'll manage the risks, but you still need to put in your own effort. As soon as Yin Zhaoge said this, Elder Chui smiled faintly, thinking to himself, looks like I'll have to wait until we reach Jinlong Abyss to make my move. Yi Jing and Sikong Qing felt their hearts sink, their respect for him growing. But then, Yin Zhaoge shifted his tone and said, since you're traveling with me, I'll naturally look out for you to some extent. As the saying goes, to do a good job, one must first sharpen their tools. With that, he snapped his fingers and called out, Ahu. A tall figure appeared at the doorway and replied, young master? Bring 16 items of grade B quality. Focus on heavy defense, Yin Zhaoge instructed. Ahu, the burly man who had been waiting by the side, responded immediately, yes, young master. In no time, Ahu returned, carrying a huge pile of items, which he placed before everyone. A dazzling light flashed, so bright that the young disciples couldn't look directly at it. The sheer spiritual energy emanating from the items churned their blood and energy. Treasure weapons. They're all treasure weapons. The crowd gasped in awe. Senior brother Yin, are these weapons? Yin Zhaoge nonchalantly replied, these are my personal belongings, not from the sect's treasury. Giving them to you is my own decision. There are 16 in total, one for each of you. Step forward and choose according to your seniority in joining the sect." The hall instantly fell silent, broken only by the occasional sound of someone swallowing hard, as if unable to contain their excitement. With their current cultivation levels, these kinds of treasures were practically legendary. Back when Yi Jing and the others had excelled in the sect's minor competition, they had barely earned one such item after great effort. Standing on that stage back then had been a moment of immense pride, a recognition of their sweat and hard work. But now, suddenly, everyone was getting one, just like that. Even though Yi Jing and the others already owned similar items, with treasures like these, who would ever complain about having more? What shocked them even more was that Yin Zhaoge had casually pulled out 16 of these treasures, showing no hesitation whatsoever. To him, it was as if these dream-come-true items for the disciples were nothing more than scrap metal. And these weren't drawn from the sect's treasury. Due to his status, they were part of his private collection. The group's gaze became instantly heated, all directed at Yin Zhaoge. Yi Jing, however, clenched his fists tightly, unable to hide the anger simmering in his eyes. He felt humiliated by Yin Zhaoge, as if the latter was flaunting his wealth and intentionally showing off. Si Gongqing glanced at Yin Zhaoge and shook her head slightly. Elder Cui was momentarily stunned but soon sneered inwardly. What kind of tactic is this? Spending money to buy favor, isolating Yi Jing, and flaunting his wealth in public? Sure, it's a bold move, and it does restore the face he lost earlier, but this kind of behavior is just so over the top, like a spoiled rich brat. This kid's nothing to worry about. He'll cause trouble for his father sooner or later. Elder Cui shook his head with a smile, casually picking up a piece of armor to inspect. He then said to Yi Jing and the others, "Zhenlong Abyss is indeed dangerous. Your senior brother, Yin, means well." Amid the crowd's focused attention, Yin Zhaoge seemed utterly unfazed. He calmly continued, "East." Everyone's expressions turned subtle, as if the world before their eyes had suddenly become unreal. Everything they were witnessing outright shattered their previous understanding and common sense. No one denied that Yin Zhaoge had the skills to forge treasure-grade weapons. Even though it wasn't common knowledge, the idea that Yin Zhaoge could forge weapons wasn't entirely out of the question. But forging a treasure weapon is no easy feat. It demands a massive investment of time and effort. Among martial artists skilled in crafting, who would willingly treat themselves as a mere blacksmith? Elder Cui took a deep breath and stammered, "How? How long did it take you to forge these treasure weapons?" Yin Zhaoge smiled faintly and replied, "I worked on them in my spare time between training sessions. Took less than a month to finish these 16 pieces." "Impossible." Elder Cui immediately denied it. "Elder Yin might be able to pull that off. I do believe it. But you? Nephew Yin?" He shook his head, clearly skeptical of Yin Zhaoge's words. Besides, for someone like Yin Zhaoge's father or other highly skilled individuals in the sect, forging treasure weapons might be a breeze. But who would bother doing something so mundane? If they had the time and energy, they'd naturally focus on crafting spiritual weapons or even higher-level artifacts. The crowd's gazes turned toward Yin Zhaoge, suspicion growing in their eyes. Was this senior brother of theirs bluffing to save face? Yin Zhaoge smirked. "Sure, using an external crystal furnace wouldn't work. But who said an internal crystal furnace wouldn't?" Most of the crowd was stunned, while a few were left utterly speechless. Elder Cui started stammering again. You mean the internal crystal furnace from those pre-Great Destruction legends? But internal crystal furnaces have long disappeared. There's not even a trace of their blueprints or construction methods, let alone an actual furnace. All that's left in the Eight Extremities world are fragmented legends. According to the stories, martial arts civilization was at its peak before the Great Destruction. Besides martial techniques and skills, weapon crafting had also reached incredible heights. Back then, ordinary iron weapons didn't even count as weapons. Battle weapons, treasure weapons, spiritual weapons, and even saint weapons weren't uncommon. But with the arrival of the Great Destruction, everything was obliterated, leaving only scattered legends for future generations to revere and remember. However, for Yin Zhaoge, this wasn't a mystery. Before the Great Destruction, the Divine Palace's library held an astonishing range of knowledge, not just martial arts classics. Yin Zhaoge chuckled. Turns out, during one of my expeditions, I stumbled upon some ruins and found incomplete blueprints for the internal crystal furnace. I worked on restoring them, and voila, these low-grade treasure weapons are the result of my experiments. He added, for now, I can only forge low-grade treasure weapons. These Class B ones are the best of the batch, but a few Class A pieces are close to mid-grade. They're still a bit unstable, though, so I'm holding on to them to refine my techniques for the next furnace test. With a snap of his fingers, Yin Zhaoge said, if I keep improving, mid-grade and high-grade treasure weapons aren't out of reach. And if I can integrate ancient methods into the internal crystal furnace, maybe even spiritual weapons could be possible. Ahu, knowing his young master's intentions, left and soon returned with a furnace as tall as a person. It was heavy, solid, and radiated an aura of energy. Although Elder Chui had never seen an actual internal crystal furnace, he could at least tell that this crafting furnace was no ordinary external crystal furnace. The others gradually snapped out of their shock, but their eyes were still filled with disbelief. Even the usually composed Si Kongqing was at a loss for words, visibly shaken. Because she knew more, she could better grasp the significance of this furnace. It might still be in its infancy now, but what if it grew into a towering tree? Yin Zhaoge said, this time, I'm heading to Dragon Suppressing Abyss not just for the sect mission, but also for personal reasons to further enhance the internal crystal furnace. I need the unique environment there and the true flame ember found in the abyss. His tone was calm, but his words left Yi Jing and Si Kongqing exchanging uneasy glances. Someone in the crowd shouted excitedly, Senior Brother Yin, if you can eventually forge mid-grade, high-grade, or even spiritual weapons or beyond. Saint weapons were so rare these days that the thought was too overwhelming for him to finish. If our sect could mass-produce spiritual weapons, wouldn't that mean? Yin Zhaoge nodded, flashing a toothy grin. That's right. If I succeed, when you face heirs from sacred grounds of the same level, they'll be wielding battle weapons while you'll have treasure weapons. If they have treasure weapons, you'll have spiritual weapons. You'd crush them on gear alone. The disciples erupted into cheers. Yin Zhaoge raised his hand, and the crowd immediately fell silent. Focus on your training. You are the future of Guangqing Mountain. The group responded in unison. We will remain humble, diligent, and bring glory to Guangqing Mountain. Although Yin Zhaoge had earned his reputation at a young age, he wasn't too much older than Yi Jing or Si Kongqing standing before him. Calling them the future of Guangqing Mountain felt a bit off. But with only a couple of exceptions, no one present found it odd. As for comparing Yin Zhaoge to Yi Jing, that thought had long been abandoned. Their perspectives, strategies, and vision weren't even on the same level. Forget everything else, Yin Zhaoge's revival of the inner crystal furnace refining method alone was a monumental contribution, potentially elevating Guangqing Mountain's strength and status. How could an ordinary young prodigy compare to that? Even if Yi Jing showed immense potential, he would still need to fully mature to prove himself as a true genius. Too many variables could arise before that. And honestly, Yin Zhaoge himself was already an extraordinary anomaly. While others were focused on standing out within the sect, Yin Zhaoge was pondering how to push the entire sect forward. Elder Chui smiled warmly again. Nephew Yin truly is the pillar of Guangqing Mountain, a prodigious talent. However, he added, this matter needs to be reported to the sect master without delay. Yin Zhaoge interrupted him on the spot. No need to trouble yourself, Elder Chui. I've already reported it yesterday. Both my master and my father are aware. In fact, my father has already taken over the development of the inner crystal furnace. This here, Yin Zhaoge gestured, is just a replica. The better, original version is with my father. I've kept this one simply to tinker around on my own. Elder Chui's white beard twitched slightly as he forced a smile. This is certainly delightful news, but it must remain confidential. If word gets out and other sects learn about it, it might not work in Guangqing Mountain's favor. Nephew Yin, your actions here are far too careless. Yin Zhaoge smirked faintly. The official announcement will be made soon. At your rank, Elder Chui, you'll probably receive the notice by tomorrow. As for why my master made such a decision, I wouldn't dare speculate, and I suggest you don't overthink it either. Elder Chui's expression stiffened. He was about to retort when Yin Zhaoge walked right up to him. his smile fading as his tone turned cold. An acting elder? Oh, you've got a high position and authority, and naturally, as a junior, I might overlook your involvement in this matter. Later, you can still play the role of a kind and benevolent senior. But did you really think that by embarrassing me in public, I'd only hold a grudge against junior brother Yi and not direct my anger at you? Elder Chui regained his composure and chuckled. I merely praised a younger disciple. What is so wrong with that? Staring directly at Yin Zhaogu, he added, yes, you come from an extraordinary background, but don't forget you're still just a junior. With just those words you spoke earlier, I could accuse you of disrespecting your elders and being arrogant and unprincipled. Not even Elder Yin could defend you then. Young man, let us not even discuss whether this inner crystal furnace is real or if you truly had any involvement in its discovery. Even if you did achieve something, you should remain cautious and humble. Though Elder Chui maintained a warm demeanor, an imposing aura began to emanate from him, silencing the younger disciples below, who now watched in fearful awe. Things had escalated beyond their imagination. Yin Zhaogu's smile grew even calmer than Elder Chui's. You're an elder? Sure, our sect values seniority, and I've always respected the wise and venerable. That said, I don't need to rely on my father. If I wanted to find someone who doesn't see you as an elder, that would be all too easy. While you haven't made any major mistakes today, can you honestly say your past is spotless? You know better than anyone what you've done. My respect for elders depends on them not abusing their age and title. Elder Chui glared at Yin Zhaogu. You? Yin Zhaogu shot him a sidelong glance. What about me? Elder Chui was momentarily speechless, realizing that this young man was far more audacious and vindictive than he had expected. He wanted to lash out, to put Yin Zhaogu in his place, but he quickly realized he had no leverage to use against him. Just as he was about to make a move, Ahu, standing nearby, flashed a menacing grin at him. Elder Chui froze, caught between advancing or retreating. Yin Zhaogu spoke calmly. You think you're using some naive fool as your pawn, but in reality, you're just a pawn in someone else's game. If you had managed to set me up this time, the people backing you would certainly reward you handsomely and protect you. But let us be honest, do you really think that's how this will end? If the people behind me decide to take action against you, do you really think your side will protect you? And how hard would they even try? After saying that, Yin Zhaogu turned away from the old man surnamed Chui, glanced at Yi Jing, Xikong Qing, and the others, and led the group out of the side hall. Pack up the treasure weapons, let us move. Target, Zhenlong Abyss. Ahu carried the inner crystal furnace on his shoulder, chuckling quietly as he transmitted his voice. Young master, are you trying to make an example out of them? You don't get it. Yin Zhaogu shook his head and turned to look at Yi Jing, who was following behind. By now, Yi Jing no longer appeared angry, but rather contemplative. Yin Zhaogu remained calm. Although he had taken the blame for the original owner of this body, he personally didn't bear any deep grudge against Yi Jing. There was no reason to actively suppress him. The path ahead is vast, each goes their own way, avoiding unnecessary entanglements. But if you insist on standing against me, I want back down. Let us see who's got the stronger hand, me, the guy who crossed over, or you, the so-called chosen one of this world. Life and death, whatever. If you're not convinced, bring it on. I don't care who you are. Yi Jing stared at Yin Zhaogu's back with a complicated expression. Xikong Qing, on the other hand, still had her usual cold gaze, but now there was a hint of curiosity in her eyes. The others looked at Yin Zhaogu with admiration. If the incident with the inner crystal furnace demonstrated Yin Zhaogu's capabilities, then standing up to Elder Chui face to face truly showcased what it meant to be bold and audacious. Against Yi Jing and those clearly outmatched by him, Yin Zhaogu, despite his wealth and power, had always been relatively composed. But when it came to figures like Elder Chui, who usually left juniors too frightened to even breathe loudly, Yin Zhaogu showed no mercy. He confronted him head-on, relentlessly pressing forward, exuding an overwhelming dominance. More than any treasure weapon, what happened next drove home the fact that Yin Zhaogu was on an entirely different level than the rest of them. Yin Zhaogu paid no further attention to the group, walking straight ahead. Ahu followed closely, and Yin Zhaogu shot him a sidelong glance. Ahu, with his big, silly grin, lowered his voice as he transmitted, "Young master, it's my fault this time. I didn't expect Yi Jing to break through to another level so quickly and even open up his Dantian Qi Si." Yin Zhaoge rolled his eyes. Honestly, he wasn't surprised in the least. The so-called Chosen One, blessed with protagonist-level plot armor, always loved to make a dramatic entrance, leaving everyone around them stunned and humiliated. Yin Zhaoge enjoyed watching such moments too, provided he was the one dishing out the humiliation, not on the receiving end. "Have someone look into it and report back ASAP," Yin Zhaoge instructed via voice transmission. "That old man Shui trying to stir up trouble between me and Yi Jing? There's no way it's that simple. Even if I did kill Yi Jing and they found solid evidence of me harming a fellow sect member, so what? As long as my dad's around, I'll still have a way to turn things around. And let us be real, if I did make a move, would I leave behind anything incriminating? This whole thing doesn't really impact the competition between second uncle and my dad," Yin Zhaoge continued. "There's got to be more to it. Look into Yi Jing's network, his connections within the sect. Be thorough." Ahu's expression turned serious, his usual playful demeanor gone. "Understood, young master." Yin Zhaoge nodded and kept walking, but after a while, he stopped. "TSK, almost forgot the important stuff. Ahu, head back to the side hall for me." Ahu cracked his knuckles eagerly. "Young master, still not satisfied? Leave it to me, I'll go teach that old man a lesson." Yin Zhaoge waved him off. "Not to fight. It's about the sect mission investigating Zhenlong Abyss. I forgot to pick up the ritual manual. Go grab it." Ahu. That same day, Elder Chui Xian from the discipline hall was removed from his position for soliciting bribes and exploiting junior disciples. He was handed over to the punishment hall for investigation, in a dark, secluded chamber somewhere in Broad Creed Mountain. So the rumors are true, the inner crystal furnace really has such incredible potential. Report this immediately. The furnace is still incomplete and can only refine low-grade treasure weapons for now. While valuable, its impact is limited. Should we wait for further advancements before acting, to avoid alerting Broad Creed Mountain prematurely? For now, we stay hidden. But this information is critical and must be reported immediately. We'll await further instructions before making any moves. Understood. Elsewhere, the inner crystal furnace's development is now under the sect's leadership, but the foundational work was all laid by Yin Zhaoge. With the groundwork in place, they can start exploring further innovations. This trip to Zhenlong Abyss, though he has guards with him, the team is small and vulnerable. It's the perfect opportunity for someone to make a move and take him out. Reach out to the remnants of the Five Spirits banner. Back in the day, Yin Zhao Ji's father wiped them out in one fell swoop. This father and son debt needs to be settled. But tell them to keep a low profile, don't actually kill Yin Zhaoge. At least not before we expose the truth about the inner crystal furnace. After that, they can decide what to do with him. For now, don't let the Five Spirits banner know anything about the inner crystal furnace clues. Just have them go capture him. That's all. In the easternmost region of Tianyu's 5 provinces, within the territory of the Dongtang Kingdom in Tian East Province, lies a massive rift valley. Beyond it is the destination for Yin Zhaoge and his group Dragon Suppression Abyss. Junior brother Yi, you're from Dongtang Kingdom, aren't you? As the group passed through the capital of Dongtang Kingdom, a young disciple turned to Yi Jing and asked. Yi Jing nodded, a faint trace of emotion crossing his face. Yes, I am. In this era, several of the world's strongest holy grounds coexist, each with its ancestral lands and direct territories, extending their influence far and wide. Take Broad Creed Mountain, for example. It directly governs the central province of Tianyu, Tian Central Province, radiating its power across the entire Tianyu region. In the other 4 provinces, there are also various sects, dynasties, and noble families under Broad Creed Mountain's influence. Each develops independently while still nominally respecting Broad Creed Mountain as their superior. Dongtang Kingdom is one of the 3 major powers in Tian East Province and represents the furthest eastern reach of Broad Creed Mountain's influence. Within places like Dongtang Kingdom, the kingdom's territory is often subdivided further, with lower-level sects and family powers scattered throughout. As Yi Jing gazed at the capital of Dongtang Kingdom, his thoughts drifted far away. His family, the Yi clan, hails from a small city within Dongtang Kingdom. Thanks to his efforts, they've risen to become the dominant force in that small city. But compared to the entirety of Dongtang Kingdom, they remain insignificant. Leaving his hometown for the kingdom's capital had been an eye-opening experience for him. Later, departing Dongtang Kingdom to join Broad Creed Mountain felt like a frog leaping out of a well, finally seeing the vast sky. There are many powerful figures within Dongtang Kingdom. For now, Yi Jing still looks up to them. But this time, returning home, he could finally consider it a triumphant return. Once we enter the city, I need to pay respects at the royal palace to the ruler of Dongtang Kingdom. I'll also meet with the elder overseeing our sect's presence here and gather intel on Dragon Suppression Abyss. Yan Zhaogu, leading the group, stopped and looked at the capital ahead. He turned to the others, saying, "Settle down and move around freely for a bit. 2 hours from now, meet back here, and we'll head to Dragon Suppression Abyss." All the young disciples replied in unison, "Yes, Senior Brother Yan." Yi Jing's face remained calm, his expression neutral. Sometimes, words spoken without intent can still strike a chord in the listener. Yan Zhaoji's casual remark left Yi Jing feeling a little deflated, even as he prepared for his so-called triumphant return. The others, in contrast, were buzzing with excitement. Though overshadowed by Yan Zhaogu's brilliance, stepping out of Broad Creed Mountain and arriving in Tian East Province and Dongtang Kingdom made them feel like stars in their own right. As disciples of Broad Creed Mountain, one of the holy grounds of this era, they were already the elite chosen from powers like Dongtang Kingdom. None of them were mediocre. But whenever someone started feeling a little too full of themselves, the figure leading them, a seemingly carefree young man in a blue robe and white attire, always brought them back down to earth. Each disciple instinctively touched their treasured weapons, feeling a renewed determination to prove themselves. In Dongtang Kingdom, even among the best of the royal guard, only the most elite could wield weapons of this caliber. Of course, compared to Yan Zhaogu, they weren't even in the same league. The gap in status was undeniable. At this moment, Yan Zhaogu was headed to meet some very high-profile figures. The ruler of Dongtang Kingdom was not only the kingdom's strongest individual, but also the master of one of Tian East Province's 3 great powers, a true titan of renown. Meanwhile, the elder overseeing Broad Creed Mountain's presence in Dongtang Kingdom was the sect's official representative and top-ranking enforcer in the kingdom. His position was even higher than Elder Chui, who once embarrassed Yan Zhaogu at the sect's mountain gate. While there is a distinction between internal and external roles, with varying levels of power and responsibility, sect elders like Chui typically oversee major cities or resource hubs, managing resource extraction and protecting the sect's interests. The overseeing elder, on the other hand, usually resides within a major kingdom, sect, or noble family as a protector. They ensure Broad Creed Mountain's influence and secure its steady flow of benefits while handling emergencies. After entering the city and designating a meeting spot, Yan Zhaogu headed straight for the royal palace, while Yi Jing and the others dispersed to explore the capital on their own. Yi Jing's initial excitement about revisiting his hometown had long since faded. He walked along the riverbank that ran through the city, eventually stopping on a bridge. Standing there alone, he stared at the rushing water below, lost in thought. Without a sound, Si Kongqing appeared behind him. Yi Jing sensed her presence, but didn't react much. "Senior sister, thinking about what just happened?" she asked. Si Kongqing tilted her head slightly. Yi Jing shook his head and said, "At first, I thought he was just showing off, but the more I thought about it, the less it seemed that way." Si Kongqing asked, "Are you talking about the treasure weapon Senior Brother Yan gave everyone back when they were at the mountain gate? Out of the 16 people, only Yi Jing didn't take one of the treasure weapons left behind by Yan Zhaogu. The other 15, including Si Kongqing, each chose one for themselves." Standing next to Yi Jing, Si Kongqing said, "Maybe Senior Brother Yan was showing off, but he has the right to. What he gave us were lower-grade treasure weapons. These things are neutral, they don't have thoughts or allegiances, and our futures won't be determined by a single lower-grade treasure weapon. Since Senior Brother Yan handed them out equally to everyone, why wouldn't I take one? I'll just repay him with something better in the future." Yi Jing nodded. Though Si Qing had also chosen one of the treasure weapons like everyone else, she clearly didn't place much importance on them. Si Qing continued, if you didn't take one, it could come across as you trying to stand out, which is understandable. Some might see it as rejecting senior brother Yin's goodwill and think you're ungrateful. But I don't think senior brother Yin was showing any special favor. The way he looks at you is no different from the way he looks at the rest of us. Hearing this, Yi Jing clenched his fists. Memories of the past came rushing back, his childhood friend and lover walking away, leaving him behind without even a glance. Yi Jing said, I don't care what he thinks. Either way, I'm not taking his stuff. His tone grew calmer, but a confident light flickered in his eyes. He added, sure, lower-grade treasure weapons are great, but for me right now, improving my cultivation is what really matters. Si Qing nodded and said, well said. When your mind is clear, your path widens. If you get stuck on something, it'll only block your progress. Let it go and follow your own heart. Yi Jing clenched his fist tighter and declared, Yin Zhaoge might be stronger than me now, his realm is higher, and he has mastered the art of forging with the inner crystal furnace, but I keep losing to him. I'll surpass him for sure. A young grandmaster? That is nothing. Let us see who reaches the great grandmaster realm first, who steps into the martial saint domain first. In this world, martial artists start their journey with body refinement. They progress through 3 major realms: physical body, meridian connection, and Qi guidance. Each realm is divided into early, middle, and late stages. That makes 9 levels in total, plus the pinnacle of body refinement, the 10th layer, known as the subtlety realm. Together, they form the 10 layers of body refinement. The subtlety realm is a major threshold. Once crossed, a martial artist enters the grandmaster realm. While places like Broad Creed Mountain, a sacred land of martial arts, make it seem ordinary, reaching the grandmaster level is actually a big deal. On the continent, a grandmaster is qualified to establish their own sect. Many small factions are led by individuals at the grandmaster level. The grandmaster realm is divided into 3 major stages: inner Qi, outer Qi, and innate Qi. Each stage has early, middle, and late levels, plus the final peak, the heaven-reaching stage. Together, this forms the 10 layers of the grandmaster realm. Above the heaven-reaching stage lies an even greater chasm. Crossing it elevates one to the great grandmaster level. Once someone becomes a great grandmaster, they can dominate a region and earn renown across the continent. The 10 levels of the great grandmaster realm are called transcendence. To transcend and become saintly, one must step beyond transcendence and into the martial saint realm. Currently, true martial saints are exceedingly rare. He can forge treasure weapons and spirit weapons with the inner crystal furnace. But can he forge saint weapons? That remains to be seen. For the sect, no amount of spirit weapons can compare to the importance of a martial saint. Yi Jing's eyes gleamed with determination. Though he was still in the middle stage of the Qi guidance realm, at the 8th layer of body refinement, Yin Zhaoge had already stepped into the grandmaster realm, reaching the late stage of the inner Qi level. But Yi Jing was brimming with confidence, convinced he would surpass this destined rival of his. He had unyielding determination, unwavering faith, and his own hidden trump card. Yi Jing exhaled deeply, his fingers subtly rubbing the dark red ring on his right hand. Starting from the bottom didn't matter. What mattered was how fast he could climb. One day, he would catch up and overtake. Si Qing looked at him and said, Junior brother Yi, you have immense potential. Remember, aim high but keep your feet on the ground. Only then can you transcend and become saintly. The martial saint realm is within reach. Yi Jing grinned and replied, I do love to brag. Don't make fun of me, senior sister. You're already in the subtlety realm, just one step away from becoming a grandmaster. Honestly, it looks like you're the one most likely to surpass Yin Zhaoge and become Broad Creed Mountain's next young grandmaster. Si Qing said, Still, I don't think senior brother Yin meant any harm this time. If anything, it was Elder Chui from the discipline hall stirring things up with his words. You'll need to watch out for those hidden daggers in the future. The sect's relationships are complicated. If you can't see through them, it's easy to get swept into the undercurrents without even realizing it. Yi Jing nodded and said, Got it. Whether it was Yi Jing, Si Qing, or anyone else's opinion, Yin Zhaoga didn't really care. No matter how urgent the matter with Dragon Suppression Abyss was, since they had to pass through the Eastern Tang Kingdom, the thoughts of others were secondary. The current ruler of the Eastern Tang Kingdom was someone Yin Zhaoga definitely needed to meet. Not only was this person the ruler of the Eastern Tang Kingdom and a dominant figure in the Heaven-East continent, but he was also an old friend of Yin Zhaoga's father from his younger days, someone who had always looked out for him. If there were any disturbances in Dragon Suppression Abyss, the strong warriors of the Eastern Tang Kingdom, as well as the disciples of Broad Creed Mountain stationed there, would be the first to respond, suppressing and investigating the area. Before entering such a dangerous place, Yin Zhaoga and his team needed to gather the latest information. After paying his respects to the ruler of the Eastern Tang Kingdom, Yin Zhaoga went to meet the elder in charge of Broad Creed Mountain's affairs in the kingdom. However, this meeting wasn't as casual as the last one. The person in charge of Broad Creed Mountain here happened to be from the faction of Yin Zhaoga's second master. The elder looked stern, his expression serious. He glanced at Yin Zhaoga and, without wasting words, gave a brief explanation of the situation. Yin Zhaoga listened intently, pondering as he absorbed the information. After describing the changes in Dragon Suppression Abyss, the elder concluded with a faint remark. Chao Yuanlong of the Sacred Sun clan has also appeared at Dragon Suppression Abyss. Stay sharp. Yin Zhaoga smirked and countered. Isn't that exactly why the sect sent me to lead the team this time? Currently, the major holy lands were in a standoff. The Sacred Sun clan was on par with Broad Creed Mountain in status, but had a stronger overall foundation, gradually becoming the #1 holy land of this era. Chao Yuanlong was a prodigy of the younger generation in the Sacred Sun clan, a young grandmaster, similar in age to Yin Zhaoga, but already at the late stage of the inner Qi level. He was a rising star with a stellar reputation in the Eight Extremities world. Yin Zhaoga's former master had faced Chao Yuanlong 3 times in battle, with each fight ending in a draw. Because of this, the two had become well-known rivals among the younger generation. The elder said, "That young man is no ordinary talent. He has pushed the Solar Golden Needle technique of the Sacred Sun clan to the 8th level. Not only does he have immense talent, but also remarkable tenacity. If he advances further, I don't need to spell out the consequences for you, do I?" The Solar Golden Needle technique was a lesser practiced skill in the Sacred Sun clan. However, if mastered to an advanced level, its power was astonishing, ranking among the best at its tier. But its initial and intermediate stages were lackluster, only showing its true potential at the 6th or 7th level. Moreover, the cultivation process was excruciatingly painful, akin to being burned alive or pierced by thousands of steel needles. It was a path of self-torment. As disciples advanced in their martial journey, the Sacred Sun clan offered other, more profound techniques, causing few to persist with the Solar Golden Needle method. Yin Zhaoga casually remarked, "If Chao Yuanlong has managed to reach the 9th level at his age, that would indeed be a rare feat in the history of the Sacred Sun clan, quite impressive." To become a standout among one's peers in the Sacred Sun clan was no small achievement. Yin Zhaoga smiled. "Thanks for the reminder, Elder. I'll keep it in mind." The Elder shot him a glance and said coldly, "All right then, you may go. If you uncover anything in Dragon Suppression Abyss, report back immediately. Look after the disciples on this expedition, make sure nothing goes wrong." Yin Zhaoga bowed and said, "I'll take my leave now, Elder. Please stay here." The elder watched Yin Zhaoga's retreating figure with a calm gaze, slowly closing his eyes and murmuring, "Arrogant brat, so full of himself." Dragon Suppression Abyss was a massive chasm stretching across the land, flanked by towering mountains on both sides. The bottom of the gorge was unfathomably deep, perpetually shrouded in thick black fog. The black mist was harmful, growing denser the deeper one ventured. Even martial experts dared not recklessly go too far, and within the mist lurked ferocious beasts and monstrous creatures. Once inside Dragon Suppression Abyss, the enveloping black fog often caused bizarre spatial distortions, making it nearly impossible to navigate. Rescue from the outside was also exceedingly difficult. However, Dragon Suppression Abyss was known to produce rare treasures, some of which couldn't be found anywhere else on the continent. This lured many adventurers to risk their lives in search of fortune. Of course, Most of those who went in never made it back out alive. Thus, the infamous reputation of Dragon Suppression Abyss had spread far and wide over the years. Yin Zhaoge and his team departed from the capital of the Eastern Tang Kingdom, arriving at the outskirts of the treacherous region. Standing on the mountain tops by the edge of the gorge, Yin Zhaoge said, "You all probably know the origins of Dragon Suppression Abyss, right? The Eight Extremities world is generally divided into 8 regions named Heaven, Earth, Wind, Thunder, Water, Fire, Mountain, and Marsh. Due to some ancient cataclysm, these regions became wastelands, turning into some of the most dangerous places on this earth. Because of a linguistic coincidence, they've since been dubbed Hell. From the depths of Hell, massive rifts stretch across the land, and Jinlong Abyss is one of the largest among them. It even extends through the heavenly domain where our Guangqing Mountain resides." Yin Zhaoge spoke up. "The Jinlong Abyss has suddenly undergone an unexplained anomaly. You all need to stay extra cautious." The disciples of Guangqing Mountain nodded in unison. With Yin Zhaoge leading the way, the group slowly descended into the abyss. Though the place was perilous, the outermost area already had a rudimentary path carved out by others. Torches were placed at intervals along the way, their faint flames rising and creating pockets of clear air within the dense black fog, making it easier to navigate. After the anomaly was discovered, experts from Eastern Tang and Guangqing Mountain quickly arrived to suppress it. They cleared this path, stood guard, and notified the sect to send over specialized tools for investigation. Without their timely intervention, the black fog might have already spilled out of the canyon. After briefly meeting with the local warriors guarding the area, Yin Zhaoge's group ventured deeper into Jinlong Abyss. Yin Zhaoge led at the front, staying alert while mulling over his thoughts. This black fog is indeed chaotic, demonic energy. While it can produce elements beneficial to inner crystal furnaces, the harm it brings far outweighs the benefits. Wait a second, maybe it's not entirely useless? He calculated silently. The leap from late inner chi to early outer chi is massive. It's like shedding one's skin, far greater than the transition from mid to late inner chi. Once outer chi can be released, one's defenses also become significantly stronger. If an inner chi master goes all out against an outer chi master without protective measures, they might stand a chance. Otherwise, it's mostly futile. On the flip side, once an outer chi master releases their energy, their destructive power is immense, easily breaking through the defenses of an inner chi master. The problem is, crossing from inner to outer chi might seem like one step, but it's a nearly insurmountable gap. Breaking through requires painstaking effort to refine one's chi and temper the body. Even as he wandered this dangerous abyss, a smile lingered on Yin Zhaoge's face. But if I tweak the whirlpool reversal technique from the Tianyuan reversal scripture and channel this chaotic energy into my body, I could use poison to fight poison. It'd be the perfect grindstone to temper my chi, helping me break through from inner to outer chi. Without hesitation, Yin Zhaoge decided to act. After walking for a while, the group stopped to rest, and he sat cross-legged to begin meditating. Among the group, Yi Jing's gaze was fixed on Yin Zhaoge, his eyes burning with a mix of emotions. "One day, I'll surpass you," Yi Jing thought darkly. "By then, let us see if you can still look down on me like this, acting so indifferent." Beyond old grudges, Yi Jing felt a strange, inexplicable feeling toward Yin Zhaoge, a mix of reluctant admiration, irritation, and dislike. It was as if they were natural-born rivals, leaving Yi Jing feeling suppressed and deeply uncomfortable. He thought to himself, that fiery herb he mentioned in the sect's main hall would be incredibly useful to me. But begging him for it? That'd be way too humiliating. As this thought crossed his mind, his eyes suddenly widened. The others, including Si Kongqing, also noticed something was off. Yin Zhaoge was actually inhaling the black fog that everyone else avoided like the plague. To them, this was no different from willingly swallowing poison, practically a death wish. Yin Zhaoge, however, paid no attention to their reactions. Internally, he observed the chaotic energy within him being shaped by the secret technique, forming into a grinding wheel. As it spun, it honed his chi bit by bit, creating a faint sense of it wanting to burst out of his body. He couldn't help but feel elated. Perfect. Compared to normal training, This is at least 3 to 5 times more efficient. Though it's only useful for this stage of transitioning from inner to outer qi, it saves an incredible amount of time. Becoming an outer qi master is just around the corner. With a satisfied nod, Yin Zhaoge pulled himself out of meditation and opened his eyes, only to find everyone staring at him in shock and disbelief. He cracked a grin, thinking to himself, guess taking the road less traveled really draws attention. Living my best life doesn't need an explanation. One of the younger disciples suddenly had a moment of clarity and said, the anomaly in Junlong Abyss, the black fog, is far denser than in previous years, and it's showing some bizarre, never-before-seen changes. So mysterious. Is senior brother Yin absorbing the fog into his body to carefully study its secrets? But isn't that way too dangerous? Yin Zhaoge blinked, momentarily speechless at their wild imaginations. The group collectively nodded, their faces lighting up with understanding. Ah, so that's what it is. Yi Jing, looking puzzled, couldn't help but run his fingers over the deep red ring. Seeing his expression, Yin Zhaoge rolled his eyes quickly when no one was paying attention and muttered under his breath, so there really is a ring. Yi Jing's sudden rise to prominence and skyrocketing cultivation level were clearly due to some sort of secret encounter or technique. While he might not understand Yin Zhaoge's methods, it wasn't hard to imagine others drawing parallels to certain possibilities. Still, Yin Zhaoge didn't dwell on it. The others, hearing this, were full of admiration and respect. Even masters with cultivation higher than senior brother Yin wouldn't dare directly face that black mist like him. To them, that deadly black mist was a life-threatening force. But in front of Yin Zhaoge, it seemed utterly insignificant. Standing up and dusting off his clothes, Yin Zhaoge began to walk, saying casually, in any case, don't try to mimic this recklessly. Otherwise, you're just inviting trouble and opening the door to danger. It's a bad idea. With that, he strode forward, and the group scrambled to follow. At that moment, a figure came running up behind them to catch up. It was Ahu, tall and burly. Without stopping, Yin Zhaoge continued walking forward at a steady pace. Ahu caught up to his side and spoke in a low voice. Young master, there's news. It's not confirmed yet, but there's a rumor that after the recent sect competition for new disciples, Yi Jing caught Elder Shi's attention. Yin Zhaoge turned his head slightly to glance at Ahu. Ahu nodded and added, word is, Elder Shi admires his perseverance and tenacity. He plans to observe him a little longer and might even make him his direct disciple. Yin Zhaoge let out a cold chuckle, his voice laced with sarcasm. Well, isn't that interesting? This Elder Shi wasn't just any senior. Compared to Elder Chui and even the overseeing elder stationed in Dongtang country, Elder Shi's rank was on a whole different level. Elder Chui was just a steward elder, likely someone who climbed the ranks simply by sticking around long enough. Above the overseeing elder of Dongtang country was the Eastern Continent elder, who held sway over the entire Tiandong continent. Elder Shi, however, was the head of the punishment hall, overseeing the rules, prohibitions, and disciplinary actions of the entire Broad Creed Mountain sect. His status was nearly on par with the Eastern Continent elder, but his authority was even greater and his strength was unmatched. He was Yin Zhaoge's grandmaster uncle and the eldest disciple of the sect's current master. A man of integrity, Elder Shi had long declared himself out of the running for sect master, stating that he was not as talented as Yin Zhaoge's father or second martial uncle. Instead, he chose to support the sect's development from behind the scenes. Even so, Elder Shi was only slightly weaker than those two. He remained a veteran grandmaster and one of Broad Creed Mountain's most formidable figures, renowned throughout the Eight Extremities world. Though uninvolved in the competition for the next sect master, Elder Shi's opinion carried immense weight. Even the current sect master valued his input greatly. No matter who became the new sect master, Elder Shi would undoubtedly retain his position as the head of the punishment hall, a veritable giant within the sect. For now, Elder Shi appeared to remain neutral between Yin Zhaoge's father and his second martial uncle. If Yi Jing somehow offended Elder Shi and ended up getting killed by Yin Zhaoge over petty jealousy, Elder Shi's reaction would be predictable. Even without concrete evidence, mere suspicion alone could shift his perception of you. Ahu continued. Yi Jing himself probably doesn't know yet. Elder sure wants to observe him a bit longer. Glancing at Yin Zhaoge, Ahu sighed helplessly. Young master, you might need to keep an eye on Yi Jing this time. If he ends up dying in Dragon Sealing Abyss, whether or not you had anything to do with it, the blame is going to fall on you. Yin Zhaoge curled his lips in disdain, though his thoughts were elsewhere. Come on, someone with main character plot armor like him? No way he is dying that easily. Once I'm inside Dragon Sealing Abyss, all outside communication is up to you. You'll need to make a few extra trips. Sorry for the trouble, Yin Zhaoge said nonchalantly, waving his hand. Ahu immediately nodded in agreement. The group continued along the path lit by faint green lanterns, moving quickly until they reached the end. Yin Zhaoge stopped and pulled out a measurement device, lighting a green candle. Using the faint candlelight, he stepped into the thick black mist ahead. The others followed suit, carefully mimicking his actions as they trailed behind. As soon as they left the area under the CLS suppression, the black mist surged violently, crashing toward them like raging waves. Without Yin Zhaoge and Ahu leading the way, the others wouldn't have lasted long, let alone kept their candles lit. Just as I thought, the chaotic energy has thickened significantly, and its flow is much faster than before. Something clearly disturbed it, Yin Zhaoge remarked, scanning the surroundings as his gaze pierced through the dense mist. Visibility was nearly zero, even for Yin Zhaoge with his exceptional eyesight. He could barely make out objects nearby. Suddenly, a streak of red light flashed across at high speed, like lightning ripping through a night sky. This was an anomaly never before seen in Dragon Sealing Abyss. Without needing instructions, Ahu extended his palm and made a swift grab at the air. After pulling back his palm, a red mark appeared in the center, faintly glowing in the darkness. It twisted like a living thing, as if it wanted to burrow into his flesh. Something foreign. Yin Zhaoge glanced at it, his eyes narrowing. This clearly isn't a natural disaster. It's man-made trouble. Guided by the trembling patterns of the ritual, Yin Zhaoge and his group made their way through the dragon-suppressing abyss. In the black mist, a streak of red light occasionally flashed like lightning. Ahu captured it, sealing it with his inner energy before storing it in a special crystal container. After a long trek, the group suddenly noticed that the black mist ahead seemed to thin out, and the chaotic energy in the area had calmed slightly. Walking beside Yin Zhaoge, Ahu remarked, "Young master, we've reached the vortex center." Yin Zhaoge nodded. Within the dragon-suppressing abyss, there were occasionally calmer zones, much like the eye of a storm while chaos raged around them. These spots were considerably more peaceful. The size and location of these areas varied, shifting over time and sometimes relocating entirely. Yin Zhaoge spoke up. The Vortex Center is relatively safe. Everyone can rest here. He added, this kind of place is also more likely to nurture rare treasures. The stable environment makes it easier to search and harvest them. You can move around freely and try your luck, just remember to be cautious. After all, this is still the dragon-suppressing abyss. Yi Jing, Si Kongqing, and the other young disciples responded in unison, then began curiously exploring their surroundings. Holding a measurement device, Yin Zhaoge examined it closely. This vortex center, it seems to hold some deeper mysteries. Something stirred within Yin Zhaoge. He casually raised his eyes and said calmly, "Step back." In the distance, a golden light suddenly flashed within the black mist. The group froze for a moment, instinctively retreating per Yin Zhaoge's command. With a wave of his sleeve, a streak of blue light shot out like lightning across the night sky, instantly illuminating the surrounding canyon. The golden light immediately intensified as a massive figure surged forward. It was a one-eyed serpent, its single golden eye radiating a blinding glow. But just as the serpent leaped out, the blue light slashed down, carrying a faint dragon's roar. The golden light was extinguished in an instant. The serpent let out a shriek, but it was abruptly cut short, leaving behind an eerie silence. A dull thud followed as the massive serpent's body crashed heavily to the ground. A golden-eyed python, a specialty of the dragon-suppressing abyss. Its body is full of valuable materials. You can disassemble it yourselves and split the spoils evenly, Yin Zhaoge said, the blue light vanishing as he returned his attention to the measurement device in his hands. Only then did the group snap out of it. They stared at the enormous serpent's body, which stretched dozens of meters long, and couldn't help but gasp. That golden-eyed python had moved incredibly fast, its strength as fierce as a martial master. It was completely silent in its attack, and just the memory of it left them shaken. As they began dismantling the serpent, the group discovered its scales were both hard and elastic, comparable to armor-grade treasures. Even in death, with its vitality drained, breaking through its scales with their level of cultivation, even using their weapons, was nearly impossible. Yet the golden-eyed python had been effortlessly sliced in two by Yin Zhaoge with a single strike. The cut was smooth as glass, with no resistance at all, like slicing through tofu. One young disciple gulped nervously. Senior brother Yan's self-created sword technique, Azure Dragon in the sleeve, is truly famous for a reason. Even though I've seen it before, it never fails to amaze me. The dragon-suppressing abyss was teeming with fierce beasts, and the group had already encountered even stronger creatures than the golden-eyed python. Yin Zhaoge and Ahu had taken down quite a few along the way. Just then, a young disciple suddenly asked, "Senior brother Yin, what's that?" Yin Zhaoge glanced up. In the distance, along a mist-shrouded cliff, a flash of white light zipped by, moving even faster than the golden-eyed python. After observing for a moment, Yin Zhaoge replied, "That's a light spirit cat." He added, "Harmless, and actually quite useful." The group was taken aback. Beside Yin Zhaoge, Ahu grinned and explained, "The dragon-suppressing abyss is a harsh environment, and most of the beasts here are vicious. But the light spirit cat is an exception. It's small, but surprisingly strong and fast as lightning. It's gentle in nature, doesn't attack, and it's even vegetarian, mostly feeding on the spiritual herbs unique to the abyss." Pointing toward the white light, Ahu continued, "Not only that, but these creatures are intelligent and kind-hearted. They'll often rescue people in danger within the abyss. If you ever find yourselves in trouble here, you might just run into one and get saved." Hearing this, Yi Jing, Sikong Qing, and the others were amazed, a newfound fondness for the creature growing in their hearts. They began moving closer to where the light spirit cat had appeared. As the white light faded, its true form was revealed, a tiny kitten, no bigger than a palm, with sleek, glowing white patterns on its fur, looking both smooth and lively. The little light spirit cat curiously scanned the group from Guangqing Mountain. Some of the female disciples found it amusing and tried to approach, but the cat retreated the moment they came close. When one girl stopped in her tracks, the kitten paused as well. "Senior brother Yin, can we keep this kitten as a pet?" the girl asked coyly, standing beside Yin Zhaoge. Yin Zhaoge thought for a moment and replied, "Didn't you all collect some snake tongue grass while exploring Jinlong Abyss earlier? The light spirit cat loves that stuff. Try giving it some." He added, "This cat is intelligent. If you mean no harm, it'll warm up to you. But if you want to take it out of Jinlong Abyss, that'll take some effort." The girl cheered, "Thank you, senior brother. I'll give it a try right now." She carefully pulled a few sprigs of spiritual grass from her bag and approached the cat. After some initial wariness, the girl and the kitten gradually grew familiar with each other. Seeing this, the other Guangqing Mountain disciples also brought out their snake tongue grass to feed the kitten. The tiny creature, no bigger than a palm, instantly became the center of everyone's attention. Even those who usually didn't care for such things couldn't help but smile at the scene. The light spirit cat darted around the canyon in flashes of white light, stopping and running again, while the girl playfully chased after it. Even the usually ominous Jinlong Abyss felt a little less gloomy in that moment. After rounding a few cliffs, they spotted a figure lying on a distant boulder, shrouded in black mist. The person seemed barely alive, as if on the verge of being consumed by darkness. The Guangqing Mountain girl froze for a moment, but then she saw a flash of white light. The light spirit cat appeared and cautiously observed the figure before approaching the boulder. Remembering Yin Zhaoge and Ahu's words, the girl finally relaxed. The tiny light spirit cat stepped forward, grabbed the person's collar with its mouth, and with a swift jerk of its neck, began dragging the figure. Despite its small size, the kitten showed surprising strength. But just then, the seemingly lifeless boy suddenly reached out and grabbed the cat by its neck. With a swift motion, he sat up. The kitten let out a sharp cry, struggling desperately, while the boy laughed. Senior brother's method really works. Without it, I'd never catch this little creature that's as fast as a grandmaster. The Guangxing mountain girl gasped and shouted, "What are you doing?" The boy turned his head lazily and replied, "What is it to you?" She frowned and retorted, "The light spirit cat thought you were in danger and came to help, but you faked being in distress just to catch it?" The boy shrugged nonchalantly. This little thing fell for it. Who is to blame? Every creature has its strengths. Beasts have speed, while humans have intelligence. Why shouldn't we use our brains to outsmart them? Furious, the girl snapped. That's nothing but despicable trickery, exploiting its kindness. The boy sneered. Since when do Guangxing mountain disciples meddle in the affairs of the Radiant Sun sect? The girl looked closer and noticed his white robes with red trimmed sleeves and a sun emblem. He was indeed a disciple of the Radiant Sun sect. The boy grabbed the light spirit cat and ran a fingernail across its neck, drawing blood immediately. He smirked, "So what if I caught it? What I want is the spiritual core in its brain. That is how the world works, might makes right. If you can beat me, you can take it back. If not, all your shouting is useless." Is that all Guangxing mountain disciples are good for empty words? The girl watched as the tiny kitten trembled silently, unable to cry out. Her anger boiled over, and she charged at the boy, unable to hold back. Tensions between Guangxing mountain and Radiant Sun sect disciples were nothing new, as their territories bordered each other. Conflicts among the younger generation happened frequently. Seeing the commotion, the other Guangxing mountain disciples quickly rushed over to help. On the other side, more Radiant Sun sect disciples arrived, and the scene descended into chaos, with both sides on the verge of an all-out brawl. Ahu approached Yin Zhaoga and briefly reported, "Young master, they're from the Radiant Sun sect." Yin Zhaoga asked, "Any grandmasters among them?" Ahu replied, "None so far." Yin Zhaoga shrugged. "Then this is simple." He gave a low command, "Close the gates. Release Yi Jing." Ahu looked puzzled, clearly not understanding the deeper intent behind the seemingly straightforward order. But he carried out the command without hesitation, following his young master's instructions to the letter. And just as Yin Zhaoga predicted, the situation didn't escalate beyond his expectations. The young disciples of Guangxing Mountain were at a disadvantage at first, but as soon as Yi Jing and Si Kongqing arrived, the tide turned. Both sides clashed fiercely in Zhenlong Abyss, and as the fight escalated, everyone brought out their weapons. The Great Sun Sacred Sect, a sect on par with, or even stronger than Guangxing Mountain, sent young disciples with body-refining cultivation to this dangerous location for training. Their talent and strength were undoubtedly top-tier among their peers. Backed by a wealthy sect, each disciple was equipped with at least one war weapon. The strongest among them even carried precious weapons. Out of fewer than 20 disciples, they revealed 8 low-grade precious weapons, instantly filling the air with spiritual energy and illuminating the surroundings for hundreds of feet. But then the disciples of the Great Sun Sacred Sect froze, because right in front of them, all 16 disciples of Guangxing Mountain each had a precious weapon, some even had more than one. In the blink of an eye, the overwhelming offensive from Guangxing Mountain made the Great Sun Sacred Sect disciples and their 8 precious weapons look like tiny boats tossed in a storm, ready to capsize at any moment. Infuriated, one of the Great Sun Sacred Sect disciples spat out bitterly, "Zhenlong Abyss is dangerous, sure, but Guangxing Mountain is way too loaded. Everyone here has a precious weapon. Could they be here on some special mission? But if it's a mission, why send body-refining juniors? Or did they come here just for us? Too many precious weapons on their side. Let's not take the loss here. Retreat for now and settle the score another day." The disciples of the Great Sun Sacred Sect retreated while fighting, but Yi Jing, Si Kongqing, and the others chased relentlessly. With the power boost from their precious weapons, the advantage was undeniable, making it almost impossible for the Great Sun Sacred Sect disciples to escape. They barely made it back to their camp in the Whirlpool Center, but Guangxing Mountain's disciples quickly surrounded them again. One of the Great Sun Sacred Sect disciples, holding the captured light spirit cat, sneered and taunted. "Oh, so Guangxing Mountain dares to challenge the Great Sun Sacred Sect now. This light spirit cat is wild, not your pet. I caught it, so it's mine. What does it have to do with you? A female disciple from Guangqing Mountain, who had been chasing after the cat, shouted angrily. That kitten has a bond with me. I want to raise it. The other disciple scoffed. Does it have your name on it? The girl was so furious she could only stammer. You. The leading disciple of the Great Sun Sacred Sect spoke coldly. You're really picking a fight with the Great Sun Sacred Sect over a magical beast? Guangqing Mountain is getting bold. Don't forget who the #1 sacred sect in this 8 extremes world is. The disciples of Guangqing Mountain frowned slightly. Although several sacred sects stood as equals, there were differences in strength, and the Great Sun Sacred Sect currently held the upper hand with an unyielding reputation. The leading disciple continued. You're just juniors who recently entered Guangqing Mountain. If you drag the two sacred sects into a conflict, who is going to take the responsibility? Sikong Qing, holding her ice sword, unleashed a wave of frost that forced the opposing weapons to a standstill. She said coldly, the responsibility of war between two sacred sects isn't something a body refining junior like me can bear. The only thing I can handle is this sword. On the surface, it seemed like she was backing down, but by emphasizing her status as a junior, she clearly provoked them, leaving their faces dark with frustration. I'm just a junior in the body refining stage, so I can't bear this burden. But neither can you. Who gave you the right to act so high and mighty? Conflicts between the juniors of the Great Sun Sacred Sect and Guangqing Mountain were common, with victories and defeats on both sides. Unless it involved something major, the elders usually stayed out of it, treating it as a form of training for the younger generation. Losing face in a duel, then win it back through another duel. Rarely would things escalate into an all-out war. If the two giants of this world were to go to war, the consequences would be catastrophic, and with other sacred sects watching, such a scenario was unlikely to happen casually. But if they truly clashed, the battle would be nothing short of earth-shattering. Yi Jing sneered. So, when you Great Sun Sacred Sect disciples lose, all you can do is call for backup and rely on your sect's power? Over the years, the Great Sun Sacred Sect had reigned supreme, and its disciples, with their undeniable strength, had gained a reputation for arrogance. The newer disciples, in particular, acted with impunity, looking down on the successors of other sects. In the frequent clashes between juniors from the Great Sun Sacred Sect and Guangqing Mountain, the former had won more often than not. But now, with such a crushing defeat, they found it hard to believe. A disciple from the Great Sun Sect blurted out in frustration, cornered by Yi Jing and Sikong Qing's sharp words. He let out a cold snort and said, Huh, you brought all these fancy weapons today, huh? If you've got the guts, bury us all here in Dragon Abyss. Otherwise, this grudge won't be forgotten. Do you think our Great Sun Sect doesn't have a dozen or so low-grade treasure weapons too? A disciple from Broad Creed Mountain sneered in response. Without your treasure weapons, could you ever beat us? The disciples of the Great Sun Sect were boiling with anger. In the past, without using treasure weapons, they only suffered slight losses. But who would have thought that even with weapons in hand, they'd fare worse, getting beaten to a pulp and unable to even escape? Meanwhile, the Broad Creed Mountain disciples were having the time of their lives, laughing and saying, all thanks to Brother Yin. Smashing people with gear is so satisfying. Just as the laughter died down, the treasure weapons in Yi Jing, Sikong Qing, and the others' hands suddenly began to tremble. Not just them, the treasure weapons in the hands of all the Broad Creed Mountain disciples started shaking as if issuing a warning. The next moment, without any warning, a figure appeared right in front of everyone. The air around him lit up with countless golden rays, as sharp and piercing as needles, dazzling to the point of blinding. Triggered by the sudden energy, the spiritual aura of the treasure weapons in Yi Jing, Sikong Qing, and the others' hands surged, all aiming directly at the mysterious figure. With a flash of golden light, 16 treasure weapons, along with their wielders, were all blasted backward. Those needle-like golden rays seemed to solidify into something as hard as metal, clashing with the treasure weapons and producing ear-piercing sounds. The Broad Creed Mountain disciples felt as if those golden rays just lightly tapped them, and suddenly, the energy coursing through their bodies froze. Their cultivated power melted away like snow under the blazing sun, leaving them powerless. As the radiant light faded, a young man clad in a white robe trimmed with gold stood proudly before them. He simply stood there, making no overt moves. Yet an invisible pressure filled the air, pinning everyone in place, rendering them immobile. It felt as though he was a black hole, pulling everything toward him with an overwhelming force. The Broad Creed Mountain disciples wanted to retreat but couldn't, instead being drawn closer and closer to him. The low-grade treasure weapons, previously knocked out of their hands, now lay on the ground, emitting a faint glow. The disciples of Broad Creed Mountain tried desperately to summon their spiritual weapons back, but the weapons merely trembled on the ground, unable to move, clearly suppressed by the young man's aura. Standing with his hands behind his back, the young man said coldly, "I am Chao Yuanlong of the Great Sun Sect, who is leading the Broad Creed Mountain group this time." The name Chao Yuanlong carried significant weight among the younger generation of martial artists. It wasn't he just because, at such a young age, he had already reached the late-stage Inner Chi Grandmaster level. It was also because of his astonishing potential and overwhelming strength. Half a year ago, during his travels, he single-handedly took on 3 opponents of the same level and emerged victorious, demonstrating the dominance of the Great Sun Sect's martial arts. It also made others understand why he was a standout representative of his peers in such a sacred place. Now, his sudden appearance, coupled with his dominating aura, revealed the vast gap in power between the two sides. Even the Broad Creed Mountain disciples, who were used to seeing top-tier masters, felt an immense pressure. Someone instinctively blurted out, "We're here with Brother Yin." Before they could finish, Chao Yuanlong's eyes flashed with a blinding light, as dazzling and intimidating as the sun, making it impossible to meet his gaze. Chao Yuanlong asked sharply, "Yin Zhaoge?" Everyone froze in shock. A disciple from Broad Creed Mountain answered hesitantly, "Yes, Brother Yin Zhaoge." The light in Chao Yuanlong's eyes grew even brighter as he stepped forward. The low-grade treasure weapons scattered on the ground quivered in unison. Even though these weapons were spiritually connected to their owners, they were still just tools. Without their masters actively channeling power into them, they began to tremble uncontrollably under Chao Yuanlong's sheer presence. With a single step, Chao Yuanlong stomped his foot down. Yi Jing and the others instantly felt the painstakingly cultivated connection with their treasure weapons severed. Their minds were struck with sharp, needle-like pain. Clearly, Chao Yuanlong's stomp had not only broken their spiritual link with the weapons, but also caused a backlash to their consciousness. Low-grade treasure weapons may be invaluable to body-refining martial artists like you, Chao Yuanlong said coldly. But in my eyes, even if you fully unleash their power, they're nothing to fuss over. He continued, "Does Broad Creed Mountain have a lot of treasure weapons? Trying to flaunt them in front of the Great Sun Sect? Then leave them all here. While I personally don't care for such things, they'll serve as playthings for my junior brothers and sisters. Should last them a few years. Consider these weapons as compensation for you using them against my fellow sect members." With a wave of his hand, Chao Yuanlong called out to the disciples of the Great Sun Sect behind him, "Step up. Each of you, pick one." The Great Sun Sect disciples grinned and replied, "Thanks, Brother Chao." Chao Yuanlong cast a cold glance at Yi Jing and the others, then shifted his gaze to Sikong Qing, saying, "I know you've got a mid-grade treasure weapon. If you plan to hand it over, just do it now." Sikong Qing frowned slightly, but held her ground, locking eyes with Chao Yuanlong without flinching. Yi Jing's face was icy, his fingers lightly rubbing a dark red ring. Chao Yuanlong clasped his hands behind his back, a faint golden glow radiating from his entire body, like countless golden needles flickering in the air. "I'm not really looking to make things hard for you young ones," he said casually, "but go back and tell Yin Zhaoge to come meet me. I'll wait for him right here." A small, chilling smile crept onto Chao Yuanlong's otherwise stern face. "If he dares to show up, that is." The golden glow radiating from his body shone like sharp needles, piercing through his pores, bathing him in a layer of golden light. The disciples of the Great Sun Sect looked at Chao Yuanlong with a mix of awe and fear. This senior brother of theirs had spent years enduring unimaginable pain, like being stabbed and burned all over his body, relentlessly pushing himself to master the solar golden needle chi technique, to an extraordinary level. If he could be this ruthless to himself, imagine how merciless he'd be to others. The thought sent shivers down their spines. Even his fellow sect members whispered nervously, "Senior Brother Chao has really reached the 9th level of the Solar Golden Needle Chi." External Chi projection was typically a skill only grandmasters of the outer Chi realm could possess. Yet here was Senior Brother Chao, still in the late inner Chi realm, already pulling it off. Though not quite at the level of a true outer Chi grandmaster, it was terrifying enough. No wonder he could effortlessly crush opponents of his level. As they watched, Chao Yuanlong's presence continued to intensify. He seemed like a miniature sun, too blinding to look at directly. The black mist in the surrounding space appeared to thin out dramatically under his radiance. Without lifting a finger, just with a surge of his chi, the cliffs around him began to crack and crumble, large chunks of rock shattering into pieces. It's not the 9th level, it's the 10th. Even Chao Yuanlong's fellow disciples gasped in shock. Senior Brother Chao has actually perfected the 10th level of the Solar Golden Needle Chi. The disciples of the Great Sun sect exchanged uneasy glances. The Solar Golden Needle Chi wasn't exactly a common technique, but throughout history, there had been quite a few practitioners. Reaching the 9th level at Chao Yuanlong's age was already a rarity, something that could be counted on one hand across the ages. But to completely master the 10th level, this might just be the first time anyone had ever seen it. The disciples of Broad Creed Mountain might have heard of the Solar Golden Needle Chi, but they likely didn't know its intricacies or the significance of Chao Yuanlong's current feat. What they did understand, however, was the overwhelming aura emanating from him. It screamed danger. They instantly realized just how terrifying an opponent they were facing. Earlier, when they'd seen Yin Zhaoge in action, they hadn't witnessed this kind of pressure, and now a sense of unease began to creep in. Can Senior Brother Yin really take on this guy? Since the last time we met, Yin Zhaoge should have made some progress, right? At the very least, he should be able to handle my 9th level Solar Golden Needle Chi by now. But can he withstand the full force of the perfected 10th level? That's another question. Amid the golden glow resembling a miniature sun, Chao Yuanlong's cold voice rang out. I'm sure Yin Zhaoge has improved, but if it's not enough, I'll be disappointed. Still, we've fought 3 times before without a clear winner. Today, let us put an end to it. As his words fell, the disciples of the Great Sun sect couldn't help but smile. If he doesn't show, it's a disgrace. But if he comes strutting in, trying to act tough, it'll be more than just embarrassing for him. The Broad Creed Mountain disciples' faces turned even darker. Chao Yuanlong said indifferently, "Playing tricks or ambushing me? I'm not interested in such things. Just go back and tell Yin Zhaoge directly. My Solar Golden Needle Chi has reached the perfected 10th level. Ask him if he has the guts to face me." Before his voice had fully faded, a nonchalant reply echoed from within the depths of Dragon Suppression Abyss. "I'm already here." A streak of blue light suddenly tore through the darkness, like lightning ripping apart the night. A dragon's roar followed, starting faint but quickly growing into an earth-shaking bellow. "Yin Zhaoge, still playing the same old tricks with your Azure Dragon in the sleeve?" Chao Yuanlong roared, activating his Solar Golden Needle Chi. He stretched out both hands, palms facing each other, planning to trap the incoming sword light between them. He intended to catch the blade barehanded, snapping it in two. But in the next moment, the azure glow exploded into countless sword beams. It was as if a real dragon had suddenly shaken its scales, the shimmering armor rippling with a rhythmic cadence. The dragon hidden in the sleeve had now revealed its true form. The sword light transformed into a living, breathing azure dragon. The scattering azure sword beams sliced through every golden needle like ray in their path. Chao Yuanlong took a step back, his face instantly growing grave and stern. He enunciated each word, squeezing 3 words through clenched teeth. "Yin Zhaoge." A figure stepped out before the crowd, white garments under a blue robe trimmed with black. Yin Zhaoge. Yin Zhaoge looked at ease, as if out for a spring stroll, which let the Broad Creed Mountain disciples breathe easier. The pressure Chao Yuanlong had exerted earlier dissipated at once. The disciples of the Sacred Sun clan, however, all tightened inwardly. Though usually given to arrogance, at this moment even their aura lowered. Yin Zhaoge strolled up to Chao Yuanlong, and said blandly, "I'm here. Say how you want to settle this." Chow Yuanlong fixed his gaze on him and shouted in a deep voice, "Good." His whole body seemed to blaze with golden light. Countless beams like golden needles shone out like sunlight across the land. In the next instant, he chopped a palm toward Yin Zhaoga. This was the Sacred Sun Clan's signature heritage art mid-heaven divine palm. That palm's strength was scorching like a blazing sun, searing as if the sun at high noon. Unlike when he earlier used it to intimidate Sikong Qing and Yi Jing, this time Chow Yuanlong had, in addition to the sunlight needle chi art, also driven the mid-heaven divine palm. Combined, the two raised its power yet another level. Even the gust from that palm was as cold and keen as a blade. Where Chow Yuanlong's palm force spread, the surrounding space abruptly congealed, even dust was frozen mid-air. This palm sealed the airflow of a patch of space, making true chi congeal like stone flesh and blood under its force felt as though iron were squeezing mud. Yin Zhaoga's expression did not change. His right hand flicked, and a streak of azure light flashed from his sleeve to meet Chow Yuanlong. A dragon's roar rose again. The azure sword light quivered, 10,000 sword rays flashing like a divine dragon shaking its scales. Yin Zhaoga became one with the sword, like a cloud dragon soaring aloft. His whole person was an azure dragon vaulting into the heavens, tearing through those myriad golden rays. An azure dragon emerged from his sleeve. Clouds surged, and the dragon reared. Clouds surged, and the dragon reared like clouds billowing, like a dragon ascending, a metaphor for a hero riding the momentum. Snap! With a crisp report, the golden light and the azure light dispersed at the same time. Chow Yuanlong backed away a few steps. When he steadied himself, a trace of bewilderment actually flickered in his eyes. As he came back to his senses, his face instantly twisted hideously, glaring at Yin Zhaoga. A thin red blood mark was clearly visible on his face, evidently whipped out by something Yin Zhaoga had used. Yin Zhaoga clasped his hands behind his back, calmly looking at Chow Yuanlong without a word, as if asking, "Still want to continue?" Chow Yuanlong was nearly driven mad with rage. With a furious shout, he lunged again. In the dark ceiling dragon abyss, azure light reappeared, and dragon roars rang out once more. Snap! 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 The disciples of the Sacred Sun Clan were all dumbfounded. The senior brother Chow, who'd been brimming with pride a moment ago, now had blade like blood streaks crisscrossing his face, so miserable it made one's heart ache. Chow Yuanlong was beaten till his head swam, even his eyes were tinged blood red. He gathered all the true chi in his body, condensing it into both palms, and launched a fierce assault at Yin Zha. Yi Jingshan frowned and took a breath, saying, "How could such a fragile bamboo twig possibly withstand a martial artist's overbearing astral chi? Never mind taking it into battle. Once the astral chi floods in, the bamboo would instantly crumble into powder. Even metal can't take it. How could mere grass or wood?" Sikong Qing's eyes gleamed as she said, "This control is exquisitely fine, at the pinnacle effortless, deft." When the sword was drawn, it carried only the martial artist's astral chi, with no trace of a spirit artifact's aura. The blade looked like a mundane tool. Who would have thought it was bamboo? Sikong Qing fixed her gaze on Yin Zhaoga and murmured, "Did he break through his bottleneck and advance to an outer astral grandmaster? I've never heard of an inner astral grandmaster who could control their own astral chi with such delicacy. Even a grandmaster at the early stage of the outer astral might not be able to do this, right? Just what on earth is with him?" For a moment, everyone was stunned. They might not have high cultivation, but they all came from distinguished lineages, well-versed and broad of vision, and could naturally tell that sword just now was extraordinary. To wield bamboo as a sword and still have such power, what if it were a real treasure sword? If it were battle weapons, or even spirit artifacts, wouldn't the force be all the more terrifying? Even the Broad Creed Mountain disciples fell silent. Chow Yuanlong stared hard at Yin Zhaoga, panting like an ox, as ripples of a spirit artifact's aura slowly surged over his body. That aura far surpassed the level of a low-grade spirit artifact. Yin Zhaoga looked at him coolly and asked, "Do you want to compare whose weapon is stronger?" Chow Yuanlong started, his face instantly flushing red, but he didn't dare to continue urging his spirit artifact. No sooner had the words fallen than Yin Zhaoge swept his sleeve, and over a dozen low-grade spirit artifacts rose into the air at once. Driven by astral qi, those artifacts immediately awakened in spirit, and like a sky-blotting mass they pressed down on Chao Yuanlong. The Broad Creed Mountain disciples cried out in unison at this moment. The power those spirit artifacts displayed was nothing like when they themselves activated them. Chao Yuanlong didn't dare take it head-on, battered by the spirit artifacts like a raging storm. He was sent flying backward again and again. The Broad Creed Mountain disciples burst into laughter, while the Sacred Sun Clan's momentum instantly deflated. Most of those spirit artifacts were shields, bracers, and armor-type defensive gear at this moment. Under Yin Zhaoge's control, each became a gigantic hidden weapon, heavy and forceful. In the end, Yin Zhaoge threw a punch through the air that struck a shield. The shield broke through Chao Yuanlong's defensive line and smashed straight into his forehead, knocking the elite Sacred Sun Clan disciple out cold. After knocking Chao Yuanlong unconscious, Yin Zhaoge shrugged, his gaze turning toward the Sacred Sun Clan disciples, sending a chill down their backs. Under Yin Zhaoge's sweeping gaze, those Sacred Sun Clan disciples jolted, finally coming back to their senses. Yin Zhaoge stood there with a short bamboo twig in his right hand, lightly tapping its other end against his left palm. The Sacred Sun Clan disciples huddled together, stared at Yin Zhaoge, and stammered, "You." Yin Zhaoge said blandly, "I don't like bullying people, but the precondition is that no one throws themselves into my net. I'm broad-minded and usually don't hold grudges, but if there's an issue, I prefer to settle it on the spot." That group of Sacred Sun Clan disciples paled, opening their mouths without being able to get a single word out. With a wave of Yin Zhaoge's hand, the many spirit artifacts flew up again, each landing back in front of Xikong Qing, Yi Jing, and the others. Seeing this, the 8 Sacred Sun Clan disciples instinctively clenched the low-grade spirit artifacts in their hands. Yin Zhaoge said, unconcerned, "I'm not like Chao Yuanlong. 8 low-grade spirit artifacts truly don't catch my eye, but there are other things." Before the words had finished, Yin Zhaoge's gaze fell on a young Sacred Sun Clan disciple, and the man's eyes immediately flickered. He struggled, seemingly wanting to directly crush the little cat in his hand, hesitating, but under Yin Zhaoge's oppressive aura, he ultimately didn't dare. Yin Zhaoge glanced at him, smiled, and reached out with his left hand to snatch at the air. The light spirit cat immediately slipped out of the youth's hands. He only felt his fingers go weak and couldn't exert any strength, let alone crush the kitten. He could barely lift his hand. Yet the tiny light spirit cat didn't feel anything amiss. It flitted over and was caught by Yin Zhaoge. With a stir of astral qi, the wound at the cat's neck stopped bleeding. Yin Zhaoge casually tossed it, and the kitten landed in his junior sister's arms. The young girl held the light spirit cat, both happy and distressed. Smack! With a crisp crack, Yin Zhaoge flicked the bamboo twig in his right hand and sent the youth who had grabbed the cat flying. Yin Zhaoge gripped the 2 ends of the bamboo twig with both hands. The verdant bamboo bent slightly as he said, "That light spirit cat is raised by my junior sister. It belongs to Broad Creed Mountain. I'm making that clear. Any objections?" The Sacred Sun Clan crowd all lowered their heads, silent and without response. Yin Zhaoge said nonchalantly, "I know you're not convinced. Chao Yuanlong couldn't beat me, you couldn't beat me. That doesn't mean everyone from the Sacred Sun Clan can't beat me. But at least here, you have no choice but to accept it. When people grow arrogant, they are prone to collapse. Those who haven't weathered storms are even more likely to go to extremes." At this moment, the Sacred Sun Clan disciples had their edge thoroughly blunted by Yin Zhaoge, their eyes filled with dimness and helplessness. Holding a bamboo branch, Yin Zhaoge pointed into the distance and said coldly, "There's no place for you at the center of this vortex. Take Chao Yuanlong and get lost." Although the Sacred Sun Clan disciples' sharpness and pride had been shattered, upon hearing this they still glared angrily at Yin Zhaoge. "With such a big vortex center, why can't we stay? Senior brother Chao is still unconscious. If he's pushed into that black mist thick with baleful qi, he might not be able to withstand it. Senior brother Yin, isn't Broad Creed Mountain going too far? Do you really think the Sacred Sun clan is easy to bully? The disciples on Broad Creed Mountainside also showed some surprise upon hearing this. In a dangerous place like the Sealed Dragon Abyss, it's rare to have such a stable vortex center, and this spot before them was large. Even if the two factions were at odds, splitting the area and each taking one side would be enough to avoid crossing paths. Yin Zhaoga knocked Chao Yuanlong out in one move, and the other Sacred Sun clan disciples were beaten black and blue on the surface. That could still be chalked up to the outcome of sparring among young people. But driving Chao Yuanlong and the others directly out of the Vortex Center really was a bit overbearing. At the end of the day, though those from Broad Creed Mountain were unwilling to admit it, their sect did indeed fall short of the Sacred Sun clan in terms of prestige. Yin Zhaoga remained perfectly calm. Tapping the bamboo segment rhythmically against his left palm, his gaze fell on the faces of the Sacred Sun clan crowd, carrying obvious mockery. With Chao Yuanlong unconscious, the remaining leader drew a breath and quietly said to his peers, "Don't suffer losses here. We're pulling back." Unlike when facing Si Kongqing and Yi Jing, when they could still grit their teeth and retort, in front of Yin Zhaoga they all lowered their heads in silence, assigning a few people to carry Chao Yuanlong as they retreated in disgrace. Yet everyone knew they wouldn't just let it go. Once they found reinforcements, they'd return sooner or later. Someone stared at the Sacred Sun clan's receding backs and whispered, "Why don't we just keep them here and avoid future trouble? After all, this place is the Sealed Dragon Abyss." Upon hearing that, everyone else's expressions turned solemn. Yin Zhaoga didn't say a word. Just then, the big guy Ahu appeared beside him, digging at his ear and scratching his cheek. He flicked his fingers and laughed. "Kid, you're ruthless. I like you. But will your young master be afraid they'll run off to complain and bring back reinforcements?" That disciple stammered without answering, while the others clicked their tongues and snickered. Having a formidable father really makes life so much easier. Ahu got more and more carried away, his mouth running without a filter as he chuckled. "Honestly, it's mainly because our young master is in a good mood today. If he were in a bad mood, he'd vent it. I reckon he'd really bury Chao Yuanlong and those brats all together." Everyone wanted to laugh, but didn't dare. In Ahu's ear, Yin Zhaoga's voice transmission suddenly sounded. "Ahu, your monthly stipend this young master is docking it." Ahu's eyes bulged as he shouted, "Young master, don't. Just like you said yourself, our young master vents his anger on people when he's in a bad mood. Heavens, young master, may you be forever wise and domineering, lofty and magnanimous, with a heart full of benevolence." Ahu kept begging for mercy at the side. Although the people of Broad Creed Mountain were somewhat worried about the Sacred Sun clan's next move, they were more excited and happy, their gazes toward Yin Zhaoga filled with envy and admiration. With a mere flick of his hand, he had reduced Chao Yuanlong of the same realm to that state, as casually as tossing aside a withered branch. Chao Yuanlong wasn't an ordinary inner Qi grandmaster. He was a direct heir of the Sacred Sun clan, an outstanding talent of similar age, one of the standouts in his realm, and an up-and-coming figure famous even in the Eight Extremities world. Among martial artists of the same level, who could claim they could so effortlessly beat Chao Yuanlong into that state? A veteran disciple who had been in the sect longer stared at Yin Zhaoga, speaking with both doubt and admiration. "How did we never realize senior brother Yin was this strong? Has he been keeping his strength suppressed all along?" "Ahem. Keep your poise. Maintain an expert's demeanor," Yin Zhaoga reminded himself inwardly, while also honestly accepting everyone's amazement and admiration. The sleeve of the Azure Dragon was originally a supreme art left behind by the body's original owner. If Yin Zhaoga hadn't personally improved it with new variations, the performance just now would have been impossible. He fused the sword intent of the Taiji Cloud Dragon sword, collected by the Divine Palace in his past life, into the sleeve of the Azure Dragon sword form, and it instantly underwent a complete transformation. Using bamboo branches as weapons so long as nothing weird happens mainly for the cool factor. We said we all show off and take off together. Yet now it seems I'm the only one left performing. Not bad, keep it up." Yin Zhaoga nodded in satisfaction. A junior fellow disciple hesitated and asked, "Senior brother Yin, since we can't completely drive off that bunch from the Sacred Sun clan, Why insist on tearing all pretenses and forcing them away? Yin Zhaoge replied carelessly, just because I'm in a good mood. The junior brother was stupefied, suddenly at a loss for words. Yin Zhaoge chuckled, said no more, and snapped his fingers seeing the signal. Ahu promptly set the inner crystal furnace they hauled with such effort down at the edge of the vortex core. As Ahu had said, Yin Zhaoge was indeed in a good mood today. He patted the inner crystal furnace, looked toward the ravine ahead, and said, "We searched for the convergence point of the 9 Sha for ages, and in the end found it this easily." Not long after entering this vortex core, Yin Zhaoge sensed that something inside was off. Yi Jing, Si Kongqing, and the others stood to the side, staring curiously at the scene before them. Yin Zhaoge waved his hand. Ahu immediately understood and took a small incense burner out of his pack. Ahu lifted the lid, then placed several different-looking incense materials inside one after another. Some looked extraordinary at a glance, while others were grayish-black and outwardly quite unremarkable. After arranging and lighting the incense, he closed the lid again. Ahu carefully set the small burner on the ground, and after a moment wisps of light, smoke began to rise. The people of Broad Creed Mountain watched with curiosity as the slowly rising purple smoke drifted out and gradually merged into the black fog of the sealed dragon abyss. Stimulated by the purple smoke, the already ferocious, chaotic, baleful Qi immediately surged even more violently. The black mist formed at the core of the vortex here was much thinner and calmer than in other parts of the sealed dragon abyss. But now the black mist was surging, looking far more intense than any place they had passed before. Everyone was startled at first, but quickly steadied themselves, knowing full well that Yin Zhaoge wouldn't be doing this without a plan. Sure enough, though the black fog grew fierce, it didn't rush at them. Instead, it began to spin and converge inward. Yin Zhaoge smiled faintly as the black fog before him condensed into 9 great vortices, each core gradually revealing what looked like rolling golden liquid. The 9 whirlpools linked up like 9 stars in a row, forming an array that rippled continuously. Yin Zhaoge patted the inner crystal furnace. Its lid opened of its own accord, and the inner furnace vibrated, releasing a powerful suction. The golden liquid within the 9 vortices was strangely drawn out in reverse, bit by bit being taken into the furnace. Guided by the vortices, the golden liquid kept turning and flowing, as if scouring the inner walls of the furnace. The fellow disciples couldn't help but click their tongues, though they didn't understand the principle. They all felt this thing was truly formidable. At this moment, Yin Zhaoge's gaze held a few shades of severity, even more serious than when he had crossed blows with Chao Yuanlong. Not to mention, this inner crystal furnace was his labor of love these past days. If anything went wrong, it would truly be a pity. Especially here in the sealed dragon abyss, if the furnace were to accidentally explode and trigger a chain eruption of chaotic, baleful Qi, there would be few present who could withstand it. Still, that was purely precaution in reality. Yin Zhaoge had long had a plan, having rehearsed every step countless times in his mind. After being repeatedly scoured by the golden liquid, the inner time slowly passed, and Si Kongqing and the others watching from the side did not feel bored. Everyone stared curiously at that inner crystal furnace. For many, this was the first time they had ever seen someone forge weapons, let alone something they had only heard about in legends. No one knew how long had gone by when the inner crystal furnace suddenly shuddered, and the firelight within abruptly died out. Immediately, a strong fluctuation of spiritual Qi rippled out from the furnace, and a jet-black, glossy long saber slowly rose up. The spiritual Qi and sense of pressure it emanated far surpassed the low-grade treasure weapons in the hands of Yi Jing and the others. Si Kongqing fixed her gaze on the saber and spoke. A genuine mid-grade treasure weapon. The other Broad Creed Mountain disciples knew the goods as well, and exclamations of praise rang out. How long did it take to finish? Someone suddenly whispered. Everyone glanced at each other, did a quick mental calculation, and then all drew in a sharp breath. Now they believed it. Yin Zhaoge could actually forge 16 treasure weapons within a month, and he had done it in the gaps of his own cultivation. Thus, their gazes toward Yin Zhaoge and the inner crystal furnace grew hotter than ever before. Sure enough, it's the legendary inner crystal furnace. Too powerful. Senior brother Yin was right. As it keeps being perfected, this inner crystal furnace grows stronger, steadily approaching the legend's first low-grade treasure weapons. Now mid-grade in the future, high-grade, and even spirit weapons 1 be a dream. As long as we give Senior Brother Yin and our Broad Creed Mountain time, what will the future look like? What does the Great Sun's sacred sect amount to? Our sect will sooner or later become the #1 sacred land of the 8 extremities world. Even if Senior Brother Yin stopped advancing his cultivation right now, just recreating the legendary inner crystal furnace would be enough to leave his name in Broad Creed Mountain's history. Besides, how could Senior Brother Yin not have progressed at all? In terms of martial Dao, he beat Chao Yuanlong of the Great Sun Sacred Sect down to eating dirt. Trampling all other geniuses underfoot, Senior Brother Yin is truly a genius among geniuses, a monster among monsters. Yin Zhaoge beckoned, and the jet-black long saber fell into his palm. After inspecting its quality, he nodded slightly. The previous deductions were correct. Coming to the dragon-sealed abyss this time really wasn't a wasted trip. The more complete my data here, the smoother dads start over there. He casually spun a flourish with the blade, razor-sharp saber, chi rippling through the void, forcing the onlookers to involuntarily shiver. Yin Zhaoge tossed the saber, and Ahu swiftly caught the mid-grade long saber and stowed it away. Before them, the vortex condensed from black mist was still turning. Golden liquid continued to be extracted, dripping into the inner crystal furnace for further refinement. Refinement will still take some time. You may move about freely, Yin Zhaoge said. Everyone nodded repeatedly in assent, but most still stared at the inner crystal furnace, unable to tear their eyes away. Yin Zhaoge did not stop them. While watching over the inner crystal furnace, he murmured to Ahu. Chao Yuanlong went out just now. He likely went to do something. Some say people from the Great Sun Sacred Sect came before the dragon-sealed abyss changed. Go find out exactly why they came. Ahu nodded in response. Yes, young master. After leaving the vortex's central region, the heavy, baleful chi pricked him, and the unconscious Chao Yuanlong quickly woke up. The moment he awoke, Chao Yuanlong's mind was still stuck in the scene of crossing blows with Yin Zhaoge. In his mind, it was still that shield growing larger as it came from afar until it blotted out the sky, smashing squarely into his forehead. Recalling the earlier exchange with Yin Zhaoge, Chao Yuanlong felt a surge of stifled anger. But compared to the anger he felt then, right now he was filled more with doubt. When did Yin Zhaoge become this formidable? Was this still the Yin Zhaoge from his old memories? Seeing him again, it was natural to find that Yin Zhaoge had improved. Chao Yuanlong had anticipated that. But for the degree of improvement to be this great completely overturned his worldview. Coming back to himself, his cheeks still burned with pain, humiliation, and anger surged again in his heart. When he grasped his current situation, he was all the more incensed. He and his fellow disciples had actually been driven out of the safe zone at the Vortex Center by Yin Zhaoge. Chao Yuanlong stared at the Great Sun's Sacred Sect disciples before him, opened his mouth to speak, but the breath stuck in his chest, and no sound came out. All the Great Sun's Sacred Sect disciples kept their heads lowered, not daring to meet Chao Yuanlong's eyes at this moment. Though he had been wounded by Yin Zhaoge, his palm even pierced through, Chao Yuanlong was not someone they could lightly provoke. Chao Yuanlong had always been severe in temperament, and he was clearly fuming now. If they angered him, they would not be able to bear the consequences. Only, whereas before they both respected and feared Chao Yuanlong, now only fear remained. The respect was gone. Some dared not show it outwardly, but inwardly they felt disdain. Beaten by that Yin Zhaoge of Broad Creed Mountain into such a sorry state, and he still dares to throw his weight around in front of us. If you've got the ability, go throw your weight around in front of Yin Zhaoge. Don't just bully the weak and cower before the strong. Ending up like this, doesn't it just mean you can't beat Yin Zhaoge? Otherwise, we'd have driven them out of the Vortex Center long ago. Chao Yuanlong took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the anger in his chest. For a moment, he truly wanted to turn back and fight Yin Zhaoge to the death. Dying on the spot would be better than this humiliation. But when he carefully recalled the battle just now, the more Chao Yuanlong thought, the more stifled he felt. He realized that even if he fought to the death, he might still not get his wish. More likely, he'd be humiliated again. The disparity in strength between them was so vast that, if not for his steely character, he might have already fallen into despair. A disciple of the Sacred Sun clan said cautiously, "Senior brother, Xiao entrusted us with something. We've spent so much time and effort and finally have some leads. Should we take care of that matter first?" He didn't say the latter half out loud, but in his heart he was thinking, "Senior brother Xiao will come to the Sealed Dragon Abyss. Soon we can seek revenge on Yin Zhaoge then." Still, so as not to provoke Chao Yuanlong, he held back and kept those words unsaid. Chao Yuanlong wasn't a fool, of course. He could hear the unfinished implication in the words. He swept his gaze over his fellow sect members. Although no one showed it on their faces, Chao Yuanlong could more or less guess what they were thinking. After all, in that earlier fight with Yin Zhaoge, he'd lost too miserably, almost a complete rout. Chao Yuanlong cast them a cold glance, said little, and simply stated, "Fine, let's handle the matter first." With that, he took the lead and departed, and everyone secretly breathed a sigh of relief as they followed behind him. Though his face remained impassive, Chao Yuanlong's heart surged like a tsunami. "I must break through to Outer Astral Grandmaster as soon as possible so I can cultivate that martial art that specifically counters Yin Zhaoge's Azure Dragon in the sleeve by then. Even if he reaches the Outer Astral Realm too, I won't be afraid. I will avenge today's humiliation. If I don't knock you, Yin Zhaoge, down into the dust and stomp you a few times, I swear I'm no man." In the Vortex Center, only the people of Broad Creed Mountain remained to explore and recuperate. Some were collecting Sealed Dragon Abyss specialties, and someone was teasing that diminutive light spirit cat. The inner crystal furnace roared without pause, continually devouring the golden liquid and tempering itself. Yin Zhaoge sat cross-legged beside the inner crystal furnace, eyes closed, resting his spirit. Ahu suddenly appeared and hurriedly reported, "Young master, that group with Chao Yuanlong seems to have come specifically searching for something. Whether it's a person or an object is still unclear." Yin Zhaoge nodded without speaking. Ahu continued, "Young master, right, the sect gate side has closed the net. The old sect master and the heads of the various clans caught quite a few big fish this time. There's another piece of news. The Red Spirit Flag chief of the Remnant 5 Spirit Flags has come to the Sealed Dragon Abyss. It could be unfavorable to you, young master." Yin Zhaoge asked, "Do the 5 Spirit Flags know about the inner crystal furnace?" Ahu answered, "According to the testimony of those captured, they only told the 5 Spirit Flags that you, young master, came to the Sealed Dragon Abyss to seek the seed of the Lian True Fire." Yin Zhaoge curled his lip. "The Red Spirit Flag chief is a grandmaster. If soldiers come, we'll block them. If generals come, we'll meet them. Let's not get involved in this. Leave it to the Eastern Tang Overseeing Elder to handle." Ahu chuckled foolishly. The Eastern Tang Overseeing Elder immediately made arrangements and has personally gone to lie in wait outside the Sealed Dragon Abyss, specifically for the Red Spirit Flag chief. He's acting very proactively, Yin Zhaoge said with a laugh. "No kidding. Although he's second Martial Uncle's man and doesn't think much of me, wiping out the remnants of the 5 Spirit Flags would be credited to him. How could he not be enthusiastic? As for conveniently burying me and pinning the blame on the Red Spirit Flag chief, that's unlikely. My old man is watching closely. The Eastern Tang Overseeing Elder is too busy protecting me to do otherwise." Yin Zhaoge rolled his eyes. "Just like with me and Yi Jing, it's the same for the Eastern Tang Overseeing Elder. If anything happens and it's not him taking action, he still has to take the blame. The Red Spirit Flag chief is here for me. If I shrink back, he'll shrink back too. It's risky, but I have to keep serving as bait." Ahu said with an admiring look. "Young master, you're so brave," Yin Zhaoge said irritably. Enough, your expression is too fake." Ahu grinned foolishly and added, "Young master, if we take down the Red Spirit Flag chief, the credit will surely be yours." Yin Zhaoge waved his hand. "That's secondary. This Red Spirit Flag chief is ultimately a hidden danger. He's been lurking all along, and now that he's finally shown himself, it's best if we can resolve it. But my risking myself is my own business. They don't need to accompany me. Send them out of the Sealed Dragon Abyss." After notifying Yi Jing, Xikong Qing, and the others of the situation, roughly half of them were willing to stay. Some wanted to seize the chance to share trials with Yin Zhaoge and draw closer. while others simply wanted to broaden their horizons. Yi Jing and Si Kongqing both decided to stay as well. Yin Zhaoge judged that Si Kongqing was wholly devoted to martial cultivation, seeking to temper her resolve without fear, but what Yi Jing thought remained unknown. Still, everyone would bear their own choices. Yin Zhaoge did not force it. Those willing to stay would continue to stay, and those who wanted to leave would be escorted out by Ahu. Ahu and his group departed, while Yin Zhaoge and the others remained where they were. After an unknown length of time, Yin Zhaoge suddenly felt a stir in his heart and looked up, only to see a streak of azure flame flickering faintly within the distant black mist. The fire seed of the leaving flame's true fire? Yin Zhaoge's eyes lit up. It's actually going so smoothly this time. That flame appeared in the distance, lying outside the central vortex region. Yin Zhaoge was busy stabilizing the inner crystal furnace when a broad Creed Mountain disciple beside him hurriedly called out, "Senior Brother Yin, is that the leaving flame's true fire seed you're looking for? You steady the inner crystal furnace, we'll go fetch the fire seed." Yin Zhaoge shook his head and said, "It's too dangerous here for you. Don't act rashly, leave it to others to handle." Yi Jing and the other young disciples looked around curiously, not understanding who the others Yin Zhaoge was referring to were. The next moment, the sound of wind rose behind them. Several figures flashed out, vaulted past the crowd, and lunged toward the blue flame within the black mist. A chill ran through the young people's hearts as they realized someone had been tailing them from behind. Judging from their movement and footwork, they were far beyond ordinary martial artists. Every one of them was a grandmaster-level expert. Yet these grandmasters had stayed utterly silent, shadowing Yin Zhaoge like shades, willingly lying in wait. Unlike the overt Ahu, they lurked in the dark year-round, tasked with guarding Yin Zhaoge. They rarely showed themselves, only appearing upon Yin Zhaoge's signal. The sight was like a rude awakening for the young disciples. Only now did they realize that were it not for the latent threat of the Red Spirit Banner Master, following Yin Zhaoge into the sealed dragon abyss would, in theory, be much safer than going with other inner Qi Grandmaster leaders. Several dark figures pounced together at the blue flame. The black mist thinned slightly, revealing a cerulean point of light bobbing up and down in midair, with flames surging around it. That was precisely the leaving flame's true fire seed Yin Zhaoge had been seeking. But at that moment, a surge of roiling crimson light welled up from the depths of the black mist, pouring past like a mighty river. It swept at the fire seed, carrying it off into the distance. As the crimson light stirred, the black mist immediately turned savage, churning and billowing in wild tumult. The black-clad men who had gone to seize the seed were forced to brush past it. Yin Zhaoge frowned, slapped the inner crystal furnace to temporarily halt its rotation, then soared up, leaving the vortex center as he leapt toward the blue fire seed within the crimson light. With a sweep of his sleeve, a streak of azure light shot forth from his right cuff, cleaving straight through that river like surge of crimson. The leaving flame's true fire immediately sprang upward. With his left hand clad in a specially prepared glove, Yin Zhaoge reached out to take hold of it. But from the severed stream of crimson light, a ferocious phantom suddenly burst forth, sweeping up all the black mist within the sealed dragon abyss in an instant and condensing in midair into a colossal, ghostly deity's body. It seemed to possess consciousness, lunging straight at Yin Zhaoge. Yin Zhaoge let out a cold snort and flicked his right sleeve. The azure light reappeared, cleaving the deity formed of black mist cleanly in two. After the gigantic image shattered, the black mist between heaven and earth surged even more violently. Even space itself seemed to tremble, giving one the illusion, for a moment, of mountains quaking and the sky spinning. The original ferocious phantom showed itself again, much weaker now, fleeing rapidly into the distance. The blue light wavered once more, drifting languidly in the darkness. The baleful qi within the sealed dragon abyss began to roil chaotically, and the previously stable vortex center seemed to be slowly dissipating. Yin Zhaoge frowned and immediately gave orders. This fiend is connected to the aberrations in the sealed dragon abyss. I'm going to take it down. You few guard the inner crystal furnace and secure the leaving flame's true fire seed. The rest of you junior brothers and sisters, the anomalies here are intensifying. It's dangerous. Don't stay at the vortex's edge, fall back inward. Before the words had even fallen, he was already pursuing the phantom. Yi Jing, Si Kongqing, and the others retreated as instructed, while the black-clad men once more charged toward the blue light. The crimson stream that Yin Zhaoge had cleaved earlier scattered everywhere, continuing to churn alongside the surging black mist, tossing the blue light about. As he fell back with the others, Yi Jing fixed his gaze on that blue light, fingers unconsciously rubbing the dark red ring on his hand as he murmured, "It really is the leaving flame's true fire." Staying on in the sealed dragon abyss was the right choice. The leaving flame true fire is a supreme fire among fires, and this fire seed can continuously gestate true fire. If I can get it, I might be able to break the next layer of the restriction in the ring ahead of time. Although Yi Jing had kept the leaving flame true fire in mind before, he never expected to run into it so easily. If it falls into Yin Zhaoge's hands, and I go ask for it, it'll probably make him and people in the sect suspicious and end up exposing the ring's existence. Better I take it first, open the ring's restriction, then give the fire seed to Yin Zhaoge afterward. He'd do me a favor then. I could also hand it straight to the sect. The fire seed concerns the inner crystal furnace, and the inner crystal furnace is already sect business now. Whoever can present the leaving flame true fire will naturally render great merit. Who says this fire seed must belong to Yin Zhaoge? It hasn't reached his hands yet. Heaven and earth treasures go to the capable. This fire seed is currently ownerless once it's in my hands. It's my chance. Only, the problem is how to get the fire seed into my hands. As the thought flashed through his mind, Yi Jing's eyes suddenly brightened. That clump of blue firelight drifting to a spot not far in front of him. Yi Jing froze for a moment, then came back to his senses with a grit of his teeth, lunged forward, and reached out to grab the fire seed squarely. When the people on the field saw this, they all fell silent for a moment. Those few black-clad men were stunned at first for a while, then regained their cold severity, landed on the rocky outcrops, and strode toward Yi Jing together without a word. Several grandmasters stared in unison at this body-refining martial artist at mid-stage. Qi directing their gazes alone were suffocating, not to mention the pressure as they advanced in lockstep with long strides. Yi Jing clenched his teeth and met their eyes without the slightest retreat. Si Kongqing was a bit perplexed, her brows knitting slightly. The other young disciples were even more dumbfounded. The atmosphere instantly turned heavy, almost suffocating. Just then, amid a flash of azure light in the distance, the dense black fog was torn open once more, and Yin Zhaoge reappeared. What happened? Yin Zhaoge landed and swept his gaze around. Seeing first the clump of blue firelight in Yi Jing's hand, he was rendered speechless for a moment. At this moment, Yin Zhaoge truly didn't know what words to use to describe his feelings. In novels, the protagonist goes adventuring for treasure with a kingly, domineering aura, gobbling up, taking, and snatching everything, as if all the good stuff gets scooped up by the protagonist. Damn, this is way too lucky, isn't it? Your plot armor is blinding wherever you go exploring. All the good stuff ends up in your path. Is it my fault for looking for treasure in front of you? Not sure whether to say he'd mentally prepared for this. Yin Zhaoge was still rambling in his head. Grabbing a fire seed barehanded without being burned to ash, could it all be thanks to that ring? Yi Jing gripped the leaving flame true fire tight, a stubborn, unyielding look on his face, staring straight at Yin Zhaoge. Without letting anyone else see, Yin Zhaoge quickly rolled his eyes and muttered, "Here we go again, same routine." Yi Jing took a deep breath, secretly activated the ring, and began absorbing the power of the leaving flame true fire. Yin Zhaoge saw all of this. He shook his head, just about to speak, when his expression suddenly changed and he looked up at the sky. The black fog churning overhead suddenly turned violent, winds rising and clouds surging. Heaven and earth within the sealing dragon abyss felt as if they were being torn apart. The vortex center that should have been stable vanished in an instant. Under the impact of the rampaging power, even the black fog that had shrouded the sky for years actually began to slightly disperse. A beam of fire fell from the sky above everyone's heads, with a violent shockwave that felt like it would crush people to pieces. A thunderous roar shook heaven and earth. "You little brat of the Yin family, The sins your father wrought, let you bear them first. Seeing that firelight, Yin Zhaoge reacted instantly and shouted, Scarlet Spirit Flag Master. Good grief, he just lost the leaving flame true fire's fire seed and was already sulking, and now a Grandmaster had actually come straight to kill him. In a flash, heaven and earth seemed to turn into a furnace, with world-destroying power descending from the sky. TCH. Yin Zhaoge immediately roused his full power, ready to meet the fight. The black-clad guards rushed forward desperately, trying to encircle Yin Zhaoge in the middle to keep him safe. Die! At that moment, the Scarlet Spirit Flag Master let out a savage bellow. The violent force of his fist had already fallen, aimed straight at Yi Jing. Aimed straight at Yi Jing. Aimed straight, huh? Wait, something seems off. Yin Zhaoge, who had already set up his stance, froze. He stared, dumbfounded, as the Flag Master's power fell with Yi Jing at its center, while he himself was only at the edge of the storm. What on earth is going on? Si Kongqing was likewise too stunned to speak. Yin Zhaoge's guards were all stupefied. The disciples of Guangqing Mountain were likewise frozen in place. As the party concerned, Yi Jing was even more at sea, completely at a loss. What the opponent shouted just now seemed to be "You little brat of the Yin family." That obviously referred to Yin Zhaoge, right? Then what is going on now? The seed of the leaving flame, true fire cradled in Yi Jing's palm grew ever more active, leaping non-stop as if it would break free of his hand at any moment. Yin Zhaoge saw at a glance that something was wrong. The surrounding air currents like a blazing storm were clearly resonating with that fire seed. Yin Zhaoge suddenly realized, he's using the fire seed to lock onto his target. He can pinpoint it even across the sealing dragon abyss. He muttered to himself, he must have found the leaving flame true fire first, set up a trigger, and used me as bait. No wonder. He had hidden himself, and the moment he sensed someone drawing on the fire seed's power, he assumed it was me and struck. He was so fast that even that elder in charge of the Eastern Tang didn't have time to stop him. Yin Zhaoge came back to his senses, a faintly odd look appearing on his face. The Red Spirit Flag Master had likely also detected the Broad Creed Mountain Elder overseeing the Eastern Tang, and to avoid being intercepted, had no choice but to strike decisively. He didn't even enter the sealing dragon abyss, he just slammed a punch in directly from outside the gorge. He never imagined that someone had actually cut Yin Zhaoge off. Yi Jing was even more stunned. What he thought was a fortune dropped from the heavens turned into calamity in the blink of an eye. He obtained the fire seed, only to end up taking the bullet for Yin Zhaoge. Yi Jing let out a miserable scream in the center of the furnace, feeling as if his organs were about to be burned to ash. Compared to Chao Yuanlong from before, the gap was like fireflies against the sun and moon. A violent wave of force surged up. Si Kongqing and the others around Yi Jing were blasted back. She wanted to rush forward, but could not withstand the great grandmasterly might of the Red Spirit Flag Master. The aftershocks alone pinned her so hard she could barely move. The disparity was simply too vast, far beyond what they could possibly endure. This wasn't a level they could touch right now. Unless you actively provoked a great grandmaster, when would a great grandmaster ever treat a body refinement martial artist as an opponent? The two sides could hardly even look each other in the eye. In the eyes of those at the body refinement level, a great grandmaster was practically a legendary being. Even Yin Zhaoge, an inner Qi grandmaster, was only being used by the Red Spirit Flag Master as a target to vent his anger because of his father. Roaring wildly, Yi Jing raised his right hand. The dark red ring between his fingers flickered with flame as he tried to block the Red Spirit Flag Master's assault. Striking across the sealing dragon abyss had weakened the power considerably, but even so, that one punch was still enough to instantly kill Yi Jing. Watching this, Yin Zhaoge felt a little sour and a little helpless. See, this is why you don't snatch other people's stuff at random. He muttered again. Sure, protagonists have plot armor and can punch above their weight, but there are still limits. How are you going to topple a super high-level big boss right after leaving the noob village? The level gap was just too big. The difference between body refinement 10th level, subtle insight, and body refinement 9th level, late-stage Qi guiding was greater than the gap from mid to late Qi guiding, and the gulf between a grandmaster and subtle insight was even more obvious. And this Red Spirit Flag Master was a great Grandmaster. Strictly speaking, he wasn't just a dozen levels above Yi Jing, but dozens of levels. Such a gap could no longer be described as mere level crushing. It was clear that, at the brink of life and death, Yi Jing couldn't afford to hold anything back and simply unleashed all his power without reservation. The threat he faced now was far, far greater than when he faced Chao Yuanlong. Unfortunately, when the gap is over a kilometer, growing from 1 centimeter to 2 or 3 is utterly useless. While shielding the nearby people, Yin Zhaoge moved toward the center of the storm, muttering as he went, "Wait. Maybe at times like this, certain protagonists just don't die easily. Some old monster of the same tier will suddenly pop out to help them through the hurdle. Maybe they had ties from before, or maybe the protagonist cleverly used them to bluff with a tiger's might anyway. They'd end up saving the protagonist. And afterward, they might even bring the protagonist another stroke of fortune." Yin Zhaoge was just thinking this when he suddenly felt a violent tremor from deep within the Sealing Dragon Abyss. From within the black fog came an utterly terrifying aura, one that seemed even stronger than the Red Spirit Flag Master's. Yin Zhaoge's eyes widened. "Holy crap, you actually do have one? Who ruined my good thing?" A boorish voice exploded within the abyss, shaking everyone so hard their souls nearly fled their bodies. On the brink of death, Yi Jing was instead overjoyed at that voice, struggling to cry, "Brother Han." Little brother Yi?" The voice barked. "Who dares lay a hand on this Han's little brother?" Before the words had even fallen, a hand stretched out from the black fog, growing larger and larger until it became a sky-covering giant hand that blocked the flaming storm for Yi Jing. The Sealing Dragon Abyss quaked and roared at once. The other Broad Creed Mountain disciples stared dumbfounded at the rapidly shifting scene before them, unable to react for a moment. Yin Zhaoge rolled his eyes. "Damn, sworn brothers, sworn to each other and all that? A great grandmaster and a body refinement martial artist can be sworn brothers? Can you, like me, also see that ring of the protagonist's halo around him? Wait, my inner crystal furnace." At the critical moment, the newcomer blocked the Scarlet Spirit Flag Master's assault for Yi Jing as the two grandmasters clashed. The shockwaves directly leveled the surroundings. The black mist within the Sealing Dragon Abyss churned like tsunamis and landslides. Once this special environment was agitated, space actually began to distort and warp chaotically. Large sections of rock collapsed, and Yin Zhaoge's inner crystal furnace also suffered, plunging straight down into the abyssal gorge below. The Scarlet Spirit Flag Master was blocked, and instantly, enraged, the owner of that sky-shrouding giant hand was equally irritable, transforming into lightning that tore through the skies above the Sealing Dragon Abyss, hacking toward the Scarlet Spirit Flag Master. Just then, another terrifying aura swept in from outside the Sealing Dragon Abyss, vast like the heavens and seas. It turned out that Guangqing Mountain's elder in charge of the Eastern Tang had finally arrived. The Guangqing Mountain disciples were just about to breathe a sigh of relief when thunderous shouts erupted outside the gorge at the same time. "Old Yin Tu. Old Monster Han. You're still alive. Old Yin Tu. Thanks to you, I barely escaped with my life back then. Today, I have to settle this debt with you." Outside the Sealing Dragon Abyss, another, even grander Grandmaster clash exploded immediately, affecting 100 li in every direction. The people at the bottom of the abyss were stunned. No one had expected old Monster Han, who had just saved Yi Jing, to immediately be trading earth-shattering blows with their own Eastern Tang elder in charge. The two grandmasters who arrived later actually ended up brawling together, and the imposing pressure that had originally threatened the Scarlet Spirit Flag Master was instead scattered. Seeing that Guangqing Mountain's elder Yan, who oversaw affairs in the Eastern Tang Kingdom, had arrived, he, though unable to disengage for the moment, no longer intended to tarry here. Other experts of Guangqing Mountain stationed in the Eastern Tang Kingdom and even across the heavenly East continent were also rushing over at top speed. Vanishing into the Sealing Dragon Abyss, across the valley, the Scarlet Spirit Flag Master slammed down one final punch, and after striking, fled far away without sparing a glance for the consequences. The target locked on by the fist wind was still Yi Jing, who held the true fire seed in his hand. Yin Zhaoge couldn't help feeling both amused and exasperated. Yi Jing was almost in tears. Yin Zhaoge bellowed. "Throw the seed away, he's locking onto you through the seed." Yi Jing finally reacted, hurriedly hurling away the leaving flame, true fire seed. But a Grandmaster's fist was too fast, even impeded by the terrain of the sealing dragon abyss. It arrived in an instant, leaving Yi Jing with no way to evade. Fortunately, the earlier fight between Old Monster Han and the Scarlet Spirit Flag Master had shattered the rock around Yi Jing into a chaotic mess, rendering it extremely fragile. Even before the Scarlet Spirit Flag Master's second punch landed, the storm it stirred up had already blown the gorge's rock to collapse. Yi Jing's figure lost control and plunged downward, barely managing to avoid his vitals. Though the fiery storm battered him into grievous injuries all over, he did not die on the spot. Still, everyone stared at one another in dismay and cried out in unison as they watched Yi Jing tumble straight toward the bottomless sealing dragon abyss. With Yi Jing's current cultivation, once he fell into the sealing dragon abyss, he stood virtually no chance of survival. Though he hadn't died directly under the Scarlet Spirit Flag Master's fist, this fall would still almost certainly claim his life. Despite the twists and turns, the outcome seemed hard to change regardless of how they usually got along. His fellow disciples all felt a surge of grief in that moment. Yin Zhaoge, however, was completely unconcerned. He even felt a little like yawning. Old Monster Han's sudden appearance only further convinced Yin Zhaoge that Yi Jing was truly shrouded in the protagonist's halo. So, jumping off a cliff and the like piece of cake in minutes, right? Not only would he not die if he happened upon a little fortuitous encounter, picked up a few manuals, and raised his cultivation a few levels along the way. When Yi Jing came back, Yin Zhaoge would even feel he'd be embarrassed to greet him. Watching Yi Jing, who was free-falling like he was dancing, Yin Zhaoge wore a calm expression, as if he had already seen through everything. But just then, from the abyss below shrouded in black mist, a burst of dazzling radiance abruptly surged forth. Streaks of flowing light tangled with the black mist and shot skyward, stirring up a destructive tidal surge. "Is that my inner crystal furnace? After falling into the abyss, it actually blew up?" Yin Zhaoge was stunned. That erupting upward surge of destruction happened to collide head-on with the descending Yi Jing. Upon the impact of that violent force, Yi Jing's already battered body was instantly torn to pieces. Seeing this, Yin Zhaoge was slightly dazed. "Is this good luck or bad luck for you?" Yi Jing gnashed his teeth, but could only watch as his body was ripped apart. He had already lost consciousness long. Yin Zhaoge's pupils contracted as he vaguely saw the dark red ring beside. Yi Jing seemed to project an image. Within the image appeared a world like a sea of fire. Under a dark red firmament, magma geysered and overflowed as if the apocalypse had arrived. A doomsday calamity radiated from it. Lava splashed, as the whole place resembled a terrifying hell filled with flowing flames. Countless streams of fire condensed in midair, actually forming a roaring giant flame god. The majesty emanating from the flaming giant made people fear and revere it, even unconsciously wanting to kneel. That aura was far more terrifying than the Eastern Tang's presiding elder, Old Monster Han, or the Red Spirit Banner Master. Though it was only for an instant, only an apparition, only the intimidation of its presence, it still made one's heart pound in fear. The others had their sight obscured by black mist and gleaming radiance. Unable to see what had happened, they could only feel a jolt in their hearts, finding it hard to calm down. Yin Zhaoge stared at the image, a pensive look appearing on his face. However, more than the image, what weighed on him more was Yi Jing's outcome. Yi Jing's physical body had been completely destroyed under the crashing torrents of the sealing dragon abyss, turning into a cloud of blood mist, his life seeming to hang by a thread. Yet this sudden anomaly before his eyes seemed to hint that Yi Jing's protagonist's halo was about to kick in. Under the dark red glow of the ring, a faint phantom actually appeared atop Yi Jing's shattered flesh, with features identical to his. His soul. Only then did Yin Zhaoge understand. He watched Yi Jing's soul being slowly gathered by that dark red light, flying into the ring. Even though the body had shattered and he seemed dead, the ring still preserved a sliver of his life, leaving him a final chance to turn the tables. Watching the ring sink into the abyss, Yin Zhaoga stroked his chin and chuckled. Heh, interesting. Although he didn't know what would become of Yi Jing, he thought there would always be a way to stage some Grand King's return, right? Like reforging a body, a great surge in cultivation, or perhaps turning misfortune into a stroke of luck and encountering a fortuitous chance, even cultivating some heaven-defying art within the ring despite losing his body. Anyway, there's always a way, isn't there? It was just that today's developments had been beyond even Yin Zhaoga's own expectations. Yi Jing had truly been tormented miserably this time. If you asked whether he'd be willing, it would probably be a million times no. He'd almost been played to the point of ruin. A random thought popped into Yin Zhaoga's head. If the plot armor had durability, Yi Jing's definitely got worn down a lot today. Yi Jing's roar, filled with resentment and unwillingness, seemed to still echo in the void. What are you shouting so loudly for? It's not like I smashed the inner crystal furnace onto you. I'd be reluctant to damage my inner crystal furnace. Besides, Yin Zhaoga dug at his ear, his smile gradually turning cold, and said, I ignore you, and you still come looking for trouble? Don't show up in front of me again, otherwise we'll be settling accounts over the leaving flame true fire seed. So what if you've got plot armor? I'll turn you from a power fantasy protagonist into an angst-ridden one. Within the sealing dragon abyss, the chi tides were violent, and black fog churned a streak of blue light, and a streak of white suddenly shot up, flying out of the abyss and landing in front of Yin Zhaoga. The seed of the leaving flame, true fire, hung quietly in the air, while the white light returned to normal, revealing a small iron token that fell into the dust. Yin Zhaoga tucked both the seed and the token into his robes and said, after all this tossing about, it's finally in hand. Yin Zhaoga walked through the storm, escorting one broad Creed Mountain disciple after another, each on the verge of collapse, to retreat. He looked back at the abyss and suddenly thought, right, this token seems to be Yi Jing's. Along with Yi Jing's physical body, his pack had been completely ruined. Even the low-grade spirit artifact on him was swallowed by the abyss. The only things that survived were that strange dark red ring and this token that had fallen into Yin Zhaoga's hand. Yin Zhaoga rubbed the token with his fingertips, thinking, this thing doesn't look simple. With the leaving flame true fire seed in hand as well, this trip to the sealing dragon abyss hadn't been for nothing. After safeguarding his fellow disciples and linking up with the black-clad guards, Yin Zhaoga and the others first avoided the brunt of the riotous sealing dragon abyss, finding a rocky outcrop to hold their line. After who knew how long, the storm finally began to slowly subside. They emerged from their hiding place, all secretly clicking their tongues. The chaotic, baleful chi had turned space upside down. Though still within the sealing dragon abyss, the surrounding world was already unrecognizable. Yin Zhaoga said, with a mutation like this occurring, it's not suitable for you to remain in the sealing dragon abyss. The portion of this training you were meant to complete is finished. Come out with me. The broad Creed Mountain disciples nodded repeatedly in agreement. It had all come too suddenly. Everyone was still in shock for a moment, minds a complete blank. While Broad Creed Mountain certainly had no lack of Grandmaster-level experts, the young disciples had never before been drawn so closely into a clash between Grandmasters. Their horizons had been broadened, but a lingering fear remained in their hearts. Yi Jing's plight inevitably evoked regret and sympathy in those present. Glancing around at everyone, Yin Zhaoga said, Junior brother Yi has encountered a great calamity this time. His life and death are yet uncertain, but I don't think his fate is to end here. He may yet turn misfortune into blessing. Everyone was a bit stunned. They had seen Yi Jing smashed down into the abyss by a single blow from the Scarlet Spirit Flag's Flag Master, after which a black fog billowed up and obscured their sight, leaving only scattered sounds to be heard. Yin Zhaoga nodded and said, it's still too early to determine junior brother Yi's life or death. All let out a long breath. Normally, Yi Jing's relations with others were just so-so, and there were even some present who had formed grudges with him. But thinking of that helplessness before a Grandmaster's attack, the other young disciples all felt pity as well, a fellow feeling like foxes mourning a rabbit's death. At this moment, everyone had great faith in Yin Zhaoga. Since he said Yi Jing might still be alive, they all relaxed in unison. Yin Zhaoga added, "What surprised me, though, was that the Grand Master who suddenly appeared actually addressed junior brother Yi as a brother." Once their nerves steadied and they thought back on the details, their fellow disciples all clicked their tongues in wonder, finding it utterly unbelievable. Xikong Qing's eyes flickered slightly. Yin Zhaoga looked toward her and asked, "Junior sister Xikong, you seem to know something?" She answered, "That man's surname is Han, and he has a long-standing grudge with Elder Yin, our sect's steward stationed in the Eastern Tang. His temperament is sinister and ruthless, his cultivation aberrant and overbearing. Such a grandmaster should be Han Shang, known as the Old Man Ghost Axe, if I'm not mistaken." Yin Zhaoga said, "He has been missing for many years and harbors a deep hatred toward Elder Yin. For him to suddenly appear near the Eastern Tang now is truly cause for vigilance." Xikong Qing was silent for a moment, then said forthrightly, "When I came traveling in the Eastern Tang earlier, I visited the Luoyao mountain range that borders the Sealing Dragon Abyss and ended up meeting with danger there and losing consciousness." She continued, "The one who later roused me was junior brother Yi, who hadn't yet joined the sect at the time, but as for the Old Man Ghost Axe, I truly know nothing." She added, "The danger then was something even a Grandmaster-level expert might have found hard to resolve. How junior brother Yi managed to save me has always struck me as strange, but it wasn't convenient to pry, so I could only chalk it up to sheer luck." Yin Zhaoga nodded, not pressing further, and said, "I believe you, junior sister Xikong. Since you don't know either, we'll speak again when we find junior brother Yi. But these matters must be truthfully reported to the sect. This is no longer just your private affair." Xikong Qing said succinctly, "I understand." After much effort, they finally emerged from the Sealing Dragon Abyss and saw the light of day again. The young disciples couldn't help but cheer with joy. Yin Zhaoga snapped his fingers, and a middle-aged man in black beside him caught the cue and sent out a signal flare. Everyone waited in place. Before long, Ahu arrived first. After him, other martial practitioners came one after another. Broad Creed Mountain disciples guarding the Eastern Tang and martial artists affiliated with the Eastern Tang Kingdom. Seeing Yin Zhaoga, Ahu almost threw himself over to hug his thigh and weep. "Young master, it's so great that you're okay. If not for all the people around, he would already have lost control." Yin Zhaoga replied with a smile, "If something happened to me, you could eat and drink to your heart's content. Even if you ballooned into a big steamed bun, no one would rein you in." Ahu scratched his head and grinned foolishly. "I wouldn't dare." Yin Zhaoga asked, "How are Elder Yin, Han Shang, and the Scarlet Spirit Flag's flagmaster?" Ahu answered solemnly, "Elder Yin and the Old Man Ghost Axe were fighting on and off as they headed west. The Scarlet Spirit Flag's flagmaster fled, and it seems someone was giving chase. The latest news hasn't come in yet." Yin Zhaoga nodded. Once everyone had tidied up and gotten their bearings, he led them away from the Sealing Dragon Abyss. They headed first for Linyuan City to rest a bit upon arrival, settle down, and then arrange what came next. As its name suggests, Linyuan City lies beside the Sealing Dragon Abyss. The Eastern Tang Kingdom sits on the easternmost edge of the heavenly East Continent, and Linyuan City happens to be the Eastern Tang's eastern frontier. This is the Eastern Tang's first line of defense facing the Sealing Dragon Abyss. The environment is comparatively rough, and the conditions are somewhat poor. However, treasures brought out from the Sealing Dragon Abyss are often traded here by adventuring martial artists, and Linyuan City has thus gradually grown into a sizable marketplace. Those daring enough to go in and out of the Sealing Dragon Abyss either possess extraordinary cultivation or are ruthless types accustomed to licking blood off the blade. So Linyuan City is naturally a bit chaotic. Not only does the Eastern Tang place great importance on holding this line, Broad Creed Mountain has also stationed Deacon Elders here, both to guard this forward outpost at the Sealing Dragon Abyss and to manage public order and the market's revenues. Everyone dispersed to rest, with only Yin Zhaoga still studying that iron token. The patterns on the iron plaque looked more like a set of writings. Yin Zhaoga slightly furrowed his brow and said, "To people of this era, it is both ancient and obscure, but it only developed after the Great Calamity." He added, "It should be a script born not long after the Great Calamity in terms of my knowledge reserves. It sits in an awkward spot, neither early nor late. Yin Zhaoge rolled his eyes helplessly, then settled down to examine it carefully. Still, it seemed he could trace some patterns. The little iron plaque was about half a palm in size. As Yin Zhaoge toyed with the markings, he thought to himself, it shares some commonality with an ancient script from before the Great Calamity. I can use that as a reference. There are threads to follow. He lightly tapped the plaque with his finger and slowly read, Multitude Dragon Ancient Cold Reverse Scale. What a mess. There was no making sense of it at all. Was it because the plaque was incomplete, the script missing, that it appeared so fragmented? After pondering for a while, Yin Zhaoge began channeling his Gang Qi into the plaque bit by bit. Sure enough, despite its rough appearance, the material of this iron plaque was extraordinary. Though worn, it could withstand Yin Zhaoge's Gang Qi, far superior to ordinary metal. Yin Zhaoge thought to himself, the intensity of the Gang Qi is already at the level of a mid-inner Gang Grandmaster. With Yi Jing's current cultivation insufficient, he likely still can't open the mechanism. He'll have to wait. He continued to increase his power and soon saw the plaque undergo a change. A faint layer of white light re-emerged, illuminating the entire plaque. At the same time, Yin Zhaoge felt the plaque's texture grow increasingly frigid. Although his Gang Qi was surging throughout his body, touching the plaque still brought a distinct chill. Its actual temperature was extremely low. An ordinary person likely couldn't even touch it, or their hand would be frostbitten. Yin Zhaoge's eyes flickered as he said, This feels somewhat like the sword Qi characteristics of the Ice Ocean ancient sword from before the Great Calamity, but not entirely the same, as if something else is fused in. I recall that after the Great Calamity, the Eight Extremities world produced a martial saint known as the Northern Sea Ice Dragon, the Ice Dragon Martial Saint. It was said that after the Great Calamity, among those in the Eight Extremities world who walked the path of ice, this person was the strongest, even accompanied by a sacred artifact. He disappeared back then along with it, his life or death a mystery. Yin Zhaoge rubbed his chin, thinking, Yi Jing really has some skill. Leaving everything else aside, his luck is indeed pretty good. Not to mention that dark red ring. Who knows when he picked up this thing as well. Come to think of it, dragons are rare in the Eight Extremities world after the Great Calamity. The rise of the Ice Dragon Martial Saint back then may not have been solely due to the sword path of the Ice Ocean ancient sword. Perhaps it also had something to do with the dragon race. Just then, outside the room, Ahu knocked and came in, saying, Young master, Elder Su from Linyuan City has arrived. Su Chuan was the stewarding elder stationed by Broad Creed Mountain in Linyuan City of the Eastern Tang Kingdom. Yin Zhaoge stopped channeling Gang Qi and said, Please invite Elder Su in. After Ahu withdrew, only he and Su Chuan remained in the hall. Su Chuan no longer called him Martial Nephew Yin, changing his address to Young Master Yin was startled this time, but it turned out to be a scare without danger. Yin Zhaoge replied with a slight smile, You flatter me, Elder Su. This Su Chuan belonged to his father's faction. From the form of address alone, one could tell he was slick and fawning, even a bit unscrupulous. However, Su Chuan's superior Yin Su belonged to Yin Zhaoge's second martial uncle's lineage. For Su Chuan to still cope with ease under the other's pressure showed that beneath his slick exterior he had real ability and wasn't he merely opportunistic. Besides, someone without ability couldn't hold down a place as complex as Linyuan City. Yin Zhaoge asked, How are the Scarlet Spirit Flag Master and Old Man Ghost Axe now? Su Chuan shook his head regretfully and said, Old Man Ghost Axe was no match for Elder Yin and got thrashed again. But Elder Yin still couldn't keep him. He escaped. The Scarlet Spirit Flag Master also slipped away quietly, leaving behind hidden dangers. Yin Zhaoge curled his lip and said, Though the Eastern Tang Kingdom is on the fringes of the Heaven Domain, our sect has managed it for many years. It's impossible we would let people flee so easily. There must be external forces meddling in the shadows. The Eastern Tang Kingdom lies at the far east of the Heaven Domain, with complex terrain and culture. Besides the Sealing Dragon Abyss, it also borders the Mountain Domain and the Fire Domain. Boundless Mountain, which controls the Mountain Domain, and the Sacred Sun Clan, which rules the Fire Domain, both exert deep infiltration and erosion into the Eastern Tang Kingdom. Broad Creed Mountain and the Sacred Sun clan in particular are almost daily locked in a covert struggle within the Eastern Tang Kingdom. Sichuan said, exactly the most likely is the Sacred Sun clan. They've grown increasingly overbearing in recent years. Pausing, Sichuan looked at Yin Zhaoga and asked, by the way, I heard you beat the Sacred Sun clan's Chao Yuanlong inside the Sealing Dragon Abyss? Yin Zhaoga nodded and said, that is indeed the case. Sichuan first laid on some saccharine praise. Young Master Yin's resounding victory over Chao Yuanlong has raised Broad Creed Mountain's renown, truly delightful and admirable, worthy of respect. You are indeed the pride of Broad Creed Mountain's younger generation and are sure to achieve a legendary future. If a sect far weaker than the Sacred Sun clan dared to lay hands on its disciples, the Sacred Sun clan naturally wouldn't let it slide. However, Yin Zhaoga hails from the sacred ground Broad Creed Mountain, on the same level as the Sacred Sun clan, and his clash with Chao Yuanlong was merely a spar between young disciples. Losing a match certainly costs face, but to regain face usually requires doing so in the same way. Therefore, with Yin Zhaoga leaving Chao Yuanlong in disgrace, Sichuan was naturally pleased, but what worried him was another aspect. Sichuan hesitated a bit and asked, but I heard that young Master Yin later even drove all the Sacred Sun clan disciples out of the Vortex's central region? Yin Zhaoga smiled slightly. That's right, the news is true. Seeing Sichuan somewhat worried, Yin Zhaoga waved a hand to reassure him. Elder Su, don't worry. This has to do with the inner crystal furnace. Hearing this, Sichuan immediately let out a breath of relief and said, that's good. But the Sacred Sun clan will definitely react within the sect. There will be people who come to question you, young Master Yin. And regarding that Yi Jing, our martial nephew, Yi meeting his end, once the sect receives word they should inquire as well. But I think it's no big issue after all. When a grandmaster like the Chilean Flagmaster makes a move, it's practically on the level of a natural disaster. Speaking of this, Sichuan looked much more at ease. Yin Zhaoga looked up at the roof and said, but some people may not think that way, rather, they're waiting for this opportunity. Also located in the Eastern Tang Kingdom and not far from Linyuan City, Lingfeng Valley is a gorge entirely under Broad Creed Mountain's control, yielding many precious resources. The deacon elder in charge of Broad Creed Mountain's affairs here was named Wen Ningji, who on the surface looked like a refined middle-aged man. He was not very old, with bright prospects barring accidents. There was still much room for promotion. With a smile at the corners of his mouth, Wen Ningji asked, the two sides argued over the fire seed of the leaving flame, true fire? Yi Jing actually shouted Yin Zhaoga's name in anger before he died. The martial artist standing before him awaiting orders replied, I heard it from the young disciples who were with them that's indeed how it was, but they didn't see the exact situation when Yi Jing fell into the abyss. When Ningji smiled and responded, that's enough. With the disciple under the leading grandmaster getting into trouble, and the victim being Yi Jing, who had old grievances with everyone, it was easy to pin the blame on Yin Zhaoga. A man at Wen Ningji's side said in a low voice, after all, Yin Zhaoga is Elder Yin's son and one of our sect's outstanding youths. Without solid evidence, I'm afraid we won't be able to touch him. Wen Ningji smiled leisurely and said, for this kind of matter, evidence isn't needed at all. Suspicion by itself is enough. The man hesitated and said, Yin Zhaoga brought back the inner crystal furnace, creating the possibility of a great boost in our sect's strength. He's rendered great merit. If he made some small mistakes, they'd probably be forgiven. When Ningji gave a cold snort, the inner crystal furnace? On the back of that wet behind the ears brat. He smiled and shook his head. Yin Zhaoga's potential may be astonishing, but for now he is still insignificant. His voice sank and his expression grew serious. What's important is his father, Elder Yin. The competition between Elder Yin and Elder Fong has reached a delicate juncture. Any slight change could affect the sect master's final decision. When Ningji sneered, Yin Zhaoga is Elder Yin's soft underbelly. They all say a tiger father begets no dogs, but I see it exactly the other way around, a tiger father with a cur for a son. Elder Yin will suffer because of this troublemaking son, a 1,000-mile dike ruined by an ant hole. When Ningji stood up and said, you'll understand in time. For some things, evidence really isn't necessary? Once suspicion takes root, it's enough to change how one person views another. He said with a sneer. As for the inner crystal furnace, how could a snot-nosed brat be the one to produce it? The man before him was stunned and asked, Elder One, you mean? When Ningji replied calmly, naturally, it was Elder Yan's handiwork. He said, afterward, either Yin Zhaoga claimed his father's credit to save face, or Elder Yin deliberately gave part of the credit to Yin Zhaoga to pave the way for his son. So that's why I say Elder Yin will be ruined by this kid sooner or later. At this point, when Ningji's face suddenly darkened and twisted, and in the end, it caused my master to take the fall. The martial artist at the side lowered his head, not daring to make a sound. As when Ningji's trusted aide, he knew that the Elder Chui of the Hall of Deacons who had recently been dismissed and thoroughly investigated back at the mountain gate because of Yin Zhaoga's matter was precisely when Ningji's master. Although when Ningji was a rising star, he still held Elder Chui in great respect. He ran around greasing palms and mediating, even asked East Tang presiding elder Yin Su to intercede at most. It could only make Elder Chui's days a little easier. Even so, the deacon elder post was basically gone. Whether he could get out safely, avoid punishment, and enjoy his later years remained an open question. On one side was Elder Yin's own son, on the other, a mid-level with almost no prospects. The weight each side could throw around was clearly not on the same level. Elder Chui knew that touching Yin Zhaoga would have repercussions, so he was mentally prepared before making a move. Yet he hadn't expected to achieve not even the slightest result, having completely failed to render any merit. The key was that he not only failed, but might have had his motives seen through by Yin Zhaoga, exposing even more of their side's intentions, making it a case of having accomplished nothing yet become culpable. With that, how would the people above be willing to expend effort to protect him? When Ningji felt stifled and irritated, thinking, Master may be old, but he refuses to admit it. He just wouldn't listen to my advice, insisting on gambling for one more step forward, and ended up being screwed over by Yin Zhaoga. Still, Master picked a decent point of entry. Human nature is hard to change. This Yin Zhaoga is used to being brash and, in the end, took a fall. A martial artist beside him whispered, Yin Zhaoga is, after all, Elder Yin's son. Even if you succeed this time, you want to avoid. First senior uncle might not lean towards second senior uncle's side. But this time he'll probably give me a good talking to, lest I go astray. Ahu clicked his tongue and sighed. Such a hassle. Yin Zhaoga crossed one leg over the other and said, Someone is indeed about to be put in a tight spot. Before long, the others caught wind of it, Sikong Qing among them. Because they had come along with Yin Zhaoga, they also had to go in together to be questioned as corroborating witnesses. When the news arrived, everyone looked at each other, their hearts wavering. Just as Ahu had said, Yin Zhaoga's situation was special and normally wouldn't easily involve the Hall of Punishment if he really got taken over there. It meant the matter was no small thing and would be hard to settle peacefully. Within Broad Creed Mountain's younger generation, young Master Yin Zhaoga, who could stir up storms, was he really going to take a tumble this time? What had to come would come. Before long, the Eastern Tang presiding elder and the law enforcement elder who had come from the distant heavenly Eastern continent arrived together at Linyuan City. Accompanying the Eastern continent law enforcement elder was also the monarch of the Eastern Tang Kingdom. This sovereign, ruler of a nation, had actually personally hurried to Linyuan City as well. Although the incident happened in Eastern Tang, and it was only natural for the monarch to be concerned, the fact that this king had left the capital to come to the borderlands still startled everyone. The external explanation was that the tides of the Sealing Dragon Abyss were abnormal, a matter of great importance which might affect half of Eastern Tang's territory, hence the monarch's personal presence. But in the eyes of Su Chuan, when Ningji and the others, his coming looked much more like giving Yin Zhaoga a hand. The arrival of the law enforcement elder was clearly no good thing for Yin Zhaoga. And on top of that, Eastern Tang's presiding elder, Yin Su, was someone from second senior uncle's side. Given Yin Zhaoga's status, torture to extract a confession and the like was impossible, but the pressure he would face was still considerable. The Eastern Tang monarch and Yin Zhaoga's father had been old acquaintances in their youth. This time, he had clearly come to support his junior by generation. Although the Sacred Sun clan had exerted no small influence over Eastern Tang in recent years, Broad Creed Mountain still held the upper hand in Eastern Tang, and the monarch's leaning toward Broad Creed was the key. When the news reached them, Su Chuan wasn't happy but rather worried, while when Ningxi went from worry to relief. The monarch's arrival was certainly to back Yin Zhaoga up, but it precisely indicated the severity of the problem. The Hall of Punishment had truly made a move this time. Even the monarch couldn't refrain from coming in person clearly. This would not be easy. Si Kongqing and the other young disciples might not know the relationships among those people, but they could all feel a tension as oppressive as the air before rain. Outside the great hall, Yin Zhaoga turned back and smiled at them, saying, "They're questioning me, not you. Don't be so nervous." Everyone forced out a few smiles and fell silent. A young female disciple hugging a little glimmering spirit cat braced herself and said, "Senior brother Yin, I believe you'll be fine." Yin Zhaoga smiled and was the first to turn and walk into the great hall. Upon entering the hall, he saw two people seated side by side in the main seats. One was an elder whose expression was calm and serene, yet carried inherent authority, none other than Broad Creed Mountain's law enforcement elder of the heavenly Eastern continent. The other was a middle-aged man in plain bright yellow clothes, yet with a king's majesty naturally about him. That was the Eastern Tang monarch. Seated below the Eastern Tang monarch was a stern, gaunt elder Broad Creed Mountain's presiding elder in Eastern Tang, Yin Su. And seated below Yin Su, at the very end, was the local managing elder Broad Creed Mountain's Su Chuan of Linyuan City in Eastern Tang. Su Chuan watched without blinking, but a faint unease showed deep in his eyes. Yin Zhaoga entered the hall and calmly saluted everyone. After the bows, the Eastern Tang monarch and Yin Su remained silent, sitting in composed silence, leaving the questioning to the law enforcement elder of the Eastern continent. The law enforcement elder looked at Yin Zhaoga and said in a mild tone, "Nephew Yin, your great victory over Chao Yuanlong this time did not disgrace Broad Creed first. Congratulations. However, afterwards, you drove the unconscious Chao Yuanlong and other disciples of the Sacred Sun clan out of the central area of the Sealing Dragon Abyss-S vortex. In your bout, it wasn't a simple victory. You deliberately humiliated Chao Yuanlong, disfigured him, and then flogged other Sacred Sun disciples. These are the Sacred Sun clan's statements. Is there any falsehood within them?" Yin Zhaoga replied coolly. "For the most part, that's accurate." The law enforcement elder asked, "Do you have anything else to explain?" Yin Su added, "This matter is no longer just a duel between you and Chao Yuanlong." Yin Zhaoga smiled and said, "Driving them out of the vortex core was because that place is of great use to our sect and must be kept tightly under wraps naturally. We couldn't let the Sacred Sun clan people remain." The law enforcement elder glanced over and asked, "Oh." Yin Zhaoga nodded. "It's a convergence point of the 9 evils. I want to conduct experiments there to upgrade the inner crystal furnace." The matter of the inner crystal furnace was known to the Eastern Tang monarch. As well, he was one of the few informed parties outside Broad Creed Mountain. The law enforcement elder asked, "That place should already no longer exist now, right? Do you have any evidence for your explanation?" Yin Zhaoga replied calmly, "The inner crystal furnace I brought into the Sealing Dragon Abyss was lost. I truly can't produce the item itself. But I once used that furnace to refine a mid-grade spirit artifact in a short time. The young disciples traveling with me all saw it and can serve as witnesses." Among the disciples, Si Kongqing, whose cultivation was the highest, was the first to be questioned. Si Kongqing answered, "Senior brother, Yin is telling the truth. I and the others were all present at the time." Yin Su stared at Si Kongqing and asked, "How much do you know about the inner crystal furnace? Do you understand how it operates? Then how can you judge whether the situation then was real or fake?" Si Kongqing replied unhurriedly, "What I know of the inner crystal furnace is limited. I truly can't judge it. I can only report truthfully what I saw with my own eyes." "You suspect senior brother Yin prepared a mid-grade spirit artifact in advance, then used some concealment to swap it for a mundane weapon and fool everyone? I can't speak to the others' cultivation, but that jet black long saber was definitely a mid-grade spirit artifact, without a doubt. As to whether a 9 baleful convergence ground would enhance the inner crystal furnace, I don't know, but I do know that place. At this, everyone turned to look at her. None had expected that so-called nine baleful convergence ground ordinary people, let alone recognizing it. Haven T even heard of it. Yin Su glanced at Si Kong Qing, slowly nodded, and fell silent. Only then did the Eastern Tang's Lord speak. According to Miss Sikong, that place indeed bore the characteristics of a nine baleful convergence ground. The law enforcement elder nodded in response. Indeed. He continued, a nine baleful convergence ground does not exist permanently over time. It may dissipate. He fixed his gaze on Yin Zhaoga and went on. Since it concerned the inner crystal furnace, delay might have meant missing the opportunity. You made a prompt decision to drive off the disciples of the Great Sun Sacred Sect. It is understandable and cannot be counted as wrong. If it truly could be used to further enhance the inner crystal furnace's performance, not only would you be blameless, it would actually be a meritorious deed. Matters on the Great Sun Sacred Sect's side will be handled by their sect. You need not appear. Only, if juniors from their side come looking to spar with you, you'll have to handle that yourself. Yin Zhaoga smiled slightly. That naturally wouldn't be a problem. The Great Sun Sacred Sect was indeed stronger, but Broad Creed Mountain was also a sacred ground of the same tier. Even if they internally deemed Yin Zhaoga to be at fault, they would only punish him privately. They would never show weakness in front of the Great Sun Sacred Sect, and would grit their teeth to stand firm. Moreover, even if there were internal discipline, for a matter like this it wouldn't be too severe, at most a reminder to the disciples not to be rash and court trouble again. Yin Zhaoga understood inwardly that the real crux was about to arrive. Sure enough, the law enforcement elder changed the subject. We'll leave matters regarding the Great Sun Sacred Sect here for now. As for the death of our sect's disciple Yi Jing in the Sealing Dragon Abyss, nephew Yin, as the team leading Grandmaster, what do you have to say? Yin Su pressed further. Within that shrouding black mist, what exactly did you do to leave Yi Jing filled with resentment and unwillingness at the brink of death? Did Yi Jing really die because of the Red Spirit Flag Master? Hearing Yin Su's words, Yin Zhaoga raised his brows slightly. Elder Yin, who do you think harmed junior brother Yi? Yin Su fixed a cold gaze on Yin Zhaoga and said, what sort of occasion is this? How is it your place to ask questions back? What you need to do is answer honestly. No false excuses or evasions are allowed. Yin Zhaoga said with a smile. If I recall correctly, today is a questioning, not an interrogation. Even if it were an interrogation, it wouldn't be the place of the elder in charge of the Eastern Tang to conduct it personally on me. Since you're presuming me to be at fault, what evidence do you have? Yin Su still said coldly. That seed of the leaving flame, true fire, whose hands is it in now? Yin Zhaoga replied with a smile. In mine. Yin Su turned to Si Kong Qing and asked, did Yi Jing say anything before he died? Si Kong Qing pondered for a moment, then answered honestly. He called senior brother Yin's name. Yin Su pursued, what was his tone? How did he call it? Si Kong Qing said, with anger, unwillingness, and resentment. The law enforcement elder gestured with a wave, his gaze both calm and focused as he fixed it on Yin Zhaoga. Nephew Yin. Regarding Yi Jing's death in the Sealing Dragon Abyss, as the team leading Grandmaster, do you have anything to say? He was merely repeating the earlier question, only with a heavier tone. Yin Zhaoga said, first, a correction. Junior brother Yi's life and death are currently uncertain. He has not been confirmed dead. The law enforcement elder pursued without changing expression. Why do you say that? What exactly happened? Yin Zhaoga took out a letter, saying with a smile, as the team leading Grandmaster, I should have written a report on the course of this training. It's just that before I had time to submit it, you arrived, so I'll leave this report here and hand it directly to you. The law enforcement elder pondered briefly and nodded. I had planned to bring your paperwork back with me on this trip as well. He took the letter and glanced through it, his eyes moving slightly, then handed it to Yin Su. Yin Su took it, read it, and frowned. Your inner crystal furnace fell into the abyss and exploded, destroying Yi Jing's fleshly body. But he had a treasure on him protecting his soul, and in the end his whereabouts are unknown. Yin Zhaoga said, that treasure is very peculiar. I feel, junior brother, you won't be gone for long. Sooner or later he'll reappear, and then what I've said will be proven. Of course, it's possible he'll still bear a grudge against me over the inner crystal furnace exploding. The Eastern Tang Country Lord frowned. If it's really as you say, Yi Jing is only mid-stage qi directing. On an ordinary day, entering the sealed dragon abyss alone leaves his life hanging by a thread, let alone now with only a soul falling into the abyss. Yin Zhaoge said softly. Once that treasure on him erupts, its aura is extremely intense. It's by no means a small matter. Yin Su stared coldly at Yin Zhaoge. But Yi Jing has yet to return. How do you explain that? The disciplinary elder asked. Did the fire seed of the leaving flame, true fire, get driven by the sealed dragon abyss's raging tide and land in front of you on its own? Yin Zhaoge answered. That's precisely what happened. The three seated above all stared at Yin Zhaoge, silent. Yin Zhaoge said slowly. From beginning to end, only junior brother Yi had an opinion of me on his side. He didn't actively pick a fight. In my view, he was no different from the other junior brothers. As for the leaving flame true fire seed, the sect would definitely prioritize safeguarding the trial of the inner crystal furnace. Obtaining that fire seed wouldn't be difficult for me. Even if junior brother Yi were ignorant and fought me over the fire seed, giving him a few lessons wouldn't cost him his life. Besides, I don't need to act personally to make him pay dearly. Yin Zhaoge's tone was calm. I wrote this in the report, and it was also mentioned in the information you received earlier. Junior brother Yi is acquainted and associates with old man Ghost Axe, Han Sheng. The disciplinary elder frowned and asked, what does that have to do with the matter at hand? Yin Su said coolly, Old Monster Han indeed has an old grudge with this old man. That's not false, but it's a personal grudge and has nothing to do with the sect. Yi Jing associating with him is no big deal. Even I wouldn't hold it against him for that. If old Monster Han is willing to let bygones be bygones and resolve this grudge, so what? This old man would have no objection. Yin Zhaoge laughed. Indeed, in both exchanges you had the upper hand. Han Sheng came out the worse. But the next moment, the smile on Yin Zhaoge's face gradually faded. However, this is not merely a private grudge. Old man Ghost Axe, Han Sheng, is entangled in this sealed dragon abyss anomaly. At these words, the whole hall was shocked. The disciplinary elder, the Eastern Tang Country Lord, and Yin Su straightened at once, their gazes like torches fixed on Yin Zhaoge. Since you've made such a judgment, what's your basis? The intangible pressure from the three grandmasters made the great hall feel as if it had instantly become a furnace. Yin Zhaoge smiled. Everyone present can testify. When old man Ghost Axe first appeared, he hadn't noticed junior brother Yi yet. His first words were, who ruined this old man's good thing? Then we have to ponder what exactly this good thing refers to. As he spoke, Yin Zhaoge presented two crystals, one sealing the newborn red glow within the sealed dragon abyss's black mist. The other sealed a blurry figure, the very sinister shadow Yin Zhaoge encountered when he abandoned the leaving flame, true fire seed to pursue it. Yin Zhaoge stared straight at Yin Su. Elder Yin, you're the most familiar with old man Ghost Axe. Take a look at these. Do you see anything? Yin Su took the crystals and examined them closely. The disciplinary elder and the Eastern Tang Country Lord also fixed their gazes on him. After a long moment, Yin Su let out a long breath and said in a deep voice, I don't know which faction's heretical method this is, but there are indeed traces of old Monster Han. Yin Zhaoge calmly recounted how he encountered that sinister shadow and pursued it, and the three grandmasters all fell into deep thought. The anomaly at the sealed dragon abyss is by no means a small matter. It concerns the land of Ur, the present hell. After a long while, the disciplinary elder looked up and asked, Are you implying that Yi Jing is in collusion with Han Sheng? Yin Zhaoge shook his head. That's not what I mean. Junior brother Yi knows old man Ghost Axe. They call each other brothers. That indeed is the case. Old man Ghost Axe is implicated in the sealed dragon abyss anomaly. This, too, is indisputable. As for how junior brother Yi came to know old man Ghost Axe, how much he knows about the sealed dragon abyss, how much he understands old Monster Han, and whether he had other motives when he entered the sect, none of these are settled and need thorough investigation. Yin Zhaoge said, I'm saying this only to show that dealing with junior brother Yi doesn't require me to take action personally. The three of them fell silent in unison. Just as Yin Zhaoge said, with something like this happening, the sect might not resort to extreme measures against Yi Jing, but extensive investigation and scrutiny would be unavoidable that alone would be enough to overwhelm Yi Jing. Whether Yin Zhaoga's grandmaster uncle will still take Yi Jing as a disciple will also be reconsidered at the very least. We have to wait until the investigation yields a clear conclusion. I've said all along, junior brother Yi isn't dead. That treasure of his looks very special. Perhaps it really can help him reconstruct his physical body. When he appears again, a lot of questions can be cleared up just by asking him directly. I don't mind confronting him face to face. Yin Zhaoga finished and smiled. By then we can do a blood soul reflection, recreate the previous scene. No one will be able to deny it. Yin Su asked in a low voice. Bringing up the old again, what if Yi Jing never shows up? 3 years, 2-1, maybe even less, Yin Zhaoga said calmly. As long as no one deliberately makes him disappear for good. Yin Su's face sank like a pool of cold water. The lord of the Eastern Tang Kingdom leaned back against his chair and gave Yin Zhaoga a slight nod. The law enforcement elder pondered. I'll report the entire process of today's inquiry to the sect. Personally, I do lean toward believing what you said. But as you also said, let time prove innocence. If Yi Jing truly is alive, that would naturally be good, and the sect will continue searching for his whereabouts. All in all, there is currently no conclusive evidence that Yin Zhaoga meant to harm Yi Jing. One can't even pin down unintentional negligence. Since I've finished with my matter for now, let us change the topic. Yin Zhaoga suddenly spoke. The one who preemptively tipped the sect off about me was Lingfeng Valley's Deacon Elder, Wen Ningji, right? The response from the mountain gate came both fast and fierce. Clearly someone exaggerated and amplified the news. Among the martial practitioners who came out of the sealed dragon abyss and had dealings with them, aside from those of the Eastern Tang, most around Broad Creed Mountain were either from Linyuan City or Lingfeng Valley. Between Su Chuan and Wen Ningji, there's no doubt the latter is more suspect. These past few days Yin Zhaoga also had Ahu look into Wen Ningji. His dealings back then with Elder Chui of the sect's Deacon Hall are, of course, no secret. Yin Su swept a cold glance at Yin Zhaoga and said, Wen Ningji reported the matter to me, and I submitted it to the sect. I oversee the Eastern Tang region and am Lingfeng Valley's direct overseer. Matters occurring in the Eastern Tang are reported to the sect by me. Do you have any objections? Yin Zhaoga smiled. Not much of an issue. I just suspect Wen Ningji may be betraying the sect and colluding with external enemies. So for this matter, I can't help but think of him. Perhaps his reporting me isn't just an internal sect affair. After all, Elder Yin, you also know I just beat a certain faction's disciple in the sealed dragon abyss nearly to death. Yin Su's gaze chilled as he stared at Yin Zhaoga. Yin Zhaoga, watch your tone. Yin Zhaoga's expression didn't change as he replied, I am. That's why I said it's suspicion and allegation. The law enforcement elder looked back and forth between Yin Zhaoga and Yin Su, sighed, and first said to Sikong Qing, Martial nephew Sikong, withdraw for now. Sikong Qing cast a quiet glance at Yin Zhaoga, then withdrew as ordered. After she left, the law enforcement elder asked, Martial nephew Yin, what exactly is going on? Yin Zhaoga took out an item and opened his palm. Everyone looked over and saw a pale yellow crystal stone, veined on the surface like white clouds. Linyuan City's Deacon Su Chuan saw the crystal and his eyelids twitched. Cloud-patterned stone. Yin Su glanced at the stone and asked, What are you taking out a cloud-patterned stone for? Yin Zhaoga smiled faintly without answering, then took out a spirit herb and said to Su Chuan, Please, Elder Su, decoct this charmed spirit grass into juice. Su Chuan's gaze flickered. That herb charmed spirit grass burned to ash can serve as a catalyst for a certain treasured medicine, but as a decoction it's neither poisonous nor has any medicinal effect. It would be a waste. However, he did not refuse and immediately ordered the attendants to do as Yin Zhaoga asked. Yin Su kept a cold eye on Yin Zhaoga. The law enforcement elder and the Eastern Tang Kingdom's lord remained silent, watching from the side. Before long the concoction was ready. Yin Zhaoga smiled, picked up the cloud-patterned stone, and began channeling true qi into it. The law enforcement elder frowned and said, Martial nephew Yin, you can't directly infuse a cloud-patterned stone with a martial artist's qi, or it will explode. Yin Zhaoga replied with a smile, Elder, rest assured, I know. Besides refreshing and calming the mind, A cloud-patterned stone can sometimes be used as a weapon, but even if it explodes, the force isn't great. Only, this one here, the cloud-patterned stone in my hand, 1T explode. As he spoke, Yin Zhaoge immersed half of the cloud-patterned stone into the charmed spirit grass decoction, holding only the upper half. At the same time, his true qi continued to surge into the stone. Sure enough, the cloud-patterned stone didn't explode, it remained there, steady as ever. Sichuan stared at Yin Zhaoge's palm, feeling something was off. He didn't believe Yin Zhaoge would make such a fuss over a trivial matter like this. Sichuan's eyes suddenly widened. The sovereign of the Eastern Tang, who had been leaning back against his seat, now sat upright again. The law enforcement elder and Yin Su fixed their gazes on Yin Zhaoge as well, both stunned. Right before everyone's eyes, the cloud-patterned stone in Yin Zhaoge's hand had its surface cloud patterns soften, and white liquid slowly seeped out, merging into the medicinal decoction brewed from myling grass, floating atop it like milk. A rich fragrance overpowered the pungent medicinal odor, spreading through the great hall in an instant. Those present were all well versed from the smell alone. They could more or less tell what that milky white liquid was. It was not an ordinary beverage or potion, but a treasure known as jade marrow. This treasure was widely useful and precious. Whether in artifact forging or alchemy, adding it would greatly increase success rates, enhance the quality of weapons and spirit medicines, and even save on materials. In the Eight Extremities world, the output of jade marrow was extremely scarce, produced only in a very few places within the mountain domain and the wind domain, yet demand was astonishing. Year after year, supply fell short, often unavailable even at high prices. Both Broad Creed Mountain and the Eastern Tang spent vast resources and wealth every year to obtain jade marrow. Even so, it still failed to meet their needs. They could only use it sparingly and according to plan, with no way to be lavish. But now, after watching Yin Zhaoge's demonstration, this small cloud-patterned stone actually contained jade marrow, and the extraction method was surprisingly simple. Both cloud-patterned stone and myling grass were far cheaper than jade marrow, and their output was much higher. How much jade marrow would this yield? More than enough for their own use, there would be plenty left to sell for profit. The three Grand Masters could no longer sit still. They rose from their seats, walked up to Yin Zhaoge, and each reached out to touch that white liquid. Very soon, they were entirely certain this was jade marrow. Before everyone's eyes, this could not have been a trick by Yin Zhaoge, but jade marrow genuinely produced from the combination of myling grass and cloud-patterned stone. The law enforcement elder drew a breath, suppressing his excitement, and said, "Nephew Yin, you have rendered great service. In no way inferior to the current inner crystal furnace, perhaps even surpassing it." Yin Su's cold face softened a little, but then his expression subtly changed again. The next moment, Yin Zhaoge leisurely spoke into his ear, "Elder, you overpraise me. I only stumbled upon it by chance, and thus learned this secret. However, as far as I know, Spirit Wind Canyon has produced quite a lot of cloud-patterned stone in recent years, and most of it seems to have been sold to the Fire Domain, where the Sacred Sun Clan is located." Yin Su's face darkened. This is the first time this old man has heard of such a method. It has never previously circulated within the Eight Extremities world. Now that we know, we will naturally prohibit the outflow of cloud-patterned stone in the future. But as for those who sold cloud-patterned stone before, while it is regrettable, the ignorant are blameless, and they should not be blamed for it. Yin Zhaoge drew out an O. "Elder Yin, how can you be sure he truly didn't know?" Yin Su opened his mouth to speak, but saw that in the depths of Yin Zhaoge's teasing gaze there emerged a. He glanced at Yin Su and spoke slowly. "This is a grave matter. It concerns not only the Eastern Tang alone, and even exceeds the authority of the Eastern Heaven continent. It must be handed over to the sect to decide." Yin Su's expression was heavy as he nodded. "This old man agrees." Yin Zhaoge spoke again. "Only, the present importance of Spirit Wind Canyon is no longer what it once was. Before the sect produces a formal policy, we still have to stabilize the situation. Is it appropriate to let a steward elder currently under investigation continue to sit in command there?" The law enforcement elder fell silent for a moment, while Yin Su narrowed his eyes, a cold light flashing within. "Yin Zhaoge, This isn't something you can just put into at will. You do have merit regarding the cloud pattern stone, but the appointment and dismissal of a local steward elder, is that for you to meddle in? Don't get carried away. Yin Zhaoge replied blandly. When Ningji is your trusted aide, Elder Yin, you know that better than I do. Yin Su's eyes grew even colder. Who couldn't he hear the undertone in Yin Zhaoge's words? If your confidant might have colluded with an external enemy, how would you yourself stand? The law enforcement elder looked toward Yin Zhaoge and sighed lightly. With this temperament of his, he truly yields not an inch, and he is rather overbearing, not only daring to go head-to-head with the steward elder, but even to clash hard with the presiding elder. But this time, when he came, he had no conclusive evidence, questioning Yin Zhaoge on mere suspicion, even though there is currently no proof that when Ningji knew the secret of the cloud pattern stone. Can we just not investigate? He understood that Yin Zhaoge was counterattacking, but who can guarantee that when Ningji truly didn't he know? Though one might say the unknowing are blameless. When he thought of how large quantities of cloud pattern stones had gone missing every year in the past, the law enforcement elder still felt uneasy. As for when Ningji's tattling on Yin Zhaoge, that seemed more like factional strife, tied more to the personal grudges left over from Elder Chui's matter back then. The Eastern Tang monarch spoke slowly. Spirit Wind Canyon may lie within Eastern Tang's borders, but it is Broad Creed Mountain's private holding, so we will not say much. However, when extracting jade essence hereafter, we hope some can be set aside for Eastern Tang. The price will be fair. Broad Creed Mountain will not be shortchanged. Everything will be done by the rules. In these past 2 years, the jade essence output of the mountain domain and wind domain has clearly been tight, extremely scarce. Eastern Tang is in great need, as well. We hope Broad Creed Mountain can render more assistance. Though not stated outright, given that Spirit Wind Canyon sits on Eastern Tang land, these words from the monarch were enough for one to sense his displeasure with Wen Ningji. Yin Su closed his eyes and drew a deep breath, his expression gradually returning to calm. When he opened his eyes again, his gaze was even, and he turned to Su Chuan. Though this old man believes Ningji truly was unaware, since he is to be reviewed and Spirit Wind Canyon must be quickly pacified and reorganized, he is no longer suitable to serve as the steward elder of that locale. If we transfer someone in from elsewhere, it will take time to get familiar with the situation. Regarding the cloud pattern stones, we must be strict within and lenient without. There is no time to lose. Su Chuan, you are the steward of Linyuan City, geographically the closest and in frequent contact. For now, you will concurrently take charge of Spirit Wind Canyon. We'll wait for the sect's formal decision thereafter. Holding 2 posts at once is no small pressure. You must be extra careful. Su Chuan steadied his mood. The obsequiousness he had shown Yin Zhaoge in private vanished in an instant. Solemnly, he said, by the sect's mandate, I will do my utmost, sparing no effort. Yin Su cast a glance at Yin Zhaoge without saying more, then nodded to the law enforcement elder and the Eastern Tang monarch. Old Han is connected to the abnormality at the Sealing Dragon Abyss. This matter is no small one. This old man will go seek him out once more. After taking his leave, Yin Su did not linger, rising and striding out of the great hall. The Eastern Tang monarch also rose to his feet and said to the law enforcement elder, the abnormality at the Sealing Dragon Abyss is no trivial matter. The matter of jade essence can be discussed more slowly. We will also go to the Sealing Dragon Abyss to inspect it. Elder, please act at your convenience. If there is anything with which Eastern Tang needs to cooperate, just speak up. The law enforcement elder nodded. I thank your majesty in advance. As for the Sacred Sun clan, this old man will go negotiate. We will not put your majesty in a difficult position. Yin Zhaoge also smiled and said, Uncle, take care. I will come pay my respects shortly. A smile lifted the stern face of the Eastern Tang monarch. He patted Yin Zhaoge's shoulder and left. The law enforcement elder gave a light cough, looked at Yin Zhaoge, and said slowly, let us set aside Wen Ningji's matter for the time being. Martial nephew Yin, this time you took the later generation disciples to the Sealing Dragon Abyss for training. During that period, one disciple's life and death became uncertain. Even if you didn't directly cause it, as the master leading the team, you also bear responsibility. You also found a new method to improve the inner crystal furnace that counts as a merit. You also struck a heavy blow against the Sacred Sun Clan's direct line genius Chao Yuanlong, bringing fame and prestige to our sect. That too is praiseworthy. And to be able to discover the secret of the cloud pattern stone is an even greater service. Merits and faults must be kept distinct. Our sect has always been clear in rewards and punishments. What rewards you deserve and what punishments you should receive will be formally issued in the near future. Some matters involve secrets, so the reward won't be public. I trust you understand. This punishment is just a symbolic procedure, part of the sect's rules that even the sect master must follow, but it has no real impact. As for the reward, naturally, it will be far more generous. Yin Zhaoge understood the reasoning and smiled with a nod. I get it. No sooner had he stepped out of the main hall than the young disciples who had entered the sealed dragon abyss with him crowded around, anxiously asking, "Senior brother Yin, how is it? Are you all right?" Yin Zhaoge chuckled. There wasn't any major problem to begin with. Just explain things clearly to the elders, and it'll be fine. What trouble could there be? However, some people are about to have a rough time. That very day, when Ningji, the steward elder of Spirit Wind Canyon, was temporarily relieved of duty and summoned by the Eastern Continent Law Enforcement Elder for questioning. Not long after, Yin Zhaoge's official commendation was finalized as well. When Ningji received the summons, he still thought it was because of Yin Zhaoge. When he arrived in Linyuan City and learned it was he himself who would be audited, he was stunned on the spot. No matter how he racked his brains, he couldn't figure out what he had done to warrant an investigation. Once he pieced together the ins and outs, he was utterly dumbfounded. Though it was only a temporary suspension after this episode, even if when Ningji passed the review, returning to Spirit Wind Canyon would be hard, being transferred elsewhere as a steward was probably his best possible outcome. If Second Martial Uncle's faction wanted to compete later for the steward elder position at Spirit Wind Canyon, they'd have to put up a different candidate, and because when Ningji's incident cost them the initiative, trying to contend with Yin Zhaoge's side again would likely be difficult. Even if some still trusted him, he would inevitably be labeled incompetent. When Ningji, who had been sailing smoothly with a clear upward trajectory, suddenly saw his prospects dim. Yin Zhao, go. When Ningji wanted to roar, but when he opened his mouth no sound came out, instead his throat burned sour, as if he were about to cough up a mouthful of old blood. Young master, in a short time over there, 2 steward elders have fallen because of you. Hearing Ahu's words, Yin Zhaoge shrugged indifferently. I reckon Second Martial Uncle's side will start taking me seriously and stop treating me like a child. It's a blessing and a curse. Being targeted by Second Martial Uncle is naturally not good, but from now on, any small fry who want to plot against me will have to think twice. With when Ningji's situation already settled, Yin Zhaoge didn't bother with it further and was more concerned with his gains this time. Yin Zhaoge's punishment was a period of closed-door reflection, and afterwards he was to take point in the investigation into the anomaly at the sealed dragon abyss. To Yin Zhaoge, it was no big deal. He'd simply use the days of seclusion to devote himself to cultivation. He had already planned to enter the sealed dragon abyss again, using the chaotic, baleful chi there to cultivate the heavenly abyss reverse flow art. Compared to such a punishment that caused practically no harm, the reward was clearly much more substantial. They had found a method to further enhance the inner crystal furnace, and the reward was a sect treasure, a Xianling treasure pill. Ahu smiled and said, "Young master, among the pills currently in Broad Creed Mountain, the top is the Broad Creed Immortal Pill. The Xianling treasure pill ranks just below it and is among the very finest." He added, "It's extremely precious and difficult to refine. Broad Creed Mountain has a very limited number of Xianling treasure pills." Yin Zhaoge smiled slightly. "It's just the right fit that's crucial." He did have a pill recipe of even higher quality than the Xianling treasure pill, but it was very difficult to refine, and many of the ingredients had yet to be gathered. For Yin Zhaoge at present, the Xianling treasure pill was already quite a good reward, able to help him further temper his qi. Yin Zhaoge was currently at the peak of the late inner qi stage, and the early outer qi stage was already beckoning to him. At the early outer qi stage, one's qi can be projected outside the body. By the mid-outer qi stage, one tempers the qi to be more substantial, reaching the level of controlling qi within 100 steps and shaping qi into form. To advance from early to mid-outer qi, further tempering one's qi is an absolutely critical step for a martial practitioner. It could be said this was exactly the pill most suitable for Yin Zhaoge to take at this moment. When granting the reward, the sect had clearly taken all these factors into account. It was not decided casually. Of course, the benefits of tempering qi are not limited to the transition from early to mid stages. Subsequent cultivation likewise benefits immensely. Ahu grinned guilelessly. But with your talent and ability, young master, even without the Xianling treasure pill, breaking through from early to mid-outer qi would be no more than a flick of the wrist. I think the second reward is still the better bargain. For defeating Chao Yuanlong, the reward was that after returning to the mountain, Yin Zhaoge could enter the third floor of the sect's martial repository pavilion once. Within the Armory Scripture Pavilion are recorded all manner of top-tier martial arts manuals of the Broad Creed Mountain lineage. Normally, new disciples cannot enter the pavilion. Only when they occasionally receive a grand reward can they enter the first floor. Elite disciples can freely come and go on the first floor. If they happen upon a grand reward, they have a chance to go up to the second floor. A core direct disciple like Yin Zhaoge can freely enter the first and second floors. If he is lucky enough to get a grand reward, he can enter the third floor. Although Yin Zhaoge knows of the various martial arts stored in the Divine Palace before the Great Calamity, he is now a disciple of Broad Creed Mountain and a standard-bearer of the younger generation. Studying his sect's supreme arts is naturally a must. Moreover, although after the Great Calamity the various sects were rebuilt upon the remnants of their predecessors, they do not lack originality and new insights. Yin Zhaoge combines things from both sides to cross-verify them, which actually helps him delve deeper into the Divine Palace's collections. So long as he keeps a proper measure and arranges his time well, his gains will only be greater. However, this reward has to wait until Yin Zhaoge returns to the mountain to be redeemed. Unlike the Xianling treasure pill, which had long since been delivered to Linyuan City and handed to him in person, Yin Zhaoge snapped his fingers and said, "Actually, the third item is the best. For uncovering the secrets of Cloud Pattern Stone and finding numerous methods for the sect to extract Jade Essence, the reward he received wasn't a tangible item, but a kind of privilege. During his activities on the Tiandong continent, whatever he encountered, he would answer directly to the Elder of the Eastern Continent. This reward, which seemed a bit intangible, was instead more to Yin Zhaoge's liking, surpassing even the Xianling treasure pill and the chance to enter the third floor of the Armory Scripture Pavilion. Ahu chuckled and said, "This way, young master, whatever you do in the Eastern Tang, that old codger Yin Su 1T be able to rein you in, and you 1T have to give him a heads up for anything you want to do." Yin Zhaoge said, "Not entirely. After all, he runs the Eastern Tang. If he wants to make trouble for me, it's still quite easy. Moving against him is nowhere near as simple as dealing with Old Man Shui and Wen Ningji." Ahu laughed and said, "That Elder Su does know the times. He came out and told me that if the young master needs anything, just say the word." He prioritized transferring the stockpiles of Linyuan City and Spirit Wind Valley for your use. Yin Zhaoge nodded. He still had to stay at the Sealing Dragon Abyss for a while. Having his own people around was indeed much more convenient. But for the time being, Yin Su 1T be targeting me, he'll be watching Su Chuan instead. After Wen Ningji's incident, Yin Su's momentum was temporarily suppressed by Yin Zhaoge and the Eastern Tang's monarch. If they wanted to pick someone else from that faction, Yin Zhaoge and the monarch would certainly not agree. But if someone from Old Man Yin's faction were to take the post, a temporary placeholder would very easily become a long-term arrangement. Su Chuan was different. Although he belonged to Old Man Yin's side, he hadn't stepped down from his position as the steward of Linyuan City. Yin Su did not transfer someone in from outside, but instead had Su Chuan manage both Linyuan City and Spirit Wind Valley alone. This turned into a move of retreating to advance. When the sect formally chose a person to oversee Spirit Wind Valley, it would leave him more room to maneuver. Besides, with changes at the Sealing Dragon Abyss and stirrings at Spirit Wind Valley, it was a season rife with trouble. Su Chuan holding two posts alone meant a heavier load and greater pressure. He might well slip up. Yin Zhaoge sat in a chair with one leg crossed over the other and said, He is probably just waiting for that moment to recoup everything with interest. In the mountains outside the Sealing Dragon Abyss, a group of young people had gathered in a small valley. They all wore white, with red trim embroidered at the cuffs and a sun motif emblazoned on their chests. The one leading them also wore white, the difference being that his cuffs were edged in gold. What drew the most attention, however, were the few faint scars on his face. Though they were close to fading, he could still feel that searing pain, as if he had just been injured. Especially when someone stared straight at the scars on his face, Chow Yuanlong felt the wounds that had already healed start to sting again. The group of Sacred Sun clan disciples behind Chow Yuanlong all kept their heads lowered, silent, as if holding their breath. The youth who had previously also been thrashed by Yin Zhaoge with a bamboo switch didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Standing before them was a white-robed man, his expression indifferent, staring straight at the lot of them. This white-robed man didn't look old, around 25 or 26, but he sported a thick, full beard, giving him a rugged, imposing air at a glance. His voice was rugged as well. "Have you found her trail?" Chow Yuanlong replied. "Someone saw her in the Luliao mountain range outside the Sealing Dragon Abyss." The white-robed man nodded, and Chow Yuanlong added, "I've just received word. Junior Sister Ming has also left the mountain gate and is hurrying this way." "Don't worry about Junior Sister Ming." The white-robed man's expression didn't change as he shifted the topic. "You were actually beaten into." After a moment of silence, Chow Yuanlong said slowly, "This time it was my defeat. I have nothing to say. This humiliation, I will personally reclaim it for the sect in the future." A young disciple glanced at him and whispered, "Senior Brother Shao, are you going to?" The white-clothed man with a thick beard snorted and said, "Of course I have to go see Yin Zhaoge first." He smirked. "Among the 4 young lords of this era, Broad Creed's young lord is the most useless. But he hasn't even reached the outer astral stage yet. And he actually beat Junior Brother Chow into that state, truly unexpected." Chow Yuanlong kept a composed face and said no more, but the other disciples of the Sacred Sun clan looked expectant. "Senior Brother Shao, are you going to make a move?" The man before them was Shao Sheng, several years older than Chow Yuanlong, with a longer time cultivating. His current cultivation far surpassed Chow Yuanlong's, having reached the late outer astral stage of the Grandmaster realm. He and Chow Yuanlong were both top geniuses of the Sacred Sun clan, each number 1 within his own age group and current realm. The difference was that while Chow Yuanlong's talent was astonishing, he had little background. Only because his elders saw his potential did he receive painstaking grooming. Shao Sheng, like Yin Zhaoge, had backing. His maternal grandfather was a Grand Elder of the Sacred Sun clan, an old-generation great-grandmaster level powerhouse. Those who could enter the ranks of the 4 young lords in this era possessed not only outstanding talent, but equally illustrious family backgrounds. The sect master's son, known as the Radiance Young Lord, and Yin Zhaoge of Broad Creed stood side by side among the 4 young lords of the current era. Because he was of the same sect as the Radiance Young Lord, Shao Sheng wasn't counted among the 4 young lords, a matter that had always been a small knot in his heart. On ordinary days, he could never stand Yin Zhaoge, the youngest among the 4 selected. Only because of the difference in years of cultivation and age, it had always been Chow Yuanlong contending with Yin Zhaoge. As for Shao Sheng, the disparity in realm made it unsuitable for him to strike directly. Shao Sheng smiled slightly and said, "That young lord of Broad Creed used to be nothing but a laughingstock. Now it seems we may have underestimated him. Keep watching for me. Once you have solid confirmation, the benefits I promised will not be short by a single bit. I'll head to Linyuan City first to feel out his weight and see just what Yin Zhaoge is truly capable of." After the inquiry ended, Yin Zhaoge remained in Linyuan City, frequently going in and out of the Sealing Dragon Abyss, using the chaotic, baleful qi there to cultivate and temper his astral qi. Apart from cultivating in the Sealing Dragon Abyss, he didn't slack off in his daily routine in Linyuan City either. In a quiet room, Yin Zhaoge planted his feet and set up a fist stance, and his whole aura instantly changed. The posture looked a bit comical, like a great ape, yet a vicious, bloodthirsty ferocity emanated from Yin Zhaoge's body, muscles bunched in blocks. The thick sinews beneath his skin pulsed non-stop, as if a suppressed, enraged dragon were thrashing. In an instant, he seemed to transform into a primordial demonic ape, incomparably ferocious. Yin Zhaoge nodded in satisfaction. The Six Spirits Demonic Fist truly is an excellent art. The Six Spirits Demonic Fist is a classic supreme art archived by the Divine Palace prior to the Great Calamity, originating from forebears observing six powerful demonic beasts, later evolving into a demonic path secret fist. Of its 6 lines of fist methods, any single one is a remarkable supreme art. Yin Zhaoge's physical body now, though already a grandmaster, could convert inner qi into astral qi and even reach the late inner astral stage. However, in his view, the foundation laid during his body tempering back then could still be further improved. Thus, he deliberately chose the Six Spirits Demonic Fist to retrain his tendons and muscles. 1,000 miles. That giant tortoise looked awe-inspiringly powerful, yet its temperament was gentle, like an eminent monk in meditation, patient and unassuming. After finishing the sea-suppressing spirit fist, Yin Zhaoge stood up, and his fistwork began to change again. The great strength ape demon fist he had cultivated before was vicious and ferocious, like wind, fire, thunder, and lightning, like tsunamis and landslides, walking the path of overbearing yang. Now his boxing became delicate and nimble. A shift and a flick of his fingers were like drawing silk and spinning thread, like caressing the wind and brushing the willows, taking the route of extreme softening. The Heavenly Serpent King Fist was one of the 6 spirits demon fists as Yin Zhaoge struck. His arms coiled and turned, his breathing producing a hissing sound, like a snake flicking its tongue. This hiss was not something he deliberately learned, but arose naturally when Yin Zhaoge practiced in the room. It sounded as if a giant snake were being kept there, hissing endlessly. Moreover, that sound wasn't the vibration of astral qi, but a genuine noise produced by flesh and blood. At the moment, the boxing Yin Zhaoge practiced relied solely on his physique and muscles. He didn't stir a bit of inner qi or astral qi, simply tempering his body and training muscles and bones. After running through a few sets of linked moves, Yin Zhaoge stopped, but did not rest. He sat back down cross-legged on the floor. The tempering of astral qi in the suppressing dragon abyss had been sufficient. Everything was more or less in place. Might as well take this step today. At the original owner's cultivation pace, breaking from inner astral to outer astral would probably have to wait until year's end, or even next year, right? Yin Zhaoge's expression was unhurried. Astral qi surged across his skin, already showing signs of breaking out of his body. The pass from inner astral grandmaster to outer astral grandmaster was a chasm like conundrum. Many late-stage inner astral martial artists got stuck there with no progress for ages. Some even took longer to push from late inner astral to early outer astral than they had spent going from early to late inner astral combined. But the greater the difficulty, the more obvious the accompanying surge in strength. For someone like Yin Zhaoge, breaking from late inner astral to early outer astral would not only boost his personal combat power by a large margin, it would also mean he could adeptly wield mid-grade spirit artifacts. An inner astral grandmaster could easily control low-grade spirit artifacts, but driving mid-grade ones was like a body refinement cultivator trying to drive low-grade artifacts hard to fully unleash their power. As for mid-grade spirit artifacts, Yin Zhaoge naturally wasn't lacking in such things. So once he broke through to outer astral grandmaster, not only would he himself be stronger, his overall combat power combined with artifacts would skyrocket. It had been quite some time since his second transmigration, and Yin Zhaoge had remained stuck at the inner astral grandmaster realm. It wasn't that he couldn't break through the bottleneck left behind by the body's original owner was nothing to the current Yin Zhaoge. He had plenty of ways and could resolve it whenever he wished. Yin Zhaoge had simply kept his patience, sorting through the various texts stored in his mind one by one and extrapolating in light of reality, aiming for the most perfect outcome and to pave the way for what came after as much as possible. Now that preparations were more or less in place, there was certainly no need to delay. Breakthrough whenever he wanted it all depended on his mood and thought in that moment. Yin Zhaoge sat quietly on the ground. The air in the quiet chamber seemed to have congealed, and the dust on the floor felt pressed down, unable to rise. At this moment, the acupoints all over his body seemed to come alive, opening and closing without cease, as if they were breathing. Between each inhalation and exhalation, there was a sense of rhythmic cadence. As the acupoints opened and closed, wisps of mist like aura rose from within. His breaths grew longer, often taking several minutes for one cycle, and each breath would set his acupoints quivering. Slowly, a thin layer of white mist seemed to shroud Yin Zhaoge. He sat in silence like a pure white statue, as if brewing something momentous. Suddenly, Yin Zhaoge's body trembled, the white haze clinging to his skin cracked like porcelain, spreading a dense, web-like pattern of fissures. Strands of astral chi, formless, colorless, carrying a faint metallic sheen, shot out through the cracks, tracing marks in the air. A long howl like a dragon's roar came from his mouth, light at first, then heavy, growing louder and louder. The cracks on his body grew denser in the end. The dragon's roar numbed the ears, and the outer shell formed by the white haze shattered with a thunderous crash. His astral chi was vast yet sharp, condensed and ruthless, circulating around him without pause, its edge laid bare. Yin Zhaoge opened his eyes and smiled faintly. The astral chi within his body could be retracted and released at will. With a thought, the astral chi he had emitted dispersed without a trace. Astral chi released outside the body, thus the realm of an outer astral grandmaster was achieved. Yin Zhaoge closed his eyes again, letting his gang chi seep into his bones, tempering and strengthening his marrow. After a bout of unremitting effort, Yin Zhaoge could already feel a tremendous change in his chi and blood. Bone marrow is the source of blood. Once it is refined, a martial artist's chi and blood will naturally grow robust in turn. Cultivation in the martial path is, at its core, a process of continually strengthening oneself. Body tempering is divided into three realms: flesh, meridian opening, and chi. Guiding the late stage of the flesh realm is called bone and blood resonating in unison. That is when one's skill is trained into the bones themselves. The hardness and toughness of the bones increase dramatically, and one's agility and strength rise accordingly. By the late chi guiding stage, one enters the realm of bone purging and marrow washing. Only then is it the first time one's skill reaches the marrow. By regulating chi and blood and unifying inside and out, inner chi can penetrate into the marrow, thereby achieving the initial effect of remolding the body. However, the inner chi of body tempering is far inferior to a grandmaster's gang chi. Once one steps into the realm of an outer gang grandmaster, using gang chi to refine the marrow anew yields another leap forward. The leap from inner gang to outer gang is no small increment, but an all-around transformation. At this moment, Yin Zhaoge looked inward and clearly saw the minute impurities that inner chi could never clear before being expelled bit by bit from his bones, little in amount, yet black as ink, filth from the depths of the marrow. Once the impurities were purged, not only had his marrow changed, even Yin Zhaoge's bones grew crystalline. Every inch of bone was even and pure, proportioned to perfection, both tough and powerful. Every newly born drop of blood within him held together without dispersing, round and harmonious, faintly sheening with a silvery light, as if it were quicksilver. The blood flowing within no longer roared like rivers. It was quiet yet weighty, not sluggish but smooth and natural. Bones like crystal, blood like lead and mercury. This is the hallmark of an early-stage outer gang grandmaster. It's just that for others who have only just become outer gang grandmasters, even after they can project gang chi outward, it takes a long time to undergo a second round of bone purging and marrow washing to reach this bodily state. Reaching this point lays the groundwork for assaulting the mid-stage of the outer gang grandmaster realm. Yin Zhaoge, however, accomplished all this in a mere quarter of an hour. Concluding his cultivation, he smiled, stood, and took out a small porcelain vial. He poured out a black pill from the vial. Wisps of pale vapor rose from it, as if it were shrouded in clouds and mist, and a faint luster flowed over its surface, like black jade. This was precisely the sect's reward, the mystic spirit treasure pill, now in Yin Zhaoge's hand. Although he had already broken through to early outer gang, Yin Zhaoge didn't rush to swallow it. He first examined it carefully for a while, even leaning in to sniff it. After a moment, he took out a golden needle and pricked it into the pill. The pill quivered as if it had come to life. Without letting go, he jabbed it 9 times in succession. The mystic spirit treasure pill quieted again, and the pale medicinal vapor drew back into the 9 pinholes. Only then did he nod in satisfaction. He swallowed the pill, then sat cross-legged to circulate his chi and refine the medicinal power. He didn't know how much time had passed before he suddenly called out, "Ahu!" Knocking sounded from outside the quiet room. Ahu answered, "Young master." Yin Zhaoga asked, "The thing I told you to look for before, did you get it?" Ahu replied, "There's news, but it still needs to be verified." Yin Zhaoga nodded and said, "Thus, before going into seclusion, the old sect master decided to directly appoint an official successor. As far as old man Yin was concerned, taking down steward elders like Chui Xian and Wen Ning didn't have much impact on the overall situation. At present, they still couldn't even produce an inner crystal furnace capable of refining spirit weapons. At best, it added a bit of face, hardly anything decisive. On the contrary, in a certain sense, this was more conducive to elevating Yin Zhaoga's reputation and status. Yin Zhaoga was well aware of this and had long since made plans, so while pondering the inner crystal furnace, he was also plotting another matter, namely, to refine a pill. It was a treasure-grade pill that hadn't been seen in the 8 Extremities world since the Great Calamity. If he succeeded, it would be a great merit in helping his old man vie for the sect master's seat, pretty much enough to settle the matter once and for all. Leaving the residence, Yin Zhaoga walked along the main street of Linyuan City, his mind constantly turning things over. "Right, young master, there's one more thing. Among the items you asked people to find, 2 medicinal ingredients have been completely out of stock on the Eastern Tang markets. I only managed to get a little from the Eastern Tang Imperial Palace's secret vault. I looked into it. It's because the largest pill faction in the Eastern Tang, Danstone Pavilion, has been buying them up on a large scale recently. Also, Danstone Pavilion suddenly started dumping a long-extinct supreme healing medicine called Smoky Cloud Powder." Yin Zhaoga thought for a moment and said, "Smoky Cloud Powder? If I remember right, that's the exclusive secret recipe of the pill fire sword, Gaozha. When Gaozha fell, the formula was lost with him. In the era when the major holy lands were gradually establishing the power structure of the 8 Extremities world, the pill fire sword, Gaozha, was one of the few top experts who carved out a path on his own, having once stepped into the martial saint realm. He was wild and arrogant by nature, fond of showing off, but he truly had genuine skill. Outstanding in the sword, he was also one of the top alchemists of his time, a true dual master of pill and sword. It was just that his relationship with Broad Creed Mountain had always been less than harmonious. But he had fallen many years ago. Ahu guessed, Danstone Pavilion probably happened to get their hands on Gaozha's old secret recipe. Yin Zhaoga nodded lightly, not taking it to heart. Smoky Cloud Powder was indeed a rare, saintly healing medicine, but it wasn't something he personally couldn't do without. After walking a bit farther, Yin Zhaoga's heart stirred. He looked up to see a few figures appear at the end of the street. They were arguing. Though they were some distance away, with Yin Zhaoga's hearing, he naturally heard them clearly. "Junior brother Fei, he's forcing you into something unreasonable. Why are you still listening to him?" It was a tall youth with a look of indignation on his face who spoke. He had gone down the mountain to temper himself together with Yin Zhaoga, a young disciple. Yin Zhaoga remembered his name was Lan Wenyin. The people beside Lan Wenyin were likewise young disciples out tempering themselves. After the Sealing Dragon Abyss training ended, aside from the missing Yi Jing, among the remaining 15, some had returned to Broad Creed Mountain, while others stayed in Linyuan City to continue cultivating and traveling. Squatting in front of Lan Wenyin and the others was a youth of about the same age, who gave a wry smile. "Senior brother Ma is fully in charge of supervising our daily cultivation. What he assigns, I can only do," Lan Wenyin said angrily. "With your current cultivation, going under the Great Waterfall, even an hour could lead to trouble." "2 hours? Is he trying to get you killed?" The youth surnamed Fei said with a bitter face, "I want to die. Like last time, when I pass out, he'll fish me up." Someone at the side asked, "Did you offend him before? So now he is specifically targeting you?" Junior brother Fei sighed and said, "I was ignorant back then. When he was embezzling, I ruined his scheme. Of course he'd come back to settle accounts. Then that's fine. You didn't do anything wrong, why be afraid of him?" If he is suppressing and retaliating against you, you can report it to the steward elders. Junior brother Fei replied dully. I thought that too at first, only to find out the steward elders are the ones backing him. Otherwise, he wouldn't dare be so wantonly vindictive. Even if I report it to the steward elders, senior brother Ma only has to say he is urging me to train hard. That would smooth it over. At most, they say his methods are a bit extreme, and he still wouldn't be punished. Instead, he become even more unscrupulous in his retaliation. Junior brother Fei looked at Lan Wenyan and the others and smiled wryly. I came out in the first place just for a bit of subsidy. If I'd known, I wouldn't have come at all. I really took things too lightly. Now if I want to return to the sect, I still have to report to the steward elders first. With senior brother Ma throwing his weight around on the side, I can't afford to provoke him, and I don't even have anywhere to hide. Lan Wenyan furrowed his brows. The junior brother Fei before him was an old acquaintance who joined the sect the same year as he did. He thought coming to Linyuan City would let him reunite with an old friend who would have thought that his friend had fallen to such a state. Lan Wenyan pondered for a moment, hesitated, and said, This time we came with senior brother Yin. Senior brother Yin has a special status. If we can ask him to speak up, senior brother Ma might not dare make things difficult for you. If you want to transfer out of Linyuan City, it might be doable. Yin Zhaoga, senior brother Yin? Junior brother Fei's eyes lit up, then dimmed again. Senior brother Yin may not get involved in such a small matter, and I heard senior brother Yin and elder Su of Linyuan City are very close. Then we'll help you go back and put in a word with the sect. Senior brother Ma only picks on me over small things now and then. There's no real serious fault to pin on him, and if someone in the sect asks, he can brush it off. Junior brother Fei gave a wry smile. Forget it, I'll just endure it. Once he gets over his mood, it should be fine. He won't go so far as to really harm me. I'll treat it as tempering. Yin Zhaoga watched quietly, expressionless, just tilting his head slightly. As I recall, among Su Chuan's personal disciples there's no one with the surname Ma, and I don't think he has relatives like that either, right? Yes. Ahu nodded and stepped back, and soon returned to report. That man's name is Ma Yu, a descendant of a deceased elder of our sect. When Su Chuan was young, he received favor from Elder Ma, so he took to looking after Elder Ma's descendant, Ma Yu. Yin Zhaoga raised an eyebrow. Su Chuan has always been clean and decisive. Just because he repays an old favor, would he really condone the man's embezzlement? Ahu shook his head. This came up suddenly, we couldn't get a clear read. But Su Chuan may not know. Ma Yu puts on an especially humble face in front of Su Chuan. For some minor faults, Su Chuan lets them slide for the sake of the late Elder Ma. As a result, Ma Yu has been throwing his weight around by flaunting that connection, and others are reluctant to bring his issues to Su Chuan. Ahu let out a cold snort. Classic deceiving the higher-ups and bullying the ones below. Yin Zhaoga didn't smile, narrowing his eyes. No, with Su Chuan's shrewdness, his subordinates, and Ma Yu can't hide this from him. There's also someone backing Ma Yu from behind. The target may not be him, but aimed at Su Chuan. With Ma Yu inching forward like this, he gradually becomes a weak spot for Su Chuan. Sooner or later, it'll blow up into a mess and drag him down. Especially now that Su Chuan is in charge of both Linyuan City and Lingfeng Valley. Those people outside are probably about to make a move. Just as Lan Wenyan and the others were about to speak again, seeing junior brother Fei force out a smile, someone suddenly called from the side. Junior brother Fei, aren't you going yet? Do you want to make me wait all day at the Great Waterfall? A medium-built young man walked over, grinning at everyone, then suddenly let out a low laugh. That's right, I am going to mess with him. What can you do about it? The newcomer was Ma Yu. The youth surnamed Fei moved his lips but didn't speak, gave Lan Wenyan and the others a wry smile, then walked toward Ma Yu. You don't have to go with him. A cool, clear voice sounded, and Sikong Qing appeared before them. Joy surfaced on Lan Wenyan's face, and he hurried forward to salute. Senior sister Sikong. Sikong Qing's gaze swept around and settled on the youth surnamed Fei and on Ma Yu. Grinding hard and learning to endure are good things. Some elders in the sect will even force disciples to bear it. But it should come from good intentions, not personal vendetta. Ma Yu sized up his own white robes, then looked at the blue outer robe she wore, a flash of resentment crossing his eyes. He laughed loudly. Don't tease, junior sister Sikong. I'm just playing a little joke on them. Sikong Ching replied coldly. It's not funny at all. Mayu chuckled. Junior sister Sikong, you're wearing the blue robe, of course I can't match you. But how long can you stay in Linyuan City? How long can he rely on you? You don't have the authority to transfer him, and you don't have the authority to transfer me. Once you leave, what can he do? Mayu smiled at Lan Wenyin and the others. If you don't want to jump the waterfall, then don't. We can play at something else. If you don't want to play today, we can play in a few days. He glanced at junior brother Fei, seeing him bow his head. He smiled and looked towards Sikong Ching and Lan Wenyin. You can go back to the mountain to file a complaint with the sect, but what will you accuse me of? Of being too strict and pushing a junior brother to train. Lan Wenyin glared at him, eyes almost spitting fire. Mayu didn't even look at Lan Wenyin, fixing his gaze on Sikong Ching's face and asking with a playful smile. What? Want to beat me up? They can't beat me. Your cultivation is higher than mine. I won't strike first, but if you lay a hand on me, you'll be violating sect rules. Mayu tittered and stepped back half a pace. See, junior sister Sikong, I wouldn't dare provoke you. Your word carries weight. If you forbid junior brother Fei from going to the waterfall with me, of course I won't force him. Whatever he does is up to you. Not just today, so long as you're around. Everyone has to listen to you. As for once you leave, well, that's another story, haha. Mayu was backing away when he suddenly bumped into someone. Startled, he looked back and his soul almost fled his body. The face that appeared before him was none other than Su Chuan S. Su Chuan gazed at Mayu calmly, no anger on his face at all, which only made Mayu more afraid. After nephew Sikong leaves, what then? Mayu forced himself to rally and stammered. Elder Su, when did you come? Su Chuan said coolly. In short, I've heard everything I needed to. Mayu suddenly felt his vision go dark. His legs turned to jelly, and he nearly collapsed to his knees. Su Chuan shook his head and waved. The attendants behind him stepped up and hauled Mayu away. Elder Su, my grandfather. Mayu tried to speak, but someone pinned him down and he couldn't even make a sound. Only one thought echoed in his mind. It's over. From now on, he will not appear in Linyuan City again, nor will he be allowed to flaunt my name to bully others. Su Chuan nodded to Sikong Ching and the others, then turned and left. No one knew that Elder Su, who served as deacon for both Linyuan City and Lingfeng Valley, had cold sweat down his back inwardly, he thought. Thank goodness for young Master Yan's warning, otherwise a great trouble would have brewed. Lan Wenyin and the others looked at each other, momentarily dazed. It was probably senior brother Yan. Sikong Ching watched Su Chuan's departing figure and spoke softly. Everyone came to a sudden realization, looked around, and finally spotted Yin Zhaoga in the distance. The group hurried forward to pay their respects. Seeing that everyone seemed hesitant to speak, Yin Zhaoga chuckled and shook his head, then looked at the boy with the surname Fei and said, he won't trouble you anymore. But you need to cultivate diligently. No matter when, you must stick with it, push yourself more. In the end, the one who benefits is you. For example, if you attain the cultivation and status junior sister Sikong has, there'd be no need for anyone else to step in. He wouldn't dare act recklessly. Junior brother Fei's lips trembled incessantly as he bowed to Yin Zhaoga, terrified. Yes, I will remember senior brother Yin's teachings. He was so excited he couldn't even voice his thanks. Lan Wenyin tugged his sleeve and whispered, just keep it in mind. Senior brother Yin can't be bothered to fuss with someone like Mayu. Yes. Junior brother Fei nodded repeatedly, his gaze toward Yin Zhaoga full of gratitude and yearning. Lan Wenyin and the others were the same. Yin Zhaoga made a brief remark, and no one brought up the matter again. He smiled and asked, dressed like this, you're heading out where to? Sikong Ching replied calmly, I'm taking the junior brothers and sisters to the Luliao mountain range. Yin Zhaoga said non-committally, You've been there, make sure you take good care of them. Sikong Ching answered, I understand. Since it had indeed been Yin Zhaoga who intervened, no one worried that Su Chuan would be two-faced anymore. The earlier unpleasantness with Mayu dissipated in an instant, and the mood lightened. A disciple asked Yin Zhaoga curiously, Senior brother Yin, the Mr. Dong those storytellers and puppeteers talk about, he is our sect's heaven-shaking patriarch, Isen Tihi? Linyuan City sat by the sealing dragon abyss, and most of the traffic was martial practitioners. Ordinary folk were few, though some still risked coming here to make a living. Once the market opened, the city naturally became bustling. Many children gathered by the roadside, all staring wide-eyed at the puppet show. Behind the stage, the puppeteer manipulated two figures while declaiming at a torrent-like pace. Mr. Dong swung his blade down. Heaven and earth split. The sea parted in two, and he lopped off the great flame devil king's head outright. That flame demon dared intrude into our eight extremities world to commit evil, but when he ran into Mr. Dong, he was stuck between advancing and retreating. The street puppets were somewhat worn, but their craftsmanship was fine. One puppet was a middle-aged man wielding a long blade, looking fierce and imposing. The other was entirely scarlet, though humanoid. It had a ferocious, tusked visage, and the hair on its head was carved as flames, like a demon. Under the performer's control, the middle-aged puppet slashed at the flame demon's neck, sending the demon flying. It wasn't just the children who were delighted. The surrounding spectators all cheered in unison. Watching the scene, Yin Zhaoga said, "Yes, the so-called Mr. Dong is our sect's patriarch Donga." The heaven-shaking venerable Zhan Donga was the strongest figure in Guangqing Mountain's history. It was precisely during his tenure as sect master that Guangqing Mountain reached its zenith. Back in his prime, Zhan Donga stood as the #1 expert of the eight extremities world, looking down on all heroes under his banner. Broad Creed Mountain was also the undisputed foremost sacred ground, overlooking the world. Alas, just when Zhan Donga and Broad Creed Mountain were at their zenith, heaven and earth underwent an earth-shaking change. Over the endless ocean to the east of the eight extremities world, the sky suddenly split open with a rift. From that fissure, a passage opened, linking to another world, the Flame Devil world. In the Flame Devil world, the rulers were not humans, but flame devils, innately powerful and savagely cruel. The Flame Devils launched an invasion, and Zhan Donga, together with Broad Creed Mountain, led the heroes of the world to face them. The enemy had more experts, and the situation was dire for the eight extremities world, until Zhan Donga alone faced 5 powerhouses, cut down the Flame Devil's leader, the Great Flame Devil King, and slew or gravely wounded several Flame Devil Kings, thereby turning the tide. In the end, the Flame Devil race was forced back into the Flame Devil world, but the human race of the eight extremities world also suffered grievous losses. Heaven-shaking Supreme Zhan Donga held the pass alone, his battle merits resplendent, but in the end he was mortally wounded and exhausted. Dying from spent strength, more than half of Broad Creed Mountain's experts were killed or injured. Since then, though the other sacred grounds were heavily damaged, they had the chance to catch up to Broad Creed Mountain, which had suffered the worst losses. The Sacred Sun clan thus gradually rose, becoming the new foremost sacred ground. In these years, relations between Broad Creed Mountain and the Sacred Sun clan had been poor. The old and new sect masters took a dislike to each other, which was one of the flashpoints. The passage between the two worlds still existed. Though the Flame Devils were repelled back then, the threat remained, and in recent years there had still been constant small-scale clashes between the two sides. Precisely because of the Flame Devils' existence, and coupled with the mutual checks and balances among the sacred grounds, the eight extremities world barely maintained a fragile peace within. The storytellers and performers did not dare speak Zhan Donga's true name outright, so they collectively called him Mr. Dong. Knowing little of the truth of that year, the versions handed down grew ever more outlandish, like tales of gods and monsters. To ordinary commoners, Zhan Donga had indeed become a mythic figure. Everything from back then sounded like legend. Moreover, since it helped the sect's reputation and rallied hearts, Broad Creed Mountain turned a blind eye instead of banning it outright. Broad Creed Mountain's disciples flipped through the sect's records and listened to their elders recount the old days, imagining the past. Each was filled with emotion, unable to help sighing. In our sect's yesteryears, alas. Standing beside Yin Zhaoga, Ahu's expression suddenly changed, and his gaze flicked elsewhere. Following his line of sight, Yin Zhaoga saw a white-clothed man with a full beard appear. The man glanced at the distant puppet stage, then swept his gaze over the Broad Creed Mountain crowd, shaking his head as he said, "Pitiful worms who can only live in memories. deceiving themselves. Seeing at a glance that he wore the garb of a Sacred Sun clan disciple, and then hearing his words, the Broad Creed Mountain disciples immediately showed anger on their faces. The bearded white-clothed man came closer, but shifted his gaze to the other side, saying, "People ought to live in the present." Where he was looking, there happened to be another stage. Behind the stage, someone was singing with rising and falling cadence. The great sun saint ascended in broad daylight, transforming into a rainbow, illuminating heaven and earth. In Linyuan City, Broad Creed Mountain did not stand alone. The Sacred Sun clan also had a foothold here and no small influence. Naturally, there were also storytellers and performers who specialized in singing the Sacred Sun clan's legends. Most of these people were just making a living. With no clear stance whatever the common folk wanted to see, they performed. Among the people, the most widespread tale regarding the Sacred Sun clan was the legendary story of its former sect master. Among commoners, it was said he ascended in broad daylight. Among martial practitioners, the rumors about him were more varied and complicated. Some said he reached a higher realm and stepped into the heavens. Others said he was still secluded in cultivation within a mysterious forbidden ground of the Sacred Sun clan. Still others claimed he had long been in a death seclusion and had already fallen. In any case, with him not showing his face for a long time, all sorts of theories sprang up endlessly. It was under the influence of this figure that, after Jean Donga's fall, the Sacred Sun clan rose and ultimately took the seat of the new foremost sacred ground. The white-clothed man's gaze fell on that stage. Everyone understood the implication. The Broad Creed Mountain disciples all had a pent-up frustration in their hearts, feeling stifled for a moment. Yin Zhaoge looked at him in surprise and amusement and said, "Xiao Sheng, why did you suddenly grow a big beard?" Xiao Sheng didn't reply. His ears twitched slightly, as if he were cocking them to listen to something, while he stared fixedly at Yin Zhaoge. "The sound of your blood pulsing is almost inaudible, heavy yet continuous. The color of your blood is like lead and mercury. You've already advanced to an outer astral Qi Grandmaster. Your second bone tempering and marrow cleansing succeeded so quickly, but it doesn't really matter." Xiao Sheng didn't answer directly. He looked Yin Zhaoge up and down and said, "Yin Zhaoge, you beat up people of my Sacred Sun clan in the Sealing Dragon Abyss. Did you think they took that for nothing?" Yin Zhaoge smiled and countered, "You're stepping in for Chao Yuanlong and the others?" Xiao Sheng strode forward to stand before Yin Zhaoge and asked in return, "And how do you think I would act?" At first, the people of Broad Creed Mountain didn't recognize him, but the moment they heard the name Xiao Sheng, they immediately knew who stood before them. He was the grandson of the Sacred Sun clan's Grand Elder, jointly famed with Chao Yuanlong as one of the four rising suns. He had cultivated longer, and his realm was higher. Sikong Qing knit her brows slightly and said, "Late outer astral martial grandmaster." Her gaze fixed on Yin Zhaoge and Xiao Sheng. Like Chao Yuanlong earlier, who had few opponents in the late inner astral martial grandmaster realm, Xiao Sheng was unstoppable in the martial path, a top presence among those of the same level, with an even more dazzling record than Chao Yuanlong. Compared to Chao Yuanlong, who took an unorthodox path with a rare sword art, Xiao Sheng had trained by the book in the Sacred Sun clan's orthodox arts. Even so, he had still stood out from among the Sacred Sun clan's many young geniuses. Back then, with only early outer astral cultivation, he had defeated a mid-outer astral opponent, and his name spread throughout the martial world. Although the disciples of Broad Creed Mountain had confidence in Yin Zhaoge, seeing how Xiao Sheng's cultivation and combat experience far surpassed his, they couldn't help feeling uneasy. Xiao Sheng's voice was rough, yet he spoke unhurriedly. "However you hit Chao Yuanlong and the others back then, I'll return it in full today. You didn't just hit Chao Yuanlong, you also injured my other junior brothers. Today, besides you, I'm going to pick a few from the people behind you to keep you company." Seeing Xiao Sheng throw his cultivation realm around to pressure others, people couldn't help muttering in dissatisfaction. Does he think Broad Creed Mountain has no late outer astral martial grandmasters? Yin Zhaoge's expression was calm. Martial practitioners under 40 are usually grouped by age brackets of 3 to 5 years. There's a bit of an age gap between us, but I don't mind. Let us just treat each other as the same cohort. Ahu, stay out of this. Ahu glared at Xiao Sheng in displeasure, but after hearing Yin Zhaoga's words, he nodded and stepped back a few paces. Xiao Sheng stared at Yin Zhaoga and said, setting skill aside for the moment, "You do have some guts. I won't bully you by throwing my cultivation around either. You were able to use the sword to break Chao Yuanlong's Sun Golden Needle Chi and Mid-Heaven Divine Palm. Your techniques must have their unique merits. How about we see whose changes in technique are more exquisite?" As he spoke, Xiao Sheng extended both hands and made a grabbing motion from afar. The puppeteer in the distance who was performing Mr. East beheads the Flame Devil King and the Great Sun Saint ascends in broad daylight suddenly felt his hands grow much lighter. Looking up, he realized that the puppets representing Mr. East and the Great Sun Saint had all vanished. The audience erupted, looking around in all directions, but no one knew where the puppets had gone or how they had disappeared. Both puppets had appeared in Xiao Sheng's hands at the same time. He held the control crosses, with the strings beneath still attached to the puppets. "I've heard you use bamboo as a sword and handle it deftly. I imagine your fine control over astral chi is pretty good too, enough to qualify you to play this game with me." Xiao Sheng smiled and said, "These little things are sturdier than bamboo, but they're still brittle. Pour in too much astral chi and they self-destruct first. You don't have to worry about me suppressing you with my cultivation. These things naturally cap how much chi we can drive. With the same amount of astral chi driving them, victory comes down to whose changes in technique are subtler and whose control over chi is finer." As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Sheng tossed the Mr. East puppet toward Yin Zhaoga. Catching the puppet, Yin Zhaoga suddenly smiled and said, "If I remember right, that patriarch of yours was driven into a volcano crater by our sect's Heaven Shocker Supreme back then, and didn't he dare come out for half a lifetime? Wasn't he? Later, when the Flame Devils invaded, he only crawled out because Heaven Shocker Supreme expressly permitted it, correct?" Xiao Sheng stared at him coldly and said, "People of Broad Creed Mountain love talking about the past, living in yesterday. People like that will turn to dust along with history sooner or later." With that, he flicked his hand, and astral chi suddenly flared from his body. The puppet strings snapped one by one, yet the puppet hung suspended in midair without falling, a faint metallic sheen blooming across its surface. As the astral chi was released, that rough little puppet suddenly shone with brilliance, as if imbued with life. Its limbs moved, and it actually swung out a palm strike, lunging straight for the Mr. East puppet in Yin Zhaoga's hand. Small and delicate though it was, the wind off that palm was biting, kicking up a real gust. The air even exploded with a loud bang, as if shattered into pieces. Seeing this, the Broad Creed Mountain crowd all felt a jolt in their hearts and exclaimed, "No wonder he knows how senior brother Yin defeated Chao Yuanlong and still dares to challenge him this way." Yin Zhaoga merely smiled. With a twist of his wrist, the strings of the puppet in his own hand snapped as well. Drawn by astral chi, Mr. Dong's puppet seemed to flash with a glimmer in its eyes. In that instant, Mr. Dong became the heaven-shaking venerable, a stern, awe-inspiring aura bursting forth. The puppet gave its wooden blade a shake, the edge cleaved the air, even leaving a trace visible to the naked eye. Xiao Sheng sneered, "Put on a good show, Yin Zhaoga. Don't disappoint me too much." His eyes were as sullen and cold as a snake's. With a twist of his control, the Sacred Sun Saint puppet's palms fluttered, suddenly crashing toward the puppet in Yin Zhaoga's hands. Under Xiao Sheng's control, the Sacred Sun Saint puppet's twin palms threaded and flitted like phantoms. Like the setting sun, its final afterglow scattering into myriad illusions, both poignantly beautiful and unfathomable. This technique was sunset glow of residual light, thousand illusory palms. A core martial art of the Sacred Sun clan, ranked alongside the Solar Great Heaven Palm as one of the Sacred Sun clan's 7 solas. This lineage of martial arts was one of the Sacred Sun clan's rare schools, famed for its myriad variations in form. Xiao Sheng had cultivated this path arduously for many years, long since grasping its essence. Even senior fellow apprentices with cultivation higher than his didn't match his insight into its shifting variations. Stirred by Xiao Sheng's astral chi, the puppet moved like a living person, rendering this thousand-fold sequence to perfection. If he can do this even through a puppet, What would it be like if Xiao Sheng struck personally? The disciples of Broad Creed Mountain watched with a bitter taste in their mouths, their palms slowly starting to sweat. Yin Zhaoga didn't he look at the sacred Sun Saint puppet instead. He fixed his gaze on the hands with which Xiao Sheng controlled the puppet. Faced with the fierce onslaught, Mr. Dong's puppet didn't he hesitate it chopped out with a single stroke. In everyone's eyes, the formerly stiff puppet soared like a divine dragon, tearing through the layers of sunset-woven illusions. Azure brilliance burst forth, like a true dragon shaking its scales, sweeping across heaven and earth. One illusion after another was shattered, dispersing like bubbles in a dream. Though Mr. Dong held a wooden blade, Yin Zhaoga wielded it as a sword, unbound by form with the exquisite sword art sleeve-hidden azure dragon. He successfully dissolved Xiao Sheng's sunset glow of residual light, 1,000 illusory palms. The Broad Creed Mountain disciples immediately broke into a chorus of cheers. Yet a cruel smile tugged at the corner of Xiao Sheng's mouth. He sneered, "Do you take me for a dumb ox like Qiao Yuanlong, who only knows how to brute force things?" With that, Xiao Sheng's method of controlling the puppet grew even more intricate, unleashing all the myriad changes of sunset glow of residual light, 1,000 illusory palms. As astral chi surged, a soft radiance coiled around the sacred Sun Saint puppet, like the afterglow of a dying sun, once again enshrouding Mr. Dong. This time, beyond their poignant, unfathomable beauty and endless transformations, those visions carried a taste of despair. The sun sank westward into the mountains. The land was about to be swallowed by night, with only a wisp of lingering afterglow at the horizon. No matter how the world begged it to stay, how reluctant they were, it was all in vain. What must come will come. At this moment, the deeper martial intent of sunset glow of residual light, 1,000 illusory palms, was expressed by Xiao Sheng with flawless clarity. The dying sun's glow was like a cage of despair, tightly covering Mr. Dong's puppet. Yin Zhaoga's sleeve-hidden azure dragon sword momentum was like a heavenly dragon ascending, exceptionally sublime. Yet at this moment, he could only stare wide-eyed at the sun's descent, powerless before this natural change. For an instant, the azure sword light dimmed, the radiance grew hazy, darkness suddenly fell before everyone's eyes, swallowing both puppets together. Xiao Sheng smiled and said, "That which should fall will inevitably fall. Remembrance and nostalgia are nothing but futile." With his astral chi vibrating, the sacred Sun Saint puppet's twin palms were already slapping toward the vital chest and abdomen of Mr. Dong's puppet. Yin Zhaoga merely snorted coldly, seeing this. A chill gleam burst from his eyes. At the same time, Mr. Dong's puppet's body twisted sharply, and its wrist gave a flick. The edge of the wooden blade drew back, and the entire humanoid puppet instantly folded in on itself. The moment that should have blazed with edge suddenly returned to an unremarkable calm, as if a sword were being sheathed, or like a true dragon high above the 9 heavens diving into the clouds. Sleeve-hidden azure dragon, cloud dragon concealed sword form. The smile vanished from Xiao Sheng's face, and an ominous premonition surged in his heart. He felt ill at ease, uncomfortable, like having a thorn stuck in his back. Yin Zhaoga had Mr. Dong execute a concealed sword form in that instant. Xiao Sheng felt as if the opponent had vanished into thin air before him. The person was clearly still there, and his palm clearly about to land, yet it struck nothing but air. Xiao Sheng roared in anger. Petty tricks, nothing but a clown's act. His voice was rough, with a grating edge. He controlled the sacred Sun Saint puppet, hurriedly forcing the palm force to retract, held in reserve without release, carefully sensing the opponent's aura. Just as he caught a subtle ripple of movement, Mr. Dong's puppet's body thundered as it unfurled. Like a cloud bank split by a startling thunderbolt, a biting sword edge suddenly erupted, straight. He was just thinking when he suddenly froze, catching sight of Yin Zhaoga opposite. That sword momentum that had been soaring to the heavens suddenly withdrew, vanishing without a trace. Another hidden sword move. Cloud Dragon conceals the sword, weaving reality and illusion, blending motion and stillness like a divine dragon hiding its head amidst the clouds, disappearing without the slightest warning. Xiao Sheng's sunset remnant light, thousand phantasms palm struck, nothing at all. In the next instant, azure sword light flared, sweeping across the sky, tearing the night, pulling light back down to the earth. The sun sets, but will rise again. Floating clouds only veil the eyes for a time. Sooner or later, the clouds will part and daylight return. Yin Zhaoge said with a soft laugh, using a blade in place of a sword, Mr. East's edge pointing straight at the great Sun Saint's chest. Xiao Sheng's pupil shrank, but it was already too late for him to manipulate the great Sun Saint puppet to evade. Streams of invisible airflow with a metallic sheen flowed around the great Sun Saint puppet. His astral chi defense was pushed to the extreme. He could only grit his teeth and take Mr. East's strike head-on. Only, the azure glow on Mr. East's blade pulsed, unusually sharp, likewise gleaming with a metallic luster. In that moment, the wooden blade seemed to become a true steel longsword, forcibly breaking through the astral chi defense line and stabbing straight into the great Sun Saint puppet's chest. Humph! Xiao Sheng let out a cold snort, slapped his palm forward, and the astral chi on the great Sun Saint puppet surged explosively. The great Sun Saint puppet shattered first, and the wooden blade embedded in it snapped as well. That force traveled along the wooden blade to the Mr. East puppet, and Mr. East immediately shattered in turn. Yin Zhaoge wasn't the least annoyed. He withdrew his hand, clasped both hands behind his back, and looked leisurely at Xiao Sheng. Xiao Sheng's gaze locked tightly on Yin Zhaoge, his eyes narrowing to slits, a venomous glint flickering within. The bushy beard on his face quivered in time with his heavy breathing. Though he hadn't lost face as utterly as Chao Yuanlong, down to even losing his underpants, Xiao Sheng was at this moment shamed into anger, his face flushing hot. He had set the rules, yet he was the first to break them, tantamount to slapping himself in the face. On the surface it looked like a mutual destruction draw, but in truth he had already lost before this. Yin Zhaoge slanted him a glance, shrugged, and said, "Actually, I agree with you. One really shouldn't live in the past. Stand in the present and face the future. That's the right way." Could Xiao Sheng fail to hear what he meant? Xiao Sheng stared at Yin Zhaoge and slowly nodded. "Yin Zhaoge, you're impressive. I admit I underestimated you before, but no matter, the days ahead are long." With that said, Xiao Sheng spoke no further, turned, and departed. Yin Zhaoge chuckled lightly. "The further time goes, the less you'll think that way." With Xiao Sheng repelled by Yin Zhaoge, the nearby Broad Creed Mountain disciples were all looking at Yin Zhaoge with longing in their eyes. In such a short span, he had first beaten Chao Yuanlong and then checked Xiao Sheng. Among the young generation of martial artists, Yin Zhaoge was set to be unmatched in renown for a time. If defeating Chao Yuanlong earlier had been a bout between equals, this time his opponent was Xiao Sheng, whose cultivation surpassed Yin Zhaoge's by more than a single tier. Even if, because of the contest rules, Xiao Sheng had suppressed his astral chi to a level close to Yin Zhaoge's. A late-stage outer astral grandmaster is still a late-stage grandmaster in insight, experience, and understanding of martial arts. He is far deeper than an early-stage outer astral grandmaster. The transformations and subtleties that early-stage grandmasters are only beginning to encounter or haven't even touched late-stage grandmasters have long since mastered. These gaps become increasingly obvious in actual combat. With the same single unit of strength, an early-stage outer astral grandmaster might produce just 1 unit of effect, while a late-stage outer astral grandmaster might draw out 5 or 6, even 8 or 9, up to the full 10. Yet in the bout just now, the result was Yin Zhaoge having the upper hand, forcing Xiao Sheng to break his own promise to claw back such an inglorious draw. If Yin Zhaoge had hailed from the sacred ground of Broad Creed Mountain and was up against a regular late-stage outer astral grandmaster, people might still accept such a result. But the opponent was Xiao Sheng of the Sacred Sun clan that carried a completely different meaning. After all, Xiao Sheng himself had, while at early-stage outer astral, defeated a mid-stage outer astral opponent across realms. He was a prodigy. A small puppet carved from wood would normally be woefully fragile against a martial artist's astral chi, yet under his manipulation it seemingly came alive, like a powerful expert with accomplished cultivation. Even that great Sun Saint puppet under Xiao Sheng's control, A single strike from it couldn't be received by any of the Broad Creed Mountain disciples still at the body refinement stage, save for Sikong Qing. Yet such a genius among his peers, like Chao Yuanlong, actually broke his spear and sank into the sand before Yin Zhaoge. How could this not leave everyone dazzled and entranced? Sikong Qing looked at the puppet fragments on the ground, her eyes moving slightly, as if she had been affected by some feeling. This girl truly has her heart set on the martial path. Yin Zhaoge glanced at her, couldn't he help but shake his head and laugh, then offered guidance. You've been in the microcosm stage for a while now, just half a step from Grandmaster. To transform inner qi into aura, you have to reverse circulate your inner qi and temper it repeatedly, refining qi into aura. Your seniors in the sect should all have taught you this method. However, when reverse circulating your inner qi, you might try a rhythm of alternating the illusory and the real, for example, illusory real, illusory real, illusory illusory, illusory real. At this, Sikong Qing's eyes immediately brightened a few shades, and the other junior disciples all quickly pricked up their ears. At this moment, the prestige of Yin Zhaoge in their hearts even surpassed that of some elders in the sect. For those who wished to rely on body refinement to advance to Grandmaster, receiving pointers from someone like Yin Zhaoge was an exceedingly precious opportunity. For the many practitioners in the Eight Extremities world, the leap from a body refinement martial artist to a Grandmaster was a chasm that was hard to cross. The difficulty of this far exceeded going from mid-Qi guiding to late Qi guiding, or from late Qi guiding into microcosm. It was even much harder than advancing from mid-inner aura to late inner aura, or from late inner aura to early outer aura. On the other hand, once one achieved Grandmaster, the increase in strength was earth-shaking. The crux lay in the fact that to become a Grandmaster, one had to refine Qi into aura, converting inner Qi into aura. Aura was far more condensed than inner Qi. If inner Qi was like a gas, then aura was like a liquid. When the two met, a small amount of aura could dissolve a large amount of true Qi. When a body refinement martial artist crossed blows with a Grandmaster, they often had no power to fight back in the face of absolute strength. No amount of dexterous footwork would help, and many times a Grandmaster could suppress 10 with a single person. In many cases, numbers alone could not make up that gap at all. With just a few casual pointers from Yin Zhaoge, Sikong Qing immediately felt a sudden enlightenment. The gaze she turned toward Yin Zhaoge carried more respect and expression that hadn't surfaced even when Yin Zhaoge had punished Mayu. Yin Zhaoge said to everyone, "Everyone's circumstances are different. What suits junior sister Sikong might not suit you. You're still a ways off from Grandmaster, don't rush it. Take it one step at a time." Convinced, everyone bowed to Yin Zhaoge in succession. "Many thanks for the guidance, senior brother Yin. We will cultivate diligently." Sikong Qing also saluted Yin Zhaoge this time. It wasn't perfunctory, but rather quite sincere. "Thank you for your guidance, senior brother Yin." She paused, then said to the others, "I've gained much from senior brother Yin's pointers. I plan to enter seclusion immediately and one be able to go to the Luliao Mountains with you." Everyone expressed understanding, though they couldn't help worrying a little for the moment, and unconsciously looked to Yin Zhaoge again. Yin Zhaoge said evenly, "It's no problem if I take you this time, but does everyone expect me to lead you for life? Besides, where I'm going would actually be even more dangerous for you." The Broad Creed Mountain disciples all flushed slightly. Though they usually received careful nurturing from the sect, they truly did not lack independence. It was just that Yin Zhaoge had been too dazzling lately, throwing everyone off a bit, and they subconsciously took him as their backing. In unison, everyone said solemnly, "We have grown dependent and slothful in our hearts. Thanks to senior brother Yin for the reminder, we are truly ashamed." Yin Zhaoge smiled and waved it off casually. "It's fine. In that case, let us leave it at that." As soon as he finished speaking, he turned and left the city, heading outside the walls. The Broad Creed Mountain disciples also bid farewell to Sikong Qing, then left the city and set out for the Luliao Mountains. Not long after setting out, Yin Zhaoge, Ahu, and the others were already nowhere to be seen. The Luliao mountain range was vast on the side near the Sealing Dragon Abyss. Although it yielded many valuable resources, the terrain was treacherous. With their current cultivation, The journey was by no means easy. We really should reflect on ourselves. When senior brother Yin was leading us, we instead became a burden and even felt smug about it. The girl hugged a little light spirit cat, looking somewhat dejected. Beside her, Lan Wenyin said, "We're indeed far from senior brother Yin for now, but we mustn't be discouraged because of that. We should work even harder that's the proper path." Another person muttered under his breath, "Could it be you're like that Yi Jing too? Always thinking about challenging senior brother Yin someday?" Lan Wenyin replied candidly, "At the very least, we should strive to be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with senior brother Yin, rather than be a drag, right?" Hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. As senior brother Yin said, "Take it step by step and lay a solid foundation now." After arriving at their destination, they split up among the mountains to act on their own. Lan Wenyin walked a few steps alone when his gaze suddenly froze, staring straight ahead. "We were just talking about Yi Jing, junior brother Yi, and this." Not far ahead of him stood a figure. A lone figure stood at the foot of the mountain, bare-chested. His body was covered in vivid flame patterns, as if one could still see them flickering. His glossy black hair hung down his back, though jet black. From afar, it looked like clusters of blazing flames. Flame markings were etched across his face as well, and his eyes looked like ceaselessly flickering firelight. Drawing closer, Lan Wenyin recognized that this somewhat strange-looking youth was none other than Yi Jing, who had gone missing that day in the Sealing Dragon Abyss. Though his face was veiled by flame patterns, his features were still recognizable. Lan Wenyin hesitated a little and probed, "Are you Yi Jing, junior brother Yi?" The youth turned his head, his gaze searing like fire, then finally nodded. "That's right, it's me." Lan Wenyin asked curiously, "Back then in the Sealing Dragon Abyss, you actually—" At the mention of the Sealing Dragon Abyss, anger immediately flared in Yi Jing's eyes and his face went cold. "Lucky. Didn't he die? Whatever the case, it's good that you're still alive." Lan Wenyin let out a breath. Everyone was worried. "Look, senior brother Yin even said you were blessed by fortune and would turn calamity into auspiciousness. Looks like he was at least somewhat." Before he could finish, a thunderous bellow cut him off. "Yin Zhaoge." Yi Jing's eyes all but shot flames. "If not for him, how would I have encountered such a catastrophe? From the very start, he harbored ill intent and wanted me dead. But I'm hard to kill. I survived, and my cultivation even advanced. I'm afraid he'll be disappointed." Yi Jing gnashed his teeth. "A gentleman repays his enmities. This debt will be settled with him sooner or later." Hearing this, Lan Wenyin's brow furrowed tight. "Junior brother Yi, calm down first. I heard about it later too. Senior brother Yin's internal crystal furnace fell into the abyss and exploded, injuring you. That was truly an accident." Yi Jing snorted coldly. "Are you the worm in his belly to know what he is thinking? You just believe whatever he says?" That Scarlet Spirit Flag Master originally came to make trouble for him, but he diverted the calamity, using the fire seed to make me take the hit. It was all part of his plan. And just with a single low-grade artifact weapon, he has got you completely fooled into taking his side? Needled, Lan Wenyin grew angry as well. "Back then, you acted on your own and tried to snatch senior brother Yin's true fire seed. Otherwise, would that Grandmaster have hit you? Don't think too highly of yourself. I can understand you being easily agitated after surviving a great ordeal, but that doesn't mean you can spout nonsense." He looked Yi Jing up and down and shook his head. "I believe senior brother Yin. Why? You had already fallen into the abyss, as good as dead. Why would senior brother Yin throw his own internal crystal furnace down after you? And besides, how rare is that internal crystal furnace? Just to kill you. Would senior brother Yin really be willing to destroy it? A legendary internal crystal furnace versus someone not even at the Grandmaster realm like you, which one is more valuable? Whether it's you, me, or the others who went down with him, if senior brother Yin truly wanted to kill us, never mind a palm strike, we couldn't withstand even a breath from him. Would he need to sacrifice his internal crystal furnace?" These words instantly brought back to Yi Jing how cold and dismissive Yin Zhaoge had been toward him back then. The despair, rage, and hatred from the Sealing Dragon Abyss surged up again, nearly scorching away Yi Jing's reason. Yi Jing's eyes burned scarlet. "Just for a single low-grade artifact weapon, you've all become Yin Zhaoge's lapdogs? Then I'll beat the dogs first and deal with the master after." With a furious roar, he leapt into the air, lunging straight at Lan Wenyan. Lan Wenyan was startled as a wave of scorching heat rushed at his face, nearly choking him. Had Yi Jing really made a great leap in cultivation after surviving his ordeal? Not daring to hesitate, Lan Wenyan hurriedly raised a shield, the very low-grade artifact weapon Yin Zhaoge had given him back then. But at the sight of the shield, Yi Jing's hatred only deepened. His fists hammered down like a raging storm. He seemed tireless, iron fists linking one after another, crashing in like a tsunami and a landslide. Unable to fully draw out the power of the low-grade artifact weapon, Lan Wenyan actually couldn't withstand the bare-handed Yi Jing. Yi Jing walked on, calming down a lot, and began to feel a bit of regret. Lan Wenyan might lean toward Yin Zhaoge, but he didn't really try to harm me. I almost killed him. I was truly impulsive. But whenever he thought about how he had ended up like this, anger surged up again. He ground his teeth and growled under his breath. Yin Zhaoge. Humph. Seeing Lan Wenyan like that makes it easy to guess the majority in the sect are probably on Yin Zhaoge's side. His father is an elder of the sect and will definitely shield him. So seeking justice naturally becomes even harder. So what? If I don't tear off Yin Zhaoge's ugly mask and let everyone see him for what he is, if I don't seek justice for myself, won't all the hardship I've endured be for nothing? To win it back, I need strength. Plainly put, I have to be stronger than Yin Zhaoge, stronger than his father. Then will they still be able to toy with me and turn black into white? Yi Jing lifted his head to look at the mountains ahead, his gaze as cold and hard as a blade, yet his heart burning like fire. I must become strong. Only then can I redress my grievances, and I must be stronger than Yin Zhaoge and his father. Yin Zhaoge, just you wait. I'll reclaim everything you owe me, one by one. Yi Jing seriously injured a fellow disciple? Yin Zhaoge looked at Ahu in surprise. The fact that Yi Jing was alive didn't surprise Yin Zhaoge. Other people seeing him bring the news back to the sect was entirely a good thing for Yin Zh. Don't hold back. As soon as you find him, report at once. I'll personally give him a good lesson, first to seek justice for junior brother Lan, then hand him over to the sect. Junior brother Lan was beaten by Yi Jing for speaking up for me. Don't forget to look after him later. Setting aside medicinal salves and tonics, make it clear to him that I have a mid-grade spirit artifact set aside for him. Once he advances to the Grandmaster realm, it will be his. Ahu smiled honestly and said, "Yes, young master." Yin Zhaoge nodded, his gaze falling back on the towering mountains before him. Just then, a man in black appeared before Yin Zhaoge, carefully presenting a stalk of spiritual herb, and said, "Young master, we found it." Yin Zhaoge's eyes lit up as he exclaimed, "10-leaf golden orchid." Yin Zhaoge took the herb, examined it for a long while, the smile at the corner of his mouth growing broader, almost unable to keep from laughing up at the sky. He had thought it was merely a 10-leaf golden orchid of a few hundred years, but upon seeing it in hand, it actually had 1,000 years of age. How could he not be delighted? 10-leaf golden orchids are rare to begin with, and most are picked before they reach full age, so a millennial 10-leaf golden orchid is even harder to find than a fire seed of the leaving flame true fire. To be able to obtain one so effortlessly now, Yin Zhaoge was naturally overjoyed. The man in black went on, "Young master, while searching for the 10-leaf golden orchid, we unexpectedly discovered a strange river valley." Yin Zhaoge asked, "Strange how?" "It's a glacial valley." Hearing this, Yin Zhaoge grew interested and asked, "Oh, a glacial valley right around here?" The Luliao mountain range was in the height of summer at this time. For a glacier to appear was in itself enough to capture Yin Zhaoge's attention. The man in black replied, "Yes, a glacial valley, and a very large one at that. It doesn't look naturally formed. It's just that when we found it, it seemed to be undergoing changes, as if it were trembling like an earthquake." Since the 10-leaf golden orchid had already been secured, with nothing pressing at hand, Yin Zhaoge said, "You go on ahead and lead the way. We'll go take a look." The group traveled through the mountains, and the farther they went, the cooler the air became. This clearly wasn't a change of season at this time. The Luliao mountain range was usually as hot as a steamer, and it should not have been cooling down at all. Yin Zhaoge knew full well that they were drawing ever closer to that glacial valley. After walking a while longer, though the sun blazed overhead, A distinct chill had already seeped into the air. Ahu went to the cliff's edge and looked into the distance for quite some time before letting out a long breath and saying, "Young master, we're here." Yin Zhaoga also came to the cliff's edge, where a massive gorge lay before his eyes. What was unusual was that the entire gorge was sealed tight under ice and snow. That river valley, winding for dozens of li, was like a world sealed in ice, as if a white giant dragon were lying across the dense sea of forest. The cliffs of the valley were all covered in crystal clear ice and snow, flashing so dazzlingly under the sunlight that an ordinary person would feel their eyes sting if they stared, almost unable to see. Beyond the valley was still a primeval forest verdant as midsummer, with ancient trees towering to the sky, but upon entering the valley, it was as if one had fallen from midsummer straight into deep winter. The stark contrast was eerie in every way. After taking a look, Yin Zhaoga descended first and said, "Let us go in and have a look." At the mouth of the valley, one could clearly feel that there seemed to be violent tremors within, the source seeming to come from underground. As they entered the valley, it became a complete world of ice and snow before their eyes. The transparent, massive glaciers reflected their figures like smooth mirrors. Yin Zhaoga and Ahu led the way, and when they reached the central area of the valley, a vast ice lake unfolded before them. Under the ice lake, undercurrents surged and billowed, and there faintly came a sound like a dragon's roar. Yin Zhaoga stared at the lake's surface for a long time, then looked at the surrounding valley and murmured, "This seems to be the burial ground of an ice-chi dragon, only thus could such a glacial valley form amidst such intense heat. A soul born of dragon bones, someone has disturbed the bone soul of the ice dragon, causing turmoil here and resulting in these anomalies." Hearing this, Ahu's eyes immediately sparkled as he said, "An ice dragon's bone soul? Young master, that's truly a fine treasure." He then rubbed his hands a little bashfully and said, "But young master, if it really is an ice dragon's bone soul, it would probably take a martial grandmaster to collect it. What should we do?" Ahu looked at the ice lake with a pained expression and said, "If it really is an ice dragon's bone soul, it would be such a pity if we can't collect it. Young master, how about I go back and invite someone over? We'll have to split some benefits, but that's better than entering a treasure mountain and leaving empty-handed." Yin Zhaoga also fixed his gaze on the lake's surface, faintly seeing a massive dark shadow stirring beneath the ice lake, roiling heaven and earth and seeming to set the entire glacial valley trembling. After pondering for a moment, a few traces of a smile surfaced at the corner of Yin Zhaoga's mouth as he said, "There may be a way. We might as well give it a try." He pulled a small iron plaque from his robe, staring at the broken ancient script patterns on it. Yin Zhaoga channeled his astral chi into it. The patterns on the plaque immediately emanated a hazy white glow. In the extreme cold of this glacial valley, the white light was even more dazzling than usual, slowly taking on a hint of icy blue. Yin Zhaoga quietly circulated his mystic art, and his astral chi grew increasingly frigid. He walked to the edge of the ice lake, crouched, and pressed the small iron plaque onto the thin ice at the surface. The next instant, the tremor beneath the lake seemed to suddenly freeze. Then, things took a sharp turn. The ice on the lake's surface suddenly split open, great sheets shattering and scattering. The iron plaque abruptly burst with a powerful force, almost jolting Yin Zhaoga's hand free. Yin Zhaoga tightened his grip, pinching the plaque firmly. Immediately after, he felt a distinct suction coming from the lake water, trying to pull the plaque down into the depths. The dragon's roar rising from the lake grew ever more piercing and shrill. He rose to his feet. Invisible currents surged around him, bearing a faint metallic sheen. With astral chi shrouding his body, Yin Zhaoga took a step and walked into the ice lake. The protective astral chi automatically parted the frigid lake water, and Yin Zhaoga sank beneath the surface. Ahu ordered the others to hold their positions behind them, then leaped into the water right after Yin Zhaoga. After entering the water, they went straight down. Yin Zhaoga and Ahu trod along the glacier, and the icy currents around them all converged toward the small iron plaque in his hand. Under the shroud of icy blue radiance, the plaque slowly regained its original form. A smile tugged at the corner of Yin Zhaoga's mouth. The next second, a colossal shadow ahead stirred. Only upon drawing near did he see it was a thick segment of a dragon's tailbone. He and Ahu landed together upon the tailbone. Yin Zhaoga steadied his footing. His body was flung about along the lake bed with that dragon bone. Yin Zhaoga accurately slid the small iron plaque into the seam between two vertebrae. The dragon bone shuddered at once, and a faint white light lit up at the center of the spine, running through the entire segment. Yin Zhaoga pressed his other hand to that band of white light on the bone's surface. The touch was bone-chillingly cold despite his astral chi's protection. The chill seeped straight into his core. He silently intoned too. But this extreme Yin crown is truly formidable. Even when driven by an extreme Yin girl at the Grandmaster realm, it can, for a brief time, erupt with power approaching that of a sacred artifact. Once the key method was discovered, the Eight Extremities world immediately boiled over. The major sacred grounds began scouring everywhere for girls with an extreme Yin physique to cultivate. However, extreme Yin girls are rare to begin with, and they must be of the right age to train truly hard to come by. Still, with the vast lands and countless people of the Eight Extremities world, a few qualified candidates were eventually found and distributed among the various sacred grounds. The extreme Yin crown is too strong. Even in the hands of a female grandmaster, it would let her shine brilliantly. If an extreme Yin girl advanced to martial saint, the consequences would be unimaginable. If any one faction monopolized this treasure, the other sacred grounds would absolutely not accept it. Moreover, the power of the extreme Yin crown has a strong restraining effect on the Eight Extremities world's mortal enemies. The Fire Devils, it is the trump card they urgently need. Therefore, after forming an alliance, the major sacred grounds decided to hold a periodic extreme Yin bout, letting each faction's extreme Yin girl compete, with the victor temporarily holding the extreme Yin crown. At present, no martial saint-level extreme Yin girl has appeared yet, so the extreme Yin bout has been accepted by all sides and can proceed steadily. The major sacred grounds have also spared no expense, putting their all into cultivating their own extreme Yin girls. Meng Wan is the extreme Yin girl of the Sacred Sun clan. This cold pond happens to be a good place for her extreme Yin constitution. But judging by the scenes in the Ice Dragon Bone Soul's memories, Meng Wan didn't seem to have come here to cultivate, nor did she see the Ice Dragon Bone Soul slumbering peacefully. Her condition looked a bit strange. Before long, someone else descended into the Dragon Head Cold Pond. Yin Zhaoga focused his gaze, and Kuden Ti helped, sighing at the coincidence the newcomer was someone he knew. The man was bare-chested, hair disheveled, flame patterns surfacing on his body. It was Yi Jing. From Yin Zhaoga's point of view, the moment Meng Wan entered the water, something was visibly off. It was as if there were signs of qi deviation. She sat cross-legged, completely wrapped by the icy pond water. As her qi fluctuated, her delicate face alternated between pallor and a bluish tinge. Her eyes were tightly shut, brows knotted, a faint trace of pain on her face. Yin Zhaoga thought to himself, she really didn't come to the cold pond to cultivate. She has a problem herself and deliberately sought this place to suppress it. Just then, Yi Jing also leaped into the cold pond, casting a curious glance at Meng Wan. The stimulation of the cold pond made the flame patterns on his body glitter, radiating an intense heat. Meng Wan opened her eyes and looked at Yi Jing as well, her doe-like eyes showing fright and vigilance. She could only barely maintain herself now, in a fragile balance, with no ability to protect herself. Yi Jing didn't even need to make a move. The slightest disturbance might send her completely out of control. Seemingly perceiving Meng Wan's peril, Yi Jing didn't attack her. After thinking for a moment, he slowly approached. He gestured to Meng Wan, indicating no ill intent. He just wanted to help. Yi Jing extended both palms forward, heat rolling off his palms so intensely that even the frigid depths of the pond seemed to feel it. Meng Wan blinked, gritted her teeth, and also extended her hands, her palms meeting Yi Jing's in the water. She possessed an extreme Yin body, while Yi Jing's newly forged body was, for certain reasons, blazing hot, like fire. Yin and Yang happened to mutually counter and generate each other. Although Yi Jing's cultivation was still inferior to Meng Wan's, At this moment, he was like timely rain, neatly resolving her urgent crisis. With his aid, the chi within Meng Wan, who had nearly gone into deviation, slowly regained its calm. Watching this scene, Yin Zhaoga couldn't help rolling his eyes. This plot feels so familiar. What an enchanting meet cute. Granted, there's no stripping to heal wounds. But if this happens a few more times, a lot of hee-hee scenes follow. Your luck with people is really something. But just as their chi surged and resonated, a faint radiance slid across the white-boned dragon head of the massive ice chi dragon skeleton within the ice layer at the bottom of the pond. The ice dragon bone soul began slowly awakening from its slumber. The cold pond trembled. The icy water churned without cease, and from the pitch-black eye sockets of the gigantic white-boned dragon head within the bottom ice layer burst an icy blue light. In no time, the ice layer at the pond bottom shattered completely. A mighty dragon's roar resounded as streaks of white light lit up across the ice chi dragon's skeleton. The cold pond instantly surged as if a tsunami had risen. The pond water spun into a massive vortex, seeking to tear apart everything that fell within. Deep in the pond, Meng Wan and Yi Jing had their four hands joined as one, turning with the vortex as they desperately resisted the rending force. Beneath the vortex, the ice chi dragon's gigantic white-boned dragon head thrust up from the pond bottom, jaw gaping as it roared without end. With a single movement from the bone dragon, the entire cold pond trembled, even affecting the surface. The glacial valley where the dragon's tail lay was also affected at this moment. As the seconds ticked by, Meng Wan and Yi Jing gradually adapted to the rotational force of the underwater vortex and began seeking a way to break free. Slowly, the ice dragon's skeletal remains drew Meng Wan's body over. She was dragged to the dragon's head. Her whole body firmly adhered to it. At this moment, she had urged her mystic arts to the limit, and the white stream of light manifesting on the dragon's head immediately poured into her body. Yin Zhaoga replayed the scene, his heart jolting. Ain physique is extraordinary indeed. It's true that she drew in the ice dragon bone soul on her side. After the ice dragon bone soul entered her body, Meng Wan's face turned pale at first, but quickly regained its ruddy color. With their four hands joined, Yi Jing was also firmly adhered to that piece of the ice dragon's skull. Though the vortex in the water still tore at his body, Yi Jing forced himself to maintain his posture. The fiery markings on his body flowed ceaselessly clearly. He too had pushed his own technique to the limit. A trickle of white light began at Meng Wan's hands, slowly flowing into his body. Meng Wan didn't mind. She possessed the talent of Ain physique. Claiming the ice dragon bone soul alone was still quite difficult. But just then, the ice dragon's massive body suddenly stiffened slightly. On the dragon bones, a strand of white light appeared, running through the entire spine and extending all the way to the head. Then that white stream shuddered and quickly grew faint. Yin Zhaoga knew full well that this meant he and Ahu had arrived and begun extracting the ice dragon bone soul from the tail, which in turn affected the head. The vortex within the cold pond first stalled slightly, then erupted with a thunderous detonation. Meng Wan and Yi Jing's tightly clasped hands were jarred apart, swept up by the vortex. The two of them were cast down in different directions. The memory imprint of the ice dragon bone soul fully displayed everything that had transpired earlier. Frame after frame flashed past with the memory imprint ending here. The images Yin Zhaoga saw were already in real time, synchronized with the scene before him. Through his spirit linked with the ice dragon bone soul, Yin Zhaoga could still clearly see the situation on the opposite side. The difference was that now a pair of eyes as limpid as lake water appeared before him, meeting his gaze. Those eyes were Meng Wan's. Her spirit likewise linked with the ice dragon bone soul. Yin Zhaoga's expression was calm as he looked straight at Meng Wan. After arriving in this world and learning the secret of the crown of the Yin, Yin Zhaoga also discovered an awkward fact. Broad Creed Mountain had no maiden of the Yin. With no female disciples born with the Yin physique, Broad Creed Mountain naturally couldn't compete for the crown of the Yin. But that didn't mean that whichever house the crown of the Yin fell to had nothing to do with Broad Creed Mountain. Relations among the major sacred grounds were always a mix of good and bad, intricate and complex. And as it happened, Broad Creed Mountain and the Sacred Sun clan belonged to camps that didn't get along. If I can't obtain the crown of the Een, then for safety's sake it's best that they don't get it either. Thus, even if there was no personal grudge with Meng Wan, with this matter involving higher-level conflict, Yin Zhaoge naturally couldn't be careless. Yin Zhaoge shifted his gaze to see that, due to the earlier quakes, signs of collapse had already appeared at the cold pond. The stone walls around the pond were cracking and crumbling, opening passages to other underground rivers. The pond's waters began surging out in all directions. Swept up by the torrential pond waters, Yi Jing was about to be flushed into an underground river. Seeing that he might be in danger, Meng Wan's delicate brows knit tightly as she tried to reach out to pull him. But at this moment she was being tugged by the ice dragon bone soul and couldn't move. Meng Wan flicked her wrist and urged her chi. A long silken sash pierced the rushing pond water like a steel lance, extending to Yi Jing. Yi Jing hurriedly seized the white sash, and on touching Meng Wan's chi, his mind instantly grew a bit dazed. His spirit also formed a faint link with the ice dragon bone soul. Immediately after, Yin Zhaoge's face appeared before his eyes. Yi Jing's eyes instantly turned blood red. "Yin Zhaoge," he shouted. The fiery markings on his body immediately grew more frenzied, wildly spreading to cover his entire body. Seeing the cold pond on the verge of complete collapse, with Yin Zhaoge contending on the other side, and her own helper Yi Jing in an unstable state, Meng Wan couldn't help but sigh inwardly. She didn't hesitate, reversing her mystic art, and, forcing down the pain in her chest that threatened a mouthful of blood, brutally severed her connection with the ice dragon bone soul, preparing to first extricate herself from the cold pond. Yi Jing's eyes were blood red. The rims cracking. His pent-up anger and resentment surged into boundless hatred. "Wherever I go, you chase me. Are you trying to wipe me out completely? I'm telling you, it won't be that easy. You dog of a thief. You've framed me again and again. This enmity and hatred. We cannot share the same sky in this life." Yin Zhaoge looked at Yi Jing and gave a thin, cold smile. "Kid, you should be grateful I'm not in the cold pond on your side right now." Meng Wan reacted quickly, severing the connection and preparing to run. "Otherwise, I'd have already sent people to the pond to trap you too and finish you. You think this means I can't do anything to you? Pay the interest first." Yin Zhaoge abruptly withdrew the palm, pressing on the dragon's tailbone, then slammed a palm at the small iron token wedged between the bones. "Having saved your life and gone through thick and thin together. And you think that means you can continue forging a deep friendship with that girl? The two of you returning home as husband and wife, gaining both love and fortune, stepping onto the so-called road to success. Then even coming back to make trouble for me? Dream on. Be good and go take a sip from the underground river." Yin Zhaoge snorted, pulled back his hand without continuing to extract the ice dragon bone soul, and instead slapped at that small iron token. The small iron token shuddered violently, and the enormous icy chi dragon skeleton trembled along with it. The ice dragon bone soul instantly let out a sky-shaking long roar, its bellow making one's ears throb. As soon as Yin Zhaoge's palm left the dragon bone, the connection between him and the ice dragon bone soul was cut. Across from him, Yi Jing and Meng Wan could no longer sense any commotion from Yin Zhaoge's side either. Just as the two were stunned, the ice dragon bone soul suddenly erupted with tremendous force, and the icy chi dragon's skeleton writhed madly. The cold pool instantly churned into a great whirlpool, the violent current sweeping outward along with collapsing rock walls. The icy chi dragon skeleton jerked its head up, ramming straight toward Meng Wan. She forced herself to hold out, but the shock made her tremble, and she couldn't keep her grip on the white silk. Yi Jing let out a muffled groan. Losing Meng Wan's pull, he was immediately wrapped by the pool water and drawn into an underground dark river, swept away in an instant without a trace. Underwater there was no sky or light, only pitch-black darkness. Wrapped by the current and spinning, Yi Jing's body kept smashing against the rocky walls of the passage. Stars burst before his eyes, as if heaven and earth were overturning. "Yin Zhao!" Yi Jing roared in frenzied fury again, but no sound came out. Only the bone-chilling river water poured back into his mouth, forcibly jamming his second half of the sentence back down. His entire body suffered injuries once more, and what scattered wasn't flesh and blood, but streams of flowing firelight. Unfortunately, just as those sparks emerged, they were swallowed by the icy, surging river water. Mengwan snapped back. This was the martial arts foundation that Yin Zhaoge obtained from the infinite heaven scroll treasured in the divine palace before the great calamity. All things eventually return to chaotic infinity. Yet from this chaos, all things can be born anew. When the icy chill of the ice dragon bone's soul touched the chaos, it first transformed into blazing heat. As the heat and cold merged, it returned to chaos once more. During this process, Yin Zhaoge's aura surged around him, growing increasingly domineering and powerful. A faint icy blue mist swirled around his acupoints, gradually forming the image of ice dragons. It was as if an ice dragon coiled within each acupoint. The dragons roared in unison, their scales shifting as immense power radiated from their forms. After completing 36 major cycles, Yin Zhaoge temporarily concluded his training, carefully storing the ice dragon essence jade before pulling out the small iron token. The lines on the token were no longer fractured, and the ancient script became clearer to read. Stars converging, dragons diving into the sea, the ancient icy abyss, the reverse scale startling the moon. This ice chi dragon buried here is indeed connected to that ice dragon martial saint, and it seems that saint was also tied to the secret of dragons diving into the sea. Are these words hints, messages, or maybe some kind of warning? Yin Zhaoge chuckled and shook his head, saying, "Interesting, very interesting." He wasn't particularly focused on any martial legacy the ice dragon martial saint might have left behind, but the whereabouts of that saint's weapon from back then intrigued him more. However, the clues were scarce, and this matter felt distant for now. At the moment, Yin Zhaoge cared more about two things: Yi Jing's whereabouts and Meng Wan, who had once been in the cold pool. The Lunar Maiden. Yin Zhaoge smiled wryly. In this vast heavenly domain, we can't even find a single Lunar Maiden. Guangqing Mountain's luck is really terrible. Lunar Maidens were rare to begin with, not every sacred ground had one. Thus, in the last two lunar trials, Guangqing Mountain could only watch enviously as other sects' Lunar Maidens competed, with the winner taking the lunar crown. This left Yin Zhaoge quite frustrated. He didn't know much about the lunar crown that emerged after the Great Calamity. But according to rumors, before the Great Calamity, the Divine Palace's collection included several supreme techniques specifically designed for lunar physique female warriors, far superior to anything in the current Eight Extremities world. If Guangqing Mountain really had such a disciple, even if her martial talent was average, as long as she possessed the lunar physique, Yin Zhaoge was confident he could train her well enough to compete for the lunar crown. But then again, no resources meant no resources no matter how skilled a cook. You can't make a meal without ingredients. Yin Zhaoge rolled his eyes, feeling both helpless and awkward. In the mountains where Guangqing Mountain's sect was located, there was a stone chamber caved deep within the range, a place where disciples would retreat for secluded cultivation. The stone door, which had been tightly shut, slowly opened. Out walked a girl of 15 or 16, dressed in a white gown, her presence adding a touch of brightness to the mottled forest, like a lotus blooming quietly in the night. Outside the cave stood two young men. Seeing her emerge, they both smiled and said, "Junior sister Lin is out of seclusion?" Lin Yuxiao smiled gently and greeted them first. "Greetings, senior brothers." The two young men returned the courtesy simultaneously, with one of them smiling and saying, "Congratulations, junior sister Lin, on making great progress this time. If you complete a few more training missions, you should be able to earn the blue robe." Guangqing Mountain had its rules. Ordinary young disciples wore white robes, such as Yi Jing, Wan Wenyan, and Lin Yuxiao herself. Those with exceptional talent, sufficient cultivation, and who had passed multiple tests would wear a blue robe over their white attire and were referred to as elite disciples, receiving focused training from the sect, like Xikong Qing. Above that, disciples like Yin Zhaoge, whose blue robes had black edges, were considered core inner disciples. They held higher status, enjoyed greater privileges and resources, and were extremely few in number. Lin Yuxiao smiled modestly and said, I've been cultivating for a short time, and my foundation is still unstable. I've also had few opportunities to go out for training. I'm still far from earning the blue robe. If I get the chance to train with you two senior brothers in the future, I hope you'll guide me." The two young men exchanged glances and thought to themselves, "With senior brother Yin looking out for you, what training could possibly be too difficult?" Lin Yuxiao's humble and respectful attitude, without flaunting her connection to Yin Zhaoge, pleased the two even more. They laughed together and said, "With senior brother Yin by your side, we'd hardly even be needed. If we had the chance to go out with senior brother Yin, that would be a huge opportunity for us. When the time comes, junior sister Lin, you'll have to put in a good word for us in front of him." Lin Yuxiao smiled and said, "Senior brother Yin has far more experience than us. He'll make his own decisions. But as for me personally, I'd, of course, love to go out with you two senior brothers." The two opposite them both laughed. Everyone knew inside that the one who could truly make the decisions was still Yin Zhaoge. Lin Yuxiao being able to state her position was already enough for them. Lin Yuxiao asked, "Do you two senior brothers know if senior brother Yin is still at the mountain gate?" A broad Creed Mountain disciple shook his head and said, "A while ago, senior brother Yin acted as the leading grandmaster and took several fellow disciples to the Sealing Dragon Abyss in the Eastern Tang Kingdom of the Heavenly Eastern Continent. He has stayed there ever since and hasn't returned to the mountain." Heavenly Eastern Continent, Eastern Tang Kingdom, Lin Yuxiao softly repeated, paused slightly, her gaze momentarily wandering, but she quickly returned to calm. That broad Creed Mountain disciple glanced at her, hesitated for a moment, then continued, "Junior brother Yi Jing went too. I heard he seems to have gone missing." Lin Yuxiao's eyes flickered, her body slightly tensing. Then she heard the other add, "But it's only a disappearance. His life and death are still unknown." The other person looked at Lin Yuxiao and lowered his voice, "Senior sister Sikong went as well. There are even rumors that after coming out of the Sealing Dragon Abyss this time, her attitude towards senior brother Yin seems to have changed." Lin Yuxiao fell slightly silent, her expression slowly smoothing out, and softly said, "I hope junior brother Yi is blessed by fortune." Whatever hidden matters there might have been before, they were ultimately of the same sect. What she said was reasonable enough. Only, the two broad Creed Mountain disciples exchanged looks, the smiles on their faces a bit odd, and nodded in agreement. "Yes, let us hope he is blessed by fortune." After the three bid each other farewell and went their separate ways, Lin Yuxiao stood alone outside the stone residence's gate, like a statue, motionless. After a long while, she let out a soft sigh before regaining a bit of vitality. After reporting the gains from her seclusion to the sect elders, Lin Yuxiao submitted an application to leave the mountain, intending to go to the Eastern Tang Kingdom in the Heavenly Eastern Continent. That was her hometown. The steward elder listened to the application, his gaze carrying a bit of nuance. After all, everyone knew Yin Zhaoge was currently in Eastern Tang. However, the elder did not stop her and instead readily approved her request. As usual, Lin Yuxiao courteously took her leave with proper bows, returned to her quarters to pack, and then departed the mountain gate. Only, though outwardly calm, her heart was in turmoil, and even she couldn't figure out why she was in such a hurry to go to the Eastern Tang Kingdom. At this moment, Yin Zhaoge was in the Lu Liao mountain range, waiting for his subordinates to bring back reports on the search for Yi Jing and Meng Wan. "Young master, Miss Lin has come out of seclusion and is heading toward the Eastern Tang Kingdom." Receiving the report, Yin Zhaoge blinked, wondering to himself, why is she in such a hurry to come over? As for someone he had never met, never spoken to, and could only look up in the original owner's memories, Yin Zhaoge had no particular impression of Lin Yuxiao, neither good nor bad. As for those who had connections with the original owner, Yin Zhaoge trusted his own judgment after personal interaction more. The original owner's memories were merely reference material. Still, this junior sister Lin could be said to be one of the initial sources of the conflict between him and Yi Jing. Whatever entanglement this lass had with the original owner of this body, to outsiders they still looked like a couple. Yin Zhaoge thought for a moment and said, "Since she is out of seclusion, let us meet her first and see what kind of person she really is." Then he withdrew his thoughts and refocused on the search for Yi Jing and Meng Wan. Yin Zhaoge said casually, "Find them if you can, if not, it's fine." But if you locate Yi Jing, don't make a move, just confirm his whereabouts. I'll deal with him personally." Everyone simply assumed the young master intended to personally vent his anger and readily agreed. Yin Zhaoge pondered inwardly. But that Mengwan Wei are Chao Yuanlong, Xiao Sheng, Mengwan, these people from the Sacred Sun clan, all converging around the Sealing Dragon Abyss and the Lu Liao mountain range? What are they trying to do? When things are abnormal, there must be clues. This instead piqued Yin Zhaoge's interest. Information on the Sacred Sun clan was naturally hard to gather, and the news Yin Zhaoge had was fragmented, with few useful pieces. The only thing that could be confirmed was that they hadn't come here for the abnormal changes at the Sealing Dragon Abyss, but rather seemed to be searching for something. At present, it appeared more like a private move than a squad dispatched by the Sacred Sun clan. "Young master." At that moment, a black-clad man appeared before Yin Zhaoge. Yin Zhaoge asked, "Whose whereabouts have you found?" "It's that maiden of the Supreme Yin from the Sacred Sun clan." Yin Zhaoge casually snapped his fingers and said, "Lead the way. We'll go have a look together." Ahu's side should continue searching for Yi Jing. Mengwan was rarely away from her sect's mountain gate alone, given the current situation. It didn't look like the Sacred Sun clan had secretly arranged experts in ambush. If there was no chance, so be it, but if there was an opportunity, and he still didn't act, Yin Zhaoge felt he wouldn't have the face to return to Broad Creed Mountain. When two sacred grounds fight each other, if no third party intervenes, an extra martial saint or a single sacred artifact on one side is enough to shake the battlefield, even decide the outcome. All the more so with the Taiyin crown, which is no ordinary sacred artifact. If the Taiyin maiden who wields it can be pushed into the great Grandmaster realm, its power would be even more astonishing. But the question is, if we are to act, to what extent should it be? Should we just take her out outright? That sounds a bit too ruthless. Besides, once the news leaks, the Great Sun Holy Sect will inevitably go berserk, and the two sacred grounds may immediately go to all-out war. Earlier, Mengwan had already been injured in the cold pond. Whether those injuries can ensure her defeat in the next trial of Taiyin is still an unknown. Yin Zhaoge pondered as he sped through the mountains. "Young master." At that moment, another subordinate reported, "There are still some Great Sun Holy Sect disciples active nearby, likely the ones who accompanied Chao Yuanlong back then." Yin Zhaoge rubbed his chin and said lightly, Now this is getting interesting." They followed the traces Mengwan had left, but after a time, they lost her trail. Yin Zhaoge felt a twinge of regret, but didn't dwell on it. But not long after, his men sent word again, saying they had once more found Mengwan's movements. Yin Zhaoge and the others didn't think much of it, and immediately followed, but after chasing over mountains and ridges for a while, the woman's tracks vanished yet again. There's something wrong. With this pattern repeating, Yin Zhaoge halted, his gaze turning heavy. A black-clad grandmaster at his side nodded and said, "It's like she's luring us toward a certain place." Yin Zhaoge surveyed the towering mountains ahead and said, "An ambush? Doesn't seem like it? We've passed several spots perfect for setting one." After thinking for a moment, the corner of Yin Zhaoge's mouth quirked as he smiled. "Let us see what tricks you're trying to play." He waved his hand to signal the group to spread out, and the black-clad martial artists around him silently dispersed into the dense forest. Yin Zhaoge continued moving through the woods. After a while, a black-clad fighter suddenly reported back, "Young master, near a valley 2 li to the east, there are Great Sun Holy Sect disciples active." Yin Zhaoge looked at the messenger, and the black-clad man nodded. "All of them are young disciples in the body refinement realm, the same batch that followed Chao Yuanlong into the suppressing dragon abyss back then. Let us take a look." Yin Zhaoge headed east. They concealed their presence, silently reaching the valley's edge, then climbed a nearby ridge to peer down into it. There were already two groups facing off in the valley. One side consisted of 3 people, all in white, their cuffs trimmed in red, sun emblems on their robes, disciples of the Great Sun Holy Sect. The 3 fanned out as if to encircle, their gazes converging on the person in the middle of the valley. Opposing them was a young girl. She wore white, a black blade at her waist, her dark hair cascading like a waterfall. A small black dog crouched at the girl's side, staring warily at the 3 Great Sun Holy Sect disciples ahead, as if guarding its master. Yin Zhaoga's eyes fell on the long saber in her hand. Its blade was black as ink, not reflecting even under sunlight, as if it weren't metal at all but a piece of charcoal. Even from far away, Yin Zhaoga could feel the icy gleam emanating from that pitch-black saber, sending a chill down one's spine. The girl held the saber steady, without the slightest tremor. Although she wore white, looking different from ordinary Great Sun Holy Sect attire. Just from her opening saber stance, Yin Zhaoga's eyelid twitched as he murmured, "Heh, West Oblique Burning Heaven Saber." The West Oblique Burning Heaven Saber is one of the Great Sun's 7 arts, ranked alongside the Mid-Heaven Divine Palm and the Evening Glow Remnant Light Thousand Illusions Palm, a prestigious orthodox blade art of the Great Sun Holy Sect, famed far and wide. From this, it was clear the white-clad girl obviously hailed from the Great Sun Holy Sect. Is this someone hunted for stealing a technique, or an internal conflict among fellow disciples? Yin Zhaoga wondered to himself. His interest piqued. He had his black-clad subordinates spread out, continuing to search for Meng Wan while setting up a perimeter around the valley. The 3 Great Sun Holy Sect disciples all fixed their gazes on the white-clad girl. The slightly older youth among them spoke up. "Junior Sister Feng, we're just carrying out Senior Brother Xiao's orders, don't take offense." The white-clad girl smiled. "Words are pointless in the end, it'll be decided by our hands. Looks like you've no intention of letting me pass." She spoke in rapid-fire bursts, swift yet crisp, each word clear. Despite strong foes hemming her in, her expression didn't change. She remained at ease, smiling as she spoke. Another, younger disciple said with a smile, "We certainly want to give way, but it doesn't seem necessary to actually fight, does it? Senior Sister Feng, you did step into the Grandmaster realm before, but that was in the past. Now your old wounds haven't healed, and you've added new ones. You can't manifest your gang chi. Your inner chi is feeble. You can't even manage 5% of your strength. Don't waste effort struggling." It seems there was an issue with the text processing. Could you please resend the Chinese text you'd like translated? I'll ensure it follows all the guidelines you've outlined. Yin Zhaoga stroked his chin and said coolly, "Looks to be around 17 or 18, right?" The 3 disciples of the Great Sun Sacred Sect each also held a treasured weapon in their hands. Right now, everyone's cultivation was only at the body refinement stage, and none could fully unleash the power of their treasured weapons. Yet the black blade in the girl's hand defied common sense, forcibly pressing down the opponent's treasured weapons by a head. As the blade's edge came out, winds surged and clouds billowed, thunder rumbled in bursts, as if the Great Sun were sinking west. In just a blink, the 3 disciples of the Great Sun Sacred Sect had all been defeated. The girl stood before them with the black blade in hand, smiled faintly, and said, "Didn't I tell you? Just stay put right where you are and behave." The disciple with the surname Kai cried out in alarm, "You dare make a move? Senior Brother Xiao and the sect will never let you off. Your Grandmaster is already dead, and now your master is gone too. There's no one left to shelter you." The girl's figure flickered, the smile vanished from her face, and she fixed her gaze on him, asking, "You say my master met with misfortune? Who did it?" Junior Brother Kai snorted in reply, "There was a small-scale incursion of flame devils over by the East Sea some time ago. Your master happened to be on duty and ended up killed by the flame devils in the clash. Now you get it, right? Your backing is all gone. If you're..." Feng Yunsheng spoke quickly, but clearly and in an orderly manner. "I know I don't have much leverage, and I don't dare hope for too much if Senior Brother Yin doesn't capture me, and Broad Creed Mountain has no interest in me. Could you pretend you never saw me and let me leave?" Yin Zhaoga listened to her finish, smiled with interest, and said, "Interesting. Since you're being upfront, I won't beat around the bush either. You yourself said your leverage is limited. Counting on our sect to take you in and shoulder the pressure from the Sacred Sun clan is unlikely." Yin Zhaoga glanced at Feng Yunsheng with a smile. "At the very least, if you want our sect to disregard everything and keep you, Feng Yunsheng, don't carry that kind of weight. But if it were Feng Muge, the situation might be different." Feng Yunsheng fell silent for a moment, then answered, "Before I escaped from the mountain gate, Feng Muge was already Feng Yunsheng. Surname Feng, a girl considering her age, Yin Zhaoge thought for quite a while before recalling a vague clue. The Sacred Sun clan was the first to discover and grasp the method of driving the Extreme crown, and also the first sacred ground to begin gathering Extreme girls. At first, the Sacred Sun clan kept the news tightly under wraps, placing great emphasis on secrecy. Other sects had no idea what exactly the Sacred Sun clan's cultivated Extreme girl was. Places like Broad Creed Mountain searched for a long time, but usable intelligence was scant. There was, however, an unverified rumor. That rumor said the Sacred Sun clan's Extreme girl was named Feng Muge. Unfortunately, apart from that name, there was almost no other valuable information. Even her appearance was unknown. It was not until nearly 2 years ago, when the first Extreme bout began, that Meng Wan burst onto the scene. Since then, the rumors about Feng Muge were suspected to be a smokescreen deliberately released by the Sacred Sun clan itself. However, looking at the Feng Yunsheng before him, Yin Zhaoge couldn't help but draw some associations. If she could really help Broad Creed Mountain contend for the Extreme crown, then compared to an ordinary Sacred Sun disciple who defected, her weight would naturally be on a completely different level. The rarer, the more precious the Sacred Sun clan already has Meng Wan, while Broad Creed Mountain still has no Extreme girl of its own. Before I escaped from the mountain gate, Feng Muge had already changed her name to Feng Yunsheng. But upon hearing this and seeing her expression, Yin Zhaoge couldn't help but feel his heart sink slightly. Her words clearly didn't mean she wanted to completely sever the past and draw a clear line with the Sacred Sun clan. Yin Zhaoge frowned and asked, "Did something go wrong with your Extreme physique? Did you already lose your Extreme body before you escaped the sect?" Thinking it over carefully, this was highly possible. Otherwise, the Sacred Sun clan wouldn't allow an Extreme girl to wander outside. Even if they already had Meng Wan, they would never tolerate Feng Yunsheng defecting to another sect. Moreover, even with Meng Wan, the Sacred Sun clan would continue investing effort in cultivating Feng Yunsheng. Not to mention that Feng Yunsheng herself has decent martial talent and a promising future if a single sect had 2 Extreme girls at the same time. Though the consumption would be greater, they would only be all the happier. The pressure from the external Flame Devil world is great. Extreme girls are rare, and the Extreme bout doesn't limit each sacred ground to sending only one person. For the Sacred Sun clan, Feng Yunsheng and Meng Wan would be a double insurance policy. Feng Yunsheng withdrew her look and revealed a free and easy smile. If Feng Yunsheng were really still Feng Muge, then even with Grandmaster having just passed away, Xiao Sheng wouldn't have dared to act recklessly, and those things afterward wouldn't have happened. Yin Zhaoge nodded slightly. Xiao Sheng and Chao Yuanlong really have been looking for you. You went into the Sealing Dragon Abyss before. Feng Yunsheng answered straightforwardly, yes. To cover my tracks and shake off my pursuers, I went into the Sealing Dragon Abyss to hide for a while. So some of the injuries on me now also bear traces left from that time in the Sealing Dragon Abyss. How did you lose your Extreme body? During that training trip outside, near the outskirts of the Infernal Domain, I mistakenly entered a region of baleful Yin. The Yin Qi reversed and ran amok, damaging my meridians and constitution. Yin Zhaoge's question stabbed right at her sorest wound, but Feng Yunsheng's expression remained unchanged. I sensed something was wrong at the time. After returning to the mountain, I found my Extreme Yin power weakening day by day, until it completely vanished. Feng Yunsheng let out a derisive laugh, disgust flashing in her eyes. It just so happened that I lost my Extreme body not long after Grandmaster passed away. Xiao Sheng had crooked thoughts and tried to take advantage of me, but I used the protective treasure Grandmaster left me to seriously injure him. His maternal grandfather flew into a rage, turned black into white, and falsely accused me of trying to seduce Xiao Sheng. Then, humiliated and enraged at being rebuffed, of ambushing and injuring him, he even wanted to use the opportunity to kill me to vent his anger. Fortunately, the news spread quickly, and my master helped me in secret, so I was able to escape from the sect. Yin Zhaoge looked at Feng Yunsheng with great interest and suddenly laughed, saying, "Oh, could it be that what Xiao Sheng said was the real truth, and now you're the one beating around the bush, trying to argue your way out of it and deceive me?" Feng Yunxing smiled and said, even if I were to pursue a man, I would never pick Xiao Sheng. I've barely had any contact with Huang Jie and hardly know him at all, and senior brother Tang is in no way inferior to Xiao Sheng. Is he? Yin Zhaoge shrugged and smiled without replying. If reason truly lay entirely with Xiao Sheng, the clan would already have dispatched experts to haul Feng Yunxing back, not just sent a few young disciples close to him to give chase. Though Xiao Sheng's maternal grandfather was a supreme elder of the Sacred Sun clan, he was far from being able to cover the skies with one hand. Feng Yunxing's grandmaster had passed away, but within the Sacred Sun clan there were still forces that could counterbalance Xiao Sheng's grandfather and keep him in check. As for anyone standing up for Feng Yunxing's sake, that was far from certain. Xiao Sheng and Feng Yunxing's conflict had happened in private, with no witnesses. Both sides had their own version. Xiao Sheng hadn't caught any dirt on Feng Yunxing. Instead, she had severely injured him. That much was true. Feng Yunxing said calmly, I turned coat and fled the Sacred Sun clan, and even killed those three. The clan 1T just let it slide. Our own clan will naturally side with the Supreme Elder's grandson. They 1T sympathize with me, someone who's lost the extreme physique. It's understandable if you 1T take me in, but I hope senior brother Yin 1T make things hard for me, let me leave on my own. The ones from the Sacred Sun clan are vicious, but at most they'll take my life. It's not as if I have no chance at survival. Even without the extreme physique, I still have a blade in my hand. If there's hope, I'll try. If there isn't, all the more I have to fight for it. Yin Zhaoge remained silent, merely observing her from the side. Feng Yunxing frowned slightly, yet she couldn't detect a trace of ill intent in Yin Zhaoge's gaze. But if they stayed here too long, other people from the Sacred Sun clan would come for them sooner or later. Yet with Yin Zhaoge not speaking, she couldn't very well just up and leave. Feng Yunxing shook her head, bent down, and turned those 3's packs inside out, stripping them clean. Then she swung the pitch-black long saber in her hand, urging her scant true chi to rouse the weapon's power. The spirit weapon's aura condensed into tangible flames that fell onto the three corpses. Blazing fire roared up at once, devouring the bodies. All of a sudden, Yin Zhaoge moved, grabbing her wrist. Feng Yunxing wasn't flustered. Instead, she raised her brows and fixed Yin Zhaoge with a silent stare. Yin Zhaoge didn't respond. After a moment's thought, a faint smile tugged at his lips. Feng Yunxing, it's not certain that you can't return to being Feng Muge. Feng Yunxing was stunned. Back then, the clan chief personally made the conclusion, and those top experts in the clan who weren't in seclusion all affirmed it as well. Their words aren't necessarily set in stone, Yin Zhaoge said coolly. Feng Yunxing stared at him with her mouth slightly open for quite a while, momentarily at a loss for words. After a long moment, the girl gave a wry smile. You're even more confident than I am. I don't know where your certainty comes from, but if I can restore the extreme physique, it's to my benefit. I should naturally be happy. Senior brother Yin, are you saying Broad Creed Mountain can take me in? But how much of that is actually up to you? Yin Zhaoge smiled and was just about to speak when his ears twitched. Outside the valley, the figures of black-clothed guards flickered a few times, drawing nearer. Someone was approaching the valley, ill intent in their hearts, and their cultivation wasn't low. Moments later, a white-robed youth stepped into the valley first, face covered in a thick beard. It was Xiao Sheng. As Xiao Sheng entered the valley, a glance swept over Yin Zhaoge and Feng Yunxing, his eyes narrowing into slits. A cold light flickered in those slit-like eyes, snake-like and venomous. His voice was hoarse, yet couldn't suppress that chill. Good this trip wasn't for nothing. Same day, same place, and I run into the two of you. A cold smile surfaced on his bearded face. Yin Zhaoge tilted his head slightly, looking him over. That full beard of yours looks odd to me, I can't quite say why. Hearing that, the corner of Xiao Sheng's eye twitched. Yin Zhaoge, do you still remember I said back then that the two of us would meet again in due time? I never thought that day would come so soon. His gaze shifted to Feng Yunxing, his voice suddenly lowering. Junior sister Feng, I told you before you want to escape. Feng Yunxing replied coolly. Judging by the way you look, you were indeed badly hurt back then. Xiao Sheng locked his gaze onto her. Junior sister Feng, I've long known you don't fear life or death. It seems that's indeed the case. Don't worry, I'll make you understand there are many things in this world more frightening than death. And right now, before me, your life and death are no longer yours to decide. Xiao Sheng's tone suddenly gentled, yet grew even colder. Believe me, if you want to end it yourself, it won't work. Feng Yunsheng smiled faintly. She was now merely at the body refining stage, while Xiao Sheng was already a grandmaster at the late external gang stage. The gap between them was too great. It had indeed reached the point where one party's life and death were no longer their own. She gripped the knife tighter, her face showing no trace of fear. Xiao Sheng, you should thank me for eliminating your biggest weakness. Don't you feel like your progress has been way faster these past 2 years? Xiao Sheng's eyes darkened further. You're still sharp-tongued as ever. I like that. It's one of the things I admire about you. Don't worry, we've got plenty of time to catch up later. But don't tell me you're acting all cocky just because you think that group over there has your back. Your judgment is seriously off. Yan Zhaoga chuckled at this, a sly smile spreading across his face. The great Sun Saint puppet you personally shattered? It's up in the sky watching you right now. Xiao Sheng didn't lose his temper. Instead, he nodded in acknowledgement. Not bad, Yan Zhaoga. I have to admit, you've got some skills. I used to underestimate you. But if you think you won just because you got a little advantage back then, you're fooling yourself. As Xiao Sheng spoke, he remained perfectly still, but the powerful aura around him began to expand outward. His energy twisted and shimmered with a metallic glint, growing brighter by the second. In an instant, Xiao Sheng was surrounded by a golden halo, and then countless beams of golden light shot out, scattering across the sky. The light streaked past Yan Zhaoga, Feng Yunsheng, and the others, piercing through the stone cliffs and ground behind them. The valley behind Yan Zhaoga was left riddled with holes, utterly devastated. The golden beams embedded themselves deeply into the rocks and earth, holding their form without dissipating, as if they were real, tangible weapons. Forming a semicircle, they encircled Yan Zhaoga and his group. The black-clad figures behind Yan Zhaoga frowned in unison. This technique, called 100-step Qi control, is a sign of mastery at the mid-stage of external Qi cultivation. It means one's energy is so refined and tangible that it can form weapons for long-range attacks or defense far superior to the raw energy projection of early-stage masters. With this ability, energy attacks reach their target instantly, leaving enemies with no time to escape. And Xiao Sheng wasn't done yet. With his hands clasped behind his back, Xiao Sheng slowly began to rise off the ground. Higher and higher he went, stopping only when he was suspended mid-air with nothing supporting him. This was a defining trait of late-stage external Qi masters. Only those with energy more refined and abundant than the mid-stage could hover briefly in the air and even move short distances. For opponents who lacked this ability, facing Xiao Sheng was almost a guaranteed loss. If he couldn't win outright, he'd simply take to the skies, out of their reach, forcing them to watch helplessly. Even if his enemy could form long-range attacks like 100-step Qi control, the closer the distance, the more powerful the attack. By keeping the distance on his terms, Xiao Sheng would always have the upper hand. When they had sparred with the great Sun Saint puppet before, it was like Xiao Sheng had been dancing with shackles on. His true strength had never been fully displayed. Now, though he was showcasing the overwhelming power of a late-stage, external Qi master, a nearly insurmountable gap compared to the early stage. This wasn't just talk. Xiao Sheng's dominance was clear as day. Hovering in the air, Xiao Sheng gazed down at Yan Zhaoga with an air of superiority. I'm at the late stage of external Qi, and you're still stuck in the early stage. Don't say I'm bullying you. But if you insist on getting involved in Feng Mukjes matters, I won't hold back. Even if your seniors from Broad Creed Mountain were here, it wouldn't make a difference. If you want to protect those disciples who ran away from my great Sun Sacred Sect, this won't just be a sparring match anymore. Xiao Sheng looked down at Yan Zhaoga, a smirk forming on his lips. If I wanted to, I could kill you on the spot without breaking a sweat. But even if you leave Feng Mukjes issues aside, we're still going to have some fun today. Except this time, junior brother Chao will keep you entertained first. Just then, a group of white-clad youths entered the valley. Leading them was none other than Chao Yuanlong, the man Yan Zhaoga had defeated at Zhenlong Abyss. Chao Yuanlong exhaled slowly. Yan Zhaoga, I'm here to fight you again." Around him, golden light erupted like needles, sharp and dazzling. The ground beneath his feet cracked open under his energy during their last fight at Jinlong Abyss. But now, the surface he touched was left with countless tiny punctures, forming a honeycomb-like pattern. His energy's penetrative power and concentration had reached a whole new level. The golden needle-like energy radiating from him now carried a faint metallic sheen, a clear sign he had stepped into the realm of an external Qi master. Feng Yinsheng raised an eyebrow as he observed Chao Yuanlong. "You've been forcing the solar divine needles into your body to refine your energy for external projection?" Yin Zhaoge smirked playfully. "I've heard of that method, but I also remember it comes with massive side effects, constant, unbearable pain, making life a living hell. Plus, it'll seriously slow down your future cultivation." Chao Yuanlong said expressionlessly. "Compared to the humiliation you've brought upon this one, what is this bit of pain? If I don't settle this grudge, this one will never be fit to call himself a man." As soon as the words fell, Chao Yuanlong took a step forward, appearing right before Yin Zhaoge. Yin Zhaoge raised a brow, flicked his right sleeve, and a streak of azure light flashed out like lightning. Chao Yuanlong bellowed, "Azure dragon in the sleeve, good," and abruptly crossed his hands. However, this was not the Zhongtian divine palm. Those golden astral qi like needle points softened, turning into countless fine strands. The myriad threads shifted from rigid to supple, coiling around the azure sword light like 10,000 snakes slithering out of their lairs. Yin Zhaoge gave the sword light a shake. The azure sword qi surged in bursts, severing the golden filaments. Yet the threads seemed endless, constantly twining up and gradually wearing down Yin Zhaoge's sword momentum. Yin Zhaoge studied Chao Yuanlong's technique. The corner of his mouth twitched as his expression grew odd. Chao Yuanlong said coldly, "This one knows you achieved outer astral earlier, but this one still drove the solar divine needles into his body to swiftly attain the level of an outer astral grandmaster. Precisely to cultivate this martial art that counters your azure dragon in the sleeve. Today, you're a dead dragon." The sword light was like a dragon, about to soar. But thousands upon thousands of golden snakes coiled up together, binding the azure dragon and gnawing at it repeatedly. The azure dragon thrashed, shaking apart, and killing one golden snake after another, yet the golden snakes seemed endless. Gradually, the azure dragon spent its strength, unable to fly further, falling to the dust to be devoured by 10,000 snakes. Serpents were more flexible than dragons. As they coiled, they unspooled the azure dragon's force ring by ring. Chao Yuanlong's externally projected astral qi, like steel wire wound around fingers, truly blocked Yin Zhaoge's azure dragon in the sleeve. The azure sword light slowly dissipated, and the bamboo twig in Yin Zhaoge's hand returned to its original form. A strange gleam flashed in Chao Yuanlong's eyes as he said coldly, "Yin Zhaoge, even if you switch to a real sword today, you still can't escape defeat. This bamboo, this one won't destroy. Instead, I'll leave it to you. I want your face covered in blood to soothe the hatred in this one's heart." Yin Zhaoge said nothing, merely stared at Chao Yuanlong with a somewhat strange expression. Feng Yinsheng also looked at Chao Yuanlong and said, "Heavenly snake twining silk hand. Even fewer people cultivate it than the solar gold needles, and he actually mastered it. Heavenly snake twining silk hand, as the name suggests, is and ever-changing, twining silk and untying knots, an extremely superior, delicate grappling method. This technique was obtained inadvertently by a martial practitioner of the Great Sun Sacred Sect and stored within the sect's martial repository. Because it is incompatible with the Great Sun Sacred Sect's astral qi, one must reach the outer astral realm and be able to project astral qi externally to cultivate it. Between different martial arts, there indeed sometimes exist relationships of mutual generation and mutual restraint. Chao Yuanlong cultivating this art could be called a single stroke of success. Its effect in restraining Yin Zhaoge's azure dragon in the sleeve was superb, even more effective than his sect's own 7 arts of the Great Sun. Yin Zhaoge turned to look at Feng Yunsheng and asked, "It's called Heavenly Snake Twining Silk Hand?" Feng Yunsheng looked at Yin Zhaoge's half-smiling face and nodded doubtfully. Yin Zhaoge chuckled, said no more, and stood there smiling at Chao Yuanlong. At that smile, Chao Yuanlong's anger surged, as if the scar on his face that had already healed suddenly began to ache faintly again. He let out a shrill roar, swept his hands, and tens of thousands of golden snakes spiraled out to attack once more. Xiao Sheng hovered in midair, looking down at Yin Zhaoge, and said, "You could switch to a better weapon. You should have a spirit weapon, right? Take it out and let me have a look. Besides, since I'm here today, I can lend junior brother Chao a weapon at any time. You think you can still get the upper hand in this regard?" Before the words fell, Yin Zhaoge still stood unmoving. Only when Chao Yuanlong reached him did he suddenly strike. He did not draw a sword. He struck with his hand. In an instant, everyone's vision dimmed at once. Like a solar eclipse, the astral chi around Chao Yuanlong shook, and that sun-like radiance dimmed in a flash. As Yin Zhaoge punched, his arm seemed to turn into a giant python with 12 pairs of wings sprouting from its back, coiling across the starry sea, its length immeasurable. The king of heavenly snakes manifested. It was a legendary existence, its power even surpassing that of many dragon clans. Yin Zhaoge blasted out with a punch. Astral chi rumbled, as if the heavenly snake swallowed the sun, engulfing Chao Yuanlong in an instant. This supple force carried not the slightest sound of wind, yet when it erupted it was like heaven and earth collapsing. In the blink of an eye, Chao Yuanlong, who had been lunging forward even faster than before, was sent flying backward by Yin Zhaoge's single punch. Both Xiao Sheng and Feng Yinsheng were stunned. Then they watched, eyes wide, as Chao Yuanlong's body traced a parabola and crashed straight to the ground. Lying there twitching like a dead fish flipped on its belly, unable to make a sound. The disciples of the Great Sun Sacred Sect who had come with Xiao Sheng and Chao Yuanlong were even more dumbstruck. What was going on? Hadn't senior brother Chao already mastered that art that specifically countered Yin Zhaoge? Wasn't it said that even if Yin Zhaoge became an outer astral grandmaster, he would still have certainty of victory? Didn't he just have an overwhelming advantage? How did things change in the blink of an eye? Yin Zhaoge looked at Chao Yuanlong lying on the ground, both angry and amused, and said, "Heavenly Serpent Coiling Silk Hand, the name rings a bell. It's clearly a branch evolved from the Heavenly Serpent King Fist within the Six Spirits Demon Fist. You only started practicing this Heavenly Serpent Coiling Silk Hand after becoming an early-stage Outer Gang Grandmaster, whereas I've been cultivating it since I came to this world. My Heavenly Serpent King Fist against your Heavenly Serpent Coiling Silk Hand is like a father disciplining his son. Didn't you say you were here to be easy pickings?" Yin Zhaoge withdrew his fist, spread his hands toward Xiao Sheng, and said, "Looks like he can't keep me company any longer." The surprise faded from Xiao Sheng's face when he looked at Yin Zhaoge. His gaze had never been so heavy and strangely cold. Xiao Sheng said, "They say the broad creed young master's sword is like a dragon, but it turns out to be just a facade. I didn't expect you to hide this deep." Xiao Sheng said slowly, "A pity you're not smart enough. You revealed yourself too early. If you'd held back a bit longer, you might truly have become a serious future threat. Even if it means provoking a clash between the two sacred grounds, I'm a little tempted to kill you today." Cold light surged in Xiao Sheng's eyes as his gang chi flared in full, like a blazing sun. Golden radiance whirled through the space for hundreds of meters, like countless blades hanging over Yin Zhaoge's head. The oppressive aura of a late-stage Outer Gang Grandmaster was fully on display. Not to mention Yin Zhaoge facing him head-on. Even Feng Yunsheng at the side, and the other Sacred Sun Clan disciples, felt suffocated. Yin Zhaoge nodded nonchalantly and said, "Not bad. Among martial artists of the same level, you're one of the standouts." Xiao Sheng responded coolly, "I'll admit now, your title of the Four Young Masters isn't undeserved. If we were truly at the same realm, I might not be able to beat you. It's just that the gap in cultivation between us is too great. If you were at the mid-stage of the Outer Gang, you might still be able to escape with your life from me." The group of black-clad martial artists following Yin Zhaoge fell silent. Their young master had only just broken through to the Outer Gang realm, although he had hastily completed a second round of bone reforging and marrow cleansing. Expecting him to break through again immediately was simply unrealistic. Only then did the Sacred Sun Clan disciples breathe a sigh of relief. Senior brother Chao may have lost, but fortunately senior brother Xiao is still holding the line. As for relying on a higher realm to oppress others, who cares about that right now? At this moment, Yin Zhaoge shifted his gaze to Chao Yuanlong, who was being helped up by his fellow disciples. Yin Zhaoge said, I gave you a chance and fought you at the same realm, yet the result is so absurd it's laughable. Chao Yuanlong's eyes widened at these words. Yin Zhaoge shook his head and said, Mid-stage outer gang grandmaster so hard? Before the words had even fallen, the acupoints across Yin Zhaoge's body vibrated, faint white mist rising as if an ice dragon was soaring to the heavens. His blood and qi surged like lead and mercury, while the gang qi around him gleamed with a metallic luster, growing ever more dazzling. With a casual motion, Yin Zhaoge executed a move of the heavenly Serpent King fist in midair, surging gang qi twisted and coiled, winding into a single stream that finally condensed into a thick black whip. The black whip flicked in the air with a crack like thunder. True qi-forming weapons, so realistic it felt like a solid weapon. Xiao Sheng stared wide-eyed and shouted, Mid-stage outer gang. Impossible. Seeing Yin Zhaoge commanding qi at 100 paces and condensing qi into weapons, Chao Yuanlong's vision went dark. He was already badly injured, and as his spirit collapsed, he fainted. Being miserably defeated by Yin Zhaoge twice had already left him utterly despondent. Watching Yin Zhaoge advance still further, breaking through to mid-stage outer gang as easily as drinking water, Chao Yuanlong completely fell apart. In that case, what meaning was there in him forcing a breakthrough to outer gang grandmaster while enduring the massive side effects of the solar divine needle? Clearly, in the Sealing Dragon Abyss, everyone was still at the late inner gang stage. How did Yin Zhaoge, in such a short time, overcome hurdle after hurdle and advance so rapidly to mid-stage outer gang? Were all those bouts in the Sealing Dragon Abyss just illusions? Besides Chao Yuanlong, the other Sacred Sun Clan disciples who had seen Yin Zhaoge in action in the Sealing Dragon Abyss were stunned as well. Even Xiao Sheng swayed, nearly falling out of the air. He cursed in his heart, damn it. How long did it take me back, then to go from late inner gang to mid-stage outer gang? Xiao Sheng's eyes bulged. He didn't even dare think the thought through. Yin Zhaoge's gang qi condensed into a long whip in his hand. It flicked in midair with another resounding crack. Yin Zhaoge said carelessly, exposed too early? Hold back? Why should I hold back? So what if you know you're talking as if you could do something about me? There are plenty of people in this world who can defeat me, but you, Xiao Sheng, are not among them. Yin Zhaoge waved his other hand, gang qi gathering and transforming in mid-air into a massive ice-blue longsword. The blade shimmered with cold light, and faint dragon-shaped gleams roamed within. White swirls of ice appeared, layering around the sword, like an ice dragon diving into the clouds. Xiao Sheng drew a breath and said, Yin Zhaoge, you seem to have forgotten something important. Right now, you're only at the mid-outer astral stage. Unless you can immediately advance to the late outer astral stage, don't even think about leaving here alive today. With a long, piercing howl, Xiao Sheng roared as he descended from the sky. Streams of golden light fell toward Yin Zhaoge like a rain of swords. Yin Zhaoge flicked his hand. His ice-blue longsword slashed repeatedly in midair, like a divine dragon piercing the clouds, cutting off those golden streams one by one. Though the golden light was powerful, Xiao Sheng was, after all, at the late outer astral stage. Each strand was extremely condensed, not necessarily inferior to Yin Zhaoge's sword astral. Yet Yin Zhaoge's sword astral kept landing at the weakest points of Xiao Sheng's golden light. Thus, although a single sword astral was facing a multitude of lights, it still managed to block the torrential golden rain. However, those golden streams were merely Xiao Sheng's feints. Even after being shattered by the sword astral, the broken golden light diffused in midair like mist and did not fully dissipate. The remaining golden light shrouded the surroundings, instead creating a scene of the world at dusk, bathed in the afterglow of the setting sun. A cold smile tugged at Xiao Sheng's lips. His palm techniques shifted as he thrust both palms fiercely toward Yin Zhaoge. The world of golden light formed by his astral qi suddenly collapsed toward its center, crashing down upon Yin Zhaoge. At this moment, Xiao Sheng fully unleashed the profundities of the sunset remnant light Thousand Phantasms palm, far stronger than when he had demonstrated it using the sacred Sun Saint puppet. The world before Yin Zhaoge seemed to plunge into the darkest twilight at the instant the sun set, leaving only a field of despair before his eyes. Huh! Yin Zhaoge let out a low cry, drew both fists back, and pressed them together against his lower abdomen. His left hand pressed firmly upon his lower abdomen, unmoving. His right hand trembled slightly, repeatedly tapping his body. One still, and one moving, one yin, and one yang, one heavy, and one lively, they achieved perfect harmony. The left hand wielded the sea-stabilizing spirit fist of the sixth spirit demon fist, manifesting the form of a spirit tortoise. The right hand was the heavenly serpent king fist of the sixth spirit demon fist, turning into the shadow of a heavenly serpent. Tortoise and serpent entwined motion and stillness fused, yin and yang alternated and harmonized. Within the lower abdomen lies an acupoint called Shangxiu, also known as the blood gate, the crucial hub of a martial artist's circulation of qi and blood. Stimulate the blood gate, and together with the heart's rhythm, the body's blood instantly boils, vitality surges, and unprecedented potential can erupt. The Divine Palace archives recorded in the true martial fist canon before the Great Calamity. The blood gate Shangxiu is the deity of the Big Dipper, true martial. Two currents of qi and blood, one fast and one slow, converged upon Yin Zhaoge's Shangxiu acupoint, twining into a mass like the primordial embryo of chaos before heaven and earth first opened. In the next moment, this embryo of qi and blood shook with a thunderous tremor, its power far beyond the norm, erupting suddenly from within Yin Zhaoge. Both hands pushed straight forward at the same time. The astral qi of his left hand became a massive shield, like the sea-stabilizing spirit tortoise. The astral qi of his right hand turned into a thick, long whip, surging like the king of heavenly serpents. Tortoise and serpent joined forces and thundered forth together. The faint image of a giant manifested in the air. True martial Grand Emperor of the Big Dipper. Tortoise and serpent strike together, true martial manifests. That force seemed capable of pushing mountains and filling seas. It shot straight at Xiao Sheng, forcibly shattering his sunset remnant light Thousand Phantasms palm. Xiao Sheng was greatly shocked. His palm techniques turned, transforming sunset into remnant light, hastily switching from offense to defense. Those remnant light phantasms were hazy like a dream, making truth and falsehood hard to discern and throwing direction into confusion. Leveraging a late outer astral master's ability to float, Xiao Sheng shot upward at extreme speed in midair, just managing to evade Yin Zhaoge's strike. Cold sweat broke out instantly as he exclaimed, "Is this truly a level of power a mid-outer astral master can have?" Yin Zhaoge smiled and said, "Mid-outer astral is more than enough to deal with you. Take another strike." Yin Zhaoge suddenly exerted force and stamped his foot. Half the valley floor cracked and caved in. Borrowing the rebound, Yin Zhaoge shot skyward, his whole body launching like a cannonball straight at Xiao Sheng. Xiao Sheng snorted coldly and suddenly leaped while in midair. He moved with thunderous speed, instantly sliding sideways a great distance, widening the gap between himself and Yin Zhaoge. This was one of the Sacred Sun clan's orthodox martial arts, the 7 Great Sun Arts. Great Sun Eastrise, crossing heaven. Among the 7 Great Sun Arts, this was the only purely movement technique once executed. It was fierce and swift, like the rising blazing sun, difficult to stop. Using the movement art, Xiao Sheng evaded Yin Zhaoge's strike, then leaped again, reversing to pounce toward Yin Zhaoge. He aimed to seize Yin Zhaoge, targeting the weakness that Yin Zhaoge could only rely on a burst to rocket straight up or down, unable to keep shifting around in midair as he could. By lunging at this moment, Xiao Sheng intended to pin him at the instant when Yin Zhaoge's old strength waned and new strength had yet to rise. A golden light wheel rose, radiance blazing, smashing straight toward Yin Zhaoge. Spirit weapon, the radiant sun wheel. Xiao Sheng's expression was icy and severe at this moment. He was already going all out. Yin Zhaoge, however, was prepared. The power accumulated at the blood gate Shangxiu burst forth again. His body, which had begun to fall, was forcibly halted in midair for an instant. Yin Zhaoge flicked his right sleeve, and immediately a dragon-shaped azure light roared. The blade gleamed with spiritual radiance, and a clear, genuine, no mere hallucination, heaven-shaking dragon's roar rang out. A spirit weapon revealed itself. It was the spirit sword Bailu. Yin Zhaoge merged with the sword, shooting straight into the clouds, rending the sky in an instant. Already upon Xiao Sheng, where the sword's edge pointed, the 7 stars converged. The North Star arched overhead, its momentum vast as the heavens. This was precisely Broad Creed Mountain's direct lineage martial art, one of the Taishang 8 extremities, the 7 stars sword. Xiao Sheng was helpless and could only use the Radiant Sun Wheel to hard block Yin Zhaoge's spirit sword Bailu. Before he could catch his breath, he saw Yin Zhaoge gripping the sword in his right hand as his left hand also reached out from his sleeve, coming down in a head-on smash. In the center of Yin Zhaoge's left palm, a scarlet-violet hue emerged. As astral chi surged, that scarlet-violet seemed to condense into a tangible mass of purple flame. Flames scattered, and the astral chi around Xiao Sheng instantly showed signs of crumbling apart. Under that palm, he felt as if hurled into a furnace, about to be burned to ash by Do Shui purple fire. This technique was another of the Taishang 8 extremities on par with the 7 stars sword, Broad Creed Mountain's direct lineage Do Shui palm. Yin Zhaoge and Xiao Sheng both let out low growls, and aside from the spirit sword Bailu and the Radiant Sun Wheel, more treasure light flared from each of them. At the instant they clashed in midair, treasures erupted with power one after another, colliding with each other. Everyone in the valley looked up, only to see radiance flashing across the sky, dazzlingly brilliant. Treasure lights surged all over Yin Zhaoge and Xiao Sheng as offense and defense tangled together in an instant. The power of numerous treasures canceled each other out, the scene chaotic and fierce. Yet Yin Zhaoge's left hand Do Shui palm refused to relent, ultimately slamming heavily into Xiao Sheng. Xiao Sheng grunted, blood spilling from his mouth and nose as his entire body was blasted backward. The disciples of the Great Sun sect all cried out, their faces ashen. Late Outer Essence Stage Grandmaster Xiao Sheng clashed with Mid-Outer Essence Stage Grandmaster Yin Zhaoge, and yet the outcome was Xiao Sheng's defeat. This result was even more shocking than Yin Zhaoge defeating Chao Yuanlong twice at the same cultivation level. After all, Xiao Sheng was no ordinary late Outer Essence practitioner. He was the sort of genius who could, in the early Outer Essence stage, defeat mid-stage opponents across realms. Earlier at the Sealing Dragon Abyss, regardless of how their strengths compared, Yin Zhaoge had with a single sentence rendered Chao Yuanlong unwilling to fight. The two had faced off barehanded. Both young prodigies had blades been drawn. Even as the Great Sun Sect's direct descendant, Chao Yuanlong would have struggled to match Yin Zhaoge, the son of a Broad Creed Mountain heavyweight. Xiao Sheng was different like Yin Zhaoge. He carried many treasures upon him. Only now the treasures on both sides countered each other, and he was defeated across realms by Yin Zhaoge. The disparity in cultivation stood plain, hard to deny. Moreover, Yin Zhaoge treated the barrier between realms like air itself. From early Outer Essence to Mid-Outer Essence, he crossed whenever he wished. From seeing him at the Sealing Dragon Abyss still at late Inner Essence to now at Mid-Outer Essence, the time span was so short as to be unbelievable. Such a Yin Zhaoge stood like a towering mountain, inspiring despair at a single glance. Yin Zhaoge dropped from midair without hesitation. With a flick of his right hand, the spirit sword Bailu was directly hurled at Xiao Sheng. Gritting his teeth, Xiao Sheng urged the Radiant Sun Wheel, forcibly blocking the spirit sword Bailu. The two spirit weapons immediately faced off, fiery light interweaving. Looking at Xiao Sheng, Yin Zhaoge laughed. Late Outer Essence Grandmaster, don't just dodge and run. Before the words had fallen, he exerted his strength once more, instantly closing over 100 meters, charging straight at Xiao Sheng. Xiao Sheng glared at him, eyes nearly splitting, finally letting out a frustrated low growl as he shouted to the other Great Sun Sect disciples, "Go." Everyone shuddered, casting complicated looks at Yin Zhaoge and Xiao Sheng. Hearts chilled as they hurriedly lifted the already unconscious Chao Yuanlong and retreated out of the valley. Yin Zhaoge didn't tangle with the others. locking his gaze on Xiao Sheng and continuing to pummel him. Depressed, Xiao Sheng executed Great Sun Rising, traversed the heavens, only this time not to launch a sneak attack, but to seize the chance to evade Yin Zhaoge and flee. Though his heart ached as if sliced apart, Xiao Sheng was 100 times unwilling to admit it. But at this point, Xiao Sheng had to admit it, he truly was no match for Yin Zhaoge. Even in the late Outer Essence stage, he simply couldn't suppress mid-Outer Essence Yin Zhaoge. Relying on the levitation power of the late Outer Essence stage and the speed of Great Sun Rising, traversed the heavens, Xiao Sheng narrowly avoided the next strike. But as astral chi surged everywhere, a swath of beard on Xiao Sheng's face suddenly shattered and drifted down. Xiao Sheng froze, his face instantly crimson like blood, emotions slipping out of control, his voice turning from rough to sharp as he let out a resentful, piercing howl. Seeing this, Yin Zhaoge was slightly taken aback as well. It wasn't just that Xiao Sheng's whiskers had been trimmed, his entire circle of a beard had fallen off at once, his chin so smooth that not even stubble remained. Without the beard, Xiao Sheng's looks actually overlapped with the handsome youth in Yin Zhaoge's memory. Only matched with that sharp voice, Xiao Sheng now seemed somewhat effeminate, his bearing markedly different from that of an ordinary man. Xiao Sheng, enraged and humiliated, first glared fiercely at Yin Zhaoge, then shot a venomous glare at Feng Yunsheng, and no longer lingered, turning around and leaving. Yin Zhaoge's mouth twitched, he turned and looked at Feng Yunsheng. Back then you gravely injured him, where exactly did you hurt him? Feng Yunsheng paid no mind to Xiao Sheng's resentment, instead her gaze had been fixed on Yin Zhaoge. Although she was now badly wounded, with her cultivation down to the body refining stage, her eye for detail and knowledge remained. Precisely because she knew what she was looking at, she was all the more astonished by everything Yin Zhaoge had just displayed. Even when Yin Zhaoge turned back to ask, her mouth was still slightly agape, looking very surprised. Hearing Yin Zhaoge's question, Feng Yunsheng snapped back to herself and said with a casual smile, "Back then his little brother was out of line and tried to take advantage of me, so I casually gave it a lesson. You really are something." Yin Zhaoge curled his lip, suddenly feeling a chill between his legs. I've heard that on Xiao Sheng's maternal grandfather's line there was only his mother as a daughter, and in his generation he's the only grandson. On his paternal Xiao family side, the direct bloodline also ends with him. No wonder others want to drive you out, your grandmaster is gone, and there's no one at the Great Sun sect to back you up. Feng Yunsheng said carelessly, speaking of the Great Sun sect, among the young generation's 4 rising sun prodigies, Xiao Sheng and Chao Yuanlong each have their own problems. Chao Yuanlong is steadfast, not afraid of hardship or danger, but he loves taking side paths, always wanting to do what others can't, as if only that could show his ability. If he would just be honest and follow the steps, training the Great Sun sect's orthodox methods like other disciples instead of playing with side path arts like Solar Golden Needle and Heavenly Serpent Coiling Silk. With his talent and perseverance, his actual combat power might be a bit lower for now, but his future achievements would only be higher. Feng Yunsheng shook her head and said, "Xiao Sheng doesn't have Chao Yuanlong's perseverance, but his comprehension isn't bad. Unfortunately, his mind is too flighty, he's lustful, and can't keep that little guy under control, otherwise his achievements would have been higher." Feng Yunsheng smiled as she spoke. "I cut off that source of vexation for him. These past 2 years his rate of progress has been much faster than before." Yin Zhaoge rolled his eyes at her. "All you're missing is a copy of the Sunflower Manual." Feng Yunsheng was taken aback. "What kind of martial art is that? I've never heard of it." Yin Zhaoge waved his hand and said no more, turning to sort through his spoils. In his bout with Xiao Sheng, the two had fought fiercely over the treasures. In the end, in order to escape with his life, Xiao Sheng's connection with those items was shattered by Yin Zhaoge. Xiao Sheng fled in a rush. With no time to retrieve those objects, now they had all fallen into Yin Zhaoge's hands. Among them were 2 mid-grade treasured weapons that fit him well, though Yin Zhaoge actually didn't lack mid-grade treasured weapons. There was also a high-grade treasured weapon, which could be counted as having some value. But the most eye-catching was that spirit weapon, the Radiant Sun Wheel. Its value was far higher than ordinary treasured weapons, simply not in the same class. Given Yin Zhaoga's current background, he had only one spirit weapon on hand, the Green Dragon Sword. The Radiant Sun Wheel and the Green Dragon Sword were both top quality among low-grade spirit weapons. If not for backgrounds like Yin Zhaoga's and Xiao Sheng's, even Grandmaster-level martial artists would find it hard to possess low-grade spirit weapons. As for mid-grade spirit weapons, Yin's father and Xiao Sheng's maternal grandfather's side naturally had them to spare. But with Yin Zhaoga's and Xiao Sheng's current cultivation, driving low-grade spirit weapons was already close to their limit, and the power they could unleash was limited. A sacred weapon like the Taiyin Crown that can be driven by a Grandmaster, there is currently only one such piece in the Eight Extremities world. Let alone other sacred weapons, even trying to drive high or mid-grade spirit weapons. A Grandmaster is unlikely to be accepted. Spirit weapons possess inherent spirituality, far higher than that of treasured weapons. Thus Feng Yuansheng watched with interest as Yin Zhaoga took the Radiant Sun Wheel into his keeping. Spirit weapons have autonomous spirituality unless the owner is a great Grandmaster. They will not casually change masters. At the moment the Radiant Sun Wheel was merely entangled by the Green Dragon Sword, it had not truly submitted to Yin Zhaoga. If not for the Green Dragon Sword's restraint, the Radiant Sun Wheel would likely have flown away long ago to seek out its original owner, Xiao Sheng. For now, Yin Zhaoga could temporarily bind the Radiant Sun Wheel, but he was also making his own Green Dragon Sword a shackle. With the two spirit weapons restraining each other, until it was resolved not only the Radiant Sun Wheel, but even the Green Dragon Sword couldn't be used. As a result, his overall combat strength had instead dropped by a large margin. For a Grandmaster-level martial artist, a low-grade spirit weapon means as much as a treasured weapon does to a body-refining martial artist. Of course you snatch it if you can, but if you then run into an enemy afterwards, it gets a bit awkward. Feng Yuansheng paused, only to see Yin Zhaoga walk up to the Radiant Sun Wheel and the Green Dragon Sword and reach out to grab them both. The Radiant Sun Wheel suddenly shuddered, a savage aura erupting as if it had instantly roused a slumbering great Grandmaster. The Spirit Sword, Green Dragon, grew restless as well. The two spirit weapons looked ready to clash with each other, kicking up a dispute others had no power to intervene in. But Yin Zhaoga gently stroked with both hands, fingers curved as though gripping the air, tapping out a strange rhythm upon the two spirit weapons. The Spirit Sword, Green Dragon, and the Radiant Sun Wheel each quivered slightly once more. A peculiar light flashed in Yin Zhaoga's eyes as the scene before him shifted, as though he had stepped into another world. In that world, a golden great sun hung high in the firmament, while a verdant dragon coiled around it, circling without end. As his 10 fingers kept tapping, the two spirit weapons slowly calmed down together. This was not them restraining and canceling each other out, but truly settling in unison, temporarily lying dormant. Feng Yuansheng parted her lips slightly and said, "He actually quieted the Radiant Sun. Well, so quickly, how did he even do that? Truly unheard of." Snapping out of it, Feng Yuansheng clicked her tongue in praise and said, "I'd heard your name before, but seeing you today, I realized the rumors were too conservative. They didn't exaggerate at all. I've known since young that seeing is better than hearing, but today that lesson hit deepest." Yin Zhaoga put away the two spirit weapons, snapped his fingers, and said, "I've got plenty of strengths. My greatest is that I'm low-key. So you'll gradually discover that even today your impression is still too conservative." Feng Yuansheng nodded with a smile. "All right, I'll be waiting to watch you perform." She asked, "When you advanced to mid-outer gang just now, why were they so shocked? Breaking through under pressure on the battlefield is rare, but there are precedents. As far as I know, some even manufacture a life and death instant to use that pressure to smash through a bottleneck." The black-clad martial practitioner at Yin Zhaoga's side said, "Not even a month ago, young master had just broken through from an inner gang grandmaster to early outer gang. Those who were usually at Yin Zhaoga's side had also been stunned into wooden statues when they witnessed that breakthrough, scarcely able to believe it. Pretty much the same as those people from the Sacred Sun clan." This time, Feng Yuansheng could no longer stay composed, staring at Yin Zhaoga with a face full of shock as though she had seen a ghost. After quite a while, she finally blurted out a line. "Are you even human?" Yin Zhaoga merely smiled without speaking. Feng Yunxing drew in a sharp breath, only regaining her wits after a long moment. Everyone calls you a genius, but still inferior to your father, yet now it seems that at least in terms of leveling speed, you've surpassed your esteemed father. Before the Great Calamity, the records were destroyed, already beyond verification. And the historical materials that can be checked after the Great Calamity show that Yin Zhaoga's father, Yin Di, the current chief of Broad Creed Mountain's last disciple, had been the youngest grandmaster in history, and also the youngest great-grandmaster. And now, it seems highly likely that he will also become the youngest martial saint in history. Yin Zhaoga smiled and said that compared to breaking from late inner gang to early outer gang, going from early to mid-outer gang was much easier for him. There was some luck and coincidence involved. While achieving the outer gang realm, I very quickly completed a second round of bone tempering and marrow cleansing. A profound spirit treasure pill helped me refine my gang chi. The ice dragon bone soul provided the impetus needed to charge through, and with the aid of some special methods in my cultivation, we arrived at today's result. People say my father and I are a tiger father with no dog son. I've got to work hard, never mind surpassing the old man. At least I can't fall too far behind, right? Yin Zhaoga said with a smile. Besides, in a martial artist's cultivation, for the same checkpoint, some breeze through it like taking a stroll, others get stuck there for a long time and can't advance. But once everyone has passed that checkpoint, the difficult hurdles ahead might reverse things, and those who once lagged behind may instead overtake those who were ahead. That sort of thing is quite common. Feng Yunxing rolled her eyes at him, saying, Still, I haven't seen anyone as outrageous as you early to mid-outer gang in a single month. That's unprecedented. Isn't it? Yin Zhaoga raised his brows and smiled. I often say I've got many strengths, but my greatest is that I'm especially low-key. With that, he changed the subject. That aside, our meeting here is probably not a coincidence. Feng Yunxing was slightly taken aback. Looking at her, Yin Zhaoga said slowly, Actually, I was originally looking for Meng Wan. Don't look at me like that. She's the maiden of Extreme Yin of the Sacred Sun clan, and I'm a disciple of Broad Creed Mountain. Finding ways to make her suffer in the Extreme Yin bout is perfectly normal. Yin Zhaoga rubbed his chin. Thinking back now, my people tailing her were discovered by her, and she instead led me all the way here to you. I said long ago that Meng Wan wouldn't leave the mountain on her own lightly. This uncharacteristic trip out really did have a reason. Feng Yunxing's gaze softened. Xiaowan came to help me. After my master passed away, she learned that Xiao Sheng personally left the mountain to seek me for revenge, so she wanted to come mediate a bit. Calling you here, she's probably hoping Broad Creed Mountain can take me in and shelter me, so she doesn't have to personally step forward, nor make things difficult for herself. Yin Zhaoga asked, Do you two share the same master? Feng Yunxing shook her head and said, No, but back then we were both maidens of the Extreme Yin, receiving much of the same teachings and training, so we naturally spent a lot of time together. Yin Zhaoga looked at her and smiled. Have you ever thought that if not for her existence, even if you lost your Extreme Yin body back then, the Great Sun Sacred Sect wouldn't necessarily have let go just like that? They would surely have tried to help you restore it. Feng Yunxing smiled. No need to overthink it, that's obvious, but it has nothing to do with Meng Wan personally. Yin Zhaoga asked with interest, You're older than Meng Wan, entered the sect earlier, and your cultivation should have been higher, right? So back then the Great Sun Sacred Sect treated you as the first choice to participate in the Extreme Yin trial? Feng Yunxing nodded candidly. That's right. Before I left the mountain, I had already reached the Grandmaster realm, while Meng Wan was only at the entering micro realm at the time. She probably only managed to break through to Grandmaster on the eve of the first Extreme Yin trial. She glanced at Yin Zhaoga and said rather bluntly, I know what you're thinking, but I mistakenly entered a hellish perilous domain and my Extreme Yin body vanished. It had nothing to do with Meng Wan. Yin Zhaoga said with a smile, She may have deep feelings for you, but calling me over to save you this time couldn't it be out of guilt or a desire to make amends? Or, as a beneficiary, she could be taking the high road, using helping you to gain a sense of satisfaction? Feng Yunxing smiled. I'm not in the habit of viewing everything with malice, but I won't deny the possibility you mentioned exists. Only, I trust Meng Wan. When Feng Yunxing said this, her expression was calm, but her tone was firm. Yin Zhaoga smiled and changed the topic. But is she really so sure your extreme Yin body can't be restored? Is she certain she wouldn't be sending a maiden of the extreme Yin to Broad Creed Mountain to vie with her for the extreme Yin crown in future? That's tantamount to funding an enemy. She's willing to do that. Feng Yinxing said evenly, because she's confident. Regardless of whether other sacred grounds produce more maidens of the extreme Yin, Mengwan has the conviction to seize the extreme Yin crown back for the Great Sun Sacred Sect. So even if I recover, she would be happy for me. In fact, Broad Creed Mountain would value me more. But the extreme Yin crown, in the end, is hers and belongs to the Great Sun Sacred Sect. That is her confidence. Listening, an image surfaced in Yin Zhaoga's mind of that bright, yet delicate girl, with pleading eyes that stirred one's pity. The victor of the first Extreme Yin trial, the first master of the Extreme Yin crown after it reappeared, was precisely Meng Wan of the Great Sun Sacred Sect. According to Feng Yinxing's estimation, she should have just stepped into the Grandmaster realm at that time. With memories in her eyes, Feng Yinxing said, "Don't be fooled by that child's frail exterior. She's both clever and strong. Be it the extreme Yin power within her or her martial talent, she's at the level of a prodigy. I was considered the first choice only because I had entered earlier and cultivated longer. But if we had all started from the same point at the same time, I wouldn't dare say I could definitely gain the upper hand." Yin Zhaoga laughed aloud. So turned around. That means Meng Wan also wasn't 100% confident she could beat you? Feng Yinxing raised her brows. I don't unduly puff myself up, nor belittle myself. Yin Zhaoga said blandly. It's a pity that Meng Wan slipped up the second time. In the second Extreme Yin trial, Meng Wan fell just short, and the Extreme Yin crown was taken by a disciple of Bihai City, the sacred ground of the water domain. Feng Yinxing's expression didn't waver. I heard that too. That was because not long before the contest, Meng Wan had just activated the Extreme Yin crown in the Eastern Sea to clash head-on with the Fire Devil King. For the second trial, she went on stage injured. Come the third Extreme Yin trial, she will let the world see that as long as she herself has no issues, the Extreme Yin crown will never fall into others' hands. Moreover, a phoenix reborn through nirvana will shine even more brilliantly. Feng Yinxing spoke calmly, as if merely stating the most ordinary of facts. Yin Zhaoga looked at her, the corners of his mouth slowly upturning. What you've said of Meng Wan applies equally to yourself. Feng Yinxing said frankly, even if senior brother Yin really can restore my extreme Yin body, I'm starting out far behind Meng Wan right now. I don't dare guarantee I can catch up to her, but faced with such a precious opportunity, I'll give it my all to strive for it. Broad Creed Mountain took me in at my most perilous moment. Whatever their motives, a drop of grace I will repay in torrents. I've nothing else to say, only death will see me stop. No matter the reason, when she faced threats from disciples of the Sacred Sun clan, Yin Zhaoga beat Xiao Sheng and Qiao Yuanlong into a sorry state, making his stance clear. As for whether Yin Zhaoga's personal attitude could represent Broad Creed Mountain, Feng Yinxing didn't need to think about it for now. She just had to follow Yin Zhaoga's arrangements. Yin Zhaoga was in rather good spirits. He already had some plans regarding Feng Yinxing's Taiyin physique, though it would still require careful preparation. Although he had now offended the Sacred Sun clan again, for Broad Creed Mountain, gaining another Taiyin maiden was undoubtedly a tremendous boon. So long as this merit was solidified, it would bring tremendous help to Yin Zhaoga, and even to his father Yin Di, counting as a significant achievement. Yin Zhaoga glanced at the sky and said, "Let us go." Everyone set off together. Yin Zhaoga kept issuing orders, and the black-clothed grandmasters nodded repeatedly before immediately dispersing to deliver messages. Although he had taken the matter upon himself, certain people had to be notified at once, such as his own father, as well as his authorized agent with actual power on the ground in Tiandong Province. That is, Broad Creed Mountain's top hand in Tiandong, the Tiandong Elder. This affair was no small matter, far more complicated than the time he taught Qiao Yuanlong and the others a lesson at the Sealed Dragon Abyss, and the Sacred Sun clan's response would certainly be much more intense. Since Xiao Sheng and the others had fled, there would definitely be follow-up moves. The earlier Broad Creed Mountain received the news, the more calmly it could respond and handle things. In addition, Yin Zhaoge specifically explained the cause of Feng Yunxing's Taiyin physique being damaged back then and ordered people to find a way to notify another sacred ground, Songhai City. Among the major sacred grounds, relations between Songhai City and the Sacred Sun clan were extremely strained. Following the logic that the enemy of my enemy is my friend, Broad Creed Mountain and Songhai City got along well and had practically become allies. The Taiyin maiden on Songhai City's side was the winner of the second Taiyin trial, and in the upcoming third Taiyin trial, she would be Meng Wan's strongest opponent. Over the years, the major sacred grounds had never stopped scheming against each other's Taiyin maidens. Yin Zhaoge had never trusted the Sacred Sun clan's so-called integrity, so he naturally had to remind Songhai City, lest they be trapped. They were traversing the mountain range when Yin Zhaoge suddenly felt a stir in his heart and looked into the distance. The roar of the mountain waterfall couldn't drown out the voices of several people coming from that direction. Looking from afar, Yin Zhaoge saw a group of people by the waterfall, scattered into small clusters, as if confronting each other. Is that Zhao Yuan and the others? Zhao Yuan was the Eastern Tang country lord's eldest son and was quite familiar with Yin Zhaoge. Together with him was the third prince, Zhao Sheng, who was closer to the side associated with Elder Yin Su, the one in charge in Eastern Tang. But whether it was Zhao Yuan or Zhao Sheng, their faces didn't look good at the moment as they fixed their gazes on a youth. That youth looked about 16 or 17, his features somewhat resembling Zhao Yuan and Zhao Sheng. He wore royal attire as well, but compared to the two, he seemed much more modest. From what Yin Zhaoge could tell, the youth should also be a prince, one of Zhao Yuan and the other's brothers, only he himself hadn't seen him before. The scene before him struck Yin Zhaoge as rather interesting. The eldest prince, Zhao Yuan, like his father, the Eastern Tang country lord, leaned toward Broad Creed Mountain, that is, toward the faction of Yin Zhaoge's father, Yin Di. Zhao Yuan personally also had some rapport with the original owner of Yin Zhaoge's body. In this regard, Zhao Sheng, the third prince, couldn't match Zhao Yuan, so he aligned himself with those closer to Yin Zhaoge's second senior uncle. Although the Eastern Tang country lord favored Yin Di, Broad Creed Mountain still had elder Yin Su supporting another faction within Eastern Tang, so Zhao Sheng didn't have a hard time of it. If the position of Broad Creed Mountain's sect master ultimately went to Yin Zhaoge's second senior uncle, then the future allegiance of the Eastern Tang country lord would become more uncertain. Overall, the as yet undecided crown princess seat in Eastern Tang was basically being contested between Zhao Yuan and Zhao Sheng. The two had long found each other unpleasant and had been at each other's throats. Scenes like them joining forces to target another prince hadn't been seen for quite some time. Zhao Sheng's voice carried from afar as he said, "We were acting under royal father's orders, accompanying Uncle King Jin into the mountains to capture the culprits. That man was surrounded in the mountains by the guards of me and Big Brother, and we also seriously injured him. If not for that, do you think you could have handled it? Now you've snatched a cheap win and still want to monopolize all the lead's 16th brother. You really don't know what's good for you, do you?" Zhao Yuan said in a deep voice as well, "16th brother, there's no problem with giving you a share of the credit, but don't hide that man's confession. Once there are follow-up clues, we need to continue the investigation immediately. That man is connected to Old Man Ghost Axe and the anomaly at the Sealed Dragon Abyss. We can't take this lightly. If we waste time, it'll be hard to explain to Royal Father, and the credit might turn into blame." Hearing names like Old Man Ghost Axe and the Sealed Dragon Abyss, Yin Zhaoge's interest was piqued. He said, "Oh, interesting. Let us go have a look." As Yin Zhaoge stepped forward, he saw the surrounded youth curl his lip in disdain and say, "I know what needs to be done. You two royal elder brothers can save your breath. Return to the capital and report to father. Everything will become clear." His tone was rather discourteous, and both Zhao Yuan and Zhao Sheng were a bit angry. But just then Yin Zhaoge appeared. The two immediately suppressed their anger, set the youth aside for the moment, and turned to salute Yin Zhaoge. "Zhaoge, I didn't expect you to be here too." "Young Master Yin." Among the Eastern Tang martial practitioners who had come with Zhao Yuan and Zhao Sheng, the Grandmasters cupped their fists, and the body refinement practitioners all bowed, saying in unison, "Greetings, young master of Broad Creed Mountain." Recently, Yin Zhaoga's fame in the Eastern Tang had been growing louder and louder. His battle with Xiao Sheng and Qiao Yuanlong at the Luliao mountain range had not yet fully made the rounds a few days ago. Earlier still, at the Dragon-Sealed Abyss, he defeated Qiao Yuanlong of the Sacred Sun clan in one fell swoop. And then at Linyuan City, he suppressed Xiao Sheng with a change of moves. All these had pushed Yin Zhaoga's reputation to new heights. Moreover, Broad Creed Mountain was already a colossus the Eastern Tang could hardly rival. As princes, Zhao Yuan and Zhao Sheng were carefully cultivated by the royal family and lavished with resources, making them standouts among the Eastern Tang's younger generation. Though both were grandmasters, they had been over 25 when they achieved it. Whereas Yin Zhaoga had become a grandmaster at an age even younger than Zhao Hao is now. Yin Zhaoga smiled faintly and said, "It's been a while, you two. When I passed through the Eastern Tang capital earlier, I only stayed briefly, met Uncle once, and didn't really have a proper catch-up with you. And to think I end up running into you here in the Luliao mountain range." Zhao Yuan spoke up. "The anomaly at the Dragon-Sealed Abyss is severe. Father has personally taken charge. Thanks to you, Zhaoga, for tracing this to Old Man Ghost Axe. Our deeper investigation found he wasn't acting alone. Behind him, there's likely a hidden faction. Old Man Ghost Axe is a high-ranking expert there, and that faction also has middle and lower-tier members and peripheral agents. This time we entered the Luliao mountain range to round up several members of that faction. For us, it's both a mission and a tempering." Yin Zhaoga nodded for Zhao Yuan and Zhao Sheng. It was also a fine chance to gain face at court and rack up merit. But it seemed someone else had swooped in and stolen the credit. Picked up the bargain. No wonder the two princes were unhappy. Zhao Sheng glanced back at the youth with dissatisfaction and said, "16th brother, aren't you going to pay your respects?" The youth looked calmly at Yin Zhaoga and replied coolly, "My respects." Yin Zhaoga sized him up, the corner of his mouth involuntarily twitching. Yin Zhaoga was a bit taken aback. "I didn't see wrong, did I?" There's actually arrogance and disdain in his eyes. As he spoke, he gave the youth another once-over. He looked around 17, in the body refinement realm at the mid-Qi directing stage, with his Dantian's Qi Si already opened. If not from a sacred sect, having such cultivation at this age was indeed rare and outstanding. His attire told the story. Though a prince, he was plainly not valued, and the resources he could obtain were likely limited. By any measure, strength and background alike, he couldn't compare to Yin Zhaoga at all. Yet Yin Zhaoga did indeed catch a fleeting disdain in his eyes. His attitude toward Yin Zhaoga was no longer courteous and measured, but plainly arrogant and rude. Yin Zhaoga could clearly feel it was not ignorant timidity, but genuine disdain, stemming from the youth's conceited confidence in himself. In the youth's eyes, this attitude was practically a matter of course. Like a martial saint looking at a grandmaster, and a grandmaster looking at a body refinement practitioner, that kind of hierarchy. This left Yin Zhaoga with a strange feeling. Zhao Yuan's expression sank as he suppressed his voice with his true qi, sending a transmission to Yin Zhaoga. "Zhaoga, don't stoop to his level. This is my 16th younger brother, Zhao Hao." Zhao Yuan added. He wasn't like this before, meek, submissive, mediocre, and unremarkable. Half a year ago, he suddenly seemed to have had an epiphany. His martial progress skyrocketed. But he also became somewhat arrogant and rude. Zhao Yuan said, half bewildered and half angry. "This time when we were rounding up criminals, we beat one into grievous injury, and he came to pick up the spoils." Picking up the spoils would be one thing. He extracted some useful confession, then killed the man, and when asked how much he knew, he clammed up. Yin Zhaoga clicked his tongue in wonder. Strange. Still, Yin Zhaoga did not intend to intervene. After all, he was familiar with Zhao Yuan, but Zhao Hao was also the Eastern Tang King's son, not someone to be lightly stirred. The secrets behind Zhao Hao would naturally not stay hidden. Once they reached his father through the Eastern Tang's ruler, Yin Zhaoga would also come to know. As for Zhao Hao's rudeness and arrogance, what Yin Zhaoga felt more was astonishment. Either that, or this person was insane. If it weren't the case, where would the other party get such confidence? Bluster and real substance are obviously not the same thing. Yin Zhaoga thought to himself, his expression calm, yet the others assumed he didn't have Zhao Hao's insight. Zhao Hao raised a brow seeing Yin Zhaoga ignore him. His eyes held not only disdain, but also a hint of mockery. Zhao Sheng didn't react much to Yin Zhaoge, just looked a little disappointed. But his attention quickly returned to Zhao Hao with a cold smile. 16th brother, don't refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit, do you? Zhao Sheng glowered at Zhao Hao. Zhao Hao cast him a glance and smiled, shaking his head. By rights, Zhao Sheng was already at Grandmaster level. Dealing with a Zhao Hao in the body refinement realm should have been a breeze. Yet there wasn't the slightest fear in Zhao Hao's eyes. On the contrary, he looked very calm. In that calm, there was a hint of contempt. Yin Zhaoge narrowed his eyes. The way he looks at Zhao Sheng is about the same as the way he looks at me. In his eyes, am I on the same level as Zhao Sheng? Yin Zhaoge smiled quietly. Zhao Hao asked lightly. Third brother, which bowl of penalty wine are you planning to make me taste? Zhao Sheng snorted. You've indeed progressed quickly these days, 16th brother, but you're a bit short on actual combat experience. A few men under third brother can accompany you for some practice. Build up some more experience. Don't end up only bullying the dying. When you face real steel, you'll be the unlucky one. The contempt in Zhao Hao's eyes grew more obvious as he looked at Zhao Sheng, as if at a clueless child. He didn't say much. He drew his sword and stood firm. Who will give me some pointers? It might not have seemed like much to others, but Yin Zhaoge's eye was much sharper than theirs. Yin Zhaoge looked over and saw that with a sword in hand, Zhao Hao's aura immediately changed. More unruly, flamboyant, and razor-sharp, his edge bared in full. He was like a drawn blade himself, as if about to soar to the heavens and cleave the firmament. It was a pure kind of presence hard to describe, yet undeniably real. For the moment, Zhao Hao was indeed still in the body refinement realm, with no hidden cultivation, yet his momentum seemed to tower over most people, as if even a great grandmaster standing before him would be of no consequence. Yin Zhaoge raised his brows. Interesting, is it? Zhao Sheng was itching to teach Zhao Hao a lesson himself, but he was, after all, a grandmaster, and more than 10 years older than Zhao Hao. No matter how disrespectful Zhao Hao's attitude, and with so many people present, including Yin Zhaoge, Zhao Sheng still held back from acting on the spot. But of course he wasn't going to let Zhao Hao off that easily. Zhao Hao was at the 8th level of body refinement, mid-stage Qi guiding. The opponent Zhao Sheng found was also mid-stage Qi guiding, but his aura was vicious. He looked used to blood battles and was extremely experienced. The other's killing intent was so heavy it could scare someone with little combat experience witless, turning them into a lamb to the slaughter. But Zhao Hao dispatched him with ease, defeating his opponent in a single exchange. With one sword, the man's arm flew off. The scene was so brutal it left everyone stunned. You've got some nerve. Zhao Sheng's face darkened to iron with a wave. A swordsman at the late stage of Qi guiding rushed up from behind him. That swordsman was 9th level body refinement, late stage Qi guiding, just a hair's breadth from the 10th level entering the micro. Zhao Hao seemed unconcerned. He flicked his sword and laughed. All the same, as soon as the two crossed blades, the result shocked the onlookers yet again. The victor was still Zhao Hao. Zhao Hao let out a ha and laughed. Is the next one someone in entering the micro, or will you go yourself, third brother? Before the words were finished, crackling sounds came from all over him, followed by a faint, muffled thunder. The thunder wasn't coming from outside, it was sounding from within Zhao Hao's body. Everyone cried out in astonishment. Inner Qi entering the bones, thunderous resonance washing the marrow. Is this his first severing of the bones and cleansing the marrow upon breaking through to late-stage Qi guiding? Feng Yinsheng was at Yin Zhaoge's side seeing this. She couldn't help but smile and glance at him. She didn't speak, but it was clear she recalled that incident with Yin Zhaoge facing Zhao Sheng before. Yin Zhaoge didn't smile, only stared at Zhao Hao calmly. This man still hasn't used his full strength. He hasn't shown his truly best sword techniques at all. Yin Zhaoge saw far more than others. His string of victories rests on experience that far surpasses his opponent's and his control over the rhythm of the sword in the exchange. Like me, he can use a bamboo twig as a sword without astral Qi. He can still beat a warrior in entering the micro-bloody. His attainments in the way of the sword are profound. Wooden swords, bamboo swords, even substituting fingers for a sword and using Qi as a sword in the no-sword realm, he can do it all. Because he is obsessed with the sword, he is instead not bound by implements with a sword in hand. It's as if he has glimpsed the great Tao. Yin Zhaoge smiled and said, suddenly attained enlightenment half a year ago? Humph. At this moment, Zhao Hao's domineering aura overflowed. He stood with his sword held crosswise and taunted. Third brother, do you still have anyone under you? Or are you planning to take the field yourself? Big brother too? Want to come together? I don't mind either way. Zhao Sheng's face went cold. He smiled through gritted teeth. 16th brother? All right, I never noticed this confidence in you before, but aren't you getting inflated a bit too early? Before his words had fallen, he strode forward. With Zhao Hao provoking like this, he had no need to hold back, nor did he fear the Eastern Tang monarch's censure afterward. Blood brothers should be affectionate. Sparring within the same realm is fine, but a grandmaster making a move on someone in body refinement is a bit much. Just then, a voice came from afar, and in the next moment a stern-featured middle-aged man appeared before the crowd. He first nodded to Yin Zhaoge and said, Zhaoge, long time no see. Yin Zhaoge smiled. Your Highness Prince Jin, your bearing is even grander than before. The newcomer was the Eastern Tang monarch's imperial younger brother, the second strongest within the royal clan Prince Jin. Zhao Shilai Yin Zhaoge had known him in the past as well. However, this man's stance leaned toward the Sacred Sun clan, practically the greatest springboard for the Sacred Sun clan's influence entering the Eastern Tang kingdom. The Eastern Tang's crown prince seat had long gone undecided, and to a large extent it depended on his faction's movements. Both his subordinates and the Sacred Sun clan behind him were pressuring the Eastern Tang monarch, hoping to establish a crown younger brother rather than a crown prince. In this world where martial might is revered and individual strength can shift the situation, many secular rules seem ill-suited. For example, if the Eastern Tang monarch were to suddenly pass today, what the Eastern Tang would lose would not be just a sovereign, but also a great grandmaster. For the Eastern Tang's overall strength, such a loss would be extremely severe, be it Zhao Yuan or Zhao Sheng. Even if they ascended the throne as grandmasters, they could not in the short term replace their father in top-tier strength. Someone like Prince Jin, although inferior to the Eastern Tang monarch, was still a great grandmaster-level expert. If he loyally assisted the new ruler, it would be fine. But if he harbored other ambitions, the situation would immediately become complicated. In secular dynasties, an old emperor arranging the successor before his end usually sweeps away many destabilizing factors. But a situation like Prince Jin's still gave the Eastern Tang monarch a headache. After all, Zhao Shilai was also a great grandmaster, an important pillar of the Eastern Tang's strength. If he were removed, the one harmed would still be the Eastern Tang itself. Moreover, with the Sacred Sun clan backing Zhao Shilai, even with Broad Creed Mountain supporting him, the Eastern Tang monarch would not dare to act rashly. Right now, the Eastern Tang's situation sat in a fragile balance. The Eastern Tang monarch and Broad Creed Mountain held the upper hand, but there were plenty of hidden dangers. After saluting Yin Zhaoge, Zhao Shilai smiled and looked at the three brothers Zhao Yuan, Zhao Sheng, and Zhao Hao. If you want to spar and compete, there's no need to use real steel. There are many ways to compete that won't sour relations. Hearing Prince Jin's words, Yin Zhaoge let out a cold, disdainful laugh. As for His Highness Prince Jin, who had his eye on the Eastern Tang throne, don't expect him to be acting out of goodwill. Although he too was a great grandmaster, his breadth of vision and insight were far inferior to Yin Zhaoge's. He could tell Zhao Hao's strength was unusual, but he couldn't discern the deeper clues. In Zhao Shilai's eyes, although Zhao Hao had just defeated two body refinement practitioners, if he provoked grandmaster-level Zhao Yuan or Zhao Sheng, he'd likely be finished in a single move. In fact, not only Zhao Shilai thought, so almost everyone present held the same view. At this moment, looking at the proactively provocative Zhao Hao, they regarded him as if he were a madman. Yin Zhaoge saw it differently. He felt that while bridging the chasm between body refinement and grandmaster was indeed difficult for Zhao Hao, facing Zhao Yuan or Zhao Sheng, he might not be entirely helpless. The gap in martial cultivation between the two sides might be large, but in terms of experience, discernment, and insight, the disparity was even greater worlds apart. When Zhao Hao looked at Zhao Shilai, there was a measure of disdain in his eyes, But compared to how he regarded ordinary grandmaster-type figures, he afforded him a bit more weight. Zhao Shilai naturally didn't think much of Zhao Hao, but in his eyes, Zhao Hao could serve as a piece to keep Zhao Yuan and Zhao Sheng in check. The more openly and covertly the Eastern Tang monarch's offspring fought among themselves, and the more evenly matched they were, the better it was for Zhao Shilai. Zhao Hao had been ordinary before, but had now suddenly risen a fine piece on the board for Zhao Shilai. As for whether Zhao Hao might surpass Zhao Yuan in the future, and thus threaten Zhao Shilai's position, that would be a matter for another time. At the end of the day, Zhao Hao was still just a body refinement cultivator. What is our Eastern Tang most famous for on the Tiandong continent? Refining pills and medicines, of course. Compete in that craft, no harm to harmony. Zhao Yuan and Zhao Sheng were no wastrels. The entire Eastern Tang royal clan had always been skilled in refining pills and medicines. Like martial cultivation and governance, it was a family tradition. Ultimately, Danshur Pavilion is the largest alchemy and pill refining force on Eastern Tang's soil, and the one backing it is none other than the royal family. Zhao Shilai bringing this up suggests he knows Zhao Hao at least somewhat interesting. Yin Zhaoge kept silent, watching coldly, eyes on Zhao Shilai's performance. Zhao Yuan and Zhao Sheng thought of this too, feeling a bit hesitant yet unwilling to show weakness. The two had different statuses, one born of the empress, the other of a noble consort, whereas Zhao Hao's birth mother was merely a palace maid. In upbringing and education since childhood, the two far surpassed Zhao Hao. If it were a contest of martial arts, a grandmaster beating a body-tempering martial artist wouldn't be much to brag about. They glanced at Zhao Hao, then nodded in unison, immediately agreeing. Despite Zhao Hao's rapid progress in martial arts, the two still didn't believe he could outmatch them in alchemy and pill refining. Zhao Shilai smiled and said, Danshur Pavilion's chief enshrined, Elder Wang, happens to be here. Young Master Yin has broad knowledge, and I myself am somewhat versed in the pill path. With the three of us present, we can judge for you all such a rare opportunity. Yin Zhaoge gave a faint, non-committal smile as several martial artists escorted an elder over from afar. Seeing the elder, Zhao Yuan and Zhao Sheng stepped forward first and saluted. Elder Wang, greetings. Only Zhao Hao remained where he was, giving the elder a slight nod. Elder Wang did not feel offended, on the contrary, he nodded back to Zhao Hao. Seeing this, Zhao Yuan and Zhao Sheng tensed inwardly. Then, after understanding the situation, Elder Wang shook his head and said, What's there to compare? The 16th Prince's alchemy outstrips this old man by a margin. Given his current age and cultivation, such attainment in alchemy is something this old man has rarely seen in his lifetime. He had an uncommon status and a forthright temperament, often speaking without much regard for niceties. At this, Zhao Yuan and Zhao Sheng were both taken aback. In Eastern Tang, the only one whose alchemy can be mentioned alongside this elder's is likely the monarch alone. Even Prince Jin, Zhao Shilai, a great grandmaster, seemed inferior beside him, though Elder Wang was only at the grandmaster realm. Zhao Hao's expression was calm as he said blandly, For someone at the grandmaster realm, your alchemy is fairly good. Zhao Shilai laughed. This is something this king isn't too familiar with. Who would have thought our Eastern Tang would produce such a prodigy in this field? Yin Zhaoge quietly rolled his eyes, thinking to himself, It'd be strange if you didn't know yet you came up with this idea. But how did you know? Yin Zhaoge's gaze swept between Zhao Shilai and Zhao Hao before finally settling on Danshur Pavilion's chief, enshrined Elder Wang. Zhao Yuan and Zhao Sheng both looked somewhat ugly, while Zhao Hao gave an arrogant smile. In alchemy, you two royal brothers don't stand a chance. Better to spar in martial arts instead. Yin Zhaoge, who had been silent, spoke up now. As His Highness Prince Jin said, there's no need to sour relations over such a trivial matter. Then let's compare in alchemy. Zhao Yuan looked at Yin Zhaoge in surprise, and even Zhao Shilai showed a hint of surprise. Yin Zhaoge said directly, Since we're all here by chance, why not add some spectacle to this contest? Zhao Shilai slightly furrowed his brow and asked, Oh, which side will Zhaoge wager on? In Zhao Shilai's view, if Yin Zhaoge bet on Zhao Hao, he'd grow suspicious. This would be more than a simple wager. It would mean that Yin Zhaoge, and even the Yin Di behind him, might abandon Zhao Yuan among the Eastern Tang monarch's heirs and instead support Zhao Hao. It's a signal. Zhao Yuan appeared calm, but his gaze was clearly fixed on Yin Zhaoga, with a hint of tension. Yin Zhaoga answered simply, I wager on brother Zhao Yuan. Zhao Yuan exhaled in relief, while the others were more perplexed. Zhao Shilai said, taking Elder Wang's words as revealing the truth, this king naturally favors my imperial nephew Zhao Hao. Yin Zhaoga nodded. Settled, then. What do you intend to stake, Zhaoga? I wager the share His Highness Prince Jin holds in Danshire Pavilion. Upon hearing this, Zhao Shilai's gaze jolted, locking onto Yin Zhaoga. Danshire Pavilion rakes in gold by the day. It not only holds the leading position in Eastern Tang's domestic pill market, but is also the largest source of external trade. Its biggest backer is the Eastern Tang royal family, with the monarch naturally at the helm, and Prince Jin, Zhao Shilai, also holding a sizable share. If such treasure pills were to come to market, they'd bring enormous profits and even start squeezing the market share of similar pills across the Tiandong continent. Everyone was astonished. For such a minor contest, the stakes were that huge. Wasn't it a bit too sudden? But thinking carefully, given Yin Zhaoga's lineage and background, what among Zhao Shilai's assets could truly entice him? With that thought, everyone immediately felt reassured, though they couldn't help a wave of emotion. Having a badass dad really does put one at ease. As for my stake, I believe His Highness Prince Jin will find it quite interesting. As Yin Zhaoga's words fell, he swept a hand forward, and a low-grade spirit artifact, the Glorious Sun Wheel, appeared before him. Zhao Shilai blurted, Shao Sheng's Glorious Sun Wheel. Everyone gasped in unison. The personal protective spirit artifact of Shao Sheng of the Sacred Sun Clan? How is this possible? How could it end up in Yin Zhaoga's hands? Could it be that? Yin Zhaoga said calmly, Shao Sheng lost to me, so this naturally became my spoils of war. I'll use it to wager with His Highness Prince Jin. Should be hefty enough, no? Zhao Shilai drew in a heavy breath. Even though he was already a Grand Master, spirit artifacts were still exceedingly rare treasures. He held a stake in Eastern Tang's economic lifelines, not just economic interests, but also the long-term layout regarding the future throne. It was hard to weigh the two values on the same scale for an exact comparison. That spirit artifact originally belonged to Shao Sheng, yet it had fallen into Yin Zhaoga's hands, undoubtedly a great humiliation for Shao Sheng. If Zhao Shilai could help him take it back, that would be an immense favor besides. Never mind Shao Sheng himself, behind him stood the Sacred Sun Clan's Grand Elder. But seeing that Yin Zhaoga knew Zhao Hao's pill concocting was superb and still dared to propose this wager, Zhao Shilai couldn't help feeling uneasy. How much confidence did it take to brazen it out like this? Rationally, it was telling Zhao Shilai that it was best not to gamble with Yin Zhaoga. The others were stunned as well. Staring at Yin Zhaoga, none had imagined that Shao Sheng at the late outer astral stage would lose to him. Only Zhao Hao seemed to treat Yin Zhaoga obtaining the Glorious Sun Wheel as nothing, with a faint hint of scorn on his face. Perhaps he understood what lay behind it, but he simply didn't take it to heart. Zhao Shilai wanted to seize the chance to leverage his habit of keeping scores. Zhao Hao might well understand, but he didn't care. There would be returns in the future anyway. Zhao Hao glanced at Yin Zhaoga and snorted, Someone from Guangqing Mountain? Heh, Guangqing Mountain. Zhao Hao said evenly, Uncle Prince Jin, since he wants to wager, then let us wager. With that, he flicked his sleeves, and a small pill furnace landed on the ground with a snap. Flames suddenly leapt within the pill furnace. A faint bluish smoke rose into the air, and it gradually condensed into the outlines of mountains and rivers. Seeing this scene, everyone froze, not knowing how to react. Old Mr. Wang, however, suddenly widened his eyes. A glint flashed in Zhao Shilai's eyes. Yin Zhaoga's lips curled slightly as he said, Talented, willful, arrogant, but also pretty dumb. Kid, it just so happens I've got a fiery temper too. If you're not convinced, we'll throw down. Old Mr. Wang stared at the pill furnace on the ground, eyes wide, and said, The furnace's smoke actually manifested a phenomenon? Only someone whose pill concocting mastery is consummate could induce this. He ranked steadily among the top 3 in pill concocting in Eastern Tang, and even on ordinary days such a phenomenon would only appear under a few coincidences. After quite a while, he suddenly lifted his head toward Zhao Hao. Back at the Danstone Pavilion, did you not use all your methods? Zhao Hao gave a proud smile. Even now, It may not be all of them. Old Mr. Wang was choked for words, then asked, "Last time I asked the 16th prince about his lineage, he wouldn't say. Could you tell me now?" This old man seeks nothing else, only wishes to meet that expert. Zhao Shilai narrowed his eyes and drawled, "Since there's a wager to liven things up, this contest will be all the more interesting. If Zhaoga insists on betting, this king will humor you this once." Yin Zhaoga stared at him, then suddenly smiled. "Fine, let's make a bet." Looking at Yin Zhaoga's smile, Zhao Shilai felt an inexplicable twinge of doubt. He pondered for a moment, then said, "What we're comparing is pill refining technique and method, not who has stashed away rarer pills or secret recipes. We just need to refine the same simple pill at the same time. Judging will be based on speed, pill quality, and how much dreg residue remains quality first, then speed, and finally how much material is consumed." Yin Zhaoga smiled faintly, thinking Zhao Shilai was afraid he'd prop up his side with Broad Creed Mountain's secret pills. That concern had merit, but Yin Zhaoga had no intention of letting Broad Creed Mountain's medicines leak out. He himself had seen plenty of pill recipes in the Divine Palace archives. He lacked no superior elixirs. But from the start, Yin Zhaoga had never planned on using that tactic. Zhao Hao still looked indifferent. "No problem. Since we're comparing whose pills are better and higher in grade, I'll see it through to the end as well." Hearing this, Zhao Shilai glanced over at Zhao Hao. The kid now gave him a bit of a sense of crisis, yet he still looked like a fat sheep waiting for the slaughter. Yin Zhaoga cast Zhao Hao a sidelong look, thinking, "So the mist cloud powder really was your doing?" Though it was hard to believe and he couldn't be entirely sure, the more he looked at Zhao Hao, the more his bearing resembled that legendary figure long buried by history. Arrogant, unwilling to bow to anyone, flamboyantly unrestrained, with a razor-sharp edge on full display. In those days, a martial saint, peerless in both alchemy and the sword, known as the Pill Fire Divine Sword, Gaozha. Without a doubt, the mist cloud powder that had suddenly become popular on the Eastern Tang market very likely came from Zhao Hao's hand. Because of their dealings with the Dansha Pavilion, Zhao Shilai and Elder Wang knew he possessed extraordinary pill refining ability. Presumably the Eastern Tang's ruler had heard something of it as well. In his view, having another son turn out talented was a good thing, something he was naturally happy to see. At the moment, people might think Zhao Hao had merely had a lucky encounter, or had been hiding his edge all along. What they hadn't expected was that in the body of this once ordinary 16th prince there might well dwell another soul now. A Saint Realm powerhouse reborn. But why does he feel like such a dope? Yin Zhaoga was a bit speechless, and quite curious as well. Was it because he was used to standing above all others in the past, and couldn't quickly adjust roles, making him seem out of place? Or did he simply refuse to adapt at all? In short, he was really a bit of an idiot. The Pill Fire Divine Sword Gaozha had been arrogant back then, but to reach such heights, he shouldn't have been this much of a fool, right? Still, as far as I'm concerned, the dumber you are, the better. Whether Gaozha had been reborn or not, Yin Zhaoga didn't actually care much. He'd only heard that he wasn't friendly toward Broad Creed Mountain. From Zhao Hao's earlier behavior, Yin Zhaoga had vaguely sensed as much. The reason he could stand with Zhao Shilai this time to throw down the gauntlet was precisely that. He didn't understand why exactly, but since the other side dared to challenge, Yin Zhaoga responded without the slightest courtesy. As I said earlier, since we're comparing technique, it naturally won't involve pill tiers or recipes and the like. Yin Zhaoga smiled faintly. Then let's begin. Without hesitation, Zhao Hao took the lead and ignited the furnace. Mist and cloud gathered around him, like the true vistas of mountains and rivers. The herbs were slowly swallowed into the furnace. Everything looked like an illusion. Zhao Hao began refining. Billows of smoke rose, and above the pill furnace the scenery of mountains and waters appeared once again. Everyone watched mountains and seas trade places, as if in an instant the blue seas had turned into mulberry fields. Before anyone could come back to their senses, Zhao Hao flicked his palm, and all the smoke drew back into the furnace. The next instant, the furnace fire suddenly died out. Everyone was stunned. That's it. Zhao Hao swept his gaze over Yin Zhaoga, Zhao Shilai, and Elder Wang, and said carelessly, "Go ahead and examine it. If you know your stuff, you'll be able to tell." His gaze lingered on Yin Zhaoga for a moment, with a faint hint of mockery in his eyes. The pill Zhao Hao refined was the most common wound-healing pill on the market, one that had been on the verge of being squeezed out since mist cloud powder appeared. Yet when Zhao Shilai and Elder Wang examined it, both showed shock. The efficacy of the wound-healing pill Zhao Hao had refined almost matched that of ordinary mist cloud powder. Elder Wang sighed, saying that even the mist cloud powder sold by the Dancer Pavilion now came in different grades. The top-grade batch among them had always been refined by Zhao Hao on a regular basis. Now the quality and efficacy of the wound-healing pill Zhao Hao had refined were about to catch up to the mist cloud powder others made, which made the old man admire him yet again. As for Zhao Yuan and Zhao Sheng, both their expressions darkened. To admit defeat on the spot like this, they really couldn't swallow their pride, but if they truly competed again, the result would only be even more humiliating. Zhao Yuan instinctively looked to Yan Zhaoge, yet still felt a wave of despair. Leaving aside whether Yan Zhaoge's alchemy could overshadow Zhao Hao's, even if it could, there was no way Yan Zhaoge would personally step in to compete on his behalf. Alchemy isn't something that jumps several tiers with a few words of guidance. However you looked at it, this contest was almost unwinnable. Yan Zhaoge smiled faintly, transmitted his voice via true qi, and after listening, Zhao Yuan's eyes slowly brightened. Watching Zhao Yuan walk toward the pill furnace, then glancing at Zhao Hao, Yan Zhaoge stroked his chin and said, "If I weren't here, the brothers Zhao Yuan and Zhao Sheng would sooner or later get slapped in the face. And first the right cheek, then the left. Afterward, for all sorts of odd reasons, they'd likely become stepping stones for this Zhao Hao, step by step." Yan Zhaoge curled his lip. Alchemy requires both talent and accumulation. Even I can't make someone into a quick success. Nor is it possible for me to personally take the stage and go head-to-head with Zhao Hao. If I really did that, win or lose, it would only give Zhao Hao more face. But did you think I had no way? Under Yan Zhaoge's guidance, Zhao Yuan neither took up his own furnace nor went to Zhao Hao's side, but instead walked straight up to Elder Wang. "Elder Wang, could you let me take a look at 16th Brother's injury healing pill?" Elder Wang frowned slightly, a bit displeased. Does the eldest prince not trust this old man, and think I favor the 16th prince? Zhao Yuan shook his head with a smile. Of course not, Elder Wang, don't misunderstand. I simply want to take a look at the pill 16th brother refined. Elder Wang looked at Yan Zhaoge and Zhao Shilai, then finally handed the injury healing pill to Zhao Yuan. He sighed. Setting aside the short time used and the good efficacy, look at the furnace's foundations. There's not a trace of dregs. The ingredients were utilized just right, with no waste at all. As his words fell, everyone felt their hearts sink. Zhao Hao had reached near perfection in all three aspects. Even if Zhao Yuan performed beyond his normal level, he could only bring things to a tie unless the efficacy of the injury healing pill he refined could surpass Zhao Hao's. But would that even still be an injury healing pill? Zhao Yuan's expression remained unchanged. He weighed the injury healing pill in his hand, then turned to Zhao Hao and said, 16th Brother's alchemy is indeed brilliant. Zhao Hao responded indifferently. What are you trying to say, big brother? Zhao Yuan said unhurriedly, 16th Brother's alchemy is exceptional, to the point of even causing anomalies in the furnace smoke. As your elder brother, I must express my admiration. Only, the great Tao of alchemy is vast and profound. The various schools and methods are as numerous as the sea. Zhao Hao cut him off directly. Alchemy techniques are indeed many, but whatever you know, I know, and whatever you don't know, I also know. Spare me the speech, get to the point. Even after being interrupted, Zhao Yuan wasn't angry and said leisurely, 16th Brother's courage is commendable. In that case, I'll make a fool of myself today. I've inadvertently learned the rudiments of a wondrous alchemy art, and I'll bring it out to try today. As for you, 16th brother, you don't have to surpass me so long as you can do what I do. I'll willingly concede today. What do you say, 16th brother? Zhao Hao heard this, gave Zhao Yuan a mocking glance, then looked toward Yan Zhaoge. A wondrous art? Heh. Back then I spent half my life scouring the 8 extremities world for the secret arts left over from the Great Calamity and the methods of the alchemy predecessors after the Cataclysm. I've basically collected them all. Aside from the exclusive recipes and techniques of the major sacred grounds, There's practically nothing related to alchemy in this world that I don't know. Your Broad Creed Mountain-S alchemy does have its unique points, but not a single one is something someone of Zhao Yuan's foundation could grasp. Those opportunistic, fringe techniques? Humph, they're all things I already played with back in the day. Zhao Hao laughed carelessly. Even if it ends in a tie, I'll count it as my loss. Zhao Yuan smiled and nodded slightly, then suddenly pulled out a golden needle and stabbed it straight into that injury-healing pill. Everyone was stunned at the sight, utterly baffled as to what Zhao Yuan was doing. Only Zhao Hao and Elder Wang had surprise flash in their eyes. They saw Zhao Yuan wield the needle like the wind, pricking the pill 9 times in succession, and faint mist actually seeped out from the pinholes. Everyone froze. They all knew the mist was induced by Zhao Yuan. But a pill ISNTA balloon, how could gas be coming out? Once done, Zhao Yuan handed the pill back to Elder Wang. Please appraise it once more, Elder Wang. Elder Wang took a deep breath. After carefully examining it, he fell silent, as if recalling and pondering what had happened. He said nothing, passing the pill to the nearby Prince Jin, Zhao Shilai. Zhao Shilai's brows shot up at a glance. All the residual furnace smoke within the pill has vanished, and its efficacy has actually risen by a whole tier, nearly touching the theoretical limit of an injury-healing pill. But how was this done? Elder Wang let out a turbid breath, his body trembling slightly, and looked to Zhao Yuan. My old eyes are dim, forgive my presumptuousness. Is His Highness the eldest prince using the golden needle passing pill? Zhao Yuan smiled and nodded. Elder Wang, your eye is keen. It is indeed the golden needle passing pill. This time Elder Wang stopped shaking. He looked up and let out a long sigh, so satisfied he almost burst out laughing. I never thought that in my lifetime I would witness such a pill refining marvel from before the great calamity. I can die without regrets. Zhao Shilai, Zhao Sheng, and the others were all stunned. Elder Wang. Elder Wang calmed himself and said, this golden needle passing pill technique can drive out the lingering furnace smoke within a pill, greatly enhancing the pill's efficacy and quality. Before the great calamity, it was one of the foremost pill refining methods. After the calamity, it was long lost. Now only scattered written records remain, and it has all but become a legend. Zhao Yuan looked at Zhao Hao and said unhurriedly, I only know a little of it. Don't laugh at me. A startling radiance suddenly flashed in Zhao Hao's eyes, but he wasn't looking at Zhao Yuan, he was staring fixedly at Yin Zhaoge. Yin Zhaoge stared back at Zhao Hao, outwardly calm, but with a slightly malicious smile at the corner of his mouth. Character determines destiny. I most enjoy messing with dumbass youths whose temperament is similar to mine. Zhao Sheng's gaze also fell on Yin Zhaoge, and he quietly instructed the guard beside him to fetch a healing pill and a golden needle. He first observed the healing pill in Zhao Yuan's hand, then picked his spots and inserted the needles, 9 needles in all, but there was no reaction whatsoever. There is indeed a unique technique at work, it wasn't a fluke, Zhao Sheng said ruefully. Zhao Yuan smiled at Zhao Sheng, took out a brand new healing pill, and followed the method. At once, mist billowed up again. Zhao Shilai's gaze moved back and forth between Yin Zhaoge and Zhao Yuan, and he suddenly spoke up. If it works on a healing pill, then how about this smoky cloud powder? The guard behind him hurriedly produced a packet of medicinal powder, smoky cloud powder. Seeing it, Zhao Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly. Yin Zhaoge sent a relaxed voice transmission. It's fine. Use your own astral qi to compact it into a pill. Then, as I said, pierce it with 9 needles. Hearing this, Zhao Yuan immediately relaxed. He took the smoky cloud powder, grasped it with his astral qi, and the powder condensed into a pill pellet. Zhao Shilai watched intently. Although it now looked like a pill pellet, it was actually still powder, completely different from that healing pill. Yet as soon as Zhao Yuan put in 9 needles, mist surged out of the pill again. The mist actually split into 2 streams, one black and one white. The black dispersed into the air, while the white returned to the pellet and recombined. After testing it, Elder Wang exclaimed in wonder again and again. Zhao Shilai was suddenly at a loss for words and turned to look at Zhao Hao. The self-assured arrogance finally vanished from Zhao Hao's eyes, replaced by gravity and seriousness. Without further words, Zhao Hao also took out a packet of smoky cloud powder, condensed it into a pellet, and asked Zhao Yuan for the golden needle. He delayed putting in the needles, frowning in deep thought for quite a while. Only after a long time did Zhao Hao begin inserting the needles. First needle, no movement. Second needle, still no response. Third needle. Fourth needle. Fifth needle. Bang! The pellet, condensed from smoky cloud powder, suddenly exploded outward, turning into a skyful of smoke and dust. Zhao Xing's 9 needles had done nothing, yet Zhao Hao's pill blew up at the 5th needle. This didn't mean Zhao Hao was inferior to Zhao Sheng. On the contrary, it showed he was a cut above. Zhao Xing couldn't find the trick at all. His 9 needles merely poked 9 tiny holes in the pill, purely futile. Zhao Hao, on the other hand, shook the pellet with his inner qi as the needles entered, attempting to trigger the effect. Unfortunately, though he was stronger than Zhao Sheng, he still couldn't master this golden needle-passing pill method. Zhao Hao stood his ground without retreating and didn't wave his hand to disperse the smoke and dust. As a result, the smoke and dust settled all over his head and face. His hair turned entirely white, and a layer of white ash covered his face. He looked especially ridiculous. The martial artists under Zhao Yuan and Zhao Sheng had long disliked his earlier arrogance. Seeing his misfortune now, they couldn't help but burst out laughing. Though Zhao Hao's face was coated in white ash, his eyes were as cold as a wolf's, fixed eerily on Yin Zhaoge. There was no longer any disdain in his gaze, only resentment and hostility. That resentment was no longer aimed at Broad Creed Mountain, but squarely at Yin Zhaoge himself. It was directed at a young man he had never taken seriously before. Yin Zhaoge remained as composed as ever, not even sparing Zhao Hao a glance. Instead, he cupped his hands to Zhao Shilai and said, "Thanks to your Highness Prince Jin's suggestion, it truly was a splendid contest." Yin Zhaoge's complete disregard made Zhao Hao's pupils contract slightly. Sometimes, being ignored is harder to bear than being looked down upon. Zhao Hao had always been arrogant. Nothing is more infuriating than comparison. Now that someone even more arrogant ignored him, how could he stomach it? His gaze immediately grew darker and deeper. 16th brother, care to try a few more times? Zhao Yuan's seemingly kind voice sounded in his ear at that moment. Zhao Hao closed his eyes, quietly clenching his fists until his nails dug into his palms. After just one attempt, he realized that golden needle pill transmission wasn't something you could learn by watching from the sidelines. Even with his alchemy far surpassing most people, this wasn't something he could figure out in a few trials. Zhao Yuan looked at Zhao Hao and said lightly, "So 16th brother doesn't intend to try again? Then how should we call the result of this contest?" Zhao Hao swayed, opened his eyes, and didn't look at Zhao Yuan, but stared straight at Yin Zhaoge, saying coldly, "Hunting wild geese all year, only to have a sparrow peck out my eye." He took a deep breath and said, "I lost this time." Zhao Hao shot Zhao Yuan a cold glance, not in the mood to waste words. He was fully confident that if Zhao Yuan refined a healing pill himself, let alone compare with his, it wouldn't even be fit to hold a candle to it. It was just that he'd boasted earlier. Whatever Zhao Yuan could do then, if he couldn't do it better, it would count as his loss. Yet as things stood, what Zhao Yuan could do, he in turn could not. But that definitely wasn't this rookie Zhao Yuan's true ability. Yin Zhaoge must have been guiding him with astral qi sound transmission. Zhao Hao snorted and said bluntly, "The man I killed earlier left no useful testimony. Only one thing," he continued. "Their organization has a wide reach. It's not just the Eastern Tang, nor only the heavenly Eastern continent. At the very least, they have a foothold in the heavenly Northern continent as well, but that man didn't know the specifics." Yin Zhaoge listened from the side, committing it to memory, but his gaze remained on Zhao Shilai. With a wave of his hand, the bright sun wheel was recalled, its radiance dissipating, and Zhao Shilai's eyes seemed to dim a shade as well. Yin Zhaoge smiled placidly and said, "Once we return to the Eastern Tang capital, I will have to trouble His Highness Prince Jin with a visit." Zhao Shilai glanced between Zhao Hao and Zhao Yuan, then looked to Yin Zhaoge. His expression shifted a few times before he forced a smile. "If Zhaoge comes calling, I naturally welcome it." He turned to Zhao Yuan and said in a deep voice, "Imperial nephew Yuan actually understands alchemical methods from before the Great Calamity, truly gratifying and worthy of congratulations. But it's still unclear when it can be popularized. This method could raise the Eastern Tang's pill production as a whole by a notch." Zhao Yuan cupped his hands and said, Uncle Prince Jean speaks rightly. This junior nephew has only grasped the bare basics and is still exploring. Once I have a preliminary framework, I will report to Father Emperor. This time returning to the capital, of course I must report to Father Emperor. Perhaps Danstone Pavilion will first conduct a pilot rollout. In any case, everything will be decided by Father Emperor. Hearing this, Zhao Shiruya's brow twitched, and he almost couldn't hold back the anger in his heart. Danstone Pavilion was already riding the momentum of Mist Cloud Powder's reputation. Now, it looked set to climb another rung. At this rate, Danstone Pavilion might well outstrip the others and become a major pillar of the Eastern Tang. And now, this seemed like it would have nothing to do with him. Zhao Shilai sighed. He had still instinctively underestimated Yin Zhaoge. He was a grandmaster. Even his own son's age was greater than Yin Zhaoge's. Although Yin Zhaoge had been in the limelight lately, and everyone had seen his strength and potential on the martial path, Zhao Shilai had never imagined that Yin Zhaoge could actually edge out Zhao Hao in alchemy. Just as old Mr. Wang had said, Zhao Hao's alchemy was among the very best in the world. The level of alchemy is related to a martial artist's cultivation, but not as tightly bound as artifact forging is. In a sense, it's another discipline altogether. To master it requires both talent and long-term investment and tempering. Zhao Shilai thought that for Yin Zhaoge to have such high attainments in the martial path, he must have spent enormous time and effort focused on cultivation. Even if his talent for alchemy was good, where would he find so much extra time? If it were just stumbling upon a single ancient secret method, that would be one thing. But if Yin Zhaoge truly had comprehensive and profound attainments in alchemy, that would be astonishing. Zhao Shilai had seen much of the world, yet at this moment he still felt his worldview being upended, a little hard to accept. His expression shifted again and again before he could only give a wry smile. At this moment, Zhao Yuan sent a quiet voice transmission. All thanks to Zhaoge. I truly hadn't thought my 16th brother hid his depths this well before. Zhao Yuan added. For today's matter, there will naturally be generous recompense. If Father later asks about the Golden Needle Pill transmission, we'll still need to hear your suggestions. Zhao Yuan added. Yin Zhaoge agreed. When the time comes, I'll discuss it with Elder Uncle. Rest assured, so long as we keep the number of people in the know under control, Danstone Pavilion can use this method. Zhao Yuan took his meaning. I understand. Don't worry, Broad Creed Mountain won't be shortchanged. Feng Yunxing stood beside Yin Zhaoge and asked, You were the one who helped the Eastern Tang's eldest prince, weren't you? Yin Zhaoge put on a reserved look, smiling as he said, Hee hee, low profile, low profile. Feng Yunxing smiled and shook her head, teasing, all right, low profile, you're the most low profile of all. Then she asked curiously, but a secret art like this, does Broad Creed Mountain not plan to keep it? Just passing it to the Eastern Tang, though I've heard your father and the Eastern Tang's ruler are tight, it still feels a bit. Yin Zhaoge glanced at her and said, You should be saying our Broad Creed Mountain. In truth, Feng Yunxing had not officially entered the sect yet for now. Yin Zhaoge had only agreed to put in a word for her, and Broad Creed Mountain's attitude toward her had yet to be settled. Hearing this, Feng Yunxing smiled wryly and corrected herself. Right. That was my mistake. I should say our Broad Creed Mountain. Much easier on the ears. Yin Zhaoge nodded in satisfaction and said, Relax. I already went over the Golden Needle passing the pill method with my old man ages ago. The sect has the groundwork. The Eastern Tang wants to squeeze out the Sacred Sun clan and Kangming Mountain naturally. You have to invest some capital for something like this. Even without today's events, arrangements in this regard were already being prepared. So, I took over Zhao Shilai's stake in the Pillstone Pavilion. Yin Zhaoge snapped his fingers and laughed. I just really hadn't expected it to come so simple and smooth. He still ended up glancing at Zhao Hao. Yin Zhaoge smiled nonchalantly. Such a good guy, thanks. Lin Yuxiao lay on her back on the ground, staring blankly up at that azure sky. White clouds drifted slowly. The blue sky remained as clear as ever. Yet her snow-white clothing was now caked with dust, fallen on the ground and stripped of its luster. A gaping hole yawned between her chest and abdomen. No blood flowed, only a patch of pitch black, as if scorched to charcoal by raging flames. The girl's life force had been completely severed. In the moments before death, The scene from just now rose again before her eyes, and angry shouts seemed still to echo by her ears. They all say you gravely injured junior brother Lan. What exactly happened? What went down? That bastard Yin Zhaoga has harmed me time, and again Lan Wenyin is just one of his lackeys. Sparing him was already me showing mercy. There must be a misunderstanding here. Let us go back to the mountain together and explain everything clearly to the seniors. Yin Su stared at the wound on Lin Yuxiao's chest and abdomen in silence for a long while, then suddenly thrust out his palm. His palm's center was crimson-purple, astral qi billowing, as if condensing into a tangible mass of violet flame. It was precisely one of Broad Creed Mountain's direct line's supreme 8 extremities, the Doshui palm. Yin Su's expression was cool as he pressed his palm onto Lin Yuxiao's wound. The girl's corpse trembled lightly, a violet glow flashed across her skin and then vanished. Yin Su withdrew his palm and turned to look at that martial practitioner. The martial practitioner shuddered inwardly, bowed his head, and reported, Yin Zhaoga has also cultivated the Doshui palm. When this subordinate found Lin Yuxiao, she was already dead. We do not know who struck, but the manner of death appears to be caused by our sect's Doshui palm. The scope of possible culprits is not large. This subordinate will go verify at once. Yin Su nodded faintly, saying that it must be investigated thoroughly. Lin Yuxiao may still be a white-clothed disciple, but she is, after all, a disciple of our sect. How could her death be left so unclear? He also instructed them to carefully search all around the spot where the corpse was found. Perhaps traces of Yi Jing could be found. If you can't find him, so be it. If you do, don't publicize it, bring him straight to me. If there are traces, erase them on the spot, don't leave clues for others. The attendant stirred slightly, bowed, and replied, yes. Within the Luliao mountain range, Yin Zhaoga's group had already begun the return journey. As Yin Zhaoga walked, he mulled over the bits of information pieced together from Zhao Yuan, Zhao Hao, and the others. Not only do they have footholds in the eastern continent, the northern continent, as well. Yin Zhaoga pondered inwardly. Does that mean that, besides the Ghost Axe old man Han Sheng, this faction has other Grandmaster-level experts? If the northern continent also has a Grandmaster like Han Sheng at its head, then is this faction just Han Sheng and a few others acting in concert? Or is there an even higher leader behind them? Yin Zhaoga clicked his tongue. They have people in the eastern and northern continents. What about elsewhere? Have they planted nodes outside the heavenly domain? He narrowed his eyes and said, the east has the Sealing Dragon Abyss, the north the Kangdark River. These places all extend out from hell. Since the Ghost Axe Old Man is based in the Sealing Dragon Abyss, the movements of the rest of this faction are very likely also inseparable from hell. Yin Zhaoga felt, instinctively, that it was not good. After the Great Calamity, among the events that most affected the balance of the 8 extremities world, foremost were regions transforming into hell and the invasion of the Fire Devil world. Thus, once hell is involved, it is no surprise that it touches everyone's nerves. Yin Zhaoga thought. Fortunately, their covert actions have shown themselves, making it easier to seize clues with that. He turned his gaze toward Zhao Hao in the crowd. How should I handle him? Whatever the case, let Uncle Zhao know first. Yin Zhaoga curled his lip as he pondered. Neither his own father nor his second martial uncle would want to see a prince hostile to Broad Creed Mountain take the position of Eastern Tang Crown Prince, much less future sovereign. As he was pondering, a black-clothed martial practitioner came to report, Young Master, an urgent message. Yin Zhaoga raised an eyebrow and asked, what is there a lead on Yi Jing? The man shook his head and said in a low voice, news from Linyuan City. Lin Yuxiao has been murdered. Yin Zhaoga was so shocked he was momentarily speechless, finding it utterly absurd. Yin Zhaoga had long known that Lin Yuxiao had emerged from seclusion. He had also known beforehand that she was coming to the Eastern Tang. As for the mess of baggage left by the original owner, it gave him a bit of a headache, but he hadn't taken it to heart. Whether she had come because she heard Yi Jing had fallen into dire straits at the Sealing Dragon Abyss, or because she was seeking Yin Zhaoga, seemed not to be the key. But what Yin Zhaoga had least expected was that Lin Yuxiao had actually been killed. Moreover, the tone of his subordinate's report indicated that this was no accident, but murder. He dazed out for quite a while before snapping back, blurting, could it have been Xiao Sheng or Chao Yuanlong? That was his first subconscious reaction. But since the black-clothed messenger hadn't immediately mentioned the Sacred Sun clan, it seemed likely not their doing. Could she have run into a desperado out for rape? It sounded absurd, but aside from Xiao Sheng and that lot, this seemed the only explanation Yan Zhaoge could think of. As far as he knew, Lin Yuxiao had no enemies with deep grievances at least. No one owed her a life and death debt. Even if someone vented their anger because of him, Yan Zhaoge, apart from the Sacred Sun clan, no one would have formed a great vendetta with her. Rather, around Linyuan City and the Sealing Dragon Abyss, all sorts frequently come and go on expeditions, among whom there is no lack of bold, ruthless, lawless fiends. Though Lin Yuxiao was a Broad Creed Mountain disciple, she might well have crossed paths with the sort of vicious sorts who live for drink today and a day of gratification. At such times, she could only rely on her own skill. The man in black shook his head and said in a low voice, "It seems they only found Miss Lin's corpse. The killer is unknown. Her clothes were neat, no signs of violation." Yan Zhaoge lifted his head slightly, his brows slowly knitting together as several thoughts flashed through his mind. Although he and the original host had plenty of ties, ever since he crossed over into this era, he had actually never even met Miss Lin. Hearing that she died, he wasn't particularly grief-stricken, but he still felt a twinge of regret. After all, a young life was gone just like that. After a long moment, Yan Zhaoge let out a long sigh and said, "Let us discuss it when we get back." The group continued on their way and finally slowly made it out of the Luliao mountain range. At the mountain's edge, on the road leading to Linyuan City, they ran into several martial practitioners of Broad Creed Mountain. The leading grandmaster saw Yan Zhaoge, and his expression involuntarily changed. "Martial nephew Yan." Yan Zhaoge recognized him as one of Su Chuan's men. He nodded and replied, "What instructions?" Lowering his voice, the man said, "Elder Su asks that you not enter the city. He requests a meeting at the ancient pavilion 10 li outside the city." Yan Zhaoge's expression was calm. "No need for such trouble. Have Elder Su come out, and we can talk as we walk. I still need to hurry to the Eastern Tang capital." The middle-aged martial practitioner hesitated for a moment, then finally nodded, turned, and left. Yan Zhaoge looked into the distance and happened to notice someone sizing them up. Seeing the group emerge from the mountains, that person immediately turned and left. Clearly, they were going back to tip off another party. Yan Zhaoge didn't stop them and continued on his way. Traveling with him, Zhao Shilai, Zhao Yuan, and the others began to feel something was off. After all, they were members of the Eastern Tang. Imperial clan. Matters on the ground were rarely kept from them. They sent people to inquire, and before long, there was a report. Everyone's expressions immediately varied. Zhao Shilai looked calm on the surface, yet kept twirling his beard. Zhao Xing wore an expression like he was there to watch the show. Zhao Yuan, on the other hand, looked a bit worried. Zhao Hao looked as if it had nothing to do with him, watching coldly from the sidelines. Before long, Su Chuan, face full of worry, hurried out from Linyuan City and met Yan Zhaoge and the others halfway. Upon meeting, Su Chuan first offered polite greetings. "Martial nephew Yan has returned, and His Highness Prince Jin, the first prince, the third prince, and the 16th prince as well. It has been a long time." Su Chuan first greeted them formally, then used his qi to press his voice straight into Yan Zhaoge's ear. "Young Master Yan, Lin Yuxiao was murdered. Do you know?" Yan Zhaoge's expression remained calm, though he deliberately showed a touch of sadness. He slowly nodded. "I've heard a bit, but I don't know who the culprit is." Su Chuan's face was bitter. "There are rumors saying it was you, young Master Yan." Yan Zhaoge's brows tightened, and he hurriedly retorted, "Impossible. Who's spreading slander?" Gritting his teeth, Su Chuan said in a low voice, "Some are saying that since Junior Lin was in seclusion for a long time, you no longer had the same heart for her as before. Worse yet, that you got tired of Lin Yuxiao, something they don't dare to spell out directly. There are also rumors that on this trip to the Eastern Tang, you set your sights on Junior Sikong, who was traveling with you." Hearing this, Yan Zhaoge was both angry and amused. "They actually take me for that kind of person?" Su Chuan casually glanced at Feng Yunsheng behind Yan Zhaoge. He was teasing a small black dog. Yan Zhaoge immediately raised a hand to his forehead. Not daring to provoke further, Su Chuan only said dryly, The rumors say that after Junior Lin came out of seclusion and heard about you and Junior Seacombe, fearing she'd be neglected, she chased after you to the Eastern Tang. After you met, there was an argument. She clung to you to the point of exasperation, and then Sichuan couldn't go on, as Yin Zhaoga's expression before him had already turned as dark as the bottom of a pot. Yin Zhaoga said irritably, "Baseless rumors like that, and people still believe them?" Sichuan gave a wry smile. "It's just that some are saying Junior Lin died under the Tishita palm." Yin Zhaoga's pupils contracted. He blurted out, "The Tishita palm?" Sichuan nodded solemnly. "The corpse was first discovered by the men of Yin Su, the one in charge of the Eastern Tang. They're guarding it now, so it'll be hard to get close and examine it anytime soon. But it's said that her chest and abdomen were split open with a gaping wound, the flesh and blood charred clearly caused by a martial technique imbued with flame qi. The word now is that Junior Lin was killed by the Tishita palm." He looked at Yin Zhaoga with some concern. In Broad Creed Mountain, Yin Zhaoga wasn't the only martial practitioner who could use the Tishita palm. Others in the Eastern Tang region could use it too. But as for having a motive, it seemed only Yin Zhaoga did, even if that motive sounded somewhat ridiculous. The headache is that this kind of romantic scandal or crime of passion spreads the quickest. Under the weight of public opinion, Yin Zhaoga's reputation would inevitably suffer some damage. A bit of gossip would be one thing. People enjoy stories of beauties and heroes, but once it's reduced to a tawdry crime of passion, it's a completely different matter. Especially with this sort of thing, even if the truth is cleared up later, the public may not believe it. Yin Zhaoga narrowed his eyes slightly. The one spreading rumors likely has more in mind than just ruining a reputation. Yin Zhaoga faintly felt this was more like laying the groundwork. After thinking for a moment, Yin Zhaoga shook his head and said, "This matter truly has nothing to do with me. The truth behind Junior Sister Lin's murder must, of course, be investigated thoroughly. However, I have urgent business to hurry to the Eastern Tang capital, which concerns Broad Creed Mountain's foundations. I'm saddened by Junior Sister Lin's death, but for now I can only put public matters before private ones. Elder Dongzhou is also heading to the Eastern Tang capital. I need to go there and meet up with him." Sichuan was taken aback. He had thought Yin Zhaoga was evasive, but if even Elder Dongzhou was coming, then it did seem to be something major. Sichuan hesitated, then lowered his voice and said, "Elder Yin is in Linyuan City. He ordered that the moment we see you, we are to bring you to him, and Junior Nephew Lin's corpse is also in the city." Yin Zhaoga curled his lip and said, "Old folks get in the habit of forgetting things. If he can't remember, then I'm not listening to him right now. If he has business, let him come along to the Eastern Tang capital." Upon hearing that Lin Yuxiao might have died under the Tusita palm, Yin Zhaoga instead felt as if the clouds had parted. Just as Yin Su knew that Yin Zhaoga practiced the Tusita palm, Yin Zhaoga also knew that the elder presiding over Eastern Tang knew this art. Only, Yin Zhaoga felt that the old fellow likely wasn't crazy enough to personally kill Lin Yuxiao just to frame him. But even if Yin Su wasn't the killer, this sort of framing and rumor-mongering would inevitably have his shadow behind it. Lin Yuxiao's body was discovered by Yin Su's men and is now guarded by them. Nothing could be easier than tampering with it. If it wasn't Yin Su and his people, then who struck so ruthlessly? Suddenly, a silhouette of a person surfaced in Yin Zhaoga's mind. Yin Zhaoga narrowed his eyes, his gaze turning cold, and murmured, "It shouldn't be right. I was even saying I'd beat you up first before handing you over to the sect, but if you're really vicious to this extent, I'll skip that and send you straight into reincarnation." Before long, Ahu returned. As soon as they met, Yin Zhaoga asked, "Did you find that brat Yi Jing?" Ahu rubbed his big hands a bit sheepishly and said, "Young master, I did my best. I followed those underground rivers nearby one by one for hundreds, even 1,000 li. That kid never left the water, carried along by the underground currents. By the time I found some traces, a long time had already passed. He has probably already left the Luliao mountain range. With the world so vast, I can't keep searching properly for him." Yin Zhaoga didn't blame him. He waved a hand and said, "If you didn't find him, you didn't find him. The cold pool collapsed and the underground rivers are complicated. It's not your fault. But don't stop. Keep looking." After hearing about Lin Yuxiao and those rumors, Ahu clicked his tongue, feeling uneasy, and said, Who would be so cruel to Miss Lin? The two walked as they headed toward the crowd. Ahu glanced curiously at Feng Yunxing. Feng Yunxing generously waved at him. Ahu froze for a moment, then returned the gesture. Ahu turned back to look at Yin Zhaoga and grinned foolishly. Speaking of you and Miss Sikong being close, young master, you haven't fallen for her yet, have you? Before entering the Luliao mountain range, I didn't see you showing any interest in Miss Sikong. But then again, Miss Sikong is indeed beautiful. Have you ever thought about eating her up? Yin Zhaoga shot him an exasperated glare. Ahu sidled up to Yin Zhaoga, eyes flicking toward Feng Yunsheng, and whispered, "And where did you abduct such a pretty one this time? Is this one edible?" Yin Zhaoga rolled his eyes and reached out to smack Ahu on the back of the head. Feng Yunxing hugged her little black dog, Ruru, turned her head, and spoke with all seriousness. She replied, "He hasn't eaten me yet. I'm still a maiden." Ahu had barely recovered from Yin Zhaoga's smack when he suddenly choked on his saliva, coughing incessantly. Yin Zhaoga's mouth twitched as he said, "A maiden discussing these matters with a man so calm and composed, quite the enthusiasm, huh?" Feng Yunxing stroked Ruru's fur and said nonchalantly, "What else am I supposed to do? Get teased by a man, blush and flutter, let him push his luck, and in the end either run away or draw a blade and hack him. Or just pretend not to hear, act indifferent, let people prattle on and judge, and swallow it myself." Yin Zhaoga looked at her. Feng Yunxing nodded and said, "In the 2 years since I left the sect, I've been to many places and seen much. The recluse of a lesser sort hides in the wilds, the recluse of a middling sort hides in the markets. To escape Xiao Sheng and the others chasing me, I've spent time in deep mountains and forests and often concealed myself in the streets and alleys." Yin Zhaoga shook his head with a smile. Ahu looked at Feng Yunxing and chuckled, giving her a thumbs up. Feng Yunxing smiled and gave Ahu a thumbs up. "If you're asking where your young master picked me up, well, it's a great hero saves damsel kind of story. Yin Gongzi really showed his might this time. He knocked down 2 of the 4 rising sons of the Sacred Sun clan to save me, a helpless girl." Ahu froze, then turned to Yin Zhaoga and asked, "Two? Besides Chao Yuanlong, who else?" Yin Zhaoga replied casually, "Xiao Sheng. If you're curious, go ask them yourself." After hearing Yin Zhaoga recount his battles with Chao Yuanlong and Xiao Sheng, and how he advanced to the mid-stage of the Outer Gang Grandmaster realm, Ahu gazed at him with pure admiration. "You're incredible, young master. Cut the flattery. If you're going to butter me up, at least make it look sincere. Don't overdo it." Everyone laughed and chatted as they made their way to the Eastern Tang capital. But halfway there, someone caught up to them. It was Elder Yin Su, a key figure in the Eastern Tang. He wasn't here for petty reasons. He received a summons from the Eastern Continent Elder to meet in the Eastern Tang capital. Yin Su looked at Yin Zhaoga and asked, "Why is the Eastern Continent Elder coming to the Eastern Tang? What is the reason?" Yin Zhaoga smiled faintly and said, "Elder Yin, why ask me? I'm going there to meet the Eastern Continent Elder too." Yin Su's gaze turned cold as he sized up Yin Zhaoga. The Sacred Sun clan has been restless lately. Could it be tied to this? There were even rumors that the commotion had reached the Sacred Sun clan's headquarters. "What kind of trouble have you stirred up this time?" Facing Yin Su's frosty glare, Yin Zhaoga seemed unfazed and replied calmly, "The Eastern Continent Elder has likely already briefed you, Elder Yin. He has his plans. It wouldn't be appropriate for me to speak out of turn." The implication was clear. If it's something you're meant to know, the Eastern Continent Elder will tell you. If not, don't bother asking me. I'm under no obligation to report to you. Yin Su stared at Yin Zhaoga coldly before nodding slowly. Very well. The Eastern Continent Elder had previously instructed Yin Su to enforce strict security, guarding against the Sacred Sun clan and ensuring the safety of Yin Zhaoga and his group. Any further discussion would wait until they reached the Eastern Tang capital. Most importantly, the Elder had emphasized guaranteeing Yin Zhaoga and his companion's safety. As this thought crossed Yin Su's mind, his gaze shifted to Feng Yunxing. Since Yin Zhaoga's activities around the Deer Liao Mountains, the only new face by his side was her. Before parting, Yin Su added, "Once the Eastern Continent Elder's business is handled, you'll still need to explain a few things." Yin Zhaoga remained composed as he replied, "Thank you for your concern, Elder Yin." When they arrived at the Eastern Tang capital, Jingyang, the Eastern Continent's head elder from Broad Creed Mountain, had already reached Yin Su's residence to await Yin Zhaoge and his group. The elder was a towering, broad-shouldered figure with silver-streaked hair, yet his energy radiated vitality and sharpness, showing no sign of age. His piercing gaze immediately fell on Feng Yunsheng as they entered. After scrutinizing her for a moment, the elder shifted his attention back to Yin Zhaoge and Yin Su. The head elder spoke. "Zhaoge, explain in detail what happened. The commotion even reached the main sect, and they might send someone." Hearing this, Yin Su's expression flickered. Even the head elder couldn't make the final decision alone, and the situation had escalated to involve the main sect. It seemed the trouble Yin Zhaoge had caused this time was no small matter. The head elder's cultivation and the pressure he exuded were leagues beyond Yin Su's. Yin Zhaoge remained steady, bowing respectfully before gesturing toward Feng Yunsheng. "Elder, this is the person I mentioned to you earlier," he added. Her original name was Feng Mugi, but now she goes by Feng Yunsheng. Hearing the name Feng Mugi, the elder nodded slightly. At his level, he was privy to many things. Yin Zhaoge then introduced junior sister Feng. "This is the head elder of our Eastern Continent, Elder Qin." Feng Yunsheng bowed gracefully, adhering to proper etiquette, and said, "Junior Feng Yunsheng greets the elder." She knew exactly how to present herself in such settings, walking the fine line between confidence and respect. Given her background and knowledge, she was well aware that this towering elder was the Eastern Continent's head elder from Broad Creed Mountain. In Broad Creed Mountain's hierarchy, the ranks were head elder, managing elders, and executing elders. Though cultivation and authority varied, the head elder's status was on par with Yin Zhaoge's father, Yin Di, differing only in their respective domains of responsibility. Technically, anything occurring within the Eastern Continent fell under Elder Qin's jurisdiction. However, this matter concerning Feng Yunsheng was too complex for even him to decide alone. Broad Creed Mountain is already sending people over. Elder Qin has specially come to Eastern Tang now to sound things out first. But if we can't even get past Elder Qin, then there won't be any future to speak of. Yin Zhaoge looked toward Elder Qin, this veteran elder of the sect, of the same generation as the old sect master, has always upheld fairness between my father Yin Di and the second martial uncle. Don't expect any special treatment from him. But you also needn't worry he'll play tricks like Yin Su. Everything is based on facts. He always puts Broad Creed Mountain's overall interests first. Elder Qin, as I reported to you earlier, this junior sister Feng was originally a disciple of the Great Sun sect. Now she has defected and seeks to join our Broad Creed Mountain. Yin Zhaoge spoke unhurriedly. Elder Qin listened quietly without responding. Yin Su also did not interject, and Yin Zhaoge knew full well how much of a stir Broad Creed Mountain taking in a Great Sun sect traitor would cause. Yet even so, he still brought Feng Yunsheng back, and Elder Qin did not immediately object. Instead, he even alerted the sect at the mountain gate, which showed that there was more to this matter. Yin Zhaoge said quietly, "When you investigated the Great Sun sect's Taiyin maiden back then, you received a tip that led to a name Feng Muge. That piece of information was later dismissed as false because of Meng Wan's sudden appearance, but that was not the case. Feng Muge does exist. She is this junior sister Feng behind me." Aside from Elder Qin and Yin Su, everyone present was a key figure of Broad Creed Mountain in the Heavenly East Continent. Except for Elder Qin, who already knew, Yin Su and the others brightened the moment they heard the words Taiyin Maiden. In the vast heavenly territory's 5 continents, they had searched for years without finding a single Taiyin Maiden. Broad Creed Mountain had even privately sent people to other regions to try their luck, yet still came up empty-handed. In the Taiyin trials of the past 2 years, Broad Creed Mountain could only watch from the sidelines, looking on as other sacred grounds vied for the Taiyin seat, naturally both helpless and vexed. If Feng Yunsheng really is a Taiyin maiden, then Broad Creed Mountain would keep her no matter what, even if it means confronting the pressure from the Great Sun sect head-on. Elder Qin nodded first, then asked calmly, "Your earlier report only mentioned that little friend Feng's Taiyin constitution was damaged, but didn't say to what extent. Training a Taiyin maiden consumes enormous resources, but given the Great Sun sect's foundation, even with Meng Wan already, cultivating another would not be a problem. The loss of a Taiyin maiden is no small matter. The Great Sun sect would not be so careless. Unless little friend Feng's Taiyin constitution has been completely ruined? Yin Zhaoge replied evenly. That is indeed the case now. Elder Qin slightly furrowed his brow, gazing at Yin Zhaoge and Feng Yunxing. At this moment, Yin Su spoke slowly. Even the Great Sun sect wouldn't use a Taiyin maiden as a spy. However, if it's an ordinary disciple whose Taiyin constitution has already been crippled, then it's not necessarily impossible. Whether they agreed with Yin Su's view or not, everyone present furrowed their brows, scrutinizing Yin Zhaoge and Feng Yunxing from head to toe. This matter today is indeed not simple. If Feng Yunxing's Taiyin constitution were intact, Broad Creed Mountain would undoubtedly take her in at once. Yin Zhaoge would not only be blameless, but would have rendered great merit. If she has truly lost her Taiyin constitution, then whether Broad Creed Mountain should accept her would require careful weighing. Taking in a disciple who defected from another sacred ground is sensitive to begin with, especially since the Great Sun sect and Broad Creed Mountain are already at odds. Such an act could very well sharpen the hostility. If these matters were stirred up because of him, Yin Zhaoge would carry a reputation for being rash and impetuous, and would bring unnecessary trouble to the sect. If Feng Yunxing were in fact a plant sent by the Great Sun sect, and something happened after Broad Creed Mountain accepted her, the primary responsibility would fall on Yin Zhaoge, with serious consequences. Yin Zhaoge said without changing expression. Junior sister Feng was bullied by her fellow disciples in the Great Sun sect. The elders were unable to uphold justice for her, and she was even framed so that guilt and innocence were reversed, nearly beaten to death. Her only personal master recently fell in a clash with the Flame Devil in the East Sea after learning the bad news. This disciple, who had been on the run for 2 years, truly broke with the Great Sun sect and killed 3 fellow disciples. Yin Zhaoge looked at everyone and said, she fled 2 years ago because she severely injured Xiao Sheng, and since then has been hunted by Xiao Sheng and his men. Yin Su said coolly, if she were a deep cover agent, the Great Sun sect might not necessarily care about the lives of those 3 young disciples. Yin Zhaoge smiled. It's not impossible, but would that grand elder be willing to let his only maternal grandson become a eunuch from now on? The hall fell silent at once. It seems there was an issue with the content you provided. Could you please resend the text you want translated? Yin Zhaoge said leisurely. When I first saw her, she was actually no different from an ordinary person. That so-called completely desiccated and extinguished extreme Yin physique had only traces left. There wasn't even the slightest extreme Yin qi visible. Huh? Elder Qin's eyes suddenly widened. He looked at Feng Yunxing in disbelief. Feng Yunxing spoke at this moment. I've been traveling with senior brother Yin these days and received his secret art of gold needles to pierce acupoints. Within those dried meridians, there has indeed been a faint resurgence of extreme Yin qi. Progress is slow, but it's already different from before. Yin Su and the others looked at Yin Zhaoge and Feng Yunxing, their faces full of disbelief. Yin Zhaoge said with a smile, our sect has never had an extreme Yin female, and we couldn't find one anywhere. In recent years, while other sacred grounds vie for the extreme Yin crown, we could only fret. So I wondered, extreme Yin females are mostly innate, could one not cultivate an extreme Yin physique after the fact? So I combed through classics, gathered materials, and researched this on my own. Yin Zhaoge shook his head regretfully. But unfortunately, the extreme Yin physique is heaven bestowed. Creating it later shows almost no progress and no hope. Yin Zhaoge turned to look at Feng Yunxing. However, I did accumulate quite a bit of relevant knowledge and found that while you can't create an extreme Yin physique postnatally, if an innate extreme Yin physique is damaged later, it can be restored. I have to thank junior sister Feng for her trust in giving me the chance to experiment. After all, the method I came up with hadn't had a real opportunity to be attempted before. Yin Su, expressionless, looked at the two coldly. It's just your side of the story. Why should we believe it? How do we verify it? Yin Zhaoge said, it hasn't been long since I first met junior sister Feng. In a few more days, the extreme Yin qi within junior sister Feng will continue to strengthen. That will prove that I'm right. Yin Su said coldly. People from the Sacred Sun clan just forced this old man back 2 days ago. Now you lot have returned, and they'll be coming again soon. We have to decide quickly. We don't have time to wait for you to prove it slowly." Yin Zhaoge raised an eyebrow and was just about to speak when Elder Qin raised a hand to stop him. The burly Eastern Continent elder fixed his gaze on Yin Zhaoge. "Suppose what you say is true. To what extent can your method restore her? Just partial improvement? Or can she return to how she was before, or at least approach her peak?" Yin Zhaoge's expression grew solemn as he said slowly, "Recovery will take time. The materials and environment required are not yet complete. They have to be gathered and prepared gradually. As for to what extent she'll recover," Yin Zhaoge met Elder Qin's gaze calmly. "Stronger than she was back then." Yin Zhaoge suddenly laughed and said, "If I truly can't do it, then I'll willingly enter the Heavenly Lock Gorge." Elder Qin looked at Yin Zhaoge, his gaze calm as still water. Yin Su was just frowning, about to speak, when someone outside came to report. People from the Sacred Sun clan had come to denounce and demand justice. "Elder Qin," Yin Su called out to Elder Qin. The burly old man glared impatiently. "Just push them back. We don't have the person, but we do have a pair of fists." Elder Qin gave the order. Yin Su was silent for a moment, then nodded, rose, and headed out. Feng Yunxing saluted Elder Qin. "Thank you, Senior." Elder Qin waved his hand. "Little girl, your matter involves too much. This old man can't decide alone. We'll have to wait for the final decision from the Mountain Gate." "Yes, this junior understands." Feng Yunxing turned to Yin Zhaoge and said softly again, "Thank you." Even someone like her, a former disciple of the Sacred Sun clan, had long heard of the name Heavenly Lock Gorge. That is the place Broad Creed Mountain uses to imprison major offenders. Only those vicious and heinous criminals who cannot be executed for the time being, or Broad Creed disciples who have committed grave mistakes, are thrown into Heavenly Lock Gorge. Rumor has it that it's a place where the sun never shines, with conditions even worse than the Sealing Dragon Abyss. Since Broad Creed Mountain was founded, there has been no record of anyone escaping on their own after being imprisoned in Heavenly Lock Gorge. Yin Zhaoge glanced at her nonchalantly. "I have confidence in myself." Feng Yunxing replied, annoyed. It's my fault for not having enough confidence in you. I'll keep that in mind next time. Next time I'll praise you on the spot." "Well done, I just knew you were reliable." Yin Zhaoge chuckled. "Don't lay it on too thick. Keep it low-key, low-key." At this moment, a streak of golden light hung over the street outside the residence like a great sun descending. A wave of heat rolled out instantly, and passers-by all retreated a long distance. Those in the know immediately understood that it was the presiding elder of the Sacred Sun clan stationed in the Eastern Tang Kingdom. At this moment, he was aggressive, like an army at the city gates, heading straight for the office of Broad Creed Mountain's Eastern Tang presiding elder. Clearly, the two sacred grounds had clashed once again. In the Eastern Tang, such matters are not uncommon, but most of the time the contest is behind the scenes. But this time was different. One side's presiding elder was so overbearing that he actually came personally to their door. The standoff between the two sides had escalated. Were they really going to start fighting right here in Jingyang City? If two martial grandmasters made a move, even the aftershocks alone could level the surroundings. Many faces darkened, hearts ill at ease. An irritable shout came from within the Golden Sun. "Yin Su, I heard that brat surnamed Yin has returned. He is sheltering a traitor of my Sacred Sun clan and even injured the disciples in charge of the pursuit. Since Broad Creed Mountain doesn't teach its disciples, I'll discipline them for you. Hand over Yin Zhaoge and that bitch immediately, or I'll tear this place down." From within the large manor came Yin Su's calm voice. "Where my sect's disciples are is none of your concern. Your Sacred Sun clan lost your own people. Go find them yourselves. What does that have to do with my sect? There's no one you're looking for here. Planting a false charge is easy enough. If you're here to cause trouble, this old man will accompany you to the end." Within the Golden Sun, a figure gradually appeared, an elder in a golden robe, broad-faced and big-eared. He stared at the manor below and sneered. "Injuring my clan's disciples and harboring a traitor. Broad Creed Mountain really has some guts today. Looks like you've forgotten. If not for my Sacred Sun clan staying its hand back then, Broad Creed Mountain would already have been wiped out." In the main hall, Yin Zhaoge snorted with laughter. "Big words, aren't you afraid the wind will sprain your tongue?" The first Flame Devil invasion had been repelled, but the heaven-shaking Supreme Zhandonga fell, and Broad Creed Mountain suffered the heaviest losses among the sacred grounds, giving the Sacred Sun clan and the others a chance to catch up. Some still respected Zhandonga and Broad Creed Mountain-esque contributions, but others grew wicked thoughts, wanting to kick them while they were down. Fortunately, Broad Creed Mountain had talents in abundance. Someone who had long quietly assisted Zhandonga, his brilliance overshadowed, stepped forward. That man was the one known as the heaven-reaching guest, Zhan Shilo, the younger brother of the heaven-shaking Supreme Zhandonga, who later took over as sect master of Broad Creed Mountain. After Zhandonga fell, Zhan Shilo took up the mantle of sect master, shouldering the entire situation alone and shining brilliantly. It was precisely because of Zhan Shilo's rise that, when Broad Creed Mountain's vitality was severely damaged after the first Flame Devil invasion, they were able to hold on and not perish, weathering the most difficult years. Zhandonga and Zhan Shilo became the most famous and legendary pair of brothers in the Eight Extremities world after the Great Calamity. Under the lead of the founder known among the populace as the Sacred Sun Saint, the Sacred Sun clan rose forcefully after the Flame Devil invasion, clashing many times with Zhan Shilo and Broad Creed Mountain. Under Zhan Shilo's leadership, Broad Creed Mountain kept a low profile and acted conservatively, secretly amassing strength and advancing and retreating with proper measure, never allowing the Sacred Sun clan to reap any great advantage. Later, that Sacred Sun Saint abdicated, passed the position of sect master to his successors, and then vanished without a trace. Zhan Shilo later also fell in yet another great war against the Flame Devils, just like his elder brother, shedding his last drop of blood for the Eight Extremities world. However, thanks to Zhan Shilo's efforts, Broad Creed Mountain gradually found its footing and was no longer as shaky as before. It was just that during this period, the Sacred Sun clan continued to expand, eventually surpassing Broad Creed Mountain to become the new #1 sacred ground. Yin Zhaoga shrugged. If that Sacred Sun Saint is still around, have him show himself. With the Flame Devils growing ever more rampant, the Eight Extremities world urgently needs experts like him. Yin Su's figure appeared above the manor, facing off against the golden-robed elder of the Sacred Sun clan. Want to annihilate my Broad Creed Mountain? If you can, come try. The golden-robed elder sneered. If not for the clan's injunctions, I'd have cleaned you up long ago. Today, I'll start by killing you. With a stir of his chi, he was once again shrouded in golden radiance. This wasn't the illusory projection of the likes of Shao Sheng and Chao Yuanlong, but a true transformation into the body of the sun, Radiance B. The sun that the gold-robed elder had transformed into blazed overhead at its zenith. The sun suddenly began to shrink, and the gold-robed elder's figure reappeared. That orb was gathered into his palm, more condensed and dazzling than ever. He raised his hand as if hoisting the sun, then chopped down with a palm. Yin Su brought his palms together, and as his palm force revolved, the Tishita purple flame in the surrounding void was also drawn back and condensed. The flickering flames were compressed in that instant into a tangible solid, congealing into a massive purple alchemical furnace. Within the furnace, purple fire roiled without end, the intent and might of heaven and earth as the furnace, creation as the smith surged forth, pouncing straight at the sun in the gold-robed elder's palm. As the two grandmasters clashed, even the surrounding celestial phenomena and weather changed with them, affecting an area of 100 li. Fortunately, Jinyang City's own grand formation corralled the tempest they stirred up within a limited space. Even so, within that circle, heaven and earth were already turned upside down. Broad Creed Mountain, are you truly determined to go head-to-head with my Sacred Sun clan? Just then, a vast voice drifted over from above Jinyang City. The next moment, an even larger golden sun appeared in the sky. At its appearance, the sun formed by the gold-robed elder instantly paled into insignificance. The purple flames of Yin Su's Tishita palm were, in that instant, on the verge of going out. Yin Su grunted, and the alchemical furnace formed from the Tishita purple flame was, in almost the same instant, covered in cracks before shattering apart. The shattered furnace became a scatter of flowing fire, flickering a few times in midair, about to gutter out as well. That second great sun hung high in the firmament, rivaling the true sun, and for a moment it was as if two suns together illuminated Jinyang City, the capital of Eastern Tang. Jinyang City's own grand formation no longer had it as easy facing this situation as it had against Yin Su and the gold-robed elder. Spirit patterns lit up in the void, then began to warp under the strain. In the large residence below, Elder Qin sat in a chair, his brows climbing ever higher, and said, "What are you showing off for? Picked the wrong place, haven to you." Suddenly, a majestic saber aura surged up from within the manor. As the saber chi swept out, the heat brought by the two suns was instantly suppressed, and heaven and earth grew much cooler for a time. After the coolness came a bone-piercing chill. Elder Qin's figure now also emerged above the residence, glaring angrily at that sun. He barked a low shout. Winds and clouds heaved, heaven and earth twisted, as if condensing an invisible colossal blade that tore open a rift in the void before him. The fissure rapidly spread toward that second great sun, seeking to cleave it in two along with the sky. From within the golden great sun came a resounding shout. Taishang 8 Extremes. Hunyuan 1 Qi Godly Saber? In the next instant, that golden great sun actually advanced instead of retreating, smashing straight down toward Elder Qin. Like a setting sun tilting west, 10,000 rays plunged straight down, as if to burn the mortal world to ash. This was one of the great sun's 7 arts, the Westering Heaven-Scorching Blade. Above that golden blade light like a setting sun, a colossal divine sigil suddenly flared, intricate and vast, as if to cover all of Jinyang City. On the invisible edge formed by Elder Qin's Hunyuan 1 Qi Godly Saber, an equally immense divine sigil surfaced at the same time. The two forces rose again and slammed together, making Jinyang City seem on the verge of shattering. At this moment, the voice of the Eastern Tang's sovereign rang out from within Jinyang City. "If you two want to fight, can you pick another place? Do you mean to tear down my Eastern Tang's capital?" The Jinyang City grand formation flared suddenly brighter, and the interwoven spirit lines grew clearer and more solid. The formation ran at full speed, its protective power climbing rapidly. Elder Qin reined in his saber chi and snorted. "If someone wants to stir up trouble, I'll see it through to the end. Don't think Broad Creed Mountain is easy to bully." That sun hung in the sky as a voice came from within. "Zhao Shicheng, do you intend to interfere in the matters between my Sacred Sun clan and Broad Creed Mountain?" The calm voice of Zhao Shicheng, sovereign of Eastern Tang, sounded from within the city's grand formation. "East Rising Lord, you put it too strongly. Matters between two sacred grounds are naturally not something my Eastern Tang can easily intervene in. However, if you make a move within Jinyang City, I'm afraid I cannot just sit by and do nothing." In the manner, Yin Zhaoge rubbed his chin and said, "So it's the East Rising Lord of the 7 Sons of the Great Sun. It's just that I recall the East Rising Lord changed hands a few years ago. When the Sacred Sun clan rose to prominence back then, there were 7 outstanding powerhouses collectively known as the 7 Sons of the Great Sun. These titles correspond one-to-one with the Great Sun's 7 arts: Daybreak, Eastrise, High Noon, Universal Radiance, Westering, Sunset Glow, and Twilight. Later, the name of the 7 Sons became a fixed inheritance. When someone fell or retired, another would step up to succeed them." Yin Zhaoge turned to look. Feng Yunxing's expression was a bit odd. Seeing Yin Zhaoge looking, Feng Yunxing shook her head and said, "My Grandmaster was precisely the previous East Rising Lord. After Grandmaster fell, the current East Rising Lord is that one outside. Among the present 7 sons, he is the youngest and least senior, but his cultivation is anything but ordinary, simply astonishing." The great sun in the sky gradually dispersed, revealing a middle-aged man in a golden robe, none other than the current East Rising Lord. Dong Xingjun fixed his gaze on Elder Qin, then swept his eyes over Jinyang City below and said slowly, "Someone is harboring a traitorous disciple of my great sun's sect. Naturally, I have to look into it. Hand over the person, apologize, and atone for your crime. Otherwise, we'll use force." The tall Elder Qin stood in mid-air, expression unchanged, and said, This old man has already stated that the person you seek isn't here. If you insist on fighting, then come. This old man has nothing else, just a blade and 2 fists to go with you to the bitter end. The gold-robed elder at Dongxing Jun's side said angrily. Our sect's disciples saw Broad Creed Mountain's Yin Zhaoge personally take that renegade away. How can you wash your hands of it with a few words? Yen Su stood behind Elder Qin, expressionless, and asked coldly. So whatever you say goes. This old man will also say this. Your great son's sect stole our sect's treasure, return it at once. Golden light flared in Dongxing Jun's eyes, its glare stabbing at Yen Su and making him feel wretched. He barked coldly, big mouth. Courting death. Elder Qin stepped forward. If you want to show off, go flash your might back at your great son's sect's Puzhao Peak. Just then, Yin Zhaoge's voice came from within the manor. Yin Zhaoge spoke. With Dongxing Jun here, Broad Creed Mountain's Yin Zhaoge offers his greetings face to face. In the Luliao Mountains, I did indeed cross hands with your sect's disciples Xiao Sheng and Qiao Yuanlong, and I also met the Feng Muge you are seeking. But after that, Feng Muge and I had no further contact, Yin Zhaoge said blandly. We only exchanged a few words earlier, which let me hear some interesting things. For example, a certain sacred ground of great renown in the 8 extremities world actually harbors filth in secret, indulging a grand elder's grandson in defiling and trying to forcibly claim a female fellow disciple. When he failed to seize her, they shielded the culprit instead and oppressed the victimized female disciple. Most amusingly, that lecher to the extreme truly suffered divine retribution, his manhood severed. Yin Zhaoge said languidly. In future, there's no need to worry about such things happening again. Nonsense, Dongxing Jun snapped coldly. Just for slandering my sect's reputation, you deserve to be cut down today, and no one would have a word to say. If your father Yindi is not convinced, let him come to Puzhao Peak and see if he can crawl to the summit alive. As the words fell, he struck out with a palm. Elder Qin laughed loudly and said, You handle matters unjustly and teach without strictness. When a disciple runs away, you blame others. You should reflect on yourself first. This isn't a place where you can run wild. The two sides clashed again. The Eastern Tang sovereign was silent, and Jingyang City's grand formation activated, pressing down on both of them at once. There was no doubt he was taking Yin Zhaoge's side. In ordinary dealings with the Great Sun sect, Zhao Shiqing did his best to maneuver and maintain balance, not daring to offend them lightly. But since this concerned the only son of his old friend Yen Di, Zhao Shiqing took a side without hesitation, preferring to brave the risk of the Great Sun sect rather than vacillate. Dongxing Jun's gaze was icy. Normally, Jingyang City's grand formation could do nothing to him. But now, locked in battle with Elder Qin and distracted, the formation's oppressive might began to make itself felt. Elder Qin fought as if on home turf, gradually suppressing the originally evenly matched Dongxing Jun. Good. Very good, Dongxing Jun said coldly, then fell back. He glanced at Jingyang City, ceased tangling, transformed again into the Great Sun's avatar, and vanished into the horizon. With Dongxing Jun forced to withdraw, Elder Qin nodded toward the distant Eastern Tang Imperial Palace in greeting. Lord Zhao, thank you. Broad Creed Mountain will remember this favor. If the Great Sun sect seeks to settle accounts with Eastern Tang, Broad Creed Mountain will bear it in their stead. From afar came the voice of Eastern Tang's sovereign Zhao Shiqing. Elder Qin, you're too courteous. Broad Creed Mountain is the true master of the heaven domain. Though Zhao Shiqing did not appear, Yin Zhaoge in the manor rose and offered a distant salute. Sorry to have troubled you, uncle. Elder Qin and Yen Su returned to the manor and sat back down. Dongxing Jun's visit only shows that the Great Sun sect hasn't treated this as an urgent matter yet. Yen Su said leisurely, what they care about right now is that one of their disciples defected and is being harbored outside, rather than a certain extreme Yin girl having gone out into the world and instead being more likely to be recruited by our Broad Creed Mountain. As he spoke, Yen Su's gaze fell on Yin Zhaoge and Feng Yunsheng. Yin Zhaoge nodded in approval. Indeed, Yen Su's analysis coincided with his own judgment. Feng Yunsheng had been jointly examined by multiple top experts of the Great Sun sect, and the conclusion was unanimous. Her extreme Yin physique had been completely crippled and could not recover. Otherwise, that incident back then would never have happened, nor would Yin Zhaoge and Broad Creed Mountain be able to pick up a bargain now. Elder Qin said, "For our sect, this is actually a good thing. In this way, the Great Sun sect won't resort to overly drastic measures. Though we don't fear the Great Sun sect, Broad Creed Mountain doesn't want to start a war for no reason once two sacred grounds clash head-on. The situation will likely spin out of control, and no one will be able to rein it in. After all, the Sacred Sun clan is stronger, so Broad Creed Mountain would naturally prefer to strengthen itself first, and, when its power is more robust, then contest the Sacred Sun clan's true strength." Thus, after Yin Su went out, although his attitude was tough and his actions unhesitating, he immediately and firmly denied that his side had taken in Feng Yunsheng, which could be considered leaving the Sacred Sun clan a way out. Even the always resolute and upright Elder Qin did not object to this. With everyone presenting a unified front outwardly, Yin Zhaoge naturally Wu-Ti undercut his own elders. As for the Sacred Sun clan disciple Feng Muge, he clearly would no longer have anything to do with me or Broad Creed Mountain. However, when it comes to the wild extreme lady, Feng Yunsheng, that's another matter. You say the two of them look exactly the same? There's no lack of strange things in this world, people resembling each other exactly unheard of. That beautiful, and still completely identical? That's not impossible either, maybe they're twin sisters separated since childhood. In short, if the person can't be found, so be it. If we really have to fight, then we fight. If we give you an out and you can take it, then everyone minds their own fate. If you won T, then we'll go head to head," Yin Su said. During the last Extreme bout, Mengwan accidentally dropped the Extreme crown, and that crown ended up in the hands of Blue Sea City, which has poor relations with the Sacred Sun clan and good relations with our sect. The top experts there had been in seclusion and hadn't come out. Unless something particularly serious happens, the Sacred Sun clan likely won't really want to fight our sect to the bitter end anytime soon. Elder Qin looked at Feng Yunsheng. "The key lies with this little friend Feng. From many angles, you're not suitable to continue staying in the Eastern Tang, nor to remain in the East Heaven region. When the people from the Mountain Gate arrive, they'll escort you back to Broad Creed Mountain." Elder Qin then looked at Yin Zhaoge. "Zhaoge, you should go back as well. The Sacred Sun clan suffered a loss this time. They will very likely target you next. After returning to the mountain, focus on helping little friend Feng restore her extreme physique." Yin Zhaoge replied, "Many thanks for Elder's concern, but I plan to stay in the Eastern Tang a while longer. There are still some matters I haven't finished handling. As long as we send junior sister Feng back as soon as possible, that will do. I'll finish what's on my plate and then return to the mountain. During this period, I'll go out less and act low-key, not giving the Sacred Sun clan any opportunity." Elder Qin slightly furrowed his brow. "Just what else do you have to do?" Yin Zhaoge was just about to answer when Yin Su slowly spoke. He indeed still has some things that need to be clarified. Elder Qin's gaze shifted over, and Yin Su continued. "Our sect disciple Lin Yuxiao was murdered in the Eastern Tang, and the killer used our sect's direct lineage martial art, the Tishitapom. Lin Yuxiao, if this old man isn't mistaken, Zhaoge?" Elder Qin's tone was calm, but his gaze fell back on Yin Zhaoge. Yin Zhaoge nodded steadily and answered, "She was brought back to the mountain by this disciple and recommended to enter our sect. Her hometown, like Yi Jing's, is also in the Eastern Tang Kingdom of the East Heaven region. I was also in a relationship with her before." At this point, Yin Zhaoge revealed a hint of helplessness. Lin Yuxiao's murder inevitably made Yin Zhaoge sigh inwardly with pain and pity. After all, it was a life. Whatever right or wrong she had done, she at least shouldn't have had to pay with her life. But strictly speaking, I haven't even truly spoken with her. I only know her through the original body owner's memories. It feels like watching a slideshow. Without those memories, I wouldn't even have met her in person. If I said I was terribly grief-stricken, who would believe it? But in others' eyes we were lovers, so Yin Zhaoge could only wear a sorrowful expression and slowly say, "I had already received the news while at the Luliao mountain range. It was just that I was bearing heavy responsibilities at the time and could only put public duty before private matters. Now that junior sister Feng's matter has temporarily come to a close, I volunteer to personally investigate and find the real culprit, to console junior sister Lin's spirit in heaven." Yin Su looked at Yin Zhaoga and said coldly, "In this old man's view, you'd better avoid suspicion." Yin Zhaoga looked at Yin Su, but he remained indifferent. "There are quite a few rumors over in Linyuan City that are unfavorable to you." Elder Qin frowned and asked, "What rumors?" Yin Su replied, "Rumor has it that Yin Zhaoga and another female disciple, Sikong Qing, grew closer during the Sealing Dragon Abyss operation and usually interact intimately." After hearing these reports, Lin Yuxiao grew flustered and hurried over to the Eastern Tang. Before he finished speaking, Elder Qin had already grasped the implication. There isn't much credibility to these rumors. Lin Yuxiao may be from the Eastern Tang, but she had no real enemies, Yin Su said. Moreover, she was killed by the Tishita Palm of our sect's direct lineage. He looked at Yin Zhaoga. This old man personally investigated. The perpetrator's cultivation should be at the early outer astral grandmaster realm. The blood-soul reversion ritual can only be performed when both parties are still alive. If the two parties communicate beforehand and reach a mutual agreement, only then will the expected effect appear. Therefore, neither you and your people, nor little friend Feng, fit that situation. Lin Yushua is now dead, and there's no evidence left for confrontation. Yin Su turned to Elder Qin and said, "It's too early to jump to conclusions, but I believe Yin Zhaoga should at least avoid suspicion in this matter." Elder Qin nodded slowly. Yin Zhaoga chuckled softly. Elder Qin frowned. "Zhaoga, watch your tone," he said. Yin Zhaoga straightened up, nodded seriously, and said, "An outer gang early stage master? I haven't been at that level for a long time." As soon as he finished speaking, he released his gang qi, forming a qi weapon that hovered and circled around him. Yin Su shot to his feet, nearly flipping his chair over. Up until now, Yin Zhaoga had kept his strength hidden, restraining his gang qi. It wasn't until this moment that everyone realized he had already reached the mid-stage of the outer gang. How is this possible? Yin Su's eyes widened, his words stuck in his throat. Not long ago, he was right under my nose, just breaking through from inner gang to outer gang. How much time has even passed since he moved from inner gang to outer gang early stage? Yin Su stared at Yin Zhaoga, speechless for a long moment. Was he deliberately holding back, hiding his true strength all this time? This was the first thought that flashed through Yin Su's mind. Aside from that, he couldn't come up with any explanation that made sense to him. Over the years, Yin Su had seen his fair share of the world. Living in a sacred place like Broad Creed Mountain, he had encountered countless prodigies. Even among the outstanding figures of his generation, Yin Su had met many exceptional individuals. For someone who had reached the level of a grand master like him, he was no ordinary talent himself. Throughout history, he had heard of many legendary figures and remarkable stories. But he had never heard of anyone who could advance from inner gang late stage to outer gang early stage, and then so quickly leap to outer gang mid-stage. Even Yin Zhaoga's father, Yin Di, had caused a sensation with his rapid progress back in the day, covering in a short time what many other prodigies couldn't achieve in a lifetime. But when it came to the specific leap from outer gang early to mid-stage, even Yin Di couldn't compare to Yin Zhaoga. Sure, individuals vary, and some people do progress exceptionally fast at certain stages, surpassing the norm and advancing more smoothly than usual. But to progress as quickly as Yin Zhaoga? It was almost absurd. This completely overturned Yin Su's understanding of cultivation. If even Yin Su was this stunned, you can imagine the reactions of others who were in the know one by one. They stood there, wide-eyed and slack-jawed. Those who didn't know the details were equally dumbfounded after hearing the explanation. Some would say that a so-called prodigy who dies young doesn't count as a true genius. Only those who turn potential into real power deserve the title. But standing before them, Yin Zhaoga had already shattered everyone's perceptions. People often say that only a few geniuses manage to live up to their potential, like gold sifted from sand. But the kind of potential Yin Zhaoga was showing now made it hard to imagine he wouldn't make it. Feng Yunsheng, watching from the side, suddenly felt a lot better. Back when she first learned that Yin Zhaoga had gone from outer gang early to mid-stage in such a short time, she had been so shocked she couldn't even speak. Now, with so many people sharing her reaction, Feng Yinxing finally regained some confidence. She muttered under her breath. Looks like I'm not the only one who thought this was unheard of. She sized up Yin Zhaoge and quietly whispered to herself. But honestly, this doesn't seem like something a human could achieve. Elder Qin was also momentarily stunned. He recalled when Yin Zhaoge had reported his breakthrough from inner gang to outer gang back in Linyuan City. Even back then, Yin Zhaoge had stood out as extraordinary. So now, when Elder Qin saw Yin Zhaoge condense his gang qi into a qi weapon, it was more than enough proof that he had indeed reached the level of an outer gang mid-stage master. Impressive. Very impressive. Elder Qin took a deep breath, nodding repeatedly. Whether Yin Zhaoge had deliberately hidden his strength or manipulated perceptions, Elder Qin didn't plan to investigate it for now and decided to look into it later. But for Broad Creed Mountain, having someone as overwhelmingly talented as Yin Zhaoge was an undeniable morale booster. Yin Su finally snapped out of it, his tone heavy. An outer gang early-stage master can't fake being at the mid-stage. But the reverse? That's easy enough to pull off. Yin Zhaoge replied coolly. If someone's cultivation is beyond the early stage of the outer gang, and they know our sect's Doshui Palm technique, it's a piece of cake to handle. Yin Su's eyes narrowed as he stared at Yin Zhaoge, his gaze growing colder. Yin Zhaoge remained calm. Elder Yin, your people examined the body. You should know when junior sister Lin met her end, correct? Yin Su immediately gave a specific time. He looked at Yin Zhaoge and said, the timing was before you encountered Zhao Shilai, Zhao Yuan, and Zhao Sheng. At that time, the only people with you were your attendants and her. Yin Su glanced at Feng Yunsheng before continuing. None of them can vouch for you. On one side were the confidants that Yin Di had arranged for Yin Zhaoge, who naturally obeyed Yin Zhaoge. On the other side were those seeking Yin Zhaoge's help, wanting her to restore the extreme Yin body and be introduced under Broad Creed Mountain. Yin Zhaoge did a quick calculation of the timing, then smiled faintly and said, as it happens, I ran into junior sister Feng then. To protect her, I gave Xiao Sheng and Xiao Yuanlong a beating. My people S and junior sister Feng's testimony aren't enough? Then go ask Xiao Sheng and the others from the Sacred Sun clan. Everyone present fell silent at once. They all keenly seized upon the implication in Yin Zhaoge's words. By Yin Zhaoge's words, it wasn't he just Xiao Yuanlong he had even defeated Xiao Sheng? Previously, everyone knew that the one chasing down Feng Yunsheng was Xiao Sheng, and they also knew Yin Zhaoge had clashed with the Sacred Sun clan to protect her. But at the time, everyone thought he wouldn't face Xiao Sheng head-on at most. He spar a few times with Xiao Yuanlong and other disciples. Now that they learned Yin Zhaoge had advanced to the mid-outer astral stage Grandmaster realm, they felt that even if he ran into Xiao Sheng himself, he still had the ability to protect himself and withdraw. Only, he also had to shield Feng Yunxing no small difficulty, enough to astonish people. After all, Xiao Sheng wasn't he comparable to an ordinary late outer astral stage Grandmaster. But now, it seemed the truth had once again exceeded everyone's expectations. Before, everyone's attention had been on Feng Yunxing's extreme Yin body and the Sacred Sun clan's subsequent offensive. Yet they had overlooked one question. How exactly did Yin Zhaoge protect Feng Yunsheng from Xiao Sheng's hands and even bring her back to the Eastern Tang? Yin Su fixed his gaze on Yin Zhaoge and asked, are you saying you defeated Xiao Sheng? Yin Zhaoge said as if it were nothing, Elder Yin, don't you already know I've met Prince Jin of the Eastern Tang, Zhao Shilai, and senior brother Zhao Yuan? Looks like there are some things you haven't had time to learn yet. Yin Su frowned and asked, what are you trying to say? Yin Zhaoge clasped his hands behind his back and smiled. Nothing much. Anyway, once this matter is settled, I happen to be going to report to Elder Qin. If Elder Qin doesn't mind, given your rank, Elder Yin, you can come sit in and listen. Yin Zhaoge said unhurriedly. As for whether I can defeat Xiao Sheng, proving it is very simple. Action is always more convincing than empty words. Just have any late outer astral stage Grandmaster of our sect here come out and spar with me. Too arrogant. That was practically the first thought that sprang into everyone's mind. Yin Su said nothing, staring at Yin Zhaoge for quite a while before turning his head toward Elder Qin. A look of interest appeared on Elder Qin's face. On the contrary, he wasn't in a hurry and sat in his chair without saying a word. Seeing this, Yin Su knew Elder Qin had tacitly agreed. He turned to give orders, and before long, a burly man walked in. "You two spar right here, I'll protect the building." Just as Yin Su finished speaking, Elder Qin shook his head and said, "This place is limited after all, a late outer astral S advantage in the Air 1T show. If you're going to compete, go outside." Yin Zhaoga smiled and said, "It 1T make much difference." Before the words had even landed, he stamped his foot, erupting with a shattering surge of force. With one stride, he was already upon the burly man. The astral chi in Yin Zhaoga's dantian combined motion and stillness, like tortoise and serpent entwined, grasping the profound transformations of yin and yang. The true martial fist scripture-s methods drove the sea-stabilizing spirit fist and heavenly serpent king fist, taking on the manifestation of true martial, vibrating the blood gate Shangxiu acupoint, unleashing terrifying explosive power in an instant. With another step, Yin Zhaoga was already at the burly man's side. Never mind indoors, even in a spacious open ground outside, this late outer astral stage man wouldn't have time to suspend himself with astral chi. Yin Zhaoga's whole body power detonated. He flipped his palm and brought it down straight toward the man's crown. His palm glowed crimson violet, the scorching aura making the burly man feel as if he had fallen into a furnace that was Broad Creed Mountain's direct line to Shitapalm. Though stunned by Yin Zhaoga's speed, the man was still a late outer astral stage expert. He immediately raised both hands like blades, lifting them sharply. Astral chi surged, transforming into two long sabers that swept through the void. Two streams of blade chi whirled up and down. One met the palm Yin Zhaoga was bringing down, while the other spiraled in to cleave toward his chest. The blade chi was dazzling and icy, surging with momentum, as though 10,000 cold lights flashed simultaneously. This was the 8th Scenic Spirit Blade, one of the Taishang 8 extremities. Unlike the sheer ferocity of the primordial 1 Chi Divine Blade, the 8th Scenic Spirit Blade excelled in myriad transformations. It was more akin to the Sacred Sun Clan's school arts, like the Setting Sun's residual glimmer and the 1,000 phantom palms. The difference was that within the Taishang 8 extremities, the 8th Scenic Spirit Blade and the Tishita Palm generate and restrain each other in a certain sense. It could counter the Tishita Palm. The blade light spread out, and for a moment it seemed as if an 8 Scenes Palace lantern appeared before Yin Zhaoga. It wasn't real flame, but the ferocity of the Tishita purple fire within the Tishita Palm immediately grew less violent upon encountering the 8 Scenes Palace lantern manifested by the 8 Scenic Spirit Blade. The blade light twisted, seeming to turn into a huge palace lantern, and smash straight toward Yin Zhaoga. Yin Zhaoga's expression did not change, as if he did not even see the incoming blade light. As the Bloodgate Shangxiu acupoint was shaken, the combined force of tortoise and serpent revealed the sanctity of true martial, fully erupting and attaching to his Tishita palm. The purple in Yin Zhaoga's palm grew deeper as his astral chi condensed. The vague image of a vast alchemical furnace appeared. The furnace crashed into the 8 Scenery Palace lantern formed by the blade chi, and the heavy, savage force immediately shattered the lantern. The burly man's hair stood on end as he instantly judged that Yin Zhaoga's burst was fiercer and faster. If they traded blow for blow, Yin Zhaoga would absolutely land a palm on his crown before the blade chi fell. Helpless, the burly man twisted around, hurriedly drawing back his blade to guard himself. That move cost him the initiative, trying to turn the tables. He could no longer see any hope. Yin Zhaoga exhaled and thrust out his palm. A chain of palms struck like a raging storm, forcing his opponent back step after step. The burly man had thought such a fierce onslaught couldn't last, yet it seemed to have no end. He couldn't even open up the distance, remaining shrouded by Yin Zhaoga's palm momentum. Gritting his teeth, the burly man sidestepped and backhanded a chop, ignoring his own safety to force an all-out exchange. But at that moment, Yin Zhaoga suddenly sprang forward, his explosive power rising another notch. The 6 Spirits Demon Fist manifested at once, erupting like the most forceful mighty ape demon fist. At the final moment, Yin Zhaoga's speed and power rose yet again, completely beyond everyone's expectations. In a single leap, He slipped past his opponent's 8 scenery's spirit blade, and the palm of Yin Zhaoga's hand was already before the burly man's face. Elder Qin, who had watched quietly all along, let out a sigh of both admiration and emotion. An unseen force appeared, and the distance between Yin Zhaoga and his opponent was instantly stretched open. Yet in the next instant, their positions returned to how they had been before the exchange. Their exchange finished in the blink of an eye, movements as swift as a hare's dart and a hawk's stoop. The successive offense and defense perilous to the extreme. The onlookers all exhaled in unison, their gazes toward Yin Zhaoga full of shock and admiration. Before their eyes, Yin Zhaoga had truly defeated a fellow disciple at the late outer astral stage by leaping across ranks. This burly man was no ordinary late outer astral expert. He cultivated Guangqing Mountain's orthodox, Taiching Qigong, and 8 scenery's spirit blade. Coupled with his battlefield seasoning and rich experience, this kind of opponent was usually the last foe a youthful prodigy wanted to meet. Yet the result was that he was cleanly defeated by Yin Zhaoga. Throughout the bout, though Yin Zhaoga seized the first move with his sudden eruption, the burly man's responses thereafter were flawless, the best he could do at the time, yet he still lost. This was completely Yin Zhaoga suppressing with superior strength, without a shred of luck. Yin Su fixed his gaze on Yin Zhaoga. Your foundation is Taiching Qigong. That much is true, but many of your power exertion methods aren't our Guangqing Mountain way. Yin Zhaoga replied calmly. I haven't stolen other sects' arts, I've merely been fortunate to encounter a few adventures. Forgive me for making Elder Yin laugh. Elder, haven't you learned techniques from outside as well? If a disciple acquires lineage-less legacies outside, they may submit them to the sect armory in exchange for sect supreme arts, or keep them themselves. These are all sect rules. Yin Su snorted and said no more. Elder Qin didn't mind this, looked at Yin Zhaoga with approval on his face, and slowly nodded. The Guangqing Mountain deacon defeated by Yin Zhaoga was actually a bit inferior to Xiao Sheng. Even so, the outcome of this battle showed that Yin Zhaoga at least had a chance to defeat Xiao Sheng head-on. Among lower cultivation martial artists, because of differences in experience, talent, mindset, and superiority of arts, the lower overcoming the higher is uncommon but not rare. The higher the cultivation in mutual combat, the rarer it is to win across ranks. Those who reach higher realms generally lack neither talent nor opportunity. The higher the realm, the more evident this becomes. The gaps among those of the same age and generation are even harder to bridge. Yin Zhaoga clasped his fists to the burly man and said, My offense. If Xiao Sheng refuses to accept it, I'll seek him out anytime for another match. Just then, a report came from outside. Eastern Tang's ruler Zhao Shiqing had arrived in person. Yin Su and Yin Zhaoga together welcomed Zhao Shiqing in, and upon seeing Yin Zhaoga, Zhao Shiqing asked, What realm are you at now? How did you defeat Xiao Sheng then, and seize his radiant sun wheel? At these words, everyone's eyes in the room swept toward Yin Zhaoga. Yin Zhaoga smiled and answered, One-on-one, I beat him, then used the spirit sword Bilong to capture his radiant sun wheel. Comparing this to the earlier bout's process and outcome, the Guangqing Mountain crowd sighed together, with no doubts left in their hearts. Instead, Eastern Tang's ruler Zhao Shiqing was somewhat surprised and pressed with several more questions. Yin Zhaoga answered them one by one, and Zhao Shiqing sighed with feeling. Yin Di truly has someone to carry on. Everyone instinctively nodded. Someone couldn't help but shout, Another Yin invincible. Yin Zhaoga's father, Yin Di, was unmatched among his peers in the 8 extremities world during his youth. He never tasted defeat, leaving his contemporaries unable to lift their heads. Back then, as a master, almost no one of the same level could rival him. So much so that those at the master level avoided directly calling his name. Instead, they slid a wu between Yin and Di, creating Yin Wu Di, Yin Invincible. It wasn't until Yin Di ascended to become a grandmaster that people gradually stopped using the nickname. However, in recent years, Yin Di's cultivation kept progressing at an astonishing pace. The suffocating pressure he once brought to masters began to ripple through all the grandmasters. It seemed like the title Yin Invincible was about to make a comeback. When someone shouted that name, even Elder Qin and Zhao Shiqing didn't immediately refute it. Instead, their eyes began to shine. Everyone looked at Yin Zhaoge, and the same thought involuntarily sprang up in their minds. The Yin invincible of the past hadn't changed one bit, and this Yin Zhaoge standing before them. He seemed to be taking things to an even higher level. Zhao Shiqing stared at Yin Zhaoge, slowly nodding. Zhaoge's talent has always been exceptional, but it seems he had yet to fully reveal his potential before. Today, he has truly shown his brilliance. You could even call it a perfect example of biding one's time to achieve greatness. Yin Zhaoge cupped his hands and smiled. Uncle Zhao, you flatter me. But this time, I really have to trouble you for your help. Zhao Shiqing and Elder Qin had joined forces to push back the Eastern Rising Monarch of the Radiant Sun sect, making it clear they were aligning with Broad Creed Mountain and distancing themselves from the Radiant Sun sect. The Eastern Tang had always been a domain of the East Heaven region, under Broad Creed Mountain's influence. But now, the Radiant Sun sect's power had grown immensely, and their territory in the Fire Domain was directly connected to the Eastern Tang. If the two major sacred grounds truly clashed, the consequences would be dire. And if the Radiant Sun sect decided to target the Eastern Tang, it would be almost effortless for them. Even if Broad Creed Mountain sought retribution afterward, the damage to the Eastern Tang would already be done, and that would be a real catastrophe. While resources and land could be compensated or reclaimed, lives lost were gone forever. Zhao Shiqing shook his head. The restructuring of the Danstone Pavilion was already going to exclude Shirlai, and declaring our stance to the Radiant Sun sect was only a matter of time. I've always leaned toward Broad Creed Mountain. The Radiant Sun sect is well aware of this, it's just that this time, the cards are laid on the table. His old friend's only son was threatened in the Eastern Tang naturally. Zhao Shirlai couldn't stand idly by. No matter what, he was determined to stand firm and protect Yin Zhaoge. Elder Qin immediately offered, given the circumstances, I'll stay in the Eastern Tang for the time being. Thank you, Elder Qin. Although the pressure from the Radiant Sun sect was immense, Zhao Shirlai remained calm and composed. He looked at Yin Zhaoge. I didn't realize before that you had such profound knowledge in alchemy. Yin Zhaoge smiled modestly. Uncle Zhao, you overpraise me. I just happened to stumble upon some materials recently and figured out a few things on my own. It's far from systematic, I still have much to learn. Zhao Shiqing sighed. Techniques like the Golden Needle Crossing Pill or the Inner Crystal Furnace were lost after the Great Calamity, leaving only their names behind. Your luck, it's truly extraordinary. As he spoke, Zhao Shiqing half-joked with Yin Zhaoge, though his expression remained serious. Yin Su and the others were momentarily stunned, then exclaimed in unison, the Golden Needle Crossing Pill. Elder Qin, however, had already heard some whispers from the sect and wasn't too surprised. As the person in charge of the East Heaven region, it was natural that he'd been informed about Yin Zhaoge's activities in his jurisdiction. I heard it was still in the experimental stage. Are you saying you've already made it usable? Elder Qin's face lit up with a hint of joy. Yin Zhaoge nodded and smiled. It's still a work in progress, but I've gotten the hang of some basic pills. Zhao Shiqing shook his head. Healing pills are one thing, but Yin Yunsen Isnt, a beginner's pill, it's practically a holy grail for healing. After the two explained further, the others finally began to grasp the situation. Yin Su's expression remained neutral, but the cold glint in his eyes when looking at Yin Zhaoge had completely disappeared, leaving only calmness. This didn't mean past grudges had been forgotten, like smoke in the wind. On the contrary, as Yin Su looked at Yin Zhaoge now, his attitude had shifted. Gone was the condescending view of an elder toward a junior. For the first time, he regarded Yin Zhaoge as an equal, even though Yin Zhaoge's current cultivation level was far below his own. The craftsmanship of the Inner Crystal Furnace, the essence of the cloud-patterned stone jade, the secret methods of the Golden Needle Crossing Pill, coupled with his already extraordinary martial arts talent. These weren't just isolated occurrences. Over and over again, Yin Zhaoge had proven himself. A couple of times might be luck, but if it's always like this, the accidental becomes inevitable. Yin Su cast a glance at Yin Zhaoge, then withdrew his gaze, as if he no longer cared to deal with him. But in truth, this was more like his covert attention had intensified, representing an even firmer resolve. From the perspective of inheritance, when the second generation's struggle reaches a stalemate, An outstanding third generation often sways the elder's final decision. Few knew that Yin Su's wariness of Yin Zhaoge and his father was in fact far greater than that of anyone else. This was not merely a factional dispute, it was entangled with a fear buried deep in his heart. As Yin Di grew stronger and expanded his influence, Yin Su had already lost his peace of mind. If that matter from back then is discovered by the father and son to be connected to me. I originally thought the threat lay only in Yin Di, but it turns out it isn't just him. At this rate, this junior before me will become a great scourge as well. Because of him, Yin Di's momentum has been rising all the way, even tending to suppress Elder Fong. If this continues, Yin Su drew a breath. His eyes seemed calmer, yet carried a dusky gloom. He had been somewhat hesitant, but at this moment he no longer had the slightest doubt. The other upper echelon Broad Creed Mountain martial practitioners present grew immediately conflicted upon seeing Yin Zhaoge. Those close to Yin Di's faction were excited yet incredulous, while those inclined toward Fong Zhuan's side were plunged into extreme turmoil. After all, they were Broad Creed Mountain people too. For the sect to produce such a rising genius, everyone felt honored and happy for the sect. Only this rising star happened to belong to the opposing faction. As for everyone's views, Yin Zhaoge more or less had a read on them. Right now, he was actually laying the groundwork for the future, preparing to refine a divine pill as a key bargaining chip for his father to vie for the sect master position. Since the Great Calamity, that type of pill had never appeared in the Eight Extremities world. If he refined it, no one outside would recognize it. It wasn't like treasured artifacts or spirit artifacts that a martial practitioner could attune to or try. Pills are ingested. What reaction appears after taking them is truly hard to predict. For most people, it might be a great tonic, but for a few it could be virulent poison. Such situations are not without precedent. This would naturally make others wary, so Yin Zhaoge had to pave the way in advance. He needed others to be left with this impression. Yin Zhaoge doesn't play around with pills. His standards are high and he is trustworthy. To avoid drawing attention too abruptly, these preparations had to proceed slowly, step by step. While laying the groundwork, he also had to solidify Broad Creed Mountain's influence in the Eastern Tang, gradually squeezing out the Sacred Sun Clan's encroaching influence, achieving multiple aims at once. After Elder Qin sorted out the ins and outs, he first nodded slightly to Zhao Shiqing and said, "Congratulations, Your Majesty, another fine son." Zhao Shiqing's expression remained calm as he said, "Our indeed exceeded our expectations, but many matters still need verification. Moreover, although Shirlai's share in the Pillstone Pavilion lost to Zhaoge, I know him. He definitely won't withdraw easily. Over the years, he has placed quite a few people in the Pillstone Pavilion, many occupying key posts. All of these must be cleared out," Zhao Shiqing said in an even tone, "but these matters can be concluded within a few days." Elder Qin nodded. "I am well aware of the king's methods." As his words fell, he turned to Yin Zhaoge and said, "Zhaoge, you've once again established great merit this time. Leaving other things aside for now, though still pending the sect's ruling within my authority, I'll first award you for your achievements at the Pillstone Pavilion. You developed that ancient golden needle transferring pills technique, which can clearly enhance pill quality, and you drove out the Sacred Sun Clan's infiltration of the Eastern Tang's Pillstone Pavilion. Besides the share you won from Prince Jin, Zhao Shiqing, the portion our sect previously held covertly in the Pillstone Pavilion will also be granted to you. All proceeds are at your personal disposal. If the sect has needs, you won't be shortchanged. It can be at market price or exchange for other resources you want. All matters related to our sect and the Pillstone Pavilion will be decided by you." Yin Zhaoge smiled and said, "Many thanks, Elder Qin." The others looked at one another, while Yin Su still wore an indifferent expression. Everyone looked at Yin Zhaoge, Elder Qin, and Yin Su, all sorts of thoughts flashing through their minds. The Pillstone Pavilion was a pillar industry backing the Eastern Tang royal family, and as the de facto controller of the heavenly Eastern region, Broad Creed Mountain also held a share in it. On the one hand, it symbolically maintained Broad Creed Mountain's status and interests in the Eastern Tang. On the other hand, the Pillstone Pavilion's pills could circulate widely beyond the Eastern Tang, with Broad Creed Mountain playing a key role along this chain. Even without the golden needle transferring pills method, or without the recent smoky cloud powder, the Pillstone Pavilion itself had abundant profits. Previously, matters related to Guangqing Mountain and the Danstone Pavilion had always been controlled by the elder in charge of Eastern Tang. This was precisely the authority that the Eastern Tang steward elder should have, within his scope of duties. Yin Zhaoge privately won a large share of the Danstone Pavilion from King Jin, Zhao Shilai. By convention, those shares should be handed over to the sect for unified management, with the sect rewarding Yin Zhaoge in other ways. And this handover, in principle, should also have gone into the hands of Elder Yin Su, the Eastern Tang steward. Yet now the situation was completely reversed. All the shares had fallen into Yin Zhaoge's hands. Setting aside their value, this was undoubtedly like slicing off a piece of flesh from Yin Su. The other martial artists looked toward Elder Qin in puzzlement, and even Zhao Shicheng, the sovereign of Eastern Tang, cast a scrutinizing gaze. Elder Qin's voice was calm, and Yin Su's expression was as steady as Mount Tai. Yin Zhaoge watched the scene before him, smiling without speaking. Between his own father, Yin Di, and second senior uncle, Fang Zhuan, Elder Qin was still maintaining a neutral stance for now. Though his impression of Yin Zhaoge had changed and he greatly appreciated him, it wasn't he to the extent of fully siding with Yin Di's faction. Elder Qin's current approach was both to commend Yin Zhaoge and to put pressure on Yin Su. Previously, when Ningji's attempt at tattling backfired and dragged himself in, and as he was Yin Su's trusted aide, Elder Qin naturally had to keep a close eye on the relationship between Eastern Tang and Yin Zhaoge. As for the case of Lin Yushao's death, while one couldn't claim the conclusion was settled, it had at least temporarily cleared Yin Zhaoge of suspicion. As for who actually harmed her, that was well worth digging into. The corpse was found and guarded by Yin Su's people. The wounds looked like the work of the Doshui palm, and Yin Su also knew the Doshui palm. If he wanted to forge traces of a grandmaster at the early stage of the outer astral making a move, it actually wouldn't be difficult. Elder Qin didn't conclude that Lin Yushao was truly killed by Yin Su, but he did think that Yin Su might have done some manipulation to deal with Yin Zhaoge. By stripping away part of Yin Su's authority now and handing it to Yin Zhaoge to oversee, he was giving a reminder. Regarding the sect master's seat, Yin Di and Fang Zhuan were vying for it. Elder Qin had no intention of getting involved, but for him, even in the contest there were lines that had to be upheld. How much profit is only one aspect, Yin Zhaoge mused leisurely. Does this count as me going from just spending money to actually making money? Elder Qin continued. You found the Taiyin girl and brought her into the sect. This is a great merit. Compared to merits like Golden Needle passing the pill, laying inner crystal furnaces at the present stage, and excavating jade essence, this is not inferior. Only, little friend Feng's Taiyin physique still needs to be restored. For now, everything is premature, so the reward for this merit of yours will have to be discussed later. If little friend Feng truly recovers her Taiyin physique, the sect will naturally give you a heavy reward. Yin Zhaoge nodded. Though unclear on the details, he still felt some anticipation towards such a reward. Elder Qin said, You defeated Xiao Sheng and raised Guangqing's reputation. Though it's not on par with bringing in the Taiyin girl, it deserves a reward as well. This sort of reward must be determined by the Mountain Gate. This old man shouldn't decide alone. After all, you're not permanently stationed in the Tiandong continent. However, you've been making contributions one after another, and the sect won't be stingy. So we can give you a small favor. First, state what reward you want, and this old man will submit it to the sect. You know the rules, so I imagine you won't ask for anything unrealistic. Hearing this, Yin Zhaoge smiled and nodded. Thank you to the sect and Elder Qin. To be honest, there is indeed one thing I want. Elder Qin asked, Oh, what is it? Yin Zhaoge said with a smile. I want something of yours, Elder, the 9 treasures ice gourd produced at Hanga Mountain in the Thunder Domain. After hearing this, Elder Qin looked at Yin Zhaoge with a hint of surprise. Are you going to preserve some treasure long term? This old man knows you acquired the ice dragon bone soul, and I was even planning to give you the whole skeleton. But if it's only to store the ice dragon bone soul, large refined jade is sufficient. Yin Zhaoge explained, It's not the ice dragon bone soul, it's something else. I wonder if you could bear to part with it, Elder? Elder Qin waved a hand, took a white gourd from his bosom and tossed it to Yin Zhaoge. What is there to be reluctant about? This thing is rare, but not particularly precious. This old man only happened to come by it back then and kept it ever since. Like chicken ribs, no real benefit in eating it, yet a pity to throw away. If you truly want this, there is no need to trouble the sect. This old man will give it to you on the spot. Yin Zhaoge received the 9 treasures ice gourd, a chill spreading through his hand, and immediately smiled. Many thanks, Elder. Elder Qin looked at him, as if suddenly recalling something, and glared at him. You brat, are you cooking up some new idea again? Yin Zhaoge chuckled and admitted, I do have a bit of an idea, but right now it's only a conception. We'll have to test it first to see if it can work. Elder Qin reached out and tapped Yin Zhaoge with his forefinger, smiling as he said, You really make people worry endlessly. He spoke with a smile, his tone mild, and his eyes were full of approval when he looked at Yin Zhaoge. The others, upon hearing this, all grew curious, unable to guess what Yin Zhaoge was up to this time. By all previous signs, the current Yin Zhaoge no longer played by the usual rules. He himself spoke about it lightly to outsiders, but his words very likely foreshadowed another big upheaval. Once the matter of rewards was settled, Elder Qin immediately sent people to investigate Lin Yuxiao's death thoroughly. He himself still had to deal with pressure from the Great Sun Sacred Sect and Dongxing Jun. Strictly speaking, Lin Yuxiao was killed within Eastern Tang's territory, so Elder Yin Su, who oversees Eastern Tang's affairs, should be the one responsible. But Yin Su was handling it inappropriately, so Elder Qin reassigned the disciples who had accompanied him to Eastern Tang to look into the case. As for Yin Zhaoge, even if it could be verified that he had nothing to do with Lin Yuxiao, he still needed to proactively avoid suspicion. Earlier, he had volunteered to investigate, but that was more to show his stance and that he took it seriously. Right now, they had to guard against possible moves by the Great Sun Sacred Sect, and there had to be a tacit understanding between Guangqing Mountain and the Eastern Tang Kingdom. In handling these matters within Eastern Tang, whether it was Yin Zhaoge, Elder Qin, or Yin Su, they all had to inform the sovereign, Zhao Shiqing. Once things were basically agreed upon, Yin Zhaoge saw Zhao Shiqing to the door and used true qi to transmit his voice. Uncle, I'd like to talk to you about your 16th son, Zhao Hao. Zhao Shiqing glanced at him and nodded slowly. Zhaoge, I know what you're going to say. When the two spoke alone, Zhao Shiqing no longer stood on ceremony. His form of address became more casual. If we say he had a sudden epiphany, then Hao's change is far too drastic, too abrupt. Leaving aside his temperament changing, in terms of alchemy, his level likely puts me to shame. As for the martial path, it's hard to gauge right now, but his progress over the past half-year is indeed much faster than before. Zhao Shiqing spoke bluntly, not belittling Yin Zhaoge just because he was young. As for Zhao Hao, who had shown little before, Zhao Shiqing couldn't claim to know him inside out. But ever since these changes in Zhao Hao, if Zhao Shiqing were willing to put in the effort, he ought to be able to dig up most of the details of Zhao Hao's life from birth to now. Otherwise, he'd hardly be fit to be the sovereign. If he stumbled upon a heaven-sent opportunity, obtained an elder's legacy, or was taken in by a master as a disciple, that would be barely understandable. But pill refinement isn't just about talent. It takes daily, accumulated practice. How exactly did Hao reach his current level? Zhao Shiqing shook his head slightly, but these can be investigated slowly. If I have a more outstanding child under my knee, it's certainly good for Eastern Tang. Listening, Yin Zhaoge couldn't help but let the corners of his mouth curl upward. For someone in a high position, subordinates being capable isn't frightening. What matters is whether the situation remains in one's own hands. As long as one can still control the overall situation, the more capable the subordinates, the more advantageous it is. Many times, others can see the traces and clues. They just feign ignorance and keep watching from the shadows. If Zhao Shiqing is like this, my father Yin Di is even harder to deal with. Thus, ever since coming to this world, Yin Zhaoge has done everything step by step, slowly. One can't say it arouses no suspicion at all, but at least it can't be too exaggerated. The difference has to be reined in. Although he can reconstruct the inner crystal furnace, that is only an invention of an apparatus and doesn't mean he is profound in artifact crafting methods. Yin Zhaoge's other artifact crafting techniques are only above average at best. He revived the golden needle crossing pills technique, but that's just a method. His overall alchemy level is building up slowly, deepening people's impression bit by bit. The rise of his martial cultivation and those strange news and secrets can mostly be brushed off with explanations of fortuitous encounters and sudden enlightenment. It's fine to be slower now. The day to spread his wings and soar is actually not far off. All in all, Yin Zhaoge sometimes couldn't help finding it amusing and murmured, "Zhao Hao is really a good man." As things stand, Yin Zhaoge's achievements are clearly greater than Zhao Hao's. But compared with Zhao Hao, who was almost unrestrained and showed far too much edge, Yin Zhaoge seemed more ordinary. Of course, that's only relative. In many people's eyes, Yin Zhaoge was also quite high profile and overbearing. It's just that the original owner's temperament in his previous life was already like this, so the new and old images weren't drastically different. Therefore, when Yin Zhaoge told Feng Yunsheng that he was low-key, he genuinely felt he was being low-key. Faced with Feng Yunsheng's unconvinced look, Yin Zhaoge had no choice but to put on an aggrieved expression. With his flashy, show-off nature, he was already doing his best to rein himself in. Zhao Shiqing sighed. With the potential Hao is now showing, it's not just that he surpasses the eldest and the third, even the fourth can't compare. Aside from the first Prince Zhao Yuan and the third Prince Zhao Sheng, Yin Zhaoge smiled slightly and said that the Eastern Tang royal family actually has a fourth prince, named Zhao Ming. In terms of martial talent, Zhao Hao is not exactly a dark horse. The one who truly ranks first is Zhao Ming. He is not only the foremost among Zhao Shiqing's sons, but also a top talent of the Eastern Tang's younger generation. Years ago, Zhao Ming entered Guangqing Mountain, becoming a formal disciple there and focusing solely on martial cultivation. Guangqing Mountain commands a dominant position in the heavenly domain. Many martial talents come under its banner, and the geniuses of the heavenly domain take pride in being able to join Guangqing Mountain. However, since Zhao Ming went to Guangqing Mountain to train, barring special circumstances, he is basically out of the running for the Eastern Tang throne. Although the Eastern Tang is closely allied to, even subordinate to, Guangqing Mountain, that doesn't mean the entire Eastern Tang would become Guangqing Mountain's vassal outright. Which is better, cultivating at Guangqing Mountain or ascending the throne in the Eastern Tang is a matter of opinion. But for Zhao Ming personally, his heart is set on martial pursuits. He prefers to devote himself to learning at the sacred ground. By entering Guangqing Mountain, he seems to have separated himself from the Eastern Tang. Yet the Eastern Tang can still treat him as backing, drawing closer to Guangqing Mountain through him. Zhao Shiqing has always leaned toward Guangqing Mountain and naturally wouldn't hedge his bets. Thus, only his fourth son, Zhao Ming, went to Guangqing Mountain. The other princes remained in the Eastern Tang. Another point worth mentioning, the second son of King Jin, Zhao Shilai, also went to the Great Sun Sacred Sect and entered its gates. Therefore, Zhao Shilai's ties with the Great Sun Sacred Sect are particularly close, allowing the Great Sun Sacred Sect's influence to gradually permeate the Eastern Tang. Yin Zhaoge and Zhao Shiqing tacitly avoided mentioning this. Yin Zhaoge said slowly, "I can't say for sure what's going on with Zhao Hao, but I suspect his changes may be related to that martial saint of years past, the Pill Fire Divine Sword, Gao Jia. Perhaps he received his legacy." At this point, there was no need to say more. Zhao Shiqing nodded, pondering. Profound in sword Dao, accomplished in alchemy as well, many signs it's quite possible. He looked up at Yin Zhaoge and said, "I recall rumors that the Pill Fire Divine Sword's relationship with Guangqing Mountain was not very amicable. Is that so?" Yin Zhaoge replied calmly, "I don't really know the ins and outs, but it did happen." He added, "I also wonder whether Gao Jia left behind any message what Zhao Hao inherited from him. Perhaps that's why he has shown hostility toward our sect." Zhao Shiqing sighed. "I also learned of this from my subordinates' reports. Rest assured, I'll find a way to resolve it. If there's no progress, there will be other arrangements." Setting aside Zhao Shiqing and Yin D's personal friendship, Zhao Shiqing would never make a son who harbors hostility toward Guangqing Mountain his heir. He will certainly increase his grooming of him, but the throne is out of the question. Yin Zhaoge saluted and said, "Uncle has his own plans. I dare not say more. What I said today may have been presumptuous." Zhao Shiqing waved and laughed. "No matter. Your father having a son like you is a blessing I have to feel envious for once. Yin Zhaoga said with a smile. I also hope to get along with the senior brothers as deeply as you do with my father. As the ruler of a nation, Zhao Shiqing was somewhat emotional in his decisions. But this uncle had always been loyal to my father and showed considerable care toward Yin Zhaoga. Zhao Shiqing and Yin Zhaoga's private conversation was naturally seen by Yin Su. Expressionless, he turned and walked off on his own toward the other side. The person following behind Yin Su said worriedly, Yin Zhaoga actually defeated Xiao Sheng despite only being at the mid-stage Outer Grandmaster realm, while Xiao Sheng was a late-stage Outer Grandmaster. This will likely affect Lu Wen's side. Yin Su's steps faltered slightly, and his expression darkened a shade. Lu Wen is the direct disciple of Yin Zhaoga's second senior uncle, Fang Zhuan. Like Yin Zhaoga, he is one of Guangqing Mountain's outstanding young elites and a figure of considerable prestige. He is somewhat older than Yin Zhaoga and started earlier. Now 25, he is the same age as Xiao Sheng. The rivalry between Guangqing Mountain and the Great Sun Sacred Sect has a long history and runs deep. Before the anomaly at the Sealed Dragon Abyss, the situation was essentially Yin Zhaoga versus Chao Yuanlong, and Lu Wen versus Xiao Sheng, the two sides deadlocked, each with their strengths and weaknesses. At present, Lu Wen is in seclusion at Guangqing Mountain. He and Xiao Sheng are both late-stage Outer Grandmasters. This retreat is to assault his bottleneck, striving to break through to become a Khanate Grandmaster. In a sense, Lu Wen had seized the initiative this time. If he could advance to Khanate Grandmaster first, he would truly be one step ahead. Only, no one expected Yin Zhaoga's rise to be even more ferocious. He not only crushed Chao Yuanlong, but even defeated Xiao Sheng across realms. Even his cultivation is catching up, and his gap with Lu Wen is growing ever smaller. Yin Su was silent for a moment, his expression returning to calm. He said lightly, it's still too early to draw conclusions. On a distant ridge outside Jingyang City, the capital of the Eastern Tang, several figures stood quietly, gazing toward the city. The sunlight poured over the crowd, making their golden robes gleam even brighter. Leading them was a middle-aged man, none other than Elder Dongxing Jun of the Great Sun Sacred Sect, one of the esteemed 7 Sons of the Sun. Beside him stood an elder in golden robes, the head elder overseeing the sect's affairs in Eastern Tang. Surrounding them were numerous martial artists from the sect. At the center of the crowd stood a young man in white, sporting a thick beard, his appearance rugged and unrestrained. But his eyes sharp and cold, like a serpent told a different story. His face was pale, and as he gazed at Jingyang City, his eyes burned with resentment. This was Xiao Sheng. Right now, his hatred for Yin Zhaoga was no less than what he felt for Feng Yunsheng. Not only had Yin defeated him, humiliating him publicly, but he had also exposed Xiao Sheng's private disgrace, being injured in his lower body by Feng Yunsheng for everyone to mock. Xiao Sheng's dignity had been stripped clean, not a shred left intact. The incident, initially kept tightly under wraps with few in the sect aware, had now become common knowledge. Though no one in the surrounding crowd stared directly at him, Xiao Sheng couldn't shake the feeling of disdainful and mocking eyes boring into him from all directions, making him fidget with unease as if sitting on a bed of needles. That humiliation and restlessness ultimately turned into hatred, all of it aimed squarely at Yin Zhaoga. The elder in golden robes turned to Dongxing Jun and said, notify the sect. We need to send more experts over. There's no way we're letting this slide. Meng Wan lost the Lunar Crown last year, and with the sect master in seclusion, it seems some people have forgotten that the Great Sun Sacred Sect is the world's foremost sacred land. No matter how much authority Eastern Tang holds in the sky domain, if we decide to act, we can crush them like dust. Such words could only come from him. Coming from anyone else, it would seem like a challenge to Dongxing Jun's abilities, and he would not have taken it kindly. Dongxing Jun stood there, silent, yet radiating brilliance like a blazing sun. He gazed quietly toward the distant Jingyang City and asked, how are the preparations progressing? The elder in golden robes slowly shook his head. Not fully ready yet. Dongxing Jun replied, we're not prepared enough, but neither is Broad Creed Mountain. This disruption at the Dragon Sealing Abyss might actually fill some gaps in our plan and give us a chance to succeed. Hearing this, the elder's spirits lifted. You're absolutely right. Dong Xingjun turned his attention to Xiao Sheng and asked, setting everything else aside, it doesn't seem like defeating Yin Zhaoge should have been too difficult for you? Xiao Sheng took a deep breath and admitted reluctantly, I indeed fell short. Dong Xingjun then looked toward Jingyang City and said, you were already a level above him, yet you still lost. If you were on equal footing, the outcome might have been no better than Yuan Long's. Xiao Sheng clenched his fists and lowered his head. Dong Xingjun said indifferently, it seems we might be witnessing the rise of another Zhan Dongge, another Yin Di, or perhaps someone with even greater potential. It's truly a shame to see such talent emerge from Broad Creed Mountain again. It'd be best to eliminate him before he gains any more fame. Hearing this, Xiao Sheng's breathing quickened. Without turning around, Dong Xingjun said, be patient. You might get your chance to take down Yin Zhaoge yourself and reclaim your dignity. Xiao Sheng responded in a low voice, if I could personally kill Yin Zhaoge, nothing would please me more. As his breathing steadied, he muttered softly. After parting ways with Zhao Shicheng, Yin Zhaoge left the courtyard, running into Ahu waiting outside. Ahu walked up with a wide grin. Young master, how do you go? Yin Zhaoge shrugged. Junior sister Feng needs to be sent back to the sect, but will stay here a bit longer. I've got some things to handle. As for junior sister Lin, neither Yin Su nor I will interfere. Yin Su will hand over whatever information he has, but I doubt he'll completely let go. Yin Zhaoge continued, Ahu, keep an eye on the rumors circulating below. The moment there's any shift in the narrative about junior sister Lin's death, report to me immediately. Scratching his head, Ahu asked, young master, what kind of changes should I be looking for? Yin Zhaoge squinted and said, right now, the story is that junior sister Lin, out of jealousy, confronted me, and I accidentally killed her in a fit of frustration. But if it changes to something like junior sister Lin still being hung up on Yi Jingyu and going back to him, and that I killed her out of rage, then it means one thing. Lowering his voice, Yin Zhaoge said, Yin Su might have already found Yi Jing. Spreading those kinds of rumors would ruin my reputation, sure, but it doesn't strike at my foundation. It's just the first layer of a setup. Yin Zhaoge smirked. I've got a feeling Yin Su's aiming to cut off my path back to the sect permanently this time. Ahu's smile faded as he grew serious. Is he trying to kill you, young master? But why go this far? It doesn't make sense. You've only embarrassed him a few times enough to make him mad. Sure, but to plot murder? That's extreme. Besides, you're not like other juniors. Could this have something to do with Elder Fong? Yin Zhaoge pondered and said, I don't think this was second martial uncle's idea. I'm afraid it was Yin Su's own. Maybe my intuition is off, but with junior sister Lin dead this time, Yin Su's behavior has indeed been bizarre. Ahu asked in a deep voice, has he gone mad? This has already crossed the line. Young master, the potential you've revealed now overwhelms your peers. Elder Fong likely can't produce a junior who can match you. If anything happens to you, not to mention the patriarch, even the old sect master won't let him off. Yin Zhaoge said mildly. He certainly won't take responsibility himself. Yi Jing happens to be the most suitable scapegoat for him. Ahu grinned with a cold sneer. That kid Yi Jing actually dares to think of killing you, young master? Yin Zhaoge spread his hands. Didn't we just thoroughly offend the Sacred Sun clan? Besides, there's the Red Spirit Flag Master, and that old man Ghost Axe who has ties to Yi Jing. For me, if I were to die at the hands of those great masters, that would actually be the most perfect ending. If it has to be Yin Su personally making a move, any one of those great masters has both the ability and the motive to severely injure me. He could use that as cover and wait for Yi Jing to deliver the final blow. Compared to those great masters outside, it's actually much easier for Yin Su to kill me. Elder Qin came and blocked the people of the Sacred Sun clan, and in turn those people pinned down Elder Qin. So Yin Su thus gained an opportunity. Ahu said seriously, young master, I solemnly suggest you return directly to the mountain gate together with Miss Feng. Yin Zhaoge sighed, walking with his hands behind his back as he smiled. Ahu, to be honest, I've been carefully pondering the plan you suggested since just now. But I'm considering it not for myself, but because I'm afraid those of you at my side will be implicated. As for me personally, Yin Zhaoge's smile faded, turning cold. If Yin Su doesn't move against me, I actually want to strike at him first. Dealing with a presiding elder isn't as easy as dealing with Wen Ning and Chui Xian back then. Opportunities are rare. Yin Zhaoga laughed. On the other hand, if we take down a presiding elder, second martial uncle's loss would be far greater than losing 2 deacons. Ahu blinked and said, "Young master, you're playing with fire. You might end up burning yourself." Yin Zhaoga smiled unconcernedly. What in this world is completely without risk? Before long, the high-level experts of Broad Creed Mountain, who had rushed over from the mountain gate, also arrived at Jingyang City. After a few words, Yin Zhaoga decided to stay in the Eastern Tang, while Feng Yunsheng followed them back to Broad Creed Mountain. Yin Zhaoga squinted a smile at Feng Yunsheng. "Go back and nurse your injuries well first. Get ready when I return to the mountain. Your nightmare will truly begin. What's waiting for you will be harsher than you imagine." Feng Yunsheng raised her brows with a smile. "How harsh?" Yin Zhaoga snapped his fingers. "Probably. You'll feel that the period when you were hunted by the Sacred Sun clan was rather relaxed." Feng Yunsheng was escorted back to the mountain gate by Broad Creed Mountain's experts. As the conflict with the Sacred Sun clan intensified, some of those who came from Broad Creed Mountain were left behind to assist Elder Qin in stabilizing the heavenly eastern continent and the Eastern Tang, to guard against the Sacred Sun clan's retaliation. After sending off Feng Yunsheng, Yin Zhaoga returned to his residence, thinking as he walked, "This time we've thoroughly offended the Sacred Sun clan. Coupled with the strength and potential I've shown lately drawing attention, they will very likely fix their eyes on me. Moreover, there's Yin Su at my side, watching like a tiger." Yin Zhaoga had advanced to a mid-outer astral grandmaster and defeated Xiao Sheng, who was late outer astral. Those black-clad warriors no longer marched in formation behind him now. As guards, they're currently hard-pressed to be of sufficient use and are instead easily implicated. It's questionable who's protecting whom. However, those black-clad warriors did not leave the Eastern Tang. They stayed, ready to obey Yin Zhaoga's orders at any time. Yin Zhaoga and Elder Qin's party then hurried to Linyuan City. Upon arriving there, Yin Zhaoga and the others saw Lin Yushao's remains. Only now did Yin Zhaoga truly see Lin Yushao's face for the first time, no longer like watching a slideshow of memories. Just as Yin Su said, the wounds on her body were entirely like those caused by an early-stage outer astral grandmaster using the Tishita palm. The force of that Tishita purple fire permeated every part of her body. At the same time, it also covered some other traces. Yin Zhaoga murmured, "Beauty meets an untimely end." After leaving Lin Yushao, Yin Zhaoga looked up at the sky. "Yi Jing, has it really come to this?" Back then in that cold pool, he seemed to have been injured again. If he continues using that secret art to heal, his mind will be severely affected by it. In that case, he really could become more irritable and extreme. Yin Zhaoga's gaze turned cold as he said, "Since you insist on severing yourself from all under heaven, I'll personally send you on your last journey." Back at his quarters, Ahu softly called from beside him, "Young master." Seeing Ahu's smile that looked honest on the surface, but was actually a bit slick, Yin Zhaoga rolled his eyes at him. Following Ahu's gaze, a tall, graceful young girl was standing by the roadside. Yin Zhaoga asked, "Junior sister Sikong, you've come out of seclusion? Looks like you've broken through your bottleneck and advanced to the Grandmaster realm." The girl was Sikong Qing, carrying a cool, ethereal air. She bowed to Yin Zhaoga and said, "Thanks to senior brother Yin's guidance before. I came to offer my thanks after leaving seclusion. I also heard about junior sister Lin. Please accept my condolences, senior brother Yin." Yin Zhaoga waved a hand and said, "It's fine. Thank you for your concern." As he spoke, Yin Zhaoga sized her up from head to toe. Not bad. A 16-year-old young grandmaster is rare in the sect. Junior sister Sikong truly has ambition. But don't get complacent. You should know that Meng Wan of the Great Sun Saint sect was already a grandmaster at 15. Sikong Qing's expression remained calm, her gaze steady. "Yes, I know." Yin Zhaoga nodded and said, "Not arrogant or impetuous, very good. Your heart is set on martial cultivation and your will is firm, so I'm not afraid of discouraging you." Besides Meng Wan, the Great Sun Saint sect has another who also reached the Grandmaster realm before 16. Now, she has already entered under my tutelage. Sikong Qing said calmly. I hope to spar and exchange with her more. I'm sure I will benefit greatly. Yin Zhaoge looked at her, then suddenly smiled and said, however, she and Ming Wan are both Taiyin girls, so their situation is somewhat special. To win in the Taiyin trial, the Great Sun Saint sect often uses some fast-track methods to cultivate them. As a result, their foundations may be unstable later on, and their cultivation often starts fast and then slows. But judging by the heritage of the Great Sun Saint sect and our sect, even if their progress slows afterward, they'll still be much faster than ordinary people, and moreover. Sikong Qing smoothly continued. Also, the Taiyin crown indeed provides an extra boost to the cultivation of Taiyin girls. After Meng Wan won the first Taiyin trial and obtained the Taiyin crown, her cultivation advanced by leaps and bounds for a year, far surpassing usual. That senior sister from Bihai City defeated Meng Wan in the second Taiyin trial, and after gaining the crown, her cultivation also began to rise rapidly. Sikong Qing's gaze remained resolute, without the slightest wavering. Thank you for the guidance, senior brother Yin. I will not slacken. Yin Zhaoge smiled slightly. Very good. You're now at the early stage of an inner gang grandmaster. Next, use your nascent gang qi to open up all your acupoints. Once that is accomplished, you'll be at the mid-stage of an inner gang grandmaster. Then use gang qi to temper your internal organs, further strengthening yourself. When you can condense your gang qi within into a qi wall, you'll be considered at the late stage of an inner gang grandmaster. Both offense and defense will be greatly enhanced, laying the foundation for breaking through to the outer gang grandmaster realm. One step at a time, steady and solid. I believe you can do it. Sikong Qing nodded. I will work hard. Sorry to trouble you, senior brother Yin. After the two parted, Yin Zhaoge watched Sikong Qing's departing figure, silent for a long time. Ahu sidled up, grinning foolishly, and said, Young master, Miss Lin just left, and you're already eyeing Miss Sikong? That's a bit improper. Yin Zhaoge said irritably. Can you stop always thinking with your lower half? Ahu scratched his head and asked, Then why were you staring at the girl like that, young master? Yin Zhaoge narrowed his eyes. Perhaps I'm being oversensitive, but after Sikong Qing became a grandmaster, she truly seems reborn. The change is astonishing. Granted, crossing from a body-tempering martial practitioner to grandmaster is like a chasm. Once you cross it, it's a whole new world. But Sikong Qing's transformation seems even greater than that. It's just a bit hazy, hard to put into words. Ahu stared at the quickly disappearing silhouette for a long while, baffled. Young master, aside from becoming a grandmaster, I really can't see what else is different. Yin Zhaoge curled his lip. Perhaps that's all it is. Right, earlier I told you to have someone tell Zhao Hao. Any movement yet? Ahu replied, Nothing for now. He looks much more honest than you all said. Yin Zhaoge nodded. Keep watching, but don't alarm the people on the Eastern Tang side. Putting other matters aside, Yin Zhaoge returned to his quarters and took out the 9 treasures ice gourd he'd gotten from Elder Qin. This item is meant for storing things, especially spirit herbs and elixirs. It seems like there was an error in your request. Could you please provide the text you need to be translated? I'll be happy to help you. Recently, Zhao Hao has become more and more outstanding, already drawing the attention of the entire Eastern Tang from top to bottom. No one expected that, aside from the first Prince Zhao Yuan and the third Prince Zhao Sheng, such a dazzling dark horse would emerge in the Crown Prince struggle. And Zhao Hao's forceful performance naturally drew many eyes toward him. According to Yin Zhaoge's knowledge, Yin Su once made private contact with Zhao Hao, but it doesn't seem to have yielded much. Yin Zhaoge and Yin Su are both people of Broad Creed Mountain, yet it's obvious that back then the Dan Fire Divine Sword Gao Zhe, and now the Eastern Tang's 16th Prince Zhao Hao, have always harbored hostility toward Broad Creed Mountain. Ahu reported to Yin Zhaoge. During this period, Zhao Hao has been in contact with Kangmang Mountain, and they seem quite close. Yin Zhaoge snapped his fingers and said, Just as expected, Eastern Tang lies within the heavenly territory, and Broad Creed Mountain's control here is naturally the strongest. The Sacred Sun clan has been infiltrating Eastern Tang like a fierce dragon crossing the river, and their penetration is also extremely deep. In comparison, Kangmang Mountain, which holds the mountain domain, appears much more low-key in Eastern Tang. But don't assume Kangmang Mountain is easy to provoke. That's not necessarily the case. Kangming Mountain is also infiltrating Eastern Tang, like the Sacred Sun clan. They've just had fewer opportunities for the time being. As far as Zhao Hao is concerned, he won Tichu's Broad Creed Mountain. While over on the Sacred Sun clan's side there's already Prince Jin Zhao Shilai holding the fort. Zhao Shilai is, after all, a grandmaster. Although Zhao Hao is now revealing astounding talent, it's uncertain when he can catch up to Zhao Shilai. Under such circumstances, the Sacred Sun clan naturally wouldn't abandon Zhao Shilai to support Zhao Hao. If he were willing to serve as Zhao Shilai's assistant, the Sacred Sun clan could accept it, but Zhao Hao clearly isn't willing to be beneath anyone. What he wants is the throne of Eastern Tang to decide the realm with a single word, mobilize the nation's resources for his cultivation, quickly regain his former peak, and even go further. Although Zhao Shilai has gone to great lengths to groom him, Zhao Hao clearly wants more than that. Thus, in this situation, Zhao Hao and Kangming Mountain hit it off instead. Yin Zhaoga said mildly. He has diverged from Zhao Shibua's thinking. We need to say more. Zhao Shibua will handle it himself. Kangming Mountain wants to fish in the troubled waters of our sect's dispute with the Sacred Sun clan, but it won't be that easy. Keep watching. Report immediately if there's anything. Ahu nodded and replied, Yes, young master. In the Prince Jin residence, Zhao Shilai, his expression grave, looked at the gold-robed elder before him and asked, Was it launched recently? The gold-robed elder answered, It doesn't have to be recent. Make the preparations first and await the timing. Zhao Shilai asked again. The anomaly at Sealing Dragon Abyss is no small matter. It increasingly seems man-made. If it really is connected to hell, what then? The gold-robed elder said, Don't be afraid. Our Sacred Sun clan has stationed experts monitoring the outskirts of hell. Dongxing Jun and I will both be watching Sealing Dragon Abyss. If something major really happens, there will naturally be ways to deal with it. However, the opportunities brought by the changes at Sealing Dragon Abyss must also be properly seized. With his hands behind his back, the gold-robed elder said, What is a crisis? A crisis is where danger and opportunity coexist. Seeing only opportunity and charging ahead, or seeing only danger and shrinking back, are both acts of fools. Zhao Shilai was never timid upon learning the Sacred Sun clan already had arrangements in place regarding the Sealing Dragon Abyss anomaly, and hell, he felt much more at ease. He fell silent for a moment, then asked, However, if we truly were to make a move to kill Yin Zhaoga? The gold-robed elder replied blandly, Isn't there still Zhao Hao and Kangming Mountain? Due to taking Feng Yunsheng as a disciple, Broad Creed Mountain and the Sacred Sun clan have been very displeased with each other lately. In Eastern Tang, the conflict between the two has become almost open, with friction and competition at every moment and in every aspect. From the outside, if Sealing Dragon Abyss nearby hadn't been continuously undergoing anomalies, Broad Creed Mountain and the Sacred Sun clan would likely have already gone to war. Having lost the geographical advantage of Jingyang City, Elder Qin and the Sacred Sun clan's Dongxing Jun fought another battle near Sealing Dragon Abyss. In the end, neither side could determine a victor. The fight affected Sealing Dragon Abyss, intensifying the anomaly, and they had to cease and retreat. As the center of the dispute, Yin Zhaoga has become much more low-key these past few months, hardly stepping outside. But in truth, Yin Zhaoga's days have remained as full as ever. He cultivated to improve himself, pondered alchemy, and studied the inner crystal furnace. In addition, Yin Zhaoga kept an eye on the matters he had previously instructed Ahu to watch. Ahu stood before Yin Zhaoga and said, Young master, just as you predicted. Now there are people spreading rumors that Yi Jing and Miss Lin still had unresolved old feelings, and that in a fit of anger you accidentally beat Miss Lin to death. Others say that Yi Jing's encounter at Sealing Dragon Abyss was also the result of you being consumed by jealousy and deliberately plotting against him. Ahu looked at Yin Zhaoga and asked, Young master, as you said earlier, does this mean Yi Jing has already fallen into Yin Su's hands? Yin Zhaoga sat in his chair, lightly tapping the table with his fingers. Squinting his eyes, he said, It's highly likely. He wants to give me a chance to confront Yi Jing face to face. Yin Zhaoga crossed his legs and added, This time, he might really be planning to make a move on me. Ever since the Great Sun Sacred Sect came knocking, Yin Su had been keeping a low profile for quite a while. Although he didn't go easy on Yin Zhaoge, he hadn't caused any further trouble either. On the surface, everything seemed normal. Some said it was because Elder Qin had been stationed in East Tang for so long. Others believed the lesson Elder Qin gave him earlier had woken Yin Su up. But in Yin Zhaoge's eyes, this was nothing more than the calm before the storm. What's coming will hit even harder, like pulling back a fist to throw a stronger punch. Ahu curled his lips and said, "He is waiting for a chance to take advantage of the chaos. But that opportunity might not come." Yin Zhaoge shook his head. "The Great Sun Sacred Sect has their eyes on us, and Kangming Mountain is lurking nearby too. This balance is fragile, to say the least. Right now, everyone is waiting for the right moment." After thinking for a bit, Yin Zhaoge turned to Ahu and asked, "Elder Qin is still in Linyuan City, right?" Ahu replied, "The changes in Jinlong Abyss are getting worse. Unless something major happens, Elder Qin will stay here." The Great Sun Sacred Sect's Dongxing Jun was also nearby. He hadn't caused any trouble lately, likely because he was wary of the shifts in Jinlong Abyss. Yin Zhaoge nodded. "I'm going into seclusion for a while. Unless Elder Qin moves, don't disturb me." Ahu scratched his head. "Young master, why are you going into seclusion at a time like this?" Yin Zhaoge just smiled and didn't answer. Everyone else was also surprised by Yin Zhaoge's decision. At first, they thought he was using the inner crystal furnace for crafting. Then they speculated he might be studying some martial art. But as time went on, they realized his seclusion would last much longer than just a few days. Is he really going into seclusion to break through to the late stage of the external gang realm? Someone couldn't help but wonder aloud. The moment that idea was voiced, everyone froze, shaking their heads in disbelief. No way. He only reached the mid-stage of the external gang realm 6 months ago. How could he possibly? Before they could finish, everyone went silent. They suddenly remembered that Yin Zhaoge had taken less than a month to break through from the early stage to the mid-stage of the external gang realm before. At that speed, the word terrifying didn't even begin to describe it. If you think about it, going from mid-stage to late stage in 6 months doesn't seem entirely impossible, does it? Impossible or not, who could accept it? Some people were on the verge of cursing out loud. Someone let out a cold snort and muttered, "Who knows if he used some shortcut or risky method to jump from the early stage to the mid-stage back then." When everyone saw who said it, their expressions turned complicated. It was Wen Ningji, the former deacon elder of Lingfeng Valley. The investigation into him had concluded. Wen Ningji barely got through unscathed, receiving only a reprimand for negligence. The suspicion of colluding with the enemy was cleared. Still, while he kept his title as a deacon elder, he was stripped of any real power. Now he was just a figurehead, following Yin Su around and waiting to be assigned tasks. Deacon elders with actual authority each had their own responsibilities and territories. Elder Qin's watchful eyes made it hard for Yin Su to place Wen Ningji anywhere, so he was left idle. Whether he could even remain in East Tang in the future was uncertain. Yin Zhaoge's second martial uncle, Fang Zhuan, and his faction might still trust Yin Su to some extent. But as for Wen Ningji, the label of incompetent was already stuck to him, dimming his prospects. Wen Ningji said in a low voice, "The Great Sun Sacred Sect does have a method involving the Solar Divine Needle. While rare in the Eight Extremities world, similar techniques do exist." He continued, when Yin Zhaoge faced Xiao Sheng, who was at the late stage of the external gang realm, it would make sense if he resorted to some desperate, short-term measure. Of course, using such methods would inevitably impact his future martial path. The balance of the heavens wouldn't allow all good fortune to fall on one person. Some people looked at Wen Ningji with ridicule, thinking he was just making excuses for the losses he had suffered against Yin Zhaoge in the past. But many others secretly felt the same way. Otherwise, Yin Zhaoge's astonishing speed from early stage to mid-stage in less than a month really defied all logic. Even for a genius, it was beyond reason and explanation. Someone nearby sighed softly. Even if it leaves problems down the road, it's better than being killed or crippled by Xiao Sheng on the spot. Sometimes, you just don't have a choice. Before anyone could react, the mood in the room shifted in an instant. Heads turned simultaneously toward the doorway, where a figure stepped in it was Yin Zhaoge. With a grin, Yin Zhaoge asked, What is everyone chatting about? You all seem so excited. Someone stepped forward to greet him, asking, Zhaoga, you're out of seclusion? This time it's been quite a while. But before they could finish, their words were abruptly cut off, like a sentence severed with scissors. Everyone froze, their gazes locking on Yin Zhaoga. Jaws dropped. Eyes went wide. It was like time itself had paused. Standing toward the back, when Ningxi frowned, noticing something strange. Yin Zhaoga seemed taller than usual, pushing through the stunned crowd to get a better look, when Ningxi nearly fainted. Yin Zhaoga's height hadn't changed, but he was hovering, suspended a foot off the ground. Completely unfazed, Yin Zhaoga said casually, broke through, so naturally, I'm out, and began walking toward them, still floating. Hovering a foot off the ground wasn't the limit of his ability, but for this occasion, it was more than enough to make a statement. Not only could he float briefly, but he could even control his movement mid-air, a hallmark of a master at the late external gang stage. Despite his composed demeanor, power radiated from within him. It was as if an explosive force was coiled inside his body, ready to erupt at any moment. Within every acupoint in his body, it seemed there lay both an ice dragon and a fire dragon, intertwining and harmonizing, yin and yang in perfect balance. Every gesture he made, whether it was a wave of his hand or a step forward, felt as though it stirred countless ice and fire dragons into restless motion. When he finally reached the group, Yin Zhaoga gently landed back on the ground and bowed in greeting. It was only then that everyone snapped out of their daze, yet their gazes toward him were now filled with awe and disbelief. He had gone from early to mid-external gang stage in just a month, and from mid to late stage in only half a year. At first glance, the latter progress seemed slower. But everyone knew that the initial breakthrough relied on a moment of enlightenment breaking through a bottleneck, refining qi into a weapon. The next stage, however, was all about refinement and accumulation, building one's gang qi to a dense, formidable level, a process that normally took time. In other words, it was a test of endurance. And yet, in this time-intensive phase, Yin Zhaoga had accomplished what others couldn't in record speed. Dazed, someone muttered, how on earth did he pull this off? Could there be some kind of shortcut? It was like the solar divine needle technique of the Great Sun Sacred Sect. Any method that seemed quick often came with severe consequences. The costs usually outweighed the benefits so greatly that no one dared use such methods unless absolutely desperate. Even worse, these techniques were often one use only once employed. They inflicted irreversible damage, rendering them unusable a second time. Which is why, staring at Yin Zhaoga now, everyone looked at him as if he were some kind of monster. Yin Zhaoga didn't mind the attention he had floated in precisely to show off. Now that he achieved his goal, he saw no need to elaborate further. What is the saying? A look is all you need, figure it out yourself. Satisfied, Yin Zhaoga said simply, yep, that's it, and changed the subject. So, what has brought everyone together here? Something big happening? The group finally regrouped their thoughts, and one person spoke up first. The black mist and dragon suppression abyss has surged again. The density has increased so much that even ordinary masters can't get close. The anomaly was escalating. Elder Qin and Elder Yin were preparing to venture deep into the abyss to suppress the mist and uncover its cause. This level of upheaval was unprecedented. But for Broad Creed Mountain, the Great Sun Sacred Sect, and the Eastern Tang Kingdom, it was also an opportunity, a chance to resolve the issue once and for all. If they only treated the symptoms without addressing the root cause, the abyss would remain a long-term threat, draining resources and energy indefinitely. The factions had been monitoring the situation closely, waiting for the abyss to erupt fully so they could pinpoint and resolve the underlying problem. And the root of the issue lay in the depths of hell itself. Yin Zhaoga nodded. His emergence from seclusion had coincidentally aligned with this critical moment. Without further delay, he joined the group to meet with Elder Qin and the other senior members of Broad Creed Mountain. In addition to Elder Qin and Yin Su, another elder had arrived from the Sect's Mountain Gate to oversee matters in the Eastern Tang. This elder was a seasoned grandmaster whose presence was specifically meant to keep an eye on the Great Sun Sacred Sect's movements. When Elder Qin saw Yin Zhaoga, he said, "You want to be joining us in the abyss this time. This is a matter of great importance. and we can't predict how the Great Sun's sacred sect might act. Caution is paramount, and trust is a fragile thing. Yin Zhaoge replied, understood. The elder from the mountain gate stayed behind as backup, both to look after Yin Zhaoge and to monitor the Great Sun's sacred sect. Yin Su, familiar with the Eastern Tang's situation, also remained outside to assist. Meanwhile, Elder Qin and the others ventured deep into the dragon suppression abyss. From the Eastern Tang's side, even King Zhao Shurqing himself set out personally. As a monarch, he ought not to personally take risks or lead from the front. As the only one who could remotely draw upon the power of Jingyang City's grand formation, his duty was inescapable. He could not shirk it. Sealing Dragon Abyss lay adjacent to Eastern Tang, and with Jingyang City as its hub gathering the kingdom's earth veins, it played a critical role in suppressing the aberrations there. The experts of Broad Creed Mountain, led by Elder Qin, to guard against contingencies, would go together with Zhao Shurqing and the Eastern Tang martial practitioners. The Sacred Sun clan also conveyed that Hell and Sealing Dragon Abyss were matters of great importance and should take priority, so they too, led by the Eastern Rising Lord, would be delving into Sealing Dragon Abyss. Kangmang Mountain likewise sent word, stating they would not stand idly by. Upon the news, the Eastern Tang populace, aware of the peril, yet poorly informed, naturally felt especially heartened. On the surface, the three sacred grounds seemed to have reached a temporary consensus, as if casting aside former grudges. But what it truly was like inside, only those involved knew. Yin Zhaoge stood atop Linyuan City's walls, gazing into the distance, seeing the silhouette of the Lu Liao mountain range, and, nearer that side, boundless black mist soaring straight into the heavens. That half of the sky looked devoured by the black fog. Ahu stood beside him, his expression heavier. Astral Qi can't be released, Outward One can't even get close to the perimeter now. Yin Zhaoge stroked his chin and said, the crux is actually over in Hell. The sacred grounds have all sent their top experts to investigate. Their lineup is even more fearsome than here. For my sect, my dad went personally. Ahu mimicked the chin stroking. Since the clan had made a move, it should be fine, right? The other sacred grounds must have sent their top big shots too. Yin Zhaoge glanced around. The problem is me. I'm now a professional bait, used specifically to lure people onto the hook. Before, it was to fish for the Red Spirit Flag Master. Now the target has switched to people of the Sacred Sun clan. Ahu frowned and asked, Young Master, the Red Spirit Flag Master hasn't he stirred? Might he join the fray now? Yin Zhaoge waved his hand in denial. For him, the waters are too murky right now. The three sacred grounds are all watching Eastern Tang. He simply can't sneak in. If he shows his face, he'll be slapped dead immediately. While Elder Qin had entered Sealing Dragon Abyss, Elder Kong stayed outside to wait for the Sacred Sun clan's people. Ahu grinned foolishly. Young Master, your chance to earn merit has come again. Scram. Yin Zhaoge cursed with a smile. You think I rely solely on that to earn merit? After laughing, he asked seriously, back to business, has the message been sent? Ahu stopped smiling and replied solemnly. They sent it out as they entered Sealing Dragon Abyss. Yin Zhaoge nodded, gazing into the distance, and murmured, if they're going to act, it'll likely be this time. I'm curious how Yin Su plans to deal with me. As time passed, the black fog in the distance surged nearer, its momentum growing ever more overwhelming. After an indeterminate span, the black fog suddenly quaked, and dazzling radiance burst out from within, piercing straight through the clouds. Those in Linyuan City monitoring the situation all breathed a sigh of relief. Though the situation remained unclear, the black fog's aura was clearly being suppressed. But soon, Yin Zhaoge received another piece of news. The good mood born of Sealing Dragon Abyss coming under control vanished completely upon receiving it. The Eastern Tang's monarch, Zhao Shurqing, has met with danger in Sealing Dragon Abyss. Uncle Zhao ran into danger in Sealing Dragon Abyss? In Sealing Dragon Abyss? Could it be the Sacred Sun clan's doing? Elder Qin was accompanying Uncle Zhao precisely to guard against the Eastern Rising Lord and his people. Yin Zhaoge drew a breath and looked at the black-bearded middle-aged man before him. This black-bearded middle-aged man was Elder Kong, who had come from the mountain gate to the heavenly Eastern continent to assist Elder Qin. Elder Kong had gentle, scholarly features, and wore long robes, looking like a middle-aged scholar. Yin Zhaoge had known him from the mountain gate and knew this elder always left room in his words. If he said Zhao Shiqing had met with danger in Sealing Dragon Abyss, the reality was likely worse. Elder Kong looked at Yin Zhaoge and said concisely, "Elder Qin and the others are still suppressing the abyssal aberration. I have to go rescue the Eastern Tang's sovereign and bring him out. In that case, I want to be able to stay and watch over you. Are you willing to enter Sealing Dragon Abyss with me?" Yin Zhaoge didn't hesitate. "I'll go in with you." Elder Kong nodded, said no more, and set out at once. On the way, Yin Zhaoge gradually heard the ins and outs of the matter. Though the aberration at Sealing Dragon Abyss hadn't fully subsided, there shouldn't be any further major upheavals. Elder Kong said that the root of this large-scale aberration was actually on Hell's side. Yin Di and other experts had already gone there to deal with it, and the aberration at Sealing Dragon Abyss would naturally fade away. Earlier, Old Man Ghost Axe, Han Sheng, and his group had planted a trigger within Sealing Dragon Abyss, something of a foreshadowing. Once a great upheaval occurred on the Hell side, it would trigger a chain reaction here in the Sealing Dragon Abyss. Han Sheng's prior methods had been exposed early by Yin Zhaoge, and part of them had already been cleared out. Today, they were to be eradicated root and branch. However, a hitch occurred during the execution. Zhao Shiqing drew on the power of the formation to assist, and together with Elder Qin, people of the Sacred Sun Clan and Kangming Mountain worked to suppress the Sealing Dragon Abyss's abnormality. Midway through the ritual, the formation suddenly destabilized under the Sealing Dragon Abyss's impact, its power reversed, and as a result a massive surge of chaotic, baleful qi poured into Zhao Shiqing's body. The force wreaking havoc within the Sealing Dragon Abyss seized on this as a flaw and launched a full counterattack, almost concentrating all the pressure onto Zhao Shiqing alone. Although Elder Qin and the others suppressed the riotous power in time, Zhao Shiqing was already gravely injured as a result. More troubling, with a large amount of chaotic, baleful qi like black mist invading his body, Zhao Shiqing not only fell into a coma, he also couldn't move. That chaotic, baleful qi was like chains, dragging Zhao Shiqing down into the abyss. The Eastern Tang martial artists accompanying him could only barely keep Zhao Shiqing from being swallowed by the abyss. Escorting him out for treatment was beyond them. When Elder Kong entered the Sealing Dragon Abyss, the first thing he did was cut off the invasion of the chaotic, baleful qi, then get him out of this peril before thinking of how to save him. But halfway along, Yin Zhaoge and Elder Kong found themselves unable to move an inch. A middle-aged woman in white suddenly appeared before them, a golden sash at her waist with a tremor of the aura around her. The surrounding black mist roiled, and no one dared approach. She looked coldly at Elder Kong and Yin Zhaoge and said, "The Sealing Dragon Abyss's abnormality has already been quelled. It's time we settled the accounts between us. Did you at Broadcreed Mountain really think my Sacred Sun Clan is easy to bully?" Elder Kong frowned and demanded, "Was it you who tampered with things and caused a mishap in Eastern Tang's formation?" The middle-aged woman flicked her fingernail and arched a brow. "Don't talk nonsense. The Sealing Dragon Abyss's upheaval and even Hell's turbulence are major matters for the entire Eight Extremities world. Everyone contributed. My Sacred Sun Clan naturally did as well. Why would we deliberately hold anyone back? As for the Eastern Tang's ruler, one can only say his luck was lacking." A chill grew in the woman's eyes. Of course, there's also a more blunt possibility he failed to recognize the general trend and set himself against my Sacred Sun Clan. Perhaps he brought divine retribution upon himself. Elder Kong's face darkened as he recognized her as a high-ranking elder of the Sacred Sun Clan. Though not counted among the 7 sons of the sun, her cultivation and attainments were likely in no way inferior to the East Rising Lord. Elder Kong did not fear her, but with her blocking them, moving forward became extremely difficult. The longer this dragged on, the more danger Zhao Shiqing was in. Judging by the situation, the Sacred Sun Clan had clearly prepared in advance, and needless to say, Elder Qin was likely being pinned down by the East Rising Lord as well. Even more worrying, Zhao Shiqing had fallen into a coma. Whether he could leave the Sealing Dragon Abyss alive was still in question. Outside, Prince Jin Zhaoshilai, Whether it was Elder Qin or Elder Kong, as long as either was present outside, Zhao Shilai wouldn't dare make the slightest rash move. But if only Yin Su was there, once Zhao Shilai replaced Zhao Shiqing in controlling the Grand Formation, Yin Su would be in serious trouble, hard to handle. Yin Zhaoga said softly, "Elder Kong, I'll go find Uncle Zhao." Elder Kong turned to glance at him. Yin Zhaoga nodded in response. "I'll go?" Elder Kong furrowed his brows slightly, hesitated a moment, then, pressed for time, could only nod his consent. He quickly told Yin Zhaoga the Eastern Tang Party's location and said, "Remember the position and be careful." Yin Zhaoga's string of miracles had also given Elder Kong a bit more confidence in him. Yin Zhaoga said no more and immediately headed deeper with Ahu. The middle-aged woman moved to block them, only to be intercepted by Elder Kong. Her willow brow stood on end as she sneered. "That Yin D's son? A mid-outer astral pressing down a late outer astral like Shao Sheng is indeed rare, but don't forget, a genius who dies young amounts to nothing in the end." Elder Kong replied in a low voice, "Once a person dies, they're nothing but a handful of Yellow Earth Grandmaster or even Martial Saint, all the same." Before his words fell, his palms crossed as he unleashed Broad Creed Mountain's orthodox martial art, one of the supreme 8 extremities, the Huangjin palm striking at her. The middle-aged woman was not to be outdone, bringing forth one of the Sacred Sun Clan's top-tier martial arts to face Elder Kong head-on. As these two veteran martial saints clashed, they fought so fiercely the sealing dragon abyss seemed on the verge of shaking itself apart. Walking in the abyssal ravine, Yin Zhaoga felt the ground behind them quake violently, with aftershocks coming from all directions. Clearly, with Elder Qin and the East Rising Lord at their heads, the Broad Creed Mountain and Sacred Sun Clan experts who had entered the sealing dragon abyss were already engaged in battle. With the root on Hell's side severed and the sealing dragon abyss's abnormality quelled, the two sides finally fought without restraint, turning heaven and earth upside down. As he traversed the sealing dragon abyss, Yin Zhaoga felt heaven and earth flip, space seemingly liable to shatter at any moment. Ahu hobbled along, sticking closely to Yin Zhaoga's side, shouting, "Young master, they're trying to pull the rug out from under us." Yin Zhaoga let out a cold laugh, eyes narrowed. "The last time we stumbled in Jingyang City, we have to get back up from where we fell. Their appetite is huge. They're not just out to hurt me or take revenge for Junior Sister Feng. They're aiming to humiliate our entire sect. They want to devour Dongtang, seize a foothold in Tiandong continent, and step right into the entire celestial domain." Yin Zhaoga exhaled slowly. Uncle Zhao, being the ruler of a nation, wouldn't take such a risk lightly without ensuring his safety. Elder Qin traveled with him specifically to prevent retaliation from the Radiant Sun sect. But it seems the issue isn't with Dongsheng Jun's actions. Instead, something went wrong with the Jingyang array. Uncle Zhao is compassionate and lenient towards his people, but the Radiant Sun sect's infiltration into Dongtang runs far deeper than we imagined. The more meticulously planned their schemes are, the more likely they are to leave behind traces that could expose them to their enemies. If the Radiant Sun sect had stuck to their original timeline, it might have been easier for us to anticipate and counter them. But the sudden upheaval in Jinlong Abyss filled in their gaps, allowing them to launch their plan ahead of schedule. Yin Zhaoga's expression darkened. "And it's not just the Radiant Sun sect. I'm afraid Kangmang Mountain will want a piece of the action too." In Jinlong Abyss, a group of black-clad figures stood silently, staring at the seemingly collapsing gorge ahead. They stood like immovable mountains, silent yet imposing, their presence overwhelming. They were all martial artists from Kangmang Mountain. Kangmang Mountain, with its vast mountain territories, stood alongside the Radiant Sun sect and Guangqing Mountain as one of the top holy lands in the world. Among these martial artists was a young man, sharp-eyed and defiant. It was none other than Zhao Hao, the 16th Prince of Dongtang. The upheaval in Jinlong Abyss has been suppressed. The Black Mist is much more stable now, and even body-tempering martial artists can enter. Otherwise, I'd have to exert more effort, Zhao Hao remarked, turning to the Kangmang Mountain martial artist beside him. "Elder He, can you confirm where my father is?" The leader of the group was an elderly man who looked frail and aged. Yet, standing there, He seemed as unyielding as a towering mountain in Jinlong Abyss. The old man replied flatly, "As long as the powder you provided is reliable, we can find him." Zhao Hao nodded. "No time to waste. Let us move out. I'm just a body-tempering martial artist right now. In Jingyang City, I can't do anything to Zhao Shilai. But using my father as leverage might just give me an opportunity." "Elder," he said, "that remains to be seen. To ensure Guangqing Mountain and the Radiant Sun sect feel secure enough to act, our sect master didn't enter Dongtang, but he has made all the necessary preparations. If you succeed, our support will follow immediately, helping you ascend the throne in Dongtang. If you fail, it doesn't matter, you'll come back to the mountain territories with us. Your talent and skills are more than enough for you to join our Kangmang Mountain." Zhao Hao took the first step forward, his voice cold. "I want to fail. To wake wielding a blade that takes lives, and to rest cradling beauty now that is living." A martial artist said worriedly, "Elder Yin, it seems their target isn't Yin Zhaoga, but all of Dongtang." Yin Su's face remained unchanged as he replied, "We'll head to the Dongtang Royal Palace first. Our priority is to stabilize the Jingyang array." Whatever plans he had behind the scenes, Yin Su had no intention of letting the Radiant Sun sect take Dongtang and push Guangqing Mountain out. As he directed his subordinates, he asked, "Has Yin Zhaoga entered Jinlong Abyss?" A subordinate answered, "Yes, he went in with Elder Kong. Jinlong Abyss is in chaos right now. Ordinary people wouldn't dare approach even the outskirts. Elder Qin and Elder Kong are probably locked in a fierce battle with the Radiant Sun sect." Yin Su nodded, silently contemplating. The Radiant Sun sect wants to take Dongtang while getting rid of Yin Zhaoga. Elder Qin and Elder Kong are being held back by Dongxing Jun and other strong opponents. But the Radiant Sun sect still has additional forces. Yin Su's eyes turned icy. "Dongtang 1T be handed over to you. As for Yin Zhaoga," he called over a trusted aide and instructed, "Keep a close eye on what's happening in Jinlong Abyss." In Jingyang City, at the Jing Prince's manor, Prince Jing, Zhao Shilai, stood in the front courtyard. A group of martial artists silently gathered behind him, each one radiating strength and vitality. Beside Zhao Shilai stood a martial artist from the Radiant Sun sect, who spoke slowly. "Your Highness, sometimes you have to make the cut." Zhao Shilai took a deep breath. Lately, King Zhao Shiqing's actions had been leaning entirely towards Guangqing Mountain, and the situation was becoming clearer. This left Zhao Shilai in an incredibly awkward position. He was a grandmaster, one of the 3 grandmasters in the Dongtang royal family. For the sake of Eastern Tang's overall strength, neither Zhao Shiqing nor his successor would dare to act rashly against him. But if the conflict between Guangqing Mountain and the Great Sun Sacred Sect escalated further, Zhao Shilai's position would no longer be secure, all for the stability of Eastern Tang. Zhao Shilai knew his elder brother Zhao Shiqing too well. When push came to shove, that man never lacked the resolve to make tough decisions. Since that's the case, he had to act immediately. "Move out. The array's core is in the inner palace." Zhao Shilai took the lead and strode forward. There's no way the Great Sun Sacred Sect could destroy Guangqing Mountain in one go. Even if they seized Eastern Tang now, they'd still have to guard against Guangqing Mountain striking back later. Sooner or later, Eastern Tang would become the focal point of a tug-of-war. Instead of sitting around and watching the situation worsen, it's better to take a bold gamble. At the root of it, Zhao Shilai refused to stay subordinate forever. The Eastern Tang royal family had 3 great masters. Besides Zhao Shiqing and Prince Jin Zhao Shilai, there was also an elder prince. This elder prince shared Zhao Shiqing's views and was currently guarding the array's core. He already knew about the array's disturbance and Zhao Shiqing being injured and trapped. Calmly, he kept the news sealed. But when he saw Zhao Shilai approaching, his bad premonition became a reality. "Shilai, uncle, forgive me." Without further words, Zhao Shilai made his move. The elder prince let out a long sigh, stepping in front of Zhao Shilai to block him. Their followers clashed instantly, chaos breaking out. From the outside, the grand array over Jingyang City trembled, giving off a precarious and stormy vibe. In Jinlong Abyss, black mist swirled, and deep within the canyon, a glowing barrier covered a vast area. Within the glow, The ground was etched with spiritual patterns radiating bursts of light. These intricate patterns formed a massive array diagram, resembling the Eastern Tang's Grand Array over Jingyang City, but much smaller in scale. Outside the glowing barrier, the winds and clouds in Junlong Abyss surged violently. The aftershocks of the fight between Guangqing Mountain and the Great Sun Sacred Sect made the array seem on the verge of collapse. At the core of the intersecting patterns lay the unconscious Eastern Tang ruler, Zhao Shiqing. A massive black pillar of energy extended from his body, with faint crimson glimmers swirling within. The black energy stretched far, clashing with the array, its other end plunging deep into the abyss below. It looked like a ferocious black serpent, coiling tightly around Zhao Shiqing's body. Surrounding him, Eastern Tang martial artists struggled to sustain the array while searching for ways to sever the black energy and save him. Suddenly, the array seemed to be triggered by an external force, its patterns twisting violently. Caught in the pull, the unconscious Zhao Shiqing shuddered, black blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. "Your Majesty!" The crowd cried out in alarm. Yin Zhaoge dodged falling boulders from above, slicing through the black mist, and finally reached the edge of the array. His first sight was the trembling array and Zhao Shiqing coughing up blood. Yin Zhaoge furrowed his brow. "I knew something's gone wrong back in Jingyang City." Seeing reinforcements from Guangqing Mountain, the Eastern Tang warriors felt a surge of hope. But when they realized it was just Yin Zhaoge and Ahu, their joy vanished instantly. To sever that black energy pillar, it would take the strength of a great master. Outside the array, the Great Sun Sacred Sect's warriors, locked in battle, also noticed someone approaching Zhao Shiqing. In an instant, the black mist dissipated, replaced by blinding golden light, like a blazing sun descending into the abyss, erasing all shadows. That terrifying golden light slashed straight toward Yin Zhaoge. The golden blade, like a setting sun, aimed directly for Yin Zhaoge's head. But another streak of overwhelming blade energy tore through the air, intercepting the golden light in a fierce clash. Yin Zhaoge didn't even glance upward. He stepped into the protective array and dashed straight toward Zhao Shiqing. The long-lost technique of the Eight Extremities world, the Heaven Abyss reversal art, unfolded in Yin Zhaoge's hands. He pushed the reverse flow technique to its limit, his dragon-like energy surging wildly. This time, instead of drawing the black mist like ominous energy into himself as during his earlier practice, he unleashed his full power outward. With a single palm strike, cutting like a blade, he slashed directly at the black energy pillar, entangling Zhao Shiqing. As his palm landed, the black energy pillar twisted violently. It wriggled like a wounded, living serpent, its massive body writhing in pain. At the point of impact, the black energy pillar visibly thinned, as if a large chunk had been gouged out. How is that even possible? The Eastern Tang warriors stared in disbelief. Yin Zhaoge didn't waste time explaining, his palm cutting through the air again and again, striking the same spot repeatedly. The black energy pillar quaked uncontrollably before shattering with a thunderous crack. One section recoiled back into the abyss, while the other surged back into Zhao Shiqing's body. Zhao Shiqing convulsed once more, dark blood seeping from his lips again. But without the black energy tethering him, the group could finally carry him out of Jinlong Abyss. Though stunned by Yin Zhaoge's performance, the Eastern Tang warriors knew they couldn't waste any time. They hurriedly helped Zhao Shiqing retreat from the dragon's sealing abyss. The storm above grew even fiercer. The warriors of the Sacred Sun clan tried to break through from above, while Broad Creed Mountain's fighters relentlessly countered their attacks. Dongxing Jun fought with no holds barred. His flaming sky saber strikes rained down as if he intended to completely destroy the dragon sealing abyss and bury everyone within it. The usually fiery Elder Qin, on the other hand, remained unusually composed. He wasn't aiming for glory, he just wanted to avoid any mistakes. With precision and caution, he blocked Dongxing Jun's assaults move by move, buying time for Yin Zhaoge and the others to retreat. Yin Zhaoge followed alongside the Eastern Tang warriors, protecting Zhao Shiqing as they made their escape. The situation was dire for both him and Broad Creed Mountain. Zhao Shicheng was gravely injured. Whether he could survive this upheaval, even after being rescued from the dragon-sealing abyss, was uncertain. Wait, something's off. What is that smell? After walking for a while, Yin Zhaoge suddenly frowned and leaned closer to Zhao Shicheng, sniffing carefully. Damn, it's the pollen of the ghost flower grass? Yin Zhaoge rolled his eyes and said, this stuff is usually colorless and odorless. It only gives off a scent when it comes into contact with the chaotic aura of the dragon-sealing abyss. The Eastern Tang warriors nearby looked at him, a mix of shock and confusion on their faces. Yin Zhaoge pinched the bridge of his nose. So Kangming Mountain is getting involved too, huh? Eastern Tang was known for its expertise in alchemy, and their ruler, Zhao Shicheng, was one of the top 3 alchemists in the region. It wasn't surprising that Zhao Shicheng himself hadn't noticed the anomaly, let alone the others, who were less knowledgeable. Among the major holy grounds, Kangming Mountain's alchemy skills were relatively weaker, and they didn't even produce ghost flower grass. Zhao Hao Yin Zhaoge narrowed his eyes. This kind of obscure pharmacological knowledge was something only Zhao Hao, aside from himself, would understand in this area. Although Zhao Hao was far away and didn't have the cultivation level to detect the smell himself, he could direct the Grandmasters of Kangming Mountain to track the scent. If they were bringing Grandmasters with them, their movement speed would surely outpace Yin Zhaoge's group. Once their location was exposed, simply running away wouldn't cut it. Ahu, go catch a fast magical beast. Yin Zhaoge shouted. Without asking why, Ahu immediately dashed off to carry out the task. Without hesitation, Yin Zhaoge stripped off Zhao Shicheng's outer robe, tied it onto the magical beast Ahu had brought, and then released the beast. Keep moving. Don't stop, Yin Zhaoge said. Even without the robe, Zhao Shicheng still carries the ghost flower grass scent. Any delay will give us away. The group pressed on, but the tremors within the dragon-sealing abyss grew more violent, as if the heavens themselves were collapsing. His Majesty's condition is worsening. As they walked, an Eastern Tang warrior reported in a solemn tone. Yin Zhaoge frowned and stepped closer. Zhao Shicheng's face was darkened, with intertwining streams of blue and red energy swirling around him. Though unconscious, his inner energy was instinctively resisting the invasive chaotic aura. The clash within his body, combined with the external disturbances, was pushing him dangerously close to losing control. Continuing to move him in this state would only hasten his demise. Even with the Eastern Tang's innate grandmasters using their energy to protect him, in the apocalyptic chaos of the dragon-sealing abyss, there was no guarantee of safety. Yin Zhaoge took a deep breath. If we can't move any further, then we'll race against time. Put Zhao Shicheng down. I'll treat him. Given Yin Zhaoge's previous miraculous interventions, coupled with the Yin family's history with Zhao Shicheng, the Eastern Tang warriors decided to place their trust in him. Several grandmasters immediately stepped forward to assist. Yin Zhaoge placed one palm on Zhao Shicheng's chest and the other on his back, channeling his heaven-breaking reverse flow technique to guide the chaotic aura out of his body. Ahu and the others stood guard around them with utmost vigilance. Ahu's expression was unusually serious, a hint of worry flashing in his eyes as he watched Yin Zhaoge and Zhao Shicheng. Thankfully, as time passed, Zhao Shicheng's condition gradually stabilized, bringing visible relief to the group. But the formation centered around Zhao Shicheng was growing increasingly unstable. It was clear that the situation in Jingyang City was deteriorating rapidly. Just then, Ahu and the others furrowed their brows in unison. A rift opened in the black mist far away, and a group of warriors emerged. Every one of them was clad in black, the signature attire of Kangming Mountain. Leading the group was none other than a grandmaster, with none other than Zhao Hao standing beside him. Zhao Hao glanced at Yin Zhaoge and Zhao Shicheng, his tone calm, yet probing. You actually managed to detect the ghost flower grass pollen? Good thing we got close enough. Even a grandmaster can barely catch the scent. Otherwise, your little trick of shedding the snake's skin would be worked. The Kangming Mountain grandmaster spoke indifferently. Zhao Guozhu is not merely injured. The chaotic aura of the dragon-sealing abyss has invaded his body. If treated improperly, it could cost the Zhao King's life. In this situation, it's best for a grandmaster-level warrior not to take action. Our sect's grand elder, he is on his way. Let him handle the Zhao King's treatment. That's the right approach. He stepped forward and said, saving a life is like fighting a fire. The sooner, the better. Hand him over to us now. Zhao Hao's gaze didn't fall on Yin Zhaoga or Ahu. Instead, he stared coldly at the other Eastern Tang warriors. Delaying the treatment might just cost my father's life. Who's going to take responsibility for that? Facing Zhao Hao, the leading Eastern Tang warrior didn't back down. Your Highness, I clearly recall that His Majesty ordered you to stay in Jingyang City and not leave without royal permission. So how do you explain your presence here now? Zhao Hao wasn't angry. He replied calmly. Naturally, I'm concerned about my father's injuries. You know I'm skilled in medicine and alchemy. The Eastern Tang Grandmaster retorted. So you dared to defy orders and even left tracking powder on His Majesty? Zhao Hao stood there, hands behind his back, his expression composed. Don't make baseless accusations. I can recognize the scent of ghost grass pollen, but I have no idea how it ended up on my father. However, now doesn't seem like the time to argue about such trivial matters. He glanced at Yin Zhaoga and Zhao Shiqing. Saving my father is the most important thing. We can't waste any more time. One of the warriors from Kangmeng Mountain at Zhao Hao's side bowed slightly and said, apologies in advance. As soon as he finished speaking, a group of Kangmeng Mountain warriors moved to surround the Eastern Tang warriors. Kangmeng Mountain had the advantage in numbers, strength, and skill. Even at the same level of cultivation, they held the upper hand. Though the Eastern Tang side had a protective formation, the pressure was overwhelming. Zhao Shiqing remained unconscious. Jingyang City was in turmoil, and outside, the black mist from Zhenlong Abyss continued to creep forward. The protective formation was already severely weakened. Two innate grandmasters from Kangmeng Mountain stepped forward first, stabilizing the formation. Then the rest of their grandmaster warriors began forcing their way inside. One of the Eastern Tang innate grandmasters, who had been treating Zhao Shiqing alongside Yin Zhaoga, now had no choice but to stop and prepare to fight. But before he could act, there were two loud bangs. A large man had stepped in front of everyone, grabbed two of the advancing Kangmeng Mountain warriors, and tossed them aside like ragdolls. Ahu stood there, looking as if nothing had happened. He grinned at the opponents and said, my young master is here. We don't need you. Please leave. Seeing Ahu's move, the expression of the Kangmeng Mountain innate grandmaster grew cold. He stepped forward, thrusting out a palm. The force of his attack created a surging aura, like layers of mountain ridges pressing down. In an instant, the scene around everyone seemed to shift. It no longer felt like Zhenlong Abyss, but rather as if they were standing amidst towering mountains. The surrounding peaks seemed to move, crushing inward toward the center where the crowd stood. The Grandmaster's aura wasn't just a blade or weapon, it transformed into an entire illusory world, overwhelming his opponents. This was the skill of an innate Grandmaster, at least one in the mid-stage of cultivation. Ahu's grin widened, but his usual goofy expression now carried a menacing intensity. Then came a deafening roar, shaking the heavens like the awakening of an ancient beast, ferocious and unstoppable. Suddenly, before the Kangmeng Mountain warriors, a massive black tiger appeared. The tiger's roar was accompanied by a fierce windstorm that swept out in all directions. The illusory mountain range created by the Kangmeng Mountain Grandmaster's aura trembled violently under the storm, rocks cracking and shattering. Those towering mountains collapsed under the onslaught of the black hurricane, crumbling into nothingness. The faces of the Kangmeng Mountain warriors darkened instantly. One of them cursed, an innate Grandmaster? And you, as an innate Grandmaster, are willing to play errand boy for someone else? Don't you find that humiliating? Even the Eastern Tang warriors were stunned, unable to believe what they had just seen. They stared at Ahu in shock. Within the Grandmaster realm, the progression was from inner aura to outer aura, then to innate aura, and beyond that to the heaven-reaching realm. Heaven-reaching Grandmasters were usually reclusive, focusing on breaking through to the Grandmaster level and rarely appearing in the world. Innate Grandmasters, therefore, represented the pinnacle of the Grandmaster hierarchy. In the Eastern Tang and all of Tiandong continent, innate Grandmasters were not to be underestimated. Even in sacred grounds like Broad Creed Mountain or the Sacred Sun Clan, The highest-ranking elders were usually innate grandmasters, with most being at the outer aura level. In the Eastern Tang region, the leaders of many medium and small sects and families barely reached the level of innate grandmaster, if they reached it at all. In the Eastern Tang royal court, innate grandmasters were given the honorary title of guest officials. Yet here stood an innate grandmaster, at least mid-tier, serving as a mere attendant to Yin Zhaoge, running errands and following orders. Not as a bodyguard, but as a full-time subordinate. It was hard for everyone to reconcile the fierce, intimidating man in front of them with the tall, slightly naive yet sly follower who used to trail behind Yin Zhaoge. The warriors from Kangmang Mountain glared at Ahu with grim faces. Serving Yin Wudi as a servant is one thing, but even if he is Yin Wudi's son, how can you stoop so low to serve him like this? Where's your dignity? Your pride? Ahu casually picked his ear, flicked his fingers, and grinned. I do it because I want to. What has it got to do with you? Another innate master from Kangmang Mountain frowned, his expression darkening. I remember now. There was a rumor that Yin Di once crossed thousands of miles to rescue an old servant, even offending the Thunder Palace of the Thunder Domain's sacred ground in the process. But that old servant supposedly still died. In the end, Yin Di only brought back a child. Ahu's grin vanished, replaced by a serious expression. That child was my grandfather. I, Huang Hutting, am his descendant. Zhao Hao sneered coldly. Your grandfather was a servant out of gratitude, but you're willing to be a slave to the Yin family for life? You're born with a lowly spirit. You don't even deserve to be called a warrior. Ahu chuckled mockingly. You? Calling someone unworthy? I could crush you with one hand. To be honest, you don't even deserve to talk to my young master, let alone me. Zhao Hao's eyes widened, a cold glint flashing as Ahu suddenly let out a deafening roar. The sheer force of his energy sent Zhao Hao reeling, his vision blurring, blood trickling from his nose and mouth. No matter how high one's cultivation, how broad one's knowledge, or how strong one's aura, when faced with such an overwhelming difference in power, the result was utter domination. It was like a scholar facing a soldier. There was no room for argument. Not just Zhao Hao, but the other Kangmang Mountain warriors stumbled, their heads spinning, struggling to stay upright. It wasn't until the two innate masters from Kangmang Mountain shouted in unison that Ahu's roar subsided. Their faces were ashen, and without wasting words, they launched into the air, attacking Ahu together. Ahu smirked coldly, like a beast ready to devour its prey, spreading his arms wide and refusing to back down as he faced them head-on. The warriors from Eastern Tang wanted to step in but hesitated, seeing how Ahu held the line alone. They knew they had to tread carefully. His opponents aren't just any sect members. They're from Kangmang Mountain, a sacred ground in the mountain domain. The Eastern Tang warriors stared in shock, swallowing hard, unable to believe what they were witnessing. Meanwhile, the warriors from Kangmang Mountain were practically spitting blood in fury. This guy is just a servant of the Yin family. Suddenly, a terrifying aura descended upon them. Ahu's expression turned serious, while the Kangmang Mountain warriors broke into smiles. Elder He is here. The commanding presence of a grandmaster immediately suppressed everyone, leaving no room for doubt. The overwhelming aura of a grandmaster swept across the battlefield, stirring the winds and air currents. The warriors from Eastern Tang felt their hearts sink. Against such an opponent, even if they all joined forces, they stood no chance. Elder He of Kangmang Mountain appeared, his gaze falling on Yin Zhaoge and Zhao Shiqing. Before he could speak, his expression shifted slightly. The unconscious Zhao Shiqing suddenly opened his eyes. Their gazes locked mid-air, clashing intensely. Zhao Shiqing spoke calmly. Elder He, I appreciate your trouble in paying us a visit. As he spoke, he remained seated, clenching one fist while slamming the other hand onto the ground. Centered beneath Zhao Shiqing's feet, the previously dim and broken spiritual runes flared to life, spreading outward in a dazzling display. The power of the formation surged, rapidly recovering from its earlier weakened state to full strength. The sudden surge of energy forced Elder He and the other Kangmang Mountain warriors to retreat, pushing them out of the formation's boundary. How could it recover so quickly? Elder He turned to his companions, disbelief written all over his face. The two leading innate masters from Kangmang Mountain looked grim, shaking their heads with bitter expressions and astonishment in their eyes. They murmured quietly, "When we pursued him, his injuries were severe, he was barely alive. It's impossible for him to recover in such a short time. This feels like we've seen a ghost." Zhao Hao wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes fixed on Yin Zhaoga. Yin Zhaoga had his hands placed on Zhao Shiqing's chest and back, and Zhao Hao's gaze burned with disbelief. How did he recover so quickly? Grinding his teeth, Zhao Hao felt fresh blood seep from his mouth again. He prided himself on his unrivaled mastery of alchemy and medicine, second only to a few select individuals in the world. Yet even he couldn't have brought Zhao Shiqing back from the brink of death in such a short time. Zhao Hao had seen Zhao Shiqing's earlier condition with his own eyes and knew how severe the injuries were. But now, not only had Zhao Shiqing regained consciousness, he was even able to reactivate the formation. It was completely beyond Zhao Hao's expectations. Zhao Hao took a deep breath and said, "He's not just a master of the Golden Needle Elixir technique, his expertise in the entire realm of alchemy and medicine is extraordinary." Elder He's gaze fell on Yin Zhaoga, his eyes widening in shock. The young lord of Guangqing is no ordinary figure. He's like a dragon among men. So the rumors are true. This revelation left not only the people of Kangmang Mountain speechless, but also stunned the martial artists from the Eastern Tang Kingdom. Someone muttered nervously. Could it be some risky technique to forcefully awaken his majesty, only to leave him worse off later, maybe even driving him mad? Or maybe it's just the last flicker before the flame dies out. Yin Zhaoga glanced at the worried faces around him and couldn't help but roll his eyes. "Let me tell you, don't underestimate the job of a librarian." Zhao Shiqing nodded at Yin Zhaoga, then stood up and said, "I wasn't feeling well earlier, but now I'm fine. Thank you, Elder He, for coming all this way to check on me. This place, Zhenlong Abyss, isn't ideal for long conversations. After you leave here, I'll host a banquet for Elder He and everyone from Kangmang Mountain at the Royal Palace in Jinyang City." Elder He stared at Zhao Shiqing, his brows furrowed. He didn't believe Zhao Shiqing could have recovered completely from such severe injuries. But how much of his strength remained was unclear. And how much power Zhao Shiqing could still draw from the Jinyang formation was also an open question. If Zhao Shiqing were at his peak and could fully utilize the formation, Elder He knew he wouldn't stand a chance. Zhao Hao's eyes darted between Yin Zhaoga and Zhao Shiqing, but Zhao Shiqing didn't even spare him a glance. Back when Zhao Shiqing helped force back the Great Sun Sacred Sect in Jinyang City, Zhao Hao had already given up on him. Now, seeing Zhao Hao appear here with the people from Kangmang Mountain only made Zhao Shiqing more disappointed. Zhao Shiqing turned to Elder He and said calmly, "This isn't the place for further discussion. I'll take my leave. Elder He, feel free to stay as you wish." As soon as he finished speaking, he pushed his palms forward and pressed them into the air. The formation patterns trembled, the airflow surged, and with Zhao Shiqing at the center, Yin Zhaoga, Ahu, and the Eastern Tang people were swept upward, away from Zhenlong Abyss. Elder He's face darkened. He was deeply reluctant to let them leave just like that. Though he wasn't as confident as before, he hesitated no longer and immediately made his move to stop Yin Zhaoga and Zhao Shiqing. But just then, a massive shockwave erupted from the distance. A fierce blade aura tore through the sky, as if it were about to split the entire Zhenlong Abyss in two. It's Elder Dongzhou from Guangqing Mountain and Dongxing Jun from the Great Sun Sacred Sect, they've arrived. A colossal blade light slashed across the heavens, cutting off Kangmang Mountain's retreat. Golden blade light flared up, clashing once again with the overwhelming blade aura. Unfortunately, the people of Kangmang Mountain had already missed their chance to give chase, unable to catch up in time. Elder He's expression grew even grimmer as he said, "The moment is lost. It seems we'll have a hard time controlling the situation from here on out. Let us go. We need to contact the head elder of our sect and decide whether to advance or retreat." He turned to Zhao Hao and said coldly, "You stay in the Eastern Tang. I don't see much of a future for you from now on." Zhao Hao stayed silent, not saying a word. Yin Zhaoga and Zhao Shiqing could also feel the aura of Elder Qin and Dongxing Jun closing in earlier. Even more significantly, Elder Kong and the female grandmaster from the Great Sun Sacred Sect had already taken their battle from inside Jinlong Abyss to the outside, their fight shaking the land for hundreds of miles, overturning everything in their path. Uncle, the chaotic energy in your body hasn't been completely purged, Yin Zhaoge said, looking at Zhao Shiqing. How confident are you about the situation back in Jingyang City? Zhao Shiqing's face paled slightly as he focused for a moment before replying. Shirlai has already broken into the royal palace. The Great Sun Sacred Sect is assisting him. My royal uncle can't hold him off, and he has already taken control of half the formation. Since I'm not in the palace, regaining control will be quite the struggle. Zhao Shiqing pushed his palm forward, the airflow swirling as he brought Yin Zhaoge and the others back to the ground. His body was in no condition to waste energy he needed to conserve his strength for the battles ahead. Fortunately, the Eastern Tang had way stations scattered throughout its territory, so they didn't have to worry about travel. Getting back to Jingyang in time doesn't seem likely. Zhao Shirlai's advantage will only grow stronger, Yin Zhaoge said. Uncle, I have an idea. It might be worth a try. Zhao Shiqing turned to him. Oh, Zhaoge, what is your plan? Yin Zhaoge replied. Our sect's Lingfeng Valley isn't far from Linyuan City and is also close to Jinlong Abyss. There are some supplies stored there. We could try setting up a reversal formation. Zhao Shiqing's eyes lit up. Setting up a reversal formation is no easy task. Are you saying you have a shortcut? Yin Zhaoge nodded. I have a formation diagram. It's a gamble, but it's worth a shot. And compared to rushing back to Jingyang City, this gamble has much better odds. Zhao Shiqing's heart skipped a beat after hearing the words, but he quickly sent a voice transmission. What about Lingfeng Valley and the Yunwen stone mine over there? Yin Zhaoge immediately responded. They've already started fighting. Su Chuan is experienced, he must have made preparations. The secret won't get out. Elder Qin managed to hold off the people from Kangmang Mountain, but there's no doubt they've stationed heavy forces along the outskirts of the Eastern Tang's mountainous borders, just waiting to strike. The Radiant Sun sect has also started making their move. Meanwhile, Zhao Shirlai is going berserk in Jingyang City, attacking like he's on fire. Every second counts right now. Zhao Shiqing glanced at Yin Zhaoge and sent another message. Can I take a look at your array diagram? Before the words finished echoing, Yin Zhaoge pulled out a piece of silk. The silk shimmered with surging energy. Though it wasn't torn, faint marks appeared on its surface as a swish sounded. A complex array diagram unfolded before Zhao Shiqing's eyes. Zhao Shiqing studied it closely, comparing it with the array principles in his mind, and suddenly everything clicked. This method could work, Zhao Shiqing said. But whether we can set up the array depends on whether we have enough supplies. Yin Zhaoge replied. Lingfeng Valley has a decent reserve. If we're short on anything, we can pull resources from the nearby Linyuan City. It's inevitable that Lingfeng Valley 1T have everything needed for the array. Even if the materials are sufficient, they have to put on a show of being short in front of the Eastern Tang forces. If it doesn't look like a last-minute scramble, it would imply premeditation preparation specifically targeting the Radiant Sun sect. After all, this reverse array diagram is powerful enough to shake the Jingyang Grand Formation. Even if Zhao Shiqing harbors no suspicions, other strong figures in the Eastern Tang might not be as trusting. Having made up their minds, the group immediately set off for Lingfeng Valley. Along the way, updates kept coming in. While the Eastern Tang wasn't entirely in chaos outside Jingyang City, all of Broad Creed Mountain's operations in the Eastern Tang were under threat from the Radiant Sun sect. And outside Lingfeng Valley, attackers had already gathered. Yin Zhaoge's group swiftly dealt with the obstacles. The long-prepared elder Su Chuan, who had received the news, came out to greet them as soon as they entered the valley. Now serving exclusively as Lingfeng Valley superintendent, Su Chuan had made the valley far more fortified than in the past. Yin Zhaoge wasted no time with pleasantries and went straight to the point. Elder Su, get everything on this list ready immediately. Note down anything that's missing. Understanding the urgency of the situation, Su Chuan calmly took the list and began mobilizing resources, reporting back with the missing items. These materials can all be found in Linyuan City, Su Chuan quickly added. We're unsure if our sect's storerooms have been compromised, but even if they have, other parts of Linyuan City will definitely have what we need. Neither the Radiant Sun Sect nor Kangmang Mountain would lack supplies. Taking the list, Yin Zhaoga turned to Ahu and said, Ahu, it's urgent. You'll have to make the trip. Take care out there. Zhao Shiqing and Yin Zhaoga needed to stay behind to set up the array, and among the others, Ahu was the strongest and most suitable for the mission. Grinning, Ahu scratched his head. Don't worry, young master. I'll be back in no time. With that, he turned and left, heading straight for Linyuan City. Watching Ahu's retreating figure, Zhao Shiqing remarked, Yendi didn't pass Broad Creed Mountain's core techniques down to him. But whether it's the Dark Gale Divine Wind Art or the Ghost Tiger Divine Claw, both are top-tier martial arts. Yin Zhaoga's eyes softened. Back then, my father actually wanted to take Ahu as his disciple, but Ahu stubbornly refused. So, Yendi had passed all the rare techniques he gathered from the former Wind Domain's Holy Land to Ahu instead. Over the years, Yendi had treated Ahu like a disciple in all but name. As for the original owner of Yin Zhaoga's current body, he had treated Ahu as both a servant and a friend. After coming into this body, Yin Zhaoga often felt that his interactions with the big man didn't feel like those of a master and servant. They would banter back and forth, their dynamic relaxed and enjoyable. In fact, this deepening bond with Ahu felt more in line with the original owner's memories than his relationships with people he had never met but only recognized from those memories. If not for Ahu's outwardly casual demeanor but inwardly strong sense of propriety, he'd practically be Yin Zhaoga's first real friend since arriving in this world. As Yin Zhaoga spoke with Zhao Shiqing, he also began assisting with setting up a new array within Lingfeng Valley. At first glance, the array bore some resemblance to the Eastern Tang's Jingyang Grand Formation. But upon closer inspection, the intricate patterns of the array were deceptively different, almost a mirror image, yet entirely opposite in function. The formation gradually took shape, glowing with spiritual light. The array patterns extended in all directions, slowly enveloping Lingfeng Valley. Zhao Shiqing sat at the array's core, one hand clenched into a fist, the other pressing firmly against the ground. Guided by him, the spiritual light of the Jingyang Grand Formation grew increasingly radiant. But the light flickered continuously, appearing rather unstable. Yin Zhaoga realized it was all because Prince Zayashili of Jingyang City had started a rebellion. Zhao Shiqing remained calm and composed, sitting upright. While channeling the power of the formation, he adapted to and controlled the reverse formation in Spirit Wind Valley, merging it with his own array. A glint flashed in his eyes, and the dragon robe on his body began to emit a golden glow. The golden light shimmered like scales, as if Zhao Shiqing had donned a dragon-scale battle armor. This was none other than one of the greatest treasures of Eastern Tang, a mid-grade spiritual weapon, the Golden Scale Dragon Radiance Armor. Usually hidden within Zhao Shiqing's body, it remained dormant until needed, transforming into a radiant armor to protect him. Back in Jinlong Abyss, it was this powerful defensive spiritual weapon that saved him. If not for its protection, when the array suddenly reversed and the Abyss's energy backlash erupted, it'd be questionable if Zhao Shiqing could survived. Yin Zhaoga formed a sword seal with his left hand and gestured with his right. A streak of emerald light shot into the sky before descending to the center of the formation, landing in front of Zhao Shiqing. It was Yin Zhaoga's spiritual weapon, the Emerald Dragon Sword. Zhao Shiqing lightly flicked the blade with his fingers, and a low dragon's roar resonated instantly. The Emerald Dragon Sword hovered mid-air, alive with its own spirit, refusing to settle down. The blade's surface shimmered with flowing light, faint dragon shadows appearing and gliding along its edge. Within the Golden Scale Dragon Radiance armor on Zhao Shiqing, golden dragon shadows also flickered, accompanied by a majestic dragon's roar. The Golden Scale Dragon Radiance armor anchored the array Zhao Shiqing was controlling, while the Emerald Dragon Sword suppressed the reverse formation in Spirit Wind Valley. Twin dragons mirrored each other, with both formations working in tandem, their combined aura growing increasingly overwhelming. But just then, the martial artists from Broad Creed Mountain and Eastern Tang in the valley furrowed their brows slightly. An overwhelming force suddenly surged from outside, pressing down towards Spirit Wind Valley. A golden sun rose between the mountain peaks at the valley's entrance, exuding a terrifying pressure as it bore down on the formation inside the valley. The Sacred Sun Clan. A Grandmaster is here. Yan Zhaoge frowned. Though the newcomer's strength didn't rival Zhao Shiqing's or Yin Su's, they were undeniably a Grandmaster-level force. Zhao Shiqing's expression remained as calm as still water. He clenched his fist and struck upward. The array responded instantly, its power surging toward the golden sun. As the two forces collided, a blinding light erupted, making it nearly impossible for anyone to look directly at it. Zhao Shiqing hadn't fully recovered from his injuries, and the array's power was already locked in a fierce clash with Jingyang's forces. Although he managed to keep the Grandmaster from breaking through, Zhao Shiqing and the array's strength were significantly tied up. Under the Grandmaster's relentless assault, cracks began to form in the array's defenses. Shadows flickered around the valley, and a group of Sacred Sun Clan martial artists charged in. Many among them radiated a fearsome aura, each step they took seeming to shake the very space around them. The hearts of those in Spirit Wind Valley sank, some muttering under their breath, so many innate Grandmasters. Yan Zhaoge focused his gaze and spotted a white-robed man with a large beard and venomous, snake-like eyes. It was Xiao Sheng. Xiao Sheng entered the valley, his gaze sweeping the area before locking onto Yan Zhaoge. Yan, Zhao, Gu. Xiao Sheng spat, each word like they were burning coals, his eyes blazing. Yan Zhaoge glanced at Xiao Sheng briefly, but then dismissed him without care. They came faster than expected. This isn't just about Eastern Tang. Narrowing his eyes, Yan Zhaoge muttered, Yin Su. With so many powerful Sacred Sun Clan martial artists present, Yan Zhaoge had to focus on helping Zhao Shiqing stabilize the array. He called out loudly, Elder Su, I understand. In the heat of the moment, Su Chuan dropped his usual slick demeanor. Steady and composed, he led the broad Creed Mountain martial artists under his command to confront the incoming Sacred Sun Clan fighters immediately. The Eastern Tang martial artists accompanying Yan Zhaoge and Zhao Shiqing also stepped forward to meet the enemy head-on. The invading Sacred Sun Clan members were a formidable group, packed with elite fighters and high-level masters. Despite its low profile, Broad Creed Mountain had secretly bolstered its defenses due to the jade essence deposits discoverable from cloud pattern stones. While Spirit Wind Valley appeared loosely guarded on the surface, its internal defenses were tightly secured, significantly strengthening its resilience. If not for these precautions, the Sacred Sun Clan would likely overrun the valley in one swift attack. Even so, with so many Grandmaster-level fighters striking together, the pressure on Spirit Wind Valley was immense. Su Chuan and the Eastern Tang's innate Grandmasters fought valiantly, holding the attackers at bay. For now, the battle was locked in a stalemate. The Sacred Sun Clan Grandmaster outside the valley launched wave after wave of attacks against Spirit Wind Valley and Zhao Shiqing, relentless and unyielding. Yan Zhaoge and Zhao Shiqing both wore grave expressions. Caught up in fending off the assaults before them, their efforts in Jingyang City were slipping further behind. Fighting on two fronts was stretching Zhao Shiqing dangerously thin. The reverse formation wasn't yet complete, and over in Jingyang City, Prince Xiaoshili was striking continuously. Control of the Jingyang array was steadily shifting in his favor. As the balance tipped, the array power Zhao Shiqing had gathered in Spirit Wind Valley began to falter. The Sacred Sun Clan Grandmaster, ever perceptive, sensed the subtle shifts immediately. Laughing coldly, he shouted, Zhao Shiqing, you've defied our sacred clan for long enough. This is your reckoning. You're so ignorant, blind to the tides of the world. Guangqing Mountain is already in its twilight, while my holy sun sect is at its zenith. Your brother Zhao Shilai is much smarter than you. For Dongtang's sake, it's better for him to take the throne. As he spoke, he clasped his palms together and thrust them forward with force. The central heaven palm from the seven arts of the great sun. The sun hung high, blazing in the sky. This move was all about raw power, embodying the wild and ferocious essence of the Holy Sun sect's martial arts. It overwhelmed with sheer force and dominance. The higher the warrior's level, the more devastating the technique became. The Grandmaster in front of them wielded the central heaven palm with a level of mastery far beyond that of the mere master level Chao Yuanlong. The crowd could only see blinding golden light ahead, the heat waves almost driving them insane. The Grandmasters in the area felt their protective energy ignite, as if it was about to combust on its own. Zhao Shiqing's face grew grim, his complexion darkening slightly. Green and red auras alternated across his face. The chaotic energy lingering inside him had not been fully purged and continued to stir trouble. Under this mounting pressure, the more they clashed, the more violent the chaos within him became. Taking a deep breath, he punched out again, his golden scaled dragon armor shining brilliantly, even emitting a faint dragon's roar from within. The Grandmaster of the Holy Sun sect let out a low shout, and his right arm suddenly glowed with a purple-gold radiance. It was a wrist guard, entirely golden, encrusted with 9 purple crystals, dazzling and imposing. Turns out, it was another spirit weapon. As the two clashed, both Zhao Shiqing and his opponent's bodies jolted slightly. The formation trembled once more, and Zhao Shilai's advantage far away in Jingyang City became even more pronounced. This, in turn, weakened Zhao Shiqing's ability to draw power from the formation. The Grandmaster of the Holy Sun sect, once gaining the upper hand, pressed on relentlessly. The central heaven palm struck out in rapid succession, shaking the very space around them as if it might shatter. Under the blazing light of the great sun, even the radiance of the formation's runes seemed dim. Zhao Shiqing had no choice but to tighten his defensive stance. But by doing so, the enemy's attacks began spilling over to Lingfeng Valley's protective barrier. Driven by the Grandmaster, the Holy Sun sect's warriors advanced step by step. Xiao Sheng's gaze pierced through the crowd, locking onto Yin Zhaoge with a venomous glare, like a snake ready to strike. Beside him, an innate level master formed a sword seal with his left hand and slammed his right hand onto the sword case behind him. A beam of sword light erupted, slicing through the sky like the rising sun at dawn. The dawn-breaking divine sword from the 7 arts of the Great Sun. A lower-grade spirit weapon, the flowing fire sword. The sword light was breathtaking, portraying the transition from dawn to sunrise, to the blazing midday sun, and finally to its descent behind the mountains, all in a single strike. Seeing this, Yin Zhaoge struck out a palm in midair, unleashing the radiant sun wheel. The moment the radiant sun wheel appeared, all the Holy Sun sect warriors paused briefly before attacking even more ferociously. Xiao Sheng glared at the radiant sun wheel, his eyes nearly tearing apart. He let out a sharp, furious roar and suddenly raised his palm. A glowing sigil appeared in his palm, resembling a solar corona. The radiant sun wheel in mid-air froze momentarily. TSK. Just as I thought, Yin Zhaoge frowned. Too bad I need the Azure Dragon Sword for the counter-array otherwise. Any other would be done. Suspended in mid-air, the radiant sun wheel could only watch as the Holy Sun sect warrior drove the flowing fire sword straight towards Lingfeng Valley. The valley's defensive formation, already weakened by the Grandmaster's relentless attacks, finally cracked under the sword strike. The Holy Sun sect warriors immediately stormed in. Xiao Sheng turned back to the innate level master beside him. Elder Liang, lend me a hand. The master nodded, unleashing another dawn-breaking divine sword. The flowing fire sword turned into a streak of crimson light, tangling with the radiant sun wheel in mid-air. Yin Zhaoge watched coldly, but had already moved to shield Zhao Shiqing. Grabbing the Azure Dragon Sword, he activated the counter-array, and the formation's runes flickered back to life. Zhao Shiqing's situation stabilized slightly. Xiao Sheng leapt forward, reaching out once more for the radiant sun wheel. The wheel trembled violently as the solar corona sigil in Xiao Sheng's palm grew brighter. The radiant sun wheels quivering slowly subsided. Xiao Sheng closed his eyes, sensing an emerging ray of light in the darkness. He felt himself reconnecting with the radiant sun wheel, its power returning to his grasp, a sensation so invigorating it sent chills across his body. He began severing Yin Zhaoge's link to the radiant sun wheel. Opening his eyes, Xiao Sheng's gaze was cold as ice as he stared at Yin Zhaoge. Yin Zhaoge, you are indeed extraordinary. But the more exceptional you are, the greater the threat you pose to my Holy Sun sect in the future. I must admit, I can't personally erase the shame you've brought me right now. But there are others who can take care of you. The Holy Sun sect warriors clashed fiercely with Su Chuan and the others. The forces of the Great Sun Sacred Sect were overwhelming, and without the support of the Lingfeng Valley S formation, Su Chuan and the others were immediately at a disadvantage. The sect dispatched their fighters, and a grandmaster at the innate stage strode directly toward Yin Zhaoge. Yin Zhaoge didn't flinch, locking his gaze on the approaching figure. With every step the grandmaster took, the surrounding air and scenery seemed to ripple with his presence. Yin Zhaoge stood firm, watching as the opponent closed in step by step. Suddenly, a deafening roar came from the distance, the sound closing in rapidly. Ahu surged forward like a black whirlwind, his energy raging around him as he placed himself between Yin Zhaoge and the enemy. "Young master, I'm back," Ahu shouted while unfastening a massive pack from his back, tossing it directly at Yin Zhaoge's feet. He stepped forward, standing face to face with the Grandmaster from the Great Sun Sacred Sect. Without another word, Ahu swiped his claws, unleashing a ferocious black storm that engulfed the sky. The Grandmaster roared in response, his energy forming an illusory world filled with radiant sunlight that poured down like a blazing sun. Golden sunlight collided with the black whirlwind in an instant. Ahu sneered coldly, his towering figure flickering like a shadow, ghostly and elusive. From within the whirlwind, a black tiger emerged, lunging fiercely at the crowd. Ahu suddenly crouched low, then leaped forward, tearing through the golden sun with his claws aimed directly at the opponent's throat and core. Wherever his ghost tiger claws passed, the air seemed to be ripped apart like fragile fabric. The black whirlwind condensed into the head of a ferocious tiger, its gaping jaws wide open, ready to devour the enemy whole. The innate Grandmaster wielding the flowing fire sword looked grim, momentarily withdrawing his radiant sun wheel as he slashed toward Ahu. A flash of light shimmered across Ahu's body, revealing a set of black battle armor that deflected the sword's strike. With a thunderous roar, Ahu sent one claw to intercept the opponent's breaking dawn divine sword. The first opponent who clashed with him hastily used the rising sun, crossing the sky movement technique to retreat, drenched in cold sweat. The flowing fire sword and Ahu's black abyss phantom armor were locked in a stalemate. Meanwhile, two other innate grandmasters from the Great Sun Sacred Sect shouted in unison, unleashing a storm of energy that enveloped the surroundings in an illusory world. They say the sky cannot hold two suns, yet before Ahu, there appeared two blazing suns. One hung high in the sky, scorching like midday, while the other rose like the dawn, radiating soft light. Ahu showed no fear, unleashing his full power as he leaped like a fierce tiger. The clouds rise with the dragon, and the wind follows the tiger. With a deafening roar, a black whirlwind erupted around him, kicking up sand and stones in a terrifying display of force. Yin Zhaoge caught the pack tossed by Ahu, quickly retrieving various rare treasures from within. Energy surged as Yin Zhaoge waved his hand, throwing the items into the reverse formation. With a flick of his finger, the spiritual patterns within the formation glowed brighter, connecting seamlessly to form a complete array in an instant. The Great Sun Sacred Sect fighters knew the workings of the reverse formation, but they never expected it to be set up so quickly. The Grandmaster had intended to breach Zhao Shiqing's defenses and seize the reverse formation, but Zhao Shiqing stubbornly held his ground, thwarting any attempts. Now, seeing the reverse formation fully activated, a sense of dread crept into the Grandmaster's heart. "Go!" Yin Zhaoge shouted sharply, flicking his wrist as the verdant dragon spirit sword soared into the air. Extending both palms outward, he pressed downward, unleashing its full power. The reverse formation in Lingfeng Valley roared to life, merging seamlessly with the grand array connected to Zhao Shiqing. A burst of violent, eerie red light erupted from the formation's patterns. In the distant imperial palace of Jingyang City, Zhao Shilai, who was controlling the grand array, suddenly shuddered, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Yin Zhaoge urgently called out, "Uncle, now is the time." Zhao Shiqing wasted no words, stepping into the array and assuming a combat stance. Yin Zhaoge looked over to see a spiritual tree shimmering above Zhao Shiqing's head, its branches swaying majestically in the wind. The power of the golden scale dragon splendor armor was fully unleashed as Zhao Shiqing struck with a powerful punch, instantly amplifying the array's strength. The Grand Master from the Great Sun Sacred Sect, who had been holding the upper hand, was suddenly forced back. Yin Zhaoge, Xiao Sheng, and the others exclaimed in shock, unable to believe that their apparent advantage had been overturned so quickly. Even with the reverse formation merged with the original array, it shouldn't produce such power so fast. Zhao Shiqing was gravely injured, and Zhao Shilai held the geographic advantage of Jingyang City. Yet the struggle for control over the Jingyang Grand Array had unexpectedly tipped in Zhao Shiqing's favor. A golden blade light streaked across the sky. Another innate Grand Master from the Great Sun Sacred Sect had just defeated his opponent and now unleashed the westward searing sky blade, slashing directly toward Yin Zhaoge. But before the blade could reach him, Ahu let out a furious roar. His left hand continued to wield the ghost tiger claw, while his right hand suddenly formed a fist. This was a technique Yin Zhaoge had privately taught him, one of the 6 spirits' demon fists. The tiger roared demon fist. Ahu went into a complete frenzy, his fists and claws flying, single-handedly holding off 3 innate grandmasters from the Great Sun Sacred Sect. His tiger-like roars echoed throughout Lingfeng Valley, leaving Su Chuan and the others stunned to their core. Xiao Sheng's face turned venomous, completely ignoring the Hui Sun wheel. "Get out of my way, you dog." He glared coldly at Yin Zhaoge and Ahu. "Since you're so loyal, I'll butcher you along with your master." The sinister words barely fell when Yin Zhaoge locked his gaze on Xiao Sheng. Suddenly, Xiao Sheng pulled out a cylindrical object from his robes, gripping one end tightly while aiming the other directly at Ahu. Yin Zhaoge's eyes widened as he roared, "Ahu, dodge. That's the solar rain." Ahu hesitated just for a split second, but his towering frame ultimately didn't manage to evade. Yin Zhaoge's brow twitched. Ahu tried to dodge, but Xiao Sheng shifted the solar rain's aim toward Yin Zhaoge instead. So, Ahu never actually dodged. In the next moment, the cylinder in Xiao Sheng's hand erupted in a blinding cascade of golden light. Countless golden needles rained down like sunlight pouring over the earth, dense and overwhelming, impossible to block. The innumerable solar divine needles surged like a torrent toward Ahu. The solar rain was the Big Sun Sacred Sect's most secretive weapon, specifically designed to shatter master-level protective energy. Anyone below a Grandmaster level struck head-on would almost certainly meet their doom. Even the sect's 3 innate Grandmasters scrambled to evade. Ahu's eyes blazed like fire, and with a ferocious roar, his protective energy expanded into an illusory world. A black whirlwind swept outward, devouring everything in its path like a crouching tiger or a swallowing whale. The eerie glow of his black phantom armor shimmered as Ahu braced himself defensively. The sharp clash of impacts echoed endlessly as thousands of golden solar divine needles embedded themselves into Ahu's body. On the other side, Zhao Shiqing let out a powerful roar, thrusting both palms forward. The Grand Formation's control instantly returned to Zhao Shiqing. Despite his severe injuries, with the Grand Formation's aid, his power surged to an extraordinary level. First, he activated the formation, sending a shockwave all the way to Jingyang City. The unprepared Prince Jin, Zhao Shilai, was struck, coughing up blood. Then, Zhao Shiqing unleashed a mid-air palm strike at the Big Sun Sacred Sect's Grandmaster, forcing him to retreat with blood spewing from his mouth. As the formation's power expanded rapidly, the Sacred Sect's warriors within were forced to retreat. Yin Zhaoge rushed forward, catching Ahu and handing him over to Su Chuan and the others who had arrived. Turning back, he saw Xiao Sheng retreating in a hurry. "Xiao Sheng, where do you think you're going?" Yin Zhaoge roared. With a leap, he closed the gap, lunging at Xiao Sheng like a tiger unleashed. The 6 spirits' demon fist tiger, Howl Demon Fist, erupted with earth-shaking momentum. Yin Zhaoge charged like a roaring tiger, his momentum unstoppable as he confronted Xiao Sheng head-on. Xiao Sheng retreated in panic, his body lifting into the air, trying to create distance between them. But Yin Zhaoge stepped forward in rapid succession, seemingly walking on air. From within his acupoints, the coiled ice dragon and flame dragon trembled and roared in unison. Frosty mist and fiery light erupted from his body, merging with his protective energy. Ice and fire intertwined, making him appear like a god descending upon the world. With one punch, the tiger's roar resonated, carrying the essence of a dragon-esque cry. The power of the Northern Dipper true martial god and the Shui Min Shang Chu acupoint exploded together. Under Yin Zhaoge's fist, Xiaosheng's evening glow phantom palm shattered instantly. Xiaosheng was horrified and immediately used the rising sun across the sky movement technique to flee. Huh! With a shout, Yin Zhaoge's spine straightened like a dragon uncoiling. This burst of power incorporated the Azure Dragon sleeve sword style, transforming into the Rising Dragon Soaring Cloud technique. The cloud-like dragon soared skyward in an instant. Just as Xiaosheng was about to move, Yin Zhaoge's speed outpaced him. He struck without hesitation. With both fists clenched, Yin Zhaoge suddenly spread his fingers like claws, gripping Xiaosheng's arms tightly. The two figures froze mid-air as Yin Zhaoge unleashed a devastating kick directly into Xiaosheng's chest. Simultaneously, his hands twisted with energy, the intertwined forces of the ice dragon and flame dragon spiraling like a storm, crushing Xiaosheng's arms. The opposing forces of the kick and pull contorted Xiaosheng's body like a broken rag. Boom! With a dull thud, blood and flesh exploded into the air. A rain of blood burst out, showering the sky and ground below. With a low growl, Yin Zhaoge tore both of Xiaosheng's arms clean off. Xiaosheng screamed, his voice shrill and piercing. Yin Zhaoge, how dare you? Yin Zhaoge tossed aside the severed arms, stepping on thin air as he chased after the flying Xiaosheng, his hands reaching forward once more. Dead men don't get to waste their breath. The surrounding sacred sect warriors, already forced back by Zhao Shiqing and the Grand Formation, couldn't intervene in time. They could only shout angrily from afar. Xiaosheng's eyes blazed with rage. Yin Zhaoge, don't get cocky. Even if you kill me, you're coming down with me. I'll be waiting for you in hell. Yin Zhaoge didn't even blink. With a single claw strike, he pierced right through Xiaosheng's chest. Another hand spread its 5 fingers wide, completely blocking Xiaosheng's view, landing right on his forehead. Yin Zhaoge grabbed Xiaosheng's head with one hand, sneering coldly. Oh, I'm so scared. Before the words even settled, the 5 fingers clenched tightly and yanked upward with brutal force. A burst of raw physical strength and domineering energy erupted simultaneously. Blood splattered everywhere once again. Yin Zhaoge twisted his neck and ripped Xiaosheng's head clean off. Xiaosheng's eyes rolled back, wide open in disbelief, refusing to close even in death. Lingfeng Valley fell into an eerie silence within seconds. Everyone stared blankly at Yin Zhaoge, who stood mid-air, holding Xiaosheng's severed head without moving. Yin Zhaoge. The next second, the warriors of the Radiant Sun sect roared in unison. Leading the charge was a grandmaster, and they all surged forward, rushing at Yin Zhaoge. In the valley, Zhao Shiqing remained calm, his left fist clenched, and his right palm thrust forward as both hands struck simultaneously. Golden dragons of light weaved through the sky, scales shimmering, their roars shaking the heavens as if real dragons had descended. Under Zhao Shiqing's command of the Grand Formation, the warriors of the Radiant Sun sect were forced to retreat, unable to advance even a step. Meanwhile, Su Chuan of Broad Creed Mountain and the masters from the Eastern Tang Kingdom shifted from defense to offense. Retreat. The Grand Master of the Radiant Sun sect growled reluctantly, leading his disciples to pull back. Zhao Shiqing's mouth dripped with blood, his face alternating between pale and flushed. He withdrew his strikes, and the others ceased their pursuit. Yin Zhaoge descended to the ground, still holding Xiaosheng's head, and walked back toward Ahu. Ahu was sitting cross-legged, his black nightmare ghost armor dimmed, riddled with countless golden needles deeply embedded into its surface. Ahu looked a bit haggard, though fortunately, the black nightmare ghost armor, a defensive and offensive artifact, had formidable protective capabilities. Otherwise, in the earlier clash with three innate masters, followed by Xiao Shung's surprise sun shower attack, Ahu would have been a goner. Even though the Black Nightmare ghost armor blocked the sun god's needles, the force still penetrated, injuring Ahu internally. While the needles didn't pierce through, it felt like Ahu had been hit 1,000 times all at once. Yin Zhaoge placed a hand on Ahu's back, helping him recover his energy. The others looked at Yin Zhaoge with complex expressions. Seeing Xiao Shung's actions confirm he was the culprit, Yin Zhaoge killing him seemed justified. But witnessing Yin Zhaoge personally taking Xiao Shung's life left everyone a bit shaken. Especially the ruthless and ferocious manner in which he did it was shocking. Earlier, during their fight, even if things got intense, it could have been dismissed as a sparring match, a simple case of one outmatching the other. After all, they were both top talents from their respective sects, each being groomed as future stars. Losing a duel was one thing, but killing your opponent outright? That was a whole other level. Not to mention, Xiao Shung's maternal grandfather was a major figure in the Radiant Sun sect. As Xiao Shung had warned, the Radiant Sun sect won't let this slide. This grudge was far more severe than merely sheltering a defector. Despite the mixed feelings, the warriors of Broad Creed Mountain and the Eastern Tang Kingdom felt a surge of exhilaration. For years, the Radiant Sun sect had pushed them around with unchecked arrogance. Who said they could strike without facing retaliation from Broad Creed Mountain? That logic didn't hold up. At this moment, Yin Zhaoge's expression returned to calm. The Azure Dragon Sword continued to act as the core of the counter formation, syncing perfectly with the grand formation Zhao Shiqing had activated. With a wave of his hand, the Radiant Sun wheel returned to Yin Zhaoge's palm. Everyone's gaze shifted to the Radiant Sun wheel, and realization dawned on them. Young Master Yin just killed Xiao Shung in the blink of an eye. As a late-stage external Grandmaster, Yin Zhaoge utterly crushed Xiao Shung, leaving no trace of resistance. An Eastern Tang warrior swallowed hard, muttering, Xiao Shung wasn't your average late-stage external Grandmaster. Among the Radiant Sun sect invaders, there were those even stronger than Xiao Shung. But within the same level, few would dare claim they could easily defeat him. The Radiant Sun sect's prodigy, known as the Illuminated Prince, stands alongside Yin Zhaoge as one of the four geniuses of this era. Xiao Shung and the Illuminated Prince were jointly called the Rising Sun, four talents the pride of the Radiant Sun sect's younger generation. Yet this golden child was effortlessly slain by Yin Zhaoge. If Xiao Shung was taken down so easily, then what about the others? Someone whispered in awe. Yin Zhaoge is way stronger than the rumors said. There had been stories of Yin Zhaoge defeating Xiao Shung while still in the mid-stage of the external Grandmaster realm. Those who hadn't seen it with their own eyes were naturally skeptical. But now, all doubts were erased. His refined demeanor and ruthless warrior spirit merged seamlessly in Yin Zhaoge. This book has already dropped off the new release rankings. Thanks to all the readers for your support, it once climbed to the top of the charts. However, after falling off the list, it lost a major promotional channel, and visibility has noticeably declined. It's clear that since leaving the rankings, the growth in collections has slowed significantly. These days, getting a new fantasy novel to stand out is seriously tough. The fantasy section on websites doesn't get the traffic it used to. Unless a book makes it onto the homepage's new releases list, it's almost impossible for readers to even notice it. To keep this book going strong, we need more exposure. Hitting the homepage recommendations and membership click rankings is a must. So here I am, asking you all to throw in those recommendation votes. Tap that membership button and add it to your favorites. Let us get this book and me onto the top lists, and we'll climb even higher together. Thank you all so much. The crowd was buzzing with chatter, and Yin Zhaoge could hear every word, but he wasn't feeling smug at all. While helping Ahu regulate his breathing, part of Yin Zhaoge's attention was still locked on that reverse formation. At this point, Zhao Shiqing's complexion had returned to normal. With the formation's support, stabilizing his injuries had gotten a lot easier. Seeing this, Yin Zhaoge finally felt a little more at ease. Ahu's breathing had steadied, and the ground around him was littered with solar gold needles. He opened his eyes, grinning through the pain. Good thing I had the spirit armor the Patriarch gave me, or I'd really be done for. Yin Zhaoga, seeing he was okay, smiled. How did that solar rain feel? Ahu grinned wider. Pretty intense. Yin Zhaoga pulled out a cylindrical object. It was the solar ring. This thing is nasty. Sure, it's a hassle to reload after one use, but its power is no joke. Here, you take it. If you ever need to surprise someone, let the Great Sun sect take the blame for it. The people around them couldn't help but laugh, shaking their heads. Ahu chuckled as he stepped forward. Master, that's a solid plan. Next time there's someone you don't like, I'll give them a taste. Of course, they were just joking around. Yin Zhaoga walked up to Zhao Shiqing. From the outside, Zhao Shiqing looked fine, as if his injuries had completely healed. Earlier, while helping with his recovery, Yin Zhaoga had also passed on some techniques from the profound abyss reversal art. Now, Zhao Shiqing was able to draw on the power of the formation to heal much faster. While he wasn't fully recovered yet, the worst was behind him. Zhao Shiqing looked at Yin Zhaoga and nodded slowly. Zhaoga, it's all thanks to you that we regained control of the Jingyang formation so quickly this time. As the others began to regain their clarity, their gazes toward Yin Zhaoga were filled with awe and admiration. It was Yin Zhaoga's methods that had turned the tide, pulling them back from the brink. His talent and strength were already exceptional, but his ability to completely shift the situation was on another level. He was no longer just some promising up-and-comer. This level of skill was far beyond what could be measured by the standards of a master at the outer gang stage. Yin Zhaoga bowed slightly to Zhao Shiqing. You're too kind, Uncle Zhao. It's still you who will serve as our pillar of support. As for the reverse formation, I just stumbled upon it. It's useful for now, but it's not something that can be relied on forever. Zhao Shiqing replied. If we're talking about pillars of support, we'll need Elder Qin and Elder Kong to hold their ground out there. If their clash with the Rising Sun Lord reaches a quick conclusion, the situation could shift again. Yin Zhaoga fell silent for a moment, his qi restraining his voice as he transmitted his thoughts to Zhao Shiqing. Uncle Zhao, something feels off. We need to leave Spirit Wind Valley as soon as possible. Zhao Shiqing's eyes flickered slightly. Yin Zhaoga's tone was grave. When Xiao Sheng was dying, he didn't seem like he was bluffing or cursing out of spite. It felt more like he was certain I'd follow in his footsteps soon. That's been bothering me. I understand you need time to stabilize the formation, but we might not have that luxury. Ahu had just caught his breath, and his injuries weren't fully clear yet. But there was no time to waste, they had to move. Zhao Shiqing glanced at Yin Zhaoga. Without asking further, he nodded decisively. All right, we'll retreat. The martial artists of the Eastern Tang Kingdom were worried about Zhao Shiqing's condition, but also eager for him to return to Jingyang City. His presence there would help eliminate the rebel faction led by Prince Jin, Zhao Shilai. On top of that, only in Jingyang City could Zhao Shiqing fully recover, using the formation's power to regain his peak state. Meanwhile, things in the Kangming Mountains were growing increasingly unstable, and there was a strong possibility that a grandmaster even more powerful than Elder he was lying in wait outside the Eastern Tang Kingdom's borders. Without pausing to rest, the group got up and began their retreat. As they moved, Yin Zhaoga glanced at Su Chuan, transmitting another message. Elder Su, how many people in the valley know about the secret of the cloud pattern stone? Su Chuan smiled faintly. Don't worry, young Master Yin. Before you arrived, I had already gathered everyone who knew and relocated them to a safe place. As long as the secret was kept, even if the valley was destroyed, the hidden mines could be reopened in the future. Yin Zhaoga nodded in approval. Su Chuan's vigilance and decisiveness had proven to be a wise choice when he was first brought into the fold. If Su Chuan's cultivation could reach a higher level, his father would indeed be worth prioritizing for the sect, elevating him to a more significant position. Yin Zhaoga instructed, let's retreat for now, but keep a close eye on Lingfeng Valley. Although Su Chuan felt a bit puzzled, he still went ahead to relay the orders. Zhao Shiqing transmitted his voice, asking, are you worried there's an even stronger expert from the Radiant Sun sect nearby? If there was, why didn't they reveal themselves earlier? Yin Zhaoga squinted and spoke in a low voice. If a top-tier expert is indeed rushing over, it means something unusual happened when Xiao Sheng was dying. In that case, I think I can roughly guess their plan. Yin Zhaoga took a deep breath and said, they didn't act earlier to avoid alarming us. But if they were lying in ambush nearby, and Xiao Sheng and his team failed to take us down, leaving me to kill Xiao Sheng, then to them, it would just seem like an unexpected turn of events. They had this backup plan in place just in case, but thanks to the reversal caused by the counter-array, we turned the tide instantly. The first wave was defeated before they could even react, and they immediately retreated. They want my death to appear natural, as if it was just a personal vendetta between me and Xiao Sheng. This way, it's easier to conceal their true intentions. Zhao Shiqing looked at Yin Zhaoge and asked, "And their real target is?" Yin Zhaoge's expression darkened. "We may have underestimated their ambition. Killing me is just the beginning. Even Eastern Tang is merely collateral. What they want is far beyond what I initially expected." The Radiant Sun sect was only temporarily forced to retreat. As soon as they saw us leaving Lingfeng Valley, they immediately tried to pursue us. They didn't necessarily aim to kill us on the spot, they just wanted to keep tracking us, ensuring we didn't disappear from their radar. Judging by their movements, Yin Zhaoge grew increasingly convinced that a top-tier expert from the Radiant Sun sect was likely nearby and closing in fast. If we couldn't shake them off, their speed would surpass ours, and they'd catch up in no time. However, this was Eastern Tang territory within the Heaven Domain. With Yin Zhaoge, Zhao Shiqing, and others being stronger and aiming to avoid battle, they quickly used the terrain to lose their pursuers. Soon after, secret communication channels brought in new intelligence. Almost immediately after we left, the high-ranking experts of the Radiant Sun sect stepped into Lingfeng Valley. Factoring in the time it took to shake off the pursuers, it was truly a close call. Yin Zhaoge let out a long sigh of relief, his gaze firming up as he smiled at Zhao Shiqing and said, "Uncle, from here on, we'll act separately. They're mainly targeting me, but you must also be extra cautious. If you return to Jingyang City, it's like painting a target on your back for them." Zhao Shiqing's eyes darkened. "They'll come after me too? And it's not because of Eastern Tang? In that case," Yin Zhaoge nodded. "As long as you're aware, keep it low-key." Yin Zhaoge smiled and said, "If the Radiant Sun sect wants to go big, let them play. As the saying goes, plans can't keep up with changes." Zhao Shiqing's eyes flickered slightly as he quietly stared at Yin Zhaoge. Yin Zhaoge met his gaze calmly. Zhao Shiqing slowly nodded. "All right, take care and stay safe." Yin Zhaoge replied, "Understood, uncle. I'll strike a balance between staying hidden and taking proactive measures." After parting ways with Zhao Shiqing, Yin Zhaoge transmitted instructions to Ahu. Normally obedient to the extreme, doing whatever Yin Zhaoge said without question, Ahu stood frozen this time, looking stunned. He stammered, Young master, I isn't this a bit too." Seeing Ahu like this, Yin Zhaoge chuckled and shook his head. "What are you so nervous about? Just report the intel we've gathered and my analysis honestly. As for the next steps, we'll wait for further instructions. If they really want to put on a grand show, we'll play along. If they decide to keep things low-key, we'll lay low immediately, safety first. This isn't the fire domain. Even if the Radiant Sun sect wants to drag me out, it's not going to be that simple." Hearing this, Ahu winced like he had a toothache. "Young master, this time we're playing with the big leagues. Normally, our level doesn't even make the cut. One wrong move, and even if Broadcreed Mountain wins the overall situation, you personally might have to pay the price." Yin Zhaoge laughed at this. "Whether the price is worth it or not depends on what we gain in the end." His smile faded, and Yin Zhaoge said slowly, "No matter how many times they come, I'll take Xiao Sheng down without hesitation. But looking at the sect's overall strength, we are indeed a notch below the Radiant Sun sect. If we don't find ways to close the gap and just keep following the old routine, we'll only fall further behind in the long run. The Great Sun Sacred Sect is moving forward too. They won't wait around for us. Instead, they'll use their advantage to weaken us as much as possible." Yin Zhaoge glanced at Ahu and said, "You shouldn't come with me on this risky mission. I don't want to drag you into trouble." Ahu grinned and replied, "No way, young master. I'm sticking with you. Besides, it'd look strange if you were completely alone. If we leave Lingfeng Valley immediately, it can still seem like it's for East Tang's sake, so the enemy might not suspect anything. But if you act solo, they'll quickly realize the plan has been exposed." Yin Zhaoge patted Ahu on the shoulder and said, "Go deliver the message first, and we'll figure out the next steps after that." Ahu nodded and said, "Understood, young master." The Guangqing Mountain Group moved stealthily, deliberately avoiding the sight of the Great Sun Sacred Sect's warriors. The sect mostly knows the situation in East Tang, and they set up tight surveillance everywhere, especially on the routes leading back to Jingyang City. However, Guangqing Mountain has been operating here for years, with the backing of Zhao Shiqing, the ruler of the Zhao Kingdom. There are some hidden assets and bases that outsiders might not be able to uncover. As Yin Zhaoge had expected, if he stayed hidden in the Sky Domain, the Great Sun Sacred Sect wouldn't easily find him in the short term. Unless East Tang fell entirely into their control, giving them the time and resources to comb through the area like plowing a field. A few days later, Su Chuan came to see Yin Zhaoge and said, "Young Master Yin, the ruler of the Zhao Kingdom and his people have gone to King Jin Zhao Shilai's territory." Yin Zhaoge smiled and said, "Smart move. It makes sense for us to avoid returning to Jingyang City, but if someone like Zhao Shibua, a king, doesn't go back to the capital, it'll definitely raise suspicion. Going to Zhao Shilai's territory buys us time and keeps things clean and low profile, leaving no loose ends." Zhao Shilai was injured by Zhao Shibua, and his connection to the Jingyang Grand Formation is completely severed. Without the Grand Formation, staying in Jingyang City would just get him cornered. The best move for him is to retreat to his territory and wait for the right moment. He's biding his time until the dust settles from the clash between Lord Dongsheng and Elder Qin's forces. Yin Zhaoge stroked his chin and said, "The Great Sun Sacred Sect is supporting Zhao Shilai with quite a bit of resources. Zhao Shibua took over his base and got what he needed, which can be used to repair the damages caused by the chaos." Su Chuan nodded and said, "Without the Jingyang Grand Formation, Zhao Shilai's influence in this turmoil is extremely limited. The top experts of the Great Sun Sacred Sect are too busy dealing with their own problems to care for him. Zhao Shilai can only withdraw and wait for the storm to pass before making his move again. If Lord Dongsheng and the others from the Great Sun Sacred Sect win, Jingyang City will still be hard to defend, and Zhao Shilai might ride their momentum to stage a comeback. But if Lord Dongsheng and his people lose, Zhao Shilai will retreat to the Fire Domain and seek refuge under the Great Sun Sacred Sect." Su Chuan hesitated for a moment before looking at Yin Zhaoge and saying, "However, as you suspected, the Great Sun Sacred Sect has hidden experts beyond what we anticipated. It seems like they have other plans." As for Zhao Shilai's side, Yin Zhaoge shook his head and said, "Zhao Shilai is no longer a priority for them." He squinted and added, "Besides, I killed Xiao Sheng. Their main target now is me." With that, he turned to Su Chuan and said, "I'll need you, Elder Su, and a few of our comrades to take this risk with me." Su Chuan smiled and said, "You're too kind, young Master Yin. I trust you'll navigate us through the danger." Yin Zhaoge glanced at him and asked, "What have you figured out?" Su Chuan replied through a private transmission, "Although the Great Sun Sacred Sect has hidden experts, you must have your own trump cards, right, young Master Yin?" He continued in a low voice, "Killing Xiao Sheng might have been an accident. Their original target might not have been the Great Sun Sacred Sect at all. I'm guessing it's." Su Chuan drew the word yin in the air. Yin Zhaoge slowly shook his head and said, "This matter is highly classified. Even I can't predict exactly how it'll unfold right now. Still, don't get your hopes up too high. Sticking with me means you'll face a situation far worse than you might imagine." Hearing this, Su Chuan couldn't help but feel a bit uneasy. But he didn't press further, instead solemnly replying, "As one of the elders in charge of East Tang, it's my duty to stand on the front lines against foreign invaders. Even if it means dying, it's a trial I'm destined to face." Yin Zhaoge waved his hand and said, "True, but sometimes retreating is the wiser choice. No one should be blamed for a fight they can't win. As for me, I was born into Guangqing Mountain. My father is the head of our sect. I've enjoyed its glory and resources, and the sect has always shielded me from harm. So when it's time for me to step up and give back, I'll do so without hesitation. I won't throw my life away meaninglessly, but I won't shy away from taking risks either." Yin Zhaoge glanced at Su Chuan and said, "But there's no need for you all to come with me." Su Chuan replied seriously, Don't worry, young Master Yin. I know the rules. I won't ask questions I shouldn't. As for the others, whether they're willing or not, I won't force anyone. I'll handle the arrangements to avoid drawing suspicion. As long as I'm not a burden, I'm willing to take this risk with you. Yin Zhaoga smiled. You definitely won't be a burden, Elder Su. You're an innate grandmaster, stronger than I am. Yin Zhaoga's gaze drifted into the distance as he muttered softly. This time, it's not about strength, but about intelligence and hiding our true intentions. Life is a stage, and it's all about the act. The last two sentences were so quiet and vague that Su Chuan didn't catch them, looking at Yin Zhaoga in confusion. The group relocated to a more concealed spot as Ahu turned back to gaze at the distant horizon. That was the direction of Lingfeng Valley, but it was already out of sight. Ahu said regretfully, "The surface of Lingfeng Valley is completely destroyed, but luckily, the underground veins, including the Yunwen stones, are untouched." Su Chuan, on the other hand, didn't seem too concerned and chuckled. Even if the Radiant Sun sect takes over, they wouldn't destroy everything. If they wanted to vent, they wouldn't waste it on a small place like Lingfeng Valley, just a few ruined buildings at most. As long as the secret of the Jade Essence remains hidden, even if they occupy Lingfeng Valley, they'll just treat it as an ordinary resource mine. Looking at Yin Zhaoga, Su Chuan praised, "The world underestimated you, young Master Yin. Forget about the internal crystal furnace or the significant contributions like the Yunwen stones. Just your personal strength alone makes you a leader among the younger generation." Ahu chuckled. "It's ridiculous how people used to question my young master's title as one of the four princes. Radiant Prince Huang Jie might be ranked among the four radiant talents alongside Xiao Sheng and Xiao Yuanlong, but my young master could easily defeat Xiao Sheng and Xiao Yuanlong at the same level." Su Chuan pondered. As for Radiant Prince Huang Jie, apart from that stunning moment when he first became a grandmaster, he has been quiet for years. Whether it's the Radiant Sun sect's four radiant talents or the four princes of the era, Radiant Prince is undoubtedly the most mysterious of them all. His strength is hard to gauge. Setting Radiant Prince aside, among the Radiant Sun sect's four radiant talents, only Bright Sword Tang Yonghao might be able to put up a decent fight against young Master Yin. But even Tang Yonghao, at the same level, might not be able to defeat Xiao Sheng and Xiao Yuanlong as effortlessly as young Master Yin. Bright Sword Tang Yonghao is unanimously acknowledged as the leader of the Radiant Sun sect's four radiant talents and the eldest among them. He is one of the most renowned prodigies of the younger generation in the Radiant Sun sect. If Radiant Prince Huang Jie weren't the sect leader's son, his low profile would have long been overshadowed by Tang Yonghao. In the territories governed by the Radiant Sun sect, many regard Tang Yonghao as the number one of the younger generation in the Eight Extremities world. Excluding the Lunar Maiden, who is a special case, when it comes to pure martial strength, Tang Yonghao is indeed top tier among the younger generation. Of course, in other sacred grounds, some might dispute this claim. But everyone agrees that Tang Yonghao is at least a strong contender for the title of the best among the younger generation. Yin Zhaoga smiled. Tang Yonghao is truly skilled, but what I admire most about him is his upright character. Still, if he wants to claim the title of the best among the younger generation, he'll have to surpass my senior brother Su first. Su Chuan nodded with a smile. Su Fei, the Sky Rock, a disciple of Broad Creed Mountain, is the same age as Tang Yonghao. They've been rivals since their youth and represent the leading figures of Broad Creed Mountain's younger generation. Yin Zhaoga chuckled and shook his head, saying that the rivalry between Broad Creed Mountain and the Radiant Sun sect's younger generations is like a needle against a wheat on sharp and unyielding. Su Fei against Tang Yonghao, Lu Wen against Xiao Sheng, the former Yin Zhaoga against Xiao Yuanlong, so many matchups like these. Looking at the even younger generation, figures like Si Kongqing also bear the responsibility of facing talents like Meng Wan. And if you look at the older generation, the grudges and rivalries persist. Sometimes one side wins, sometimes it's a stalemate. It's like wind and sand, endlessly entangled, caught in this dance for years. Over the years, aside from Yin Zhaoga's father, Yin Di, utterly dominating his peers, the battles between both sides have been back and forth. Strictly speaking, putting aside Yin Di's generation, the Radiant Sun sect still holds the upper hand. That's the ripple effect of the sect's overall strength. Sichuan sighed. I've heard the old sect master is considering a life or death closed-door breakthrough. Who knows if he'll achieve the martial saint realm? Hearing this, Yin Zhaoge fell silent. The legendary Great Sun Saint remains shrouded in mystery, their whereabouts unknown, their fate uncertain. What sets Guangqing Mountain apart from the Great Sun Sacred Sect is the lack of a martial saint. Back in the day, when they fought against the Flame Demon world, Guangqing Mountain suffered catastrophic losses. Fortunately, the ancestors left behind their blessings. Sacred weapons guard the mountain gates, and the defensive formation has been rigorously maintained over the years, remaining as impenetrable as ever. Thanks to Mo Tianke and Zhan Shilo. Even though they VE since passed, they preserved the last vitality of Guangqing Mountain during their time. Over the years, the sect slowly recovered, with talents emerging one after another, gradually restoring its reputation as a sacred ground. But the deepest wound for Guangqing Mountain lies in the fact that no new martial saint has risen since Zhan Shilo's fall. Crossing the threshold from extraordinary to saintly is an almost insurmountable challenge. Across the entire Eight Extremities world, those who can claim the title of martial saint are as rare as phoenix feathers. Yin Zhaoge spoke slowly. The injuries from back then indeed left lingering damage for my master, keeping him from taking that final step for a very long time. Regret was evident on Sichuan's face. Currently, the strongest in Guangqing Mountain is Yin Zhaoge's master and the sect's current leader, Yuan Zhengfeng, also known as the Heavenly Hand. Widely regarded as the strongest below the martial saints in the Eight Extremities world, he has reached the pinnacle of the 10th level of Grandmaster, an old-school transcendent Grandmaster. Gifted and powerful, Yuan Zhengfeng should have easily ascended to martial saint. But a severe injury to his foundation in his youth has left him unable to recover fully. Despite spending years in the transcendent realm, he remains unable to take that final half step into sainthood. Even martial artists outside Guangqing Mountain lament this. The old sect leader is just a hair's breadth away from becoming a martial saint, yet he remains forever blocked by this invisible barrier. Meanwhile, over at the Great Sun Sacred Sect, their former leader and now Grand Elder, the martial saint Huang Guanglia, famously known as the Great Sun Comes East, is still alive and well. Huang Guanglia's son, Huang Su, the father of Huang Jie, the so-called Radiant Young Master, is the current sect leader of the Great Sun Sacred Sect and another old-school Grandmaster powerhouse. With sacred weapons guarding their gates, the combined force of martial saint Huang Guanglia and their sacred weapon, along with the steady stream of emerging talents under Huang Su's leadership, has solidified the Great Sun Sacred Sect's position as the #1 sacred ground of the era. This is precisely why Guangqing Mountain has no desire to engage in an all-out war with the Great Sun Sacred Sect unless absolutely necessary. The Great Sun Sacred Sect has been closely monitoring Guangqing Mountain's growth, suppressing it at every opportunity. The recent confrontation between these two sacred grounds in East Tang was nothing short of a fierce clash. Several years ago, Huang Guanglia entered seclusion again. No one can predict what will happen when he emerges, nor how much stronger he'll become. Yuan Zhengfeng, the old sect leader of Guangqing Mountain, has also chosen to retreat into secluded cultivation, striving to break through to martial saint under the mounting pressure from the Great Sun Sacred Sect. Therefore, even though Xiao Sheng struck first with ruthless force, if Yin Zhaoge were to truly kill Xiao Sheng, Sichuan and the others couldn't help but feel conflicted and uneasy. Yin Zhaoge turned his gaze toward the distant horizon, where Guangqing Mountain lay. Everything's just about ready. Once all the materials are in place, we can begin refining the pills.